Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 109 to Chapter 154. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, the 9 sacred mountains were connected together, forming a huge abyss. It was pitch black, and it was hard to see the end of it. At this moment, there was a majestic sacred mountain in the middle. It was quiet, and the vegetation was lush and verdant. In the center of the flat mountain peak, there was a 2-meter square spring. The water was flowing, and sparkling lights were overflowing. It seemed to be formed by the condensation of divine liquid. There was a person lying in this very small spring, but he looked like a withered corpse. His flesh and blood were shriveled, and his skin was dark and gloomy. It was almost cracked and stuck tightly to his bones. "I'm not dead." Yifan woke up the moment he fell into the spring. The spring water was rich with life essence, which prevented his body from aging. His life force was almost dried up, and his internal organs were shriveled. His flesh and blood seemed to have been dried up for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was soaking in the spring water and began to absorb the life essence rapidly. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time. Yifan lay on his back in the 2-meter-wide pond. He felt that his throat was dry, and his lips were so dry that only a layer of skin remained. He turned his head with difficulty, opened his mouth, and began to drink to his heart's content. The spring water was sweet and fragrant. It moisturized Yifan's dry lips and throat. It was like a nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. His body gradually gained more strength. Yifan gulped down the spring water. His dried-up life force gradually regained a trace of vitality. His flesh and blood were slowly recovering, and his withered internal organs were slowly being nourished by the life essence. He knew he was finally out of danger. He was alive. Now that he was in the spring, the demonic energy in the Forbidden Zone could no longer make him age. After a quarter of an hour, he didn't know how much spring water he drank. His stomach was completely filled, and he couldn't swallow anymore. Yifan lay on his back in the spring, not wanting to move anymore. He looked at the dark blue sky and let out a sigh of relief. After surviving a calamity, his life force was slowly recovering, making him feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He lay there for a full hour, feeling the vitality in his body gradually getting stronger. Only then did he move his thin and weak arms. His shriveled flesh and blood bulged a little, his vitality was constantly recovering, and his heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Only now did his 5 senses slowly recover. His body felt very comfortable. After being soaked in the spring water, a large amount of life essence was flowing into his limbs and bones through his pores. "It's great to be alive." Yifan's face revealed a satisfied expression. Not long ago, the flame of his life was extinguished. He thought that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity and that he would most likely perish here. People will never be satisfied when they are comfortable and successful. Only when they are at the end of their tether and experience endless despair will they understand that living a simple and ordinary life is a kind of happiness. Yifan lay there and looked up at the sky. His face was full of smiles as he waited for his body to recover its vitality. His blood, flesh, and organs were being nourished. His pulse was getting stronger and stronger, and his skin was gradually smoothing out. There was some luster to it. Yifan finally had a strong power and was no longer exhausted. He slowly sat up. At this moment, his 5 senses were completely awakened, and he immediately sensed a rich fragrance, which made him feel refreshed. There were 11 small trees around the 2-meter square spring. They were all half a meter tall and flickered with green light. It was as if they were carved out of jadeite. They were dazzling and sparkling. They were shaped like pine trees. The needle-like leaves were as if they were carved out of the divine essence of green jade. They flickered with splendor. Yifan was no longer the ordinary person of the past. After achieving success in cultivation, his spiritual sense was incomparably sharp. He could naturally see many things that he couldn't in the past. Although the 11 small trees were very short, their branches were all covered with old bark. They were vigorous and powerful. They stretched out in a winding manner like horned dragons. They seemed to have grown for hundreds of thousands of years and existed for countless years. They actually gave people an extremely ancient and strange feeling. They didn't seem like plants, but living fossils. There was a dazzling golden fruit at the top of each small tree. It was as big as a longan fruit and was sparkling and translucent. It seemed as if it was cast out of gold. It was truly extraordinary. The jade-like green trees produced such golden fruits. The two shone brilliantly and looked very dazzling. The fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating people. Yi Fan went through so much trouble to enter the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolate land just for this divine medicine. He was very excited. Looking at the 11 golden fruits that grew from the 11 small trees, he felt that everything was worth it. The Holy Lands and ancient desolate clans had planned this for a long time. They had sent out experts twice and expended a great deal of effort to refine forbidden artifacts. They had even brought in a replica of the ancient desolate tower. However, in the end, they had all been destroyed. All the experts had died, and the major powers had gained nothing. Now, Yi Fan was sitting in the spring. The holy medicine was right in front of him. How could he not be satisfied and excited? Splash! Yi Fan walked in the spring and arrived at the shore in 2 steps. He plucked a golden fruit on the spot. The rich fragrance of the fruit entered his internal organs and immediately made him feel refreshed. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body. It really is a divine medicine. I wonder why it can only grow in this evil ancient desolate abyss. Yi Fan placed the golden fruit in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet taste and fragrance turned into something tangible. It made all the pores on his body open up. He felt relaxed as if he was bathing in the spring wind. The golden fruit the size of a dragon's eye could not be eaten in one bite. After it was crushed, it turned into a nectar and slid down his throat. Yi Fan felt as if he was about to ascend. He felt as if he had left the ground and was floating in the air. Now that he was a cultivator, he could no longer eat it like a regular fruit. He quickly sat down and leaned against the small tree. He began to circulate the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture. However, he was too weak. His body was deteriorating and he almost died of old age. Although he had recovered a lot of energy after drinking the spring, his hair was still white like snow. Wrinkles were piled up, and his flesh was shriveled. After the strange golden energy entered his body, it did not return to the sea of bitterness nor did it enter the spring. It directly rushed into his limbs and bones and nourished his aging body. His flesh and blood gradually grew sparkling and translucent. After the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture was circulated, it only served to speed up the process of digesting the divine medicine. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan's flesh and blood quickly swelled up. He was no longer shriveled and became more and more rosy. His snow-like hair also gradually turned black. He stretched out his hand and plucked the second golden divine fruit. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet fruit juice turned into golden energy and quickly rushed to every part of his body. His skin flickered with a golden luster and specks of divine radiance rippled out. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan felt full of energy. His flesh and blood were full of energy. He once again glowed with exuberant vitality and his skin was elastic. After eating the 2 divine fruits, he completely changed his old appearance and became a middle-aged man in his 30s. Yi Fan stood up. His every movement was vigorous and vigorous. He no longer had the feeling of decline. He was quickly recovering his youth. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and he rushed to a place not far away. 100 meters away, the golden book was glowing and lying quietly in the grass. It was not taken down by the heavenly jade holy maiden. Yi Fan hurriedly picked it up and put it back into the sea of bitterness. How lucky! After putting away the Tao scripture, Yi Fan walked back. He could not help but look around. The sacred mountain was quiet. There were no white skeletons here. It was very peaceful. He looked into the distance and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. The other 8 sacred mountains were densely packed with white skeletons climbing up from the bottomless abyss. How can this be? Only this place is silent. Yi Fan thought quickly. He immediately thought of the green copper block. It sent the heavenly jade holy maiden flying. She has not shown herself. Could it be that the green copper block has a powerful deterrent power? He was shocked. He did not know if that was the case. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. The green copper block is also a treasure. Perhaps it has such a deterrent power. The green copper block was silent. It sank into the spring in the sea of bitterness like a boulder, unshakable. He could not control it at all, much less use it against an enemy. Not long ago, the heavenly jade holy maiden had entered his sea of bitterness and touched the green copper block. That was why she had been severely injured. The mysterious green copper block could not be violated and could not be controlled. This made Yi Fan both hopeful and helpless. That is, Yi Fan's expression froze. He had discovered a person with flesh and blood on the neighboring sacred mountain. It was very far away, so he could not see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was not a white skeleton. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge iron sword that was more than 10 meters long. It was stuck straight into the mountain. That man stood quietly on the hilt of the sword, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Desolate slave. Yi Fan immediately made such a judgment. A true body of flesh and blood could not exist here for long. It had to be in existence like the heavenly jade holy maiden. There's more. When Yi Fan looked carefully, he saw a figure on another holy mountain. It was also made of flesh and blood, and it stood on the mountain peak. A silver bell the size of a house shone brightly as it floated above its head. Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he saw a third person. This person stood on the cliff of another sacred mountain. The surrounding white bones climbed around him. There was an ancient pagoda above his head. It had 9 floors and was more than 10 meters tall. It seemed like it could suppress a part of the world. The fourth person. At this moment, he saw a fourth desolate slave. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a large square seal above his head. It exuded an ancient aura and was majestic. What's going on? Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He could clearly see figures on all the sacred mountains. Bells, pagodas, seals, and other weapons were the hardest to refine. Under normal circumstances, those who used them as weapons were extraordinary people. Furthermore, those who managed to cultivate them to the end would definitely have unimaginable accomplishments. Legend has it that only a peerless expert can become a desolate slave. Those who used bells, pagodas, and seals as weapons were mostly world-shaking people in the past. Perhaps I can find records of them in ancient history. Yi Fan quickly walked back to the spring. He wanted to completely recover his vitality, so he plucked 2 golden fruits. The golden energy flowed into his flesh, internal organs, and bones. Xiaoqian's body released a resplendent light. Golden energy flowed out of his body, making it look like it was carved from divine jade. A flourishing aura of life spread out. His body completely recovered and flickered with a precious light. At this moment, Yi Fan became a teenager again. He felt a powerful divine force. His life essence was boiling and surging like ocean waves. His internal organs were clear and flawless, and his bones were even more dazzling and full of divine splendor. Moreover, his skin was overflowing with color and was incomparably dazzling. He didn't seem like a body of flesh and blood at all, but rather like a god that was piously worshipped by the people of the world. After eating a total of 4 golden holy fruits, Yi Fan felt that he had recovered to his peak condition. His body was flawless, like a crystal-clear divine weapon. Divine power surged in his every move, and he felt that his body had become a lot stronger. The power of desolation in the endless abyss is indeed terrifying. Even the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the ancients could do nothing about it. In this world, only the holy fruit can dispel it. No wonder it has been famous in the Eastern Barren territory since ancient times. It really is a divine medicine. When entering the forbidden area of the Barren Age, a white skeleton was enough to kill more than a dozen powerful knights. One could imagine how terrifying the power of desolation was. Yi Fan was attacked by an even more terrifying desolate slave, and the aura of desolation on his body became even stronger. If it were not for his sacred body of the ancients and the divine medicine, he would have died without a doubt. There are many antidotes beside the nest of poisonous insects. This saying does make sense. The forbidden area of life was very mysterious and evil, but there were 9 kinds of divine medicine growing in such a dangerous place, which was quite astonishing. I've completely recovered my youth. It's time for me to improve my strength. Yifan was very excited. He needed powerful divine medicine to help him make another breakthrough. However, when he saw his reflection in the spring, he was shocked. He seemed to have shrunk a little, becoming a teenager around 13 years old. His handsome face in the water had a hint of innocence and tenderness. Yifan immediately moaned helplessly and said, "Greetings to your ancestors. If I eat another golden holy fruit, won't I turn into a white and tender baby?" After thinking about this terrifying consequence, he felt his hair stand on end. If he turned into a baby in the endless abyss, it would be really funny. Damn you. Yifan thought for a long time but could not come up with any solution. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. There were a total of 11 small trees beside the spring, and at the moment, there were 7 golden holy fruits. They were crystal clear and sparkling, and their fragrance was intoxicating. Got it. Suddenly, he remembered the records in the Taoist scripture. In a few words, it simply mentioned an ancient method to suppress oneself with an implement to achieve eternity. I'll suppress myself with my cauldron and take the divine medicine. That should be fine. However, he did not dare to take the risk here. If something went wrong, he would die without a burial place. Yifan took out a few jade boxes from his pocket and carefully placed the golden sacred fruits inside. He felt like he was holding 7 divine treasures in his hands, so he carefully put them away. Those were the divine herbs needed to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients, and he could not afford to lose them. I finally got it. He let out a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had finally succeeded. Thinking that the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all annihilated, and even the practitioners who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were not spared, he felt that it was too difficult to pick the divine medicine, which suddenly gave him a sense of accomplishment. Yifan stood up and looked at the other 7 sacred mountains. He mumbled to himself, there are still 7 divine herbs. He really wanted to get his hands on all of them. In that case, there would be no more obstacles in cultivating the sacred body of the ancients in the future. It was very likely that he would reach the top. However, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve his wish now. Every sacred mountain was guarded by desolate slaves. They had bodies of flesh and blood, and each of them was comparable to the Xianxia saintess, or even more terrifying. Yifan did not think that the green copper block would protect him on its own. Lucky things would not happen a second time. If those desolate slaves attacked him directly, there would be no suspense at all. I really want to know what the other divine medicines look like, Yifan muttered to himself. Every single sacred mountain had a type of divine medicine. This left him extremely confused. Were they planted by humans? He could clearly sense that those small trees had existed for countless years. In the distant past, what kind of place was this exactly? What happened in the past, Yifan felt that this place was most likely a pure land in the primordial age. Otherwise, how could there be a divine spring and sacred trees? Something terrible must have happened later, which made it a forbidden zone for life. Then, he thought of the crazy old man's words and said, that crazy old man said that it was coming again. What did he mean? Yifan looked at a sacred mountain in the distance. There were the most white skeletons there, far more than the other peaks. White skeletons constantly climbed up from the abyss, forming a small mountain of bones on the mountain. The bronze coffin is covered by the white skeletons. What's going on? How did the ancient coffin return to the sacred mountain? Was it done by those desolate slaves? Are they afraid and don't want it to stay in the abyss? Yifan was full of questions. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. He did not want to delay any longer. He walked to a nearby place and picked up a jade bottle. It was only the size of a palm and was completely white. It seemed to be carved out of fine jade. This was a treasure from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Su Dowling had given it to him. There was a space inside that could contain a large mountain. At the moment, the jade bottle was much dimmer. Its divine glow was restrained, and the patterns on it were extremely blurry. They were about to disappear. Could this treasure have been destroyed by the demonic power of the desolate ancient forbidden land? Yifan came to the side of the spring with the jade bottle in his hand and started to collect the divine spring water. Gudong. Gudong, the milky white jade bottle did not fill up very quickly. Yifan estimated that he had already collected 7 to 8 caddies of water. This made him very happy. Although it was not as precious as the holy medicine, the spring water here was still known as the divine spring. There must be something special about it. Damn it, didn't you say that it could contain a mountain? Why is it full now? He estimated that the jade bottle was full after he had collected a few dozen caddies of water. He could only collect this much divine spring water and could not continue. Yifan stood up and arrived in front of the 11 small trees. He plucked a needle-shaped leaf and placed it in his mouth to chew. He felt a powerful spiritual energy. If it was a greedy person, they would most likely uproot these holy trees. Yifan did not want to waste natural resources. This kind of divine tree could only live on the divine spring water. He did not want to destroy it. Maybe he would come back to collect the holy medicine in the future. He only broke a few slender branches and inserted them into the jade bottle. Then, he walked down the mountain in big strides. Not far from the mountain peak, Yifan saw a purple bronze mirror. It was the weapon of Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family. It was dim and laid among the rocks. A weapon refined by a cultivator who surpassed the nirvana realm must be extraordinary. Not long ago, he had seen the terrifying power of the purple bronze mirror. It made the sun and the moon dim and the heaven and earth lose their color. It shot out a bright light and shook the vast divine power. Yifan picked up the purple bronze mirror and said, just like the jade bottle, the divine glow is restrained, and the Tao pattern is gone. I wonder if it can recover after leaving the desolate ancient forbidden land. Not far away, there was a Tianluo umbrella. It was the weapon of Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family. It was pierced by Tianxian Saintus and was a little damaged, but Yifan still put it away. After searching for a while, he found nothing else. Yifan rushed down the mountain quickly. He did not want to stop. He did not want the youth that he had just recovered to become old again. I can't go back the way I came. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land each had a chariot parked outside the Forbidden Land. Jiang Hanzhong and the others had to pay respect to the people in the chariot. It could be imagined how powerful they were. Yi Fanxiang chose a direction and did not waste any time. He quickly charged out, his speed reaching his limit. If those big shots are willing to use their primordial qi, they can open their celestial eyes and look hundreds of miles away. That is how they found the bronze coffin. I must leave as soon as possible, lest they have a whim and look into the distance. If that happens, there will be no place for me in the Eastern Barren territory. Not long after, Yifan rushed out of the life-forbidden zone. Without any hesitation, he began to gulp down the divine spring. He was afraid that it would be as Jiang Hanzhong said, that there would be terrifying changes after leaving the ancient desolate forbidden zone. Obviously, he was thinking too much. He was already a life spring realm cultivator, and he quickly dissolved the divine medicine on the holy mountain, completing the transformation. At this moment, there would be no other changes. I wonder how Louis, Zhang Xiling, and the others are doing. Yifan rushed deep into the mountain, far away from the forbidden land. He knew that there would be a big uproar. The news that all the experts of the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all killed in the forbidden land would definitely spread. At that time it would definitely be a big shock. I can only hide for now. After a year and a half, when things calm down, I will show myself. He didn't want to take risks, so he decided to open up a cave in this ancient mountain range and live in seclusion. He wanted to increase his cultivation without letting anyone know. In the end, Yifan chose a stone mountain and opened up a cave in it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yifan tried to use the cauldron to suppress himself to achieve eternity. However, there were not many related records in the Tao canon. Just a few words, and he almost killed himself. Greetings to your ancestors. After struggling for a whole month, he finally broke free and put away the cauldron. His face was extremely pale, and he quickly took out the pristine jade bottle and drank a lot of the divine spring water to recover. Just like that, he searched for another 2 months before he finally found the way. The cauldron was simple and natural. It slowly enlarged to a height of 5 meters in the cave, and then it sucked him in and suppressed him inside. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao canon, Yi Fan imprinted 9 strange ancient characters inside the cauldron. This time, the 9 ancient characters were finally arranged perfectly. It was as if they had the terrifying power to change the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the inside of the cauldron became chaotic and hazy, as if it had arrived at the beginning of the world. These 9 ancient characters. At this moment, a light flashed across Yi Fan's mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility. A long time ago, when he was studying the Tao canon, he felt that these 9 ancient characters were very special. In the Tao canon, they were listed as symbols. There was no specific explanation of their meaning, so he naturally couldn't recognize them. There were only a few sentences that simply mentioned an ancient method. According to the Tao canon, when these 9 ancient characters were imprinted on a tool, it could provide origin power to suppress one's body and achieve eternity. I know. Yi Fan was very excited. These 9 ancient characters reminded him of the ancient scripture he obtained from the bronze coffin. These 9 ancient characters were very similar to the hundreds of ancient characters, as if they were the same type of script. These 9 ancient characters actually have such a great power, and that mysterious ancient scripture was completely recorded with these ancient characters. Not to mention the true value of the ancient scripture, just extracting these hundreds of ancient characters one by one can be called a priceless treasure. At this moment, the 9 ancient characters imprinted inside the cauldron were chaotic and hazy. Time seemed to have stopped, and at this moment, only the rhythm of the Tao was left, as if it had reached eternity. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Inside the cauldron, 9 ancient characters were imprinted on the walls of the cauldron, interweaving the Tao and reason between heaven and earth. First, it was like the stars. Then it was like the chaos, exhaling and spreading, emerging from nothingness, with thousands of changes, without a fixed pattern. Nameless, the mother of all things. Yi Fan felt as if he had come to the era of the birth of all things. The heaven and earth were fixed, yin and yang coexisted, and the combination of qi gave birth to all things. The heaven and earth changed, growth and decay, prosperity and destruction, it was an endless cycle. What was eternity, what was an instant, at this moment, there was no distinction between them. A strange feeling welled up in Yi Fan's heart. The 9 ancient characters and the cauldron blended together, as if they were opening the heaven and earth, as if they were recreating a new world. At this moment, the cauldron became mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was born from chaos, simple and grand. Although Yi Fan was in the cauldron, he felt as if he had come to the end of the world, standing at the beginning of the river of time. One moment, the sky was filled with stars, the next moment, the sky was desolate. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao scripture, using the tool to suppress oneself, to achieve an instant of eternity, Yi Fan had finally achieved it, and was ready to use the divine medicine to increase his cultivation. The inside of the cauldron was filled with a mysterious aura, misty, forming a world of its own. Yi Fan opened the jade box, and the shining golden fruit immediately emitted a fragrant fragrance. At this moment, the cauldron had already transformed into eternity. Yi Fan no longer had any scruples. He put a golden fruit into his mouth and gently bit it, and the longan-sized holy fruit immediately turned into a bejeweled nectar. He operated the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture, and quickly dissolved the divine medicine. The golden energy immediately flowed to his limbs and bones, and his body instantly glowed, as if it was cast from gold. Yi Fan used the tool to suppress himself, to achieve an instant of eternity. After the divine medicine dissolved, it nourished his body, but he did not turn into a baby. The strange golden energy baptized his body over and over again, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones unbelievably tough. However, what surprised him was that although the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture was operating, it could not guide the golden energy into the sea of bitterness. How can this be? Yi Fan's heart was filled with confusion. If he couldn't guide the golden energy, he wouldn't be able to open the sea of bitterness, and he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and a strange energy slowly flowed through his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized, gradually nourishing his flesh shell. His physique continued to rise, and his body became stronger and stronger. Why doesn't it flow into the sea of bitterness? Yi Fan was puzzled. Suddenly, a strange golden energy began to flow towards the space between his eyebrows. Like a trickle of water, it converged into the space between his eyebrows from all directions. The divine splendor was dazzling, and it actually formed a small golden lake there. This is. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that his spiritual sense had improved significantly. His five senses had become extremely sharp, and the world inside the cauldron seemed to have become lively. In the end, most of the golden energy gathered between his eyebrows, forming a small golden lake there. Only a small portion of the energy seeped into his body. His cultivation did not increase, but his divine sense became extremely powerful. I get it now. The legend is true. Yi Fan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, there are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden ancient lands, and there are 9 completely different kinds of divine medicines. It is said that each of the divine medicines has completely different effects. It was obvious that the mysterious energy contained in the golden fruit could not enter the sea of bitterness or the fountain of death, but it could nourish the divine sense and rapidly strengthen one's spiritual force. 3 years ago, Yi Fan was told that the sacred body of the ancients could not be cultivated. However, in the following years, he had been improving by leaps and bounds, and he was no worse than any other. Celestial seedlings. He had always suspected that the energy contained in the sacred fruit that he had consumed back then had converged into his sea of bitterness and helped him break the curse. Maybe that's really the case. The sacred fruit from 3 years ago had a great effect on opening the sea of bitterness, and the divine medicine today can nourish the divine sense. Legend had it that 9 different kinds of sacred fruits had 9 different effects. The only thing they had in common was that they could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, nourish the flesh shell, refine the body, and be reborn. The first kind of divine medicine allowed me to successfully embark on the path of cultivation and opened up the sea of bitterness of the sacred body of the ancients. The second kind of divine medicine strengthened my divine sense. What kind of opportunity will it bring me? When everything calmed down, Yi Fan felt full of energy. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and his spiritual sense was abnormally sharp. He put away the tripod and appeared in the cave abode. The feeling was even more obvious. Afterward, he walked out of the cave abode and stood on the cliff to look at the mountains in the distance. He suddenly felt that his field of vision had become extremely wide, and even the scenery that was very far away became very clear. Yi Fan carefully experienced the changes. Everything in the world, including the grass and trees, seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Although this is a very good transformation, what I need the most right now is to open up the sea of bitterness and let the divine power gush out to improve my cultivation. He was happy, but also disappointed. He felt very conflicted. Although the effect of this divine medicine was very powerful, it was not what he wanted the most at the moment. He comforted himself and said to himself, it is said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level, only when his divine sense is strong can he understand the nature of heaven and earth. After reaching that level, if I want to improve my cultivation, I can only rely on enlightenment. There is no other way. I am now paving the way for the future. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was no longer disappointed, and his mood gradually calmed down. In the next month, Yi Fan did not take the divine medicine. Instead, he quietly cultivated. He wanted to completely refine and absorb the divine medicine without wasting a single bit. During this process, he was surprised to find that because his physique had been greatly improved, it was much easier for him to open up the sea of bitterness. At the end of the month, Yi Fan once again used the tripod to suppress his body to achieve the moment of eternity. He began to take the second golden fruit. This time, the strange golden energy first baptized his flesh shell, nourishing every inch of his body and improving his physique. In the end, it turned into a trickle and merged into the space between his eyebrows, making the golden lake a lot deeper. Yi Fan felt his divine sense become stronger again. After putting away the tripod, he went outside the cave and heard the breathing of many wild beasts. He could even hear the sound of ants crawling in the distance. Wherever his divine sense went, he did not need eyes or ears to sense everything around him. It was very ethereal. My spiritual sense is constantly becoming stronger. In addition, there was another change that surprised Yi Fan. Because his physique had improved again, his flesh and blood shone with golden light. When he opened up the sea of bitterness, he did not encounter much resistance. He immediately went into seclusion. After another whole month, when he appeared again, Yi Fan's entire person had become more ethereal. In this way, in the following time, at the beginning of every month, he used the tripod to suppress his body and took the sacred medicine. There was a change that was almost like he was reborn. His divine sense became more and more condensed, almost to the point that it was about to take shape. In addition, there was another gratifying change. His body was transforming, his physique was improving, his flesh was shining with divine splendor, and the process of opening up the sea of bitterness was not hindered. Time passed quickly. Yi Fan had already eaten the 6th golden fruit. After cultivating hard for a month, when he walked out of the cave again, his entire temperament had changed greatly. It was as if there were clouds and mist shrouding his body. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He was like a banished immortal standing on the cliff. Between Yi Fan's eyebrows, there was a golden lake that was incomparably deep. It was impossible to detect its bottom. It had completely transformed into spiritual force and could actually condense into a shape. And the golden sea of bitterness had even more earth-shattering changes. Waves rushed to the sky, divine rays shone, thunder rumbled, and it had more than doubled in size. It was almost the size of a fist. In the center of the sea of bitterness, life springs gushed, the spring of divine power boiled, and the mouth of the spring at the bottom of the sea widened many times. It was endless, constantly surging out, and from time to time, rays of light would rush out. Divine power like the tide, rays of light filling the sky. I have reached the peak of the life spring realm. Yi Fan was somewhat excited. The sacred medicine was famous in the eastern wilderness. Since ancient times, there were too many legends about it. It had unimaginable magical effects. The strange golden energy mainly nourished and strengthened the divine sense. At the same time, it changed his physique. It did not flow into the sea of bitterness, but it still allowed him to break through to the life spring realm. The sacred medicine lives up to its reputation. Other than the sea of reincarnation, the human body had other secret realms. Jianghanzhong and the others were existences that surpassed the nirvana realm. This made Yi Fan feel the enormous gap between them. He desperately wanted to become stronger. There was still the last golden fruit left. Yi Fan held it in his palm and returned to the cave, using the cauldron to suppress his body. After eating the golden fruit, he immediately felt his body tremble. His bones crackled, his flesh trembled, and his internal organs trembled. His entire body was in excruciating pain. This is... He clenched his teeth, enduring this purgatory-like torment. In an instant, he understood that this was the change of being reborn. When he ate the first 6 golden fruits, it was only a transformation, and not a rebirth. Only now did he truly break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. His flesh, internal organs, and bones were reconstructing. This was a different kind of rebirth. Just like when he and Pangbo ate the sacred fruit for the first time and walked out of the ancient sacred grounds, they returned to their youth. This was a change of the same level, a true rebirth. After the baptism, the bones were as white as jade, and the bones were unbelievably hard, comparable to the sharp blades of divine weapons. After the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were infiltrated, they were flawless, without a trace of impurity, like a divine weapon. After the surface of his body was nourished, it was sparkling and full of luster, almost transparent, shining with precious splendor. Yi Fan's body was shining brilliantly, and the strange golden energy turned into a stream, entering the space between his eyebrows. Golden light shone, and that small lake was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. After that, Yi Fan directly went into seclusion. 2 months later, rumbling sounds came from the cave. Tsunamis reached the sky, and there were sounds of thunder. At the same time, rainbows shot out. At this moment, Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness expanded to the size of a fist, and a bright rainbow hung high above, crossing the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. He had finally formed a small segment of the divine meridian, which hung above the sea of bitterness. He had become a cultivator of the divine bridge realm. Yi Fan stood up and walked out of the cave. There were no powerful energy waves coming from him, and he didn't look very elegant and out of this world. Instead, he looked very delicate, like the big boy next door. There was less extraordinary about him, and there was more of a plain and simple charm. He didn't make a move, and he didn't test his current level of cultivation because there was no need to do so. He already knew it. Yi Fan's heart was very calm. He lived a peaceful life for a month, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, watching the water flow by the stream, and then he began to continue his cultivation. This time, he began to refine his artifact. He engraved the first sentence of the mysterious ancient scripture he obtained from the ancient bronze coffin on the cauldron. Although it could not be engraved on the cauldron for a long time and the ancient words would soon disappear, this little cauldron became even more extraordinary because of this. In the end, after cultivating here for more than a year, Yi Fan had a lot of enlightenment, and his understanding of Tao deepened a lot. The nameless was called Tao, which came from nothingness, and was the origin of heaven and earth. It was called heaven and earth, which had form and position, and was the mother of all things. He felt that the cauldron, Tao, and heaven and earth seemed to have a natural connection. The cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, was very mysterious. The 3 legs stabilized the heaven and earth, the 2 ears gave birth to yin and yang, and the round cauldron contained chaos. It evolved Tao and reason, which was nameless. It gave birth to a form, and contained all things, which was nameless. The cauldron is like a tool born naturally from heaven and earth. It perfectly combines the nameless and nameless, and it gives birth to the Tao and the mother of all things. Using the cauldron as a tool was indeed the right choice. It is worthy of being the most mysterious holy object in ancient China. After cultivating here for more than a year, Yi Fan decided to leave this place. It was time to go out and take a walk. There were a few things shining in the cave residence. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror was indeed a weapon refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the Nirvana realm. It had been left in the secret chamber by Yi Fan for a year. Now it was surrounded by a purple mist and glowed with light again. As for the jade bottle, it was white and warm, densely covered with Taoist patterns. It had also regained its magic, but it was not known if it could hold a mountain. At this moment, the branch of the sacred tree inserted inside was soaking in the divine spring. It was still full of vitality and did not wither. As for the Tianluo umbrella, although it was pierced by the Tianqian saintus, it was not serious. The mist was misty and it was extraordinary. Beyond the Nirvana realm, these people's weapons should be very powerful. Yi Fan repeatedly refined and erased all traces on it to prevent others from sensing it. Then, he put a few of his weapons into the sea of bitterness. At this moment, something surprising happened. Whether it was the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the white jade bottle, or the Tianluo umbrella, none of them could sink into the sea of bitterness, let alone soak in the life spring. They could only hang under the divine bridge above the sea of bitterness. You occupied the best place for the green copper block, but you did not let me use it. You also forced the other weapons to stay away from it. Yi Fan was quite speechless. He immediately saw the reason. The green copper block was immersed in the spring at the bottom of the sea, monopolizing the best place and squeezing the golden book to the edge. It even forced the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the jade bottle, and the Tianluo umbrella out of the sea of bitterness, not letting them touch it at all. This is just the golden paper that recorded the Tao scripture, but it is actually stronger than the purple copper 8 trigram mirror and the jade bottle. I don't know if I should say that it is extraordinary or that the 3 weapons are too useless. The weapons refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were naturally extraordinary, which indirectly showed the magic of the golden book. This place was 400 miles away from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. It was surrounded by mountains and sometimes there were strange birds and beasts. It was a primitive area. Yi Fan did not fly. He walked out of the mountain while practicing Crazy Ole's footwork. He was very envious of that kind of magic that could shrink the ground into inches. It was faster than flying. Unfortunately, his realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't comprehend those Tao patterns that he had memorized, so he couldn't use those secret techniques. 2 days later, Yi Fan appeared in a small town. He had finally arrived at a place with people. More than a year has passed. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land should have retreated long ago. He really wanted to find someone to understand. In this 1 year, Yi Fan's greatest gain was not that his cultivation had reached the divine bridge realm, but that his consciousness had evolved to an extremely terrifying level. It was incomparably condensed, and that small golden lake between his brows could shoot out divine light. It could be as sharp as a heavenly sword, or as gentle as a gentle breeze, allowing him to sense everything in his surroundings in an instant. There's a cultivator in that restaurant. Not long after entering the town, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness captured the aura of a cultivator. Unfortunately, he didn't hear the news about the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land in that restaurant. Instead, he heard another important news. In the end, the Fey god's tomb still sank. The resentment in the ruins soared into the sky. There were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In the end, it still could not be conquered. The treasure of the eastern wasteland, the ancient wasteland tower, disappeared forever. It can't disappear forever. The ancient wasteland tower coexists with the world. Sooner or later, it will reappear. That's true. It can even suppress immortals to death. Naturally, it won't decay. Maybe in another few thousand years or tens of thousands of years, it will reappear in this world and choose a fated person. I don't think it will take that long. The ancient wasteland tower has already disappeared for 10,000 years. I think it should reappear. Maybe in the near future, it will rush out from the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan was astonished. The disturbance in the Fey god's tomb lasted for 3 years. Only now did it truly calm down. All the sects in the eastern wasteland took action. Even the Central Plains sent a few mysterious big shots, but they still failed to stop it. At the crucial moment, it escaped into the earth veins, like a dragon returning to the sea, completely disappearing from the eastern wasteland. In the next half a month, Yi Fan walked around the cities and towns, appearing in places with many people. However, he kept a low profile. Finally, he slowly found out what he wanted to know. A year ago, the Jiang clan, Ji clan, and Yaoguang sacred land barged into the ancient wasteland Forbidden Land. In the end, they were all annihilated. Not a single one of them came out alive. This caused a huge uproar, shocking all the sections. No one dared to barge into the Forbidden Land of Life anymore. Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others actually disappeared. This news was not good. Yi Fan frowned. If I were them, I would not return to my own sect either. Otherwise, I would definitely be interrogated by the Sacred Land and the ancient wasteland noble clans. At that time, as long as there is the slightest flaw, it would be difficult for me to escape death. The eastern wasteland is so big. There are countless countries like the Yan lands. Escaping from this place is the wisest choice. Yi Fan felt that the 6 people did not die. They must have seen that the situation was not good, so they directly escaped. We will most likely meet again in the future. Yi Fan also felt that there was no need to stay in the Yan lands. There were no powerful sects or ancient noble clans here. There were only 6 blessed paradises, which were insignificant in the eyes of the big sections. This place lacked opportunities. He needed to explore other secret realms beyond the Sea of Reincarnation. He had to leave this place. I should join a sacred land or an ancient wasteland noble clan to obtain the cultivation methods of other secret realms. The Golden Book only recorded the cultivation methods of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It is far from enough. Yi Fan never thought that he could collect the complete Tao scripture. It was very unrealistic. It had been broken up by someone tens of thousands of years ago. Now, no one could say for sure where the pages of the Golden Book were. Those sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans all had mysterious ancient scriptures that were not inferior to the Tao scripture. He wanted to start from this aspect. He could cultivate the Tao scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, and he could cultivate the ancient scriptures of the sacred lands in other secret realms. I still have time. I don't need to worry about the follow-up cultivation methods. Yi Fan had reached the Divine Bridge realm, and there was still the Permitha realm in front of him. He didn't know when he would be able to cross over. He had to reach the Permitha realm before he could explore the other secret realms of the human body. The Permitha realm was the endpoint of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It was the starting point of his secret realm. The eastern desolate lands are vast and boundless. There are countless countries, and it is said that there are 7 forbidden zones for life. I have only seen 1 forbidden zone from the ancient desolate lands so far. I really don't know what the other forbidden zones are like. Yi Fan felt that it was impossible for him to go deeper into the ancient desolate lands in a short period of time. It was too dangerous. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to pluck the third type of saintly medicine. It would be very difficult for him to succeed again. He guessed that the other forbidden zones for life were also extremely mysterious places. Perhaps, there would be great fated opportunities there. The mysterious ancient scriptures of the sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans, the 7 forbidden zones for life, the vast eastern desolate lands, they are all worthy for me to explore. However, before he left, he felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to the spirit void paradise and retrieve the items he had lost there. Back then, because he was not strong enough, he fled for his life and did not care about retrieving the items. Now that he had reached the Divine Bridge realm, he was naturally confident. In the past 3 years, the spirit void paradise could not be at peace. The tomb of the demon emperor and the ruins attracted countless sects from the eastern desolate lands. Blood dyed the demonic land red, corpses piled up in the cold pond, and resentment rose to the sky. When everything was over, a peerless figure performed a mysterious and unfathomable great divine technique and finally purified the ruins. Otherwise, the spirit void paradise could only move its sections. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the spirit void paradise, Yi Fan felt a little emotional. Back then, he was thought to have a useless body and no one was willing to take him in. The reason he could come here was completely because of Pang Bo, wait until I have enough strength, I will definitely save you. In the spirit void paradise, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. In front of the mountain gate, ancient trees were tall and strong, strange rocks stood erect, and waterfalls flowed. It had the charm of a fairyland. Who are you? Why have you come to my spirit void paradise? The disciple guarding the mountain gate came forward and inquired. Senior brother, I am here to pay my respects to Elder Wu Qingfeng. At this moment, Yi Fan looked only about 14 years old. He had a sunny smile and easily gave people a good impression. The disciple guarding the mountain gate did not make things difficult for him and said, "Come in with me." After entering the spirit void paradise and stepping on the hundreds of bluestone steps, Yi Fan was instantly shocked and asked, "Why are these bluestone steps cracked? They were not like this before." Back then, when he first entered the spirit void paradise and stepped on the bluestone steps, the ancient scripture in his heart automatically echoed, leaving a deep impression on him. He felt that there must be an extraordinary artifact under the bluestone steps. How do you know it was not like this before? The disciple looked at him suspiciously. I used to live here before, so of course I know. May I ask senior brother, what happened? Why are these bluestone steps all cracked? Yi Fan urgently wanted to know. At this moment, the ancient scripture in his heart did not ring, so he was sure that the artifact below had disappeared. The disciple looked left and right. Seeing that no one passed by, he said in a low voice, speaking of which is scary, there is actually a Yin vein underground that is connected to the fiend emperor's Yin grave. In the end, it escaped from here and sank into the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan was astonished. He never expected such a result. In an instant, he thought of the ancient desolate tower that was said to exist with the world and could suppress immortals to death. Back then, when I first entered this place, the ancient scripture automatically echoed. Is it related to the ancient desolate tower? Yi Fan could not understand. The ancient scripture came from the other side of the starry sky and was obtained from the ancient bronze coffin. He could not understand why it would resonate with the artifact of this world. Inside the spirit void paradise, the mountains were green and the valleys were green. It was very beautiful. Palaces and pavilions dotted the place. Mist surged, adding an ethereal feeling. Seeing Elder Wu Qingfeng again, Yi Fan felt a sense of closeness. He bowed respectfully. This old man had taken care of him in the past. He was an elder worthy of respect. Child, it's actually you. Elder Wu Qingfeng revealed an excited expression. He had not changed much. He still had white hair and a white beard. He was tall and had an otherworldly aura. When he saw Yi Fan, he naturally thought of Pang Bo. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had already taken Pang Bo as his disciple. Who would have thought that Pang Bo would be threatened by the fiend race and disappear into the primordial ruins? This was a peaceful valley. Not far away, there was a clear lake that looked like a sapphire. There were 4 or 5 thatched cottages in front and a large bamboo forest. It was very quiet. Sitting on a stone chair in the bamboo forest, Yifan picked up the teacup on the stone table. He took a sip and began to converse with the old man. When Elder Wu Qingfeng heard Yifan ask about the other secret realms of the human body, he looked at him in surprise and said, "Child, don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you still remember what I told you? To be able to explore a secret realm to the end in one's lifetime is already very impressive. If you can cultivate the wheel of life and the sea of bitterness to the extreme, you can also become a peak expert. Why do the Holy Lands and the clan of the ancients all cultivate other secret realms? We can't compare ourselves to them. They have ancient scriptures that are comparable to immortal scriptures. This is an innate advantage." Elder Wu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. "Actually, it's enough to cultivate one arcane realm. It's said that many ancient almighty beings only cultivated one arcane realm." Yifan lowered his head and pondered, but he eventually looked up and made up his mind. There was no way he would only cultivate one secret realm. Since there were other secret realms, there must be a reason for them to exist and continue cultivating. Elder Wu Qingfeng was puzzled. He felt that even if Yifan's sacred body of the ancients could force himself to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve much. However, the old man was very kind and answered many of Yifan's questions in the end. Yifan finally learned the name of the next secret realm, the Holy Palace. After the Sea of Reincarnation, he would have to cross the Sea of Bitterness and reach the other side to slowly explore it. It was said that there were 5 gods in the Holy Palace. Cultivating in this secret realm would cause all sorts of mysterious things to happen. Yifan only had the method to cultivate in the Sea of Reincarnation. The Golden Book was only a page of the Tao scripture, so it was impossible for it to contain the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. If I want to obtain the most mysterious method, I'll have to go to the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the ancients. I have to get my hands on their mysterious ancient scriptures. Yifan mumbled to himself. Elder, which of the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients have the most mysterious scriptures? Yifan asked. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and said, "Those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients are too mysterious and powerful. It's not something we can understand. It's hard to tell which mysterious scriptures they have mastered." Yifan really wanted to know which ancient scripture was the most powerful. He muttered to himself, perhaps they each have their own merits. Indeed, that's true. Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to have remembered something and said, "Legend has it that the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm is the Tao scripture, and the Holy Palace's secret realm should be the most powerful one in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Every ancient scripture has its own method of cultivating the secret realm." Yifan made up his mind right then and there. He would go to the Jade Lake sacred ground and learn the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. Does the Jade Lake sacred ground accept male disciples? Never. Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me then do the female disciples of the Jade Lake sacred ground marry?" Yifan asked calmly. Elder Wu Qingfeng immediately laughed and said, "They can marry, but the conditions are very harsh. I'm afraid you won't be able to marry them." Yifan did not feel embarrassed at all and laughed. He then asked many more questions. Although Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little confused, he did not ask and patiently explained everything to him. The Jade Lake sacred ground was extremely far from the Yan territory. It was the most low-key and mysterious of all the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients. At the same time, Yifan unexpectedly learned that one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Origin Ancient Mine, was also in the region where the Jade Lake sacred ground was located. Of course, this so-called same region was only relative to the vast Eastern Barren Territory. In reality, the distance between the two was more than 10,000 miles. The Jiang family was also in that region, and it was 30,000 miles away from the Origin Ancient Mine. The so-called same region was actually extremely vast. After all, the Eastern Barren Territory was just too big. Origin Ancient Mine, this was the first time Yifan heard of this forbidden zone. As one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, it definitely had an extraordinary background. That region's origin is extremely abundant. The Jiang family and Jade Lake sacred ground both chose to develop in that region is inseparable from this. Yi Fan felt even more that he should go there. Origin was something he needed greatly. Even if he couldn't obtain divine medicines, searching for origin wasn't a bad idea either. Origin ancient mine is? He asked in bewilderment. With the name origin, it is enough to prove how ancient it is. It is impossible to estimate how long it has existed for. Elder Wu Qingfeng drank a mouthful of tea and continued, rumor has it that countless years ago, the Origin ancient mine was the most famous origin mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later on, inauspicious things were dug up, and as a result, it became one of the 7 great forbidden zones. Yi Fan was deeply shocked and curious. He asked, what exactly was dug up? Some exceptional, divine origin was dug up. Rumor has it that there was a powerful creature sealed within the origin. In the end, it actually revived and killed everyone. What? Yi Fan was deeply shocked. Rumor has it that there are actually people sealed within some divine origin. Hearing these words, Yi Fan was so shocked he couldn't say anything. He felt that the region he was going to was extremely mysterious. Jade Lake sacred ground, Jiang family, origin ancient mine, all of these places had extraordinary significance for him. Yi Fan's consciousness was extremely strong. A small golden lake formed between his brows. With a casual sweep, he sensed Elder Wu Qingfeng's cultivation, celestial bridge realm. Elder, I have something to give you. Here, his expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, you must keep it well and don't let others know. Otherwise, it will harm you. Elder Wu Qingfeng was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Yi Futian would say that and revealed a confused expression. Go find a clean jade bottle. When Yi Fan took out the pristine jade bottle and poured out a drop of the divine spring water, a dense life essence immediately appeared. The old man was immediately shocked. This is such a strong life energy. Even if this spring water can't heal the dead, it's enough to save lives, Yi Fan said solemnly. The elder had taken care of him and he was a grateful person. He was about to leave the Yan land and didn't know when he could return. Naturally, he wanted to repay the elder. This water is too precious. I can't take it. Put it away. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. Don't say anything else. I'm sincere. In the end, Yi Fan filled a jade gourd with spring water and stuffed it into the elder's hand. He reminded again, don't let others know. Elder Wu Qingfeng observed the water carefully and sensed the endless life energy. He knew it probably had a great background. He looked at Yi Fan in confusion and said, don't ask. The elder couldn't guess that this water was from a holy mountain in the barren land. If he knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. This matter is over. I'm leaving the Yan land. Elder, take care. Yi Fan bowed to the elder. Child, where are you going? Are you really going to the Jade Lake sacred land? Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him and advised sincerely, the Jade Lake sacred land is thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Yan land. It's too far. Mortals can't get there in their entire lives. Don't take the risk. Even if you do get there, I'm afraid, don't worry. I have my own plans. Even if I don't go there, I'll still travel the world. The Eastern Barren Land is so big. If I don't go there, I'll be wasting my time. Then, Yi Fan asked the elder if the things he left in the spirit ruin grotto heaven were still there. I need to send someone to ask. After you and Pangbo disappeared, the sect bestowed the valley to someone else. The things were most likely taken away. I just don't know if they're still there. Okay, I'll take a walk outside. Yi Fan was about to leave, so he wanted to take a look at the primal ruins. The ruins were right next to the spirit ruins paradise, and the two were originally one. Looking from afar, the mountains in front of them had collapsed, and the plants had withered. It was desolate and silent. The green mountains and valleys had transformed into scorched earth, and the plants here had lost their vitality a long time ago. This place had actually become a barren land, and it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when it was filled with vitality in the past. The towering ancient trees, the flourishing vegetation, all of them were destroyed. Nothing was left, only a deathly cold and desolate atmosphere. Countless cultivators from the eastern barren land came here to open the demon Godzine tomb. Blood and death continued for 3 years. This place is completely ruined. Yi Fan sighed. He was glad that he left decisively. Otherwise, he would probably not be in this world now. In the distance, the broken mountains recorded the terrible things that had happened in the past 3 years. Just thinking about the destructive power sent chills down people's spines. Pangbo disappeared here. I wonder where he is now. Yi Fan came to the Five-Finger Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The perfect girl and the other demon experts were nowhere to be found. Then, he came to the demon Godzine tomb. The pond was as deep as ink. It was so dark that it was terrifying. A gloomy aura rushed into the sky, making the sun cold. Only the mountain ridge where the cold pond was located was preserved. The surrounding mountains had all collapsed. This place was dark red, completely dyed red by the blood of cultivators. The mountains of corpses had been cleared away, but dried blood was left behind. The black bloodstains proved the cruelty of the past. Pangbo, when I have the power, I will find you and save you. Yi Fan left and returned to the Spirit Ruins grotto. In front of him, a waterfall fell from the beautiful celestial mountain. It was like a silver waterfall hanging on the mountain wall. A few young men and women were standing not far from the waterfall. One of them was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress with a jade belt that accentuated her slender waist. Her exquisite body was even more alluring, and she was very pretty. There was a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which made her look even more alluring. When Yi Fan passed by the waterfall, the girl revealed a suspicious expression. Then, as if she remembered something, she sneered, "So it's you." Yi Fan naturally recognized this girl. She was the immortal seedling of the Spirit Ruins grotto, Li Lin. She had a good relationship with Han Feiyu. 3 years ago, she went against him and Pangbo in the primordial ruins and stood up for Han Feiyu. There were a few people in front of the waterfall. A young man in his 20s turned around. The moment he saw Yi Fan, he was startled at first, then revealed his murderous intent. He said coldly, "So it's you. That year, you escaped by luck and still dare to come to my Spirit Ruins grotto." This man was not unfamiliar. He was Li Yun. His talent was not inferior to immortal seedlings. He had always been by Li Lin's side. Yi Fan smiled and pretended not to know them. He said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? You think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy?" Li Lin's pretty face was cold. Her apricot eyes flickered with a cold light. She said, "It's been 3 years. There's not a moment that I haven't wanted to see you again. I never thought that you would really dare to come back. Am I so charming that it's worth it for you to miss me like this? Of course, I'm definitely stronger than that fellow beside you." Li Yun's expression was gloomy. He looked at him coldly and said, "You're trash that can't cultivate. You're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. What else can you do? I say, do the two of you have that much hatred between us?" Yi Fan calmly asked with a smile. "Let's not talk about the grudge between you and junior brother Han. Just the fact that you lured out the jade-horned snake in the primordial ruins and ambushed us is something that cannot be forgotten. I once swore that if I met trash like you again, I would definitely kill you." Li Yun recalled the past. His expression was like a block of ice, cold and eerie. Li Lin was also shrieking. All sorts of events from that day floated up in her mind, making her feel like she was going crazy. In the primordial ruins, if not for Elder Han suddenly appearing and killing that jade-horned snake, she and Li Yun would definitely have been devoured by that old snake. At that time, she once swore that she would grind Yi Fan's bones to dust. Now that she unexpectedly saw him again, she was so moved that she trembled. She coldly said, "I never thought that we would meet again. You can't even cultivate, yet you repeatedly contradicted us and almost caused our deaths. You trash, today, I will definitely kill you." Li Yun's expression was almost sinister. He said, "There's no need to waste words with him. I will personally torture him to death." With that, he walked forward. At the side, the other young disciples all looked as if they were watching a show. "I have an impression of him. Back then, he was together with that immortal seedling Pangbo. Later on, the two of them disappeared at the same time. That's right. I also remember. They once beat Han Feiyu half to death and threw a few people into the mud pond. Li Lin and Li Yun pressed forward at the same time. Their faces carried cruel smiles. The two of them still had an understanding of Yi Fan from a few years ago. It was impossible for them to know that he was already a divine bridge realm cultivator. I want to see the scene of him kneeling down and begging for mercy, Li Lin said. She felt that directly killing Yi Fan wouldn't give her the satisfaction of revenge. Only by humiliating him would she feel satisfied. Why aren't you kneeling down? Li Yun coldly shouted. He came forward with large strides and looked down at Yi Fan with a cold expression. In this world, there is no one worthy of me kneeling down. Just the two of you. Yi Fan indifferently swept his gaze over them. Li Lin was a seedling and Li Yun was talented. After 3 years, the two of them had already reached the Life Spring realm. Very few people dared to offend them. They had always been praised as geniuses by the people around them. Now that they were ridiculed by the trash in their eyes, their faces naturally turned green. If I tell you to kneel, you have no choice but to kneel. Li Yun directly kicked at Yi Fan's knees. How strong was a Life Spring realm cultivator? If he stepped on the knees of a mortal, his bones would definitely shatter. Even if there were 100 trash like you, it wouldn't be enough. Yi Fan nimbly took a few steps back. He had reached the divine bridge realm, so he didn't care about people like this. He didn't want to lower himself to their level. A trash like you dares to call me trash? Li Yun's voice was cold. He had always been seen as a genius, but now he was being looked down upon by a mortal. His expression was extremely ugly. He twisted his right leg and heavily kicked at Yi Fan's chin. After reaching his current realm, although Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, it didn't mean he had to endure. With a ping sound, he grabbed Li Yun's ankle and swung him up, heavily smashing him onto the ground. It was extremely clean and efficient, like the floating clouds and flowing water. The crowd only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Li Yun was lying on the ground like a dead dog, moaning in pain and unable to get up. Li Lin felt that something was wrong. She didn't move forward, but was about to take out her weapon and directly kill Yi Fan. However, once Yi Fan moved, how could he give her the chance to attack? He left behind an afterimage in his original position and instantly appeared in front of Li Lin. His palm cut into her neck, causing her to faint on the spot. He then lifted her up and with a putong sound, threw her into the deep pool under the waterfall. Gulp, gulp, the half-conscious Li Lin drank an unknown amount of water from the pool. Her body quickly swelled up. You trash. Li Yun painfully moaned and struggled to sit up. A murderous intent flashed across his face, and the light of the bitter sea flashed. Pung. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance to take out his weapon. One foot stepped forward, forcibly dispersing the light. At the same time, his other foot stepped out, trampling Li Yun to the ground. All of this looked very simple. The two Life Spring realm cultivators didn't seem to know how to cultivate. They were easily subdued by Yi Fan, causing the surrounding people to think that it was just a coincidence. Trash. Li Yun was going crazy. He also thought that it was a coincidence. He didn't know that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state. Just a few simple moves contained endless mysteries. His lungs were about to explode from anger. So what if you're a genius? If you're really a genius, then you're just someone to be stepped on. Speaking up to here, Yi Fan was very unkind. He stamped the sole of his shoe on Li Yun's face. In order to make sure it wasn't clear, he repeatedly stamped up and down, left and right. You. I'll kill you. Li Yun's face was swollen, and his eyes were spitting fire. Pung. Yi Fan kicked him to the bottom of the waterfall, and then he left without looking back. He had no interest in these two people at all. The people in front of the waterfall were dumbfounded. Seeing Yi Fan walk away, and then seeing the two unconscious people in the water, they couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Fan came to Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence and waited for a while before the old man returned. Do you still have the things I left here? Elder Wu Qingfeng frowned and said, It's still here, but, what's wrong? Yi Fan was a little confused. I went to ask for it on your behalf, but... Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Could it be that someone wants to take it for themselves and not return it to me? Yi Fan asked. As an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, Elder Wu Qingfeng naturally felt ashamed. He pulled Yi Fan's hand and said, "Come with me, I'll help you get it back." Who wants to keep my things? Aren't those broken bronze artifacts already destroyed? They're basically worthless. It's Elder Hani Shui. He has a special interest in smithing and has been researching the bronze lamp, Vajra, and bronze plaque of the Great Lane Temple for a long time. Elder Han. Yi Fan was startled and immediately asked for the details. Just as he had guessed, Elder Hani Shui was Han Feiyu's grandfather. Elder Han was Han Feiyu's great-uncle. Yi Fan had long heard that Han Feiyu's grandfather was also an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The valley where Hani Shui lived was quiet and lively. It was filled with verdant trees, strange stones, bridges, and pavilions. It was a picturesque scene. In a pavilion, 3 old men were sitting there drinking tea. When they saw Elder Wu Qingfeng and Yi Fan walking over, the skinny, pale-faced old man immediately frowned. "Elder Han, I brought this child here. Return the bronze artifacts to him." The pale-faced Hani Shui sized up Yi Fan a few times, then looked at Wu Qingfeng and said indifferently, "Isn't the bronze artifact my sect's disciple Peng Bo? How can it be related to him?" "You." Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression changed. Yi Fan also felt uncomfortable and said, "Elder Hani Shui, how can you say that? Some of the bronze artifacts belong to me, and some belong to Peng Bo. Now that Peng Bo is missing and I'm his best friend, how can you say that I'm not related to him?" Hani Shui's face instantly darkened and he said coldly, "Who are you?" "This place is filled with elders of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, and their cultivation bases are all at the Divine Bridge realm." "What?" "We're talking about our cultivation secret techniques. How can a mere mortal like you set foot in this place? Get out of here." Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression immediately turned ugly and he said, "Hani Shui, what do you mean by this?" Yi Fan was also angered. He didn't expect Hani Shui to act in such a condescending and righteous manner. Not only did he take his Buddhist artifact for himself, he even mocked him like this. Hani Shui's expression was calm as he smiled at Elder Wu Qingfeng and said, "What I mean is that this valley is an important place. A mere mortal like him doesn't have the right to enter. I'm only here to take back what belongs to me." Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stared at Hani Shui and said, "Elder Han, please return the bronze artifacts to me." "What does the bronze artifacts have to do with you?" Hani Shui glanced at him and said, "I've already made myself clear. They belong to my sect's disciple, Peng Bo. Now that he's gone missing, his belongings naturally belong to my Spirit Ruin Paradise. Why are you, an outsider, getting involved? You've never joined my sect, so you don't have the right to speak. What right do you have? Hurry up and leave." As he said that, his expression sank and he said, "You're trespassing on my sect's important place. If you don't leave now, you'll be in danger." "Hani Shui, what do you mean?" Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression was dark. "I think I've already said it very clearly." Hani Shui's hair was as white as snow, and his skin was fair. His eyes were very thin, and his lips were very thin. He gave off a sinister feeling. He picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip, and said, "Elder Wu, why do you have to be like this?" Elder Wu Qingfeng took a few large steps forward, and said in a deep voice, "Hani Shui, don't go too far. Am I not speaking the truth? He's just a little mortal, and he dares to come to my spirit void paradise to ask for a spirit weapon. That is a remnant left behind by my sect's disciple, Peng Bo. It has nothing to do with him." Hani Shui was unruffled from start to finish. He sipped his fragrant tea, and swept a cold glance at Yi Fan. He said, "Leave quickly, this isn't a place you should be in." "Pa." Elder Wu Qingfeng couldn't take it anymore, and he shattered the stone table with a slap. He said, "Hani Shui, you are going too far. Since you are being unreasonable, then let us speak with strength." There were 2 elders sitting at the side, and one of them quickly tried to smooth things over. He said, "Elder Han, I think we should forget about it. Isn't it just a few broken bronze weapons? There's nothing to study." Let's just return them to that child. The other elder stood on Han Shui's side, and said, that's not right. Even though the bronze weapon is broken, it is obviously a terrifying weapon that once contained a god. Even though it is broken, if we continue to study it, we can still gain something. Han Shui's expression was dark. He looked at Yifan, and said, you really want these things? Why can't I want something that belongs to me? Yifan was fearless. He was also a divine bridge realm cultivator, and he didn't care about Han Shui's terrifying expression at all. Haha. Han Shui suddenly laughed loudly, and said, good, you have guts. You remind me of me when I was young. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Apprentice, bring all those things over, and give him some jewels. Not far away, the boy responded and quickly disappeared into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Han Shui had a smile on his face. He clasped his hands at Wu Qingfeng and apologized, you should know my temper. When I see a numinous treasure, I always want to study it thoroughly. In any case, I won't be able to find anything, so I'll just return it to him. We've known each other for decades, so there's no need to be embarrassed. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression softened as he sat down on a nearby stone block. A boy brought over a stone table and placed a cup of tea on it. His previous unhappiness was swept away. Not long after, a boy brought over the loud thunder bronze plaque, the ancient bronze lamp, the Sarira prayer beads, the Vajra pestle, and some clothes. At the same time, he presented some pearls and jade. Thank you, Elder Han. Yifan cupped his hands. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back another day. Elder Wu Qingfeng stood up and led Yifan out of the valley. The other two elders also stood up and took their leave. A young man in his late 20s walked into the pavilion and said, Master, didn't you say that the broken bronze artifacts were extraordinary and had an extraordinary origin? Why did you return them to that mortal? Do you want me to fight Wu Qingfeng to the death? Elder Han glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, you said it yourself, he is just a mortal. Master, you mean? Two rays of light flashed across the young man's eyes. I understand. I'll leave this to Li Yun and Li Lin. I won't leave any traces behind. Elder Wu Qingfeng won't know. Han Shui didn't say anything. His expression was calm as he continued to drink his tea and admire the strange plants outside the pavilion. The young man bowed respectfully and left in big strides. However, not long after, the young man hurriedly returned with Li Yun and Li Lin. Master, there's something wrong with that mortal. Han Shui saw Li Yun's swollen face and Li Lin's pale face. He immediately sensed something and asked, did you guys fight with someone? Li Lin and Li Yun's faces were red with shame. They simply recounted what happened not long ago. After Han Shui heard this, he jumped to his feet and said through gritted teeth, he killed my grandson. Killed by him. The three people beside him all had shocked expressions. I've already grasped some of the situation. The only thing I don't understand is that you was together with several Life Spring Realm cultivators. This person is just a mortal and doesn't have the ability to kill them. Han Shui slammed the stone table, his face as dark as water. Now I understand, it's him, it must be him. The young man next to him shouted, I'm going to avenge Feiyu. Li Yun and Li Lin were shocked. They never would have thought that the death of Han Feiyu and 4 Life Spring Realm cultivators was caused by Yifan. Kill, we must kill him. Han Shui's face was grim, a little frightening. This kid has hidden himself well. Li Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Li Lin was also very shocked, her face pale with lingering fear. Han Shui paced back and forth a few times before he stopped and said to the young man, go get your first senior brother and the others. There's no need to hold back. As long as that brat leaves the spirit ruins paradise, kill him immediately. Do we need to get my senior brother to kill him? I'll bring a few people and that's enough to kill him. Elder Han looked at him coldly. This kid killed a Life Spring Realm cultivator a year ago. You haven't broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm after all. Without your senior brother, I won't be able to rest easy. Is he really that scary? I also hope that he's just a mortal, but the truth is that he's not simple. If not for his young age, I would even suspect that he has broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm. Hearing this, the three people beside him all sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yishui's expression was uncertain. Finally, he raised his head and said, "Get your second senior sister out as well. Don't let her go into seclusion again." "What?" The 27 or 28-year-old young man was very shocked and said, "My eldest senior brother and second senior sister are both strong practitioners of the Divine Bridge realm. One person is enough, why would two be needed? Let her go with your senior brother. I can only be at ease with two Divine Bridge realm experts. Not only that, the 10 of you will go with me this time." Han Yishui's expression was dark and terrifying. Never underestimate your opponent. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. If you want to kill him thoroughly. Don't give him a chance to escape. All 10 of us are going? The young man was really shocked. Han Yishui glanced at him. The young man hurriedly bowed and quickly left to invite his senior brother and senior sister. Han Yishui swept a few glances at Li Yun and Li Lin and said indifferently, "The two of you should also go and broaden your horizons." The two of them agreed obediently. Not long after, a man in his 50s and a woman in her 40s led 8 cultivators in their 30s to the pavilion. They bowed to Han Yishui and said in unison, "Greetings, Master. You already know what to do. I don't want him to live." Elder Han's killing intent was thick. In Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence, the old man persuaded, "Child, don't go yet. I will personally send you off. In a few days. I'm a little worried." "You don't need to worry about me. Nothing will happen. I don't want anything to happen either, but..." Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, Yi Fan left a letter for the old man and floated away. Yi Fan walked out of the mountain range and took one last look behind him. He decided to leave the Yin Kingdom. Jade Lake Sacred Land, Origin Ancient Mine, Jiang Family. Yi Fan's consciousness had already floated to that faraway land. Suddenly, 12 divine rainbows rushed over, quickly appearing in front of him, blocking his path. "Li Lin, Li Yun, did you two find helpers to deal with me?" Yi Fan calmly looked at the people in the sky. "They don't have that much influence." A man in his 50s stared at him in the center. Yi Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes and he said, "Han Yishui sent you. You're not stupid." Beside him, a woman in her 40s sneered, "What last words do you have? Leave them and we will send you on your way." For the sake of a few bronze weapons, he sent people to kill me. How cruel. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. "It's not just about the bronzes. You killed Han Feiyu, and I have to settle the score. I wanted to leave the Yin Kingdom peacefully, but it looks like I'm going to stir up a storm." Ha ha ha. Many people in the sky laughed. "Who do you think you are? You're talking in your sleep even at death's door. How laughable. I really don't know why Master sent us all out. 10 experts to kill a brat, it's really, eldest brother or second sister can kill him with one finger. There's no need to send so many people. Master is making a big deal out of nothing. 2 Celestial Bridge Realm cultivators and 8 Life Spring Realm cultivators. 10 experts coming to kill me, they really think highly of me." Speaking of this, Yi Fan looked at Li Yun and Li Lin not far away. "I forgot you too. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and kill him. Who will end his life?" Among the 10 disciples of Han Yishui, many were disdainful of Yi Fan. They were full of disdain and never thought of doing it themselves. "Sixth brother, you guys go kill him so we can go back earlier. Li Lin, Li Yun, you two go help too." The leading Celestial Bridge Realm man and woman ordered. They felt there was no need to do it themselves. Just then, Yi Fan opened his mouth. "You guys should come together." Speaking of this, he slowly rose into the air. He really is not simple. Master is right. "Everyone be careful," one of them reminded. The 2 Celestial Bridge Realm cultivators still didn't care. They ordered the others to go forward and still had no intention of doing it. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the crowd and sighed. "I really don't want to kill, shameless boasting. You're about to die and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know how the word death is written. With a faint smile, Yifan shook his head and advised, "You guys should go back. Tell Han Ishui that since he wants to kill me so much, he might as well come personally. Why let the 10 disciples die for nothing?" Even the 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were enraged. Their bodies emitted powerful energy waves and they slowly pressed forward. They were about to take out their weapons and kill Yifan personally. "Looks like you guys won't retreat no matter what. Since that's the case, I'll send all of you on your way." Yifan's smile didn't diminish, but his entire temperament changed. "Let's kill him together." The 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators felt that something was wrong and ordered everyone to attack together. "It's too late. None of you can leave." Just then, Yifan's divine power surged and the golden divine fire burned fiercely. His entire person was as resplendent as a golden sun. Thunder and the sound of tsunamis rang out. Yifan was like a god donned in golden battle armor. His black hair danced in the wind and he was surrounded by lightning. Endless divine light drowned him. Boom! Yifan's physical body vibrated with a powerful energy wave. He didn't take out his weapon and charged toward the 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators with his bare hands. Such a terrifying aura instantly made everyone pale with fright and they all attacked with all their might. The 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were astonished. That man took out a blood-colored demonic blade that was bright red and glistening. It cut through the sky and exploded with endless bloody light. It was like a blood-colored river was surging and slashing toward Yifan. Yifan charged over with his bare hands. His entire body was sparkling and radiating with precious light. His flesh and blood seemed to be cast from divine iron and his speed was unbelievably fast. With a clang, he actually caught the blood-colored demonic blade with one hand and held it firmly in his hand. Then, he exerted force with both hands. Clang! Bloody light shot out in all directions in the sky. He broke the weapon that the celestial bridge realm cultivator took out. His entire body was covered in golden light and he charged over in an instant. He punched out and there seemed to be golden waves surging through the sky. Bang! His speed was too fast and his physical body was unbelievably strong. His golden fist immediately smashed that celestial bridge realm man into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. Eldest senior brother. Everyone cried out in surprise and felt cold all over. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. No one could stop it. Yifan's powerful precious body released divine light and the terrifying golden fist was unstoppable. He had unparalleled speed and power. Chi. That celestial bridge realm woman took out a pair of silver dragon shears. It was like 2 silver dragons had merged together and were attacking toward Yifan. At this moment, Yifan seemed to be surrounded by a golden ocean. His eyes were filled with golden light and his divine power was surging. He didn't dodge at all and directly waved his golden fist to meet the attack. Boom! It was as if a golden river was surging. As he waved his fist, it surged forward. The golden fist directly smashed onto the silver dragon's scissors. A terrifying sound rang out. The silver dragon's scissors shattered in an instant, turning into more than 10 pieces that fell from the sky. Bang! At the same time, Yifan turned into a beam of golden light and rushed over. His golden fist completely shattered that woman and blood splattered in all directions. Absolute shock and unparalleled combat power. Yifan was like a golden god of war as he killed 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators with his bare hands. All of this happened in an instant and no one had time to react. Only then did the others take out their weapons and rush over, but Yifan was already standing in another part of the sky. Golden divine light enveloped his body like flames. He had taken 2 kinds of holy medicine and was reborn twice. His flesh shell was flawless and sparkling. It was comparable to divine weapons and was incomparably powerful. This time, he wanted to test how strong his flesh and blood body was. In the end, he could fight against a numinous treasure with his bare hands. This made him very satisfied. Everyone was stunned. 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were killed by Yifan with his bare hands. How could they still have the will to fight? They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Immediately, they all flew away and wanted to escape. Yifan took out a purple copper mirror. Purple mist was hazy, and in an instant, the mirror's surface shone brightly like the sun in the sky. The purple divine light it emitted swept in all directions. PSSST, PSSST, PSSST. Wisps of smoke came out and corpses fell one after another. Screams were heard and no one was able to escape. There was a huge gap between the Life Spring realm and the Celestial Bridge realm. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. 2 Celestial Bridge realm cultivators were shattered by Yifan's golden fist, let alone them. They couldn't withstand the attack of a purple copper level. Including Li Lin and Li Yun, none of the 12 cultivators were able to escape. They were all killed. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror refined by a cultivator who has surpassed the Nirvana realm is indeed extraordinary. Yifan mumbled to himself. He kept the mirror and the golden divine fire on his body disappeared quickly. His golden fist and sparkling skin turned back to its normal color. His powerful aura was completely restrained. He had once again turned into a handsome young man, like the big boy next door, looking harmless to both humans and animals. Hani Shui, you sent out the top 10 disciples. They are very powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Unfortunately, they met me, Yifan mumbled to himself. Since you want to kill me, then I have nothing to hold back. Yifan didn't waste any time and rushed towards the Spirit Ruins cave. Soon, he arrived at the mountain gate and walked in. The disciples guarding the mountain gate recognized him and didn't stop him. Don't cause trouble. If I'm afraid of trouble, I wanted to leave the Yen kingdom peacefully. Hani Shui, since you want to kill me, I'll come to you today. At that moment, Hani Shui felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something was wrong. He waited for a long time, but his disciples didn't return, which made him feel anxious. At that moment, he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a special aura in the valley. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. In front of the pavilion, there was a young man around the age of 14. He showed his white teeth and was smiling brightly at him. You. Hani Shui took a few steps back. He knew that something was wrong. The young man in front of him was not simple. He was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Where are they? Hani Shui asked, unwilling to give up. Are you talking about your top 10 disciples? I've sent them on their way. You. Hani Shui's veins popped out on his forehead. Yifan smiled brightly and said, I'll send you on your way to reunite with them. At that moment, Yifan's aura changed again. It was as if a golden ocean had enveloped his body. At the same time, there were countless bolts of lightning. The divine light was dazzling and a terrifying energy wave was released. How dare you come here alone to kill me? How audacious. Hani Shui's veins bulged on his forehead. His opponent had killed all 10 of his disciples and now dared to come back to kill him. Such decisiveness and calmness was something few could compare to. You sent your 10 disciples to kill me, so I naturally couldn't endure it. I'm here to kill you. Yifan was enveloped in a golden brilliance. His entire body was dazzling like a golden god of war in armor. Do you think you can kill me? Do you think you can leave the Spirit Ruins paradise alive? Hani Shui's face was as dark as water. It's not difficult to kill you. I'll just brush my clothes off and leave without causing any trouble. Yifan was extremely calm. Hani Shui was both shocked and furious. Not only was Yifan confident, but he was also looking down on him. He coldly said, You're already so terrifying at such a young age. If you're allowed to mature, who in the Yen territory will be able to submit to you? Today, I'll do something exterminating and strangle you in the cradle. Yifan chuckled, You want to strangle me? Stop dreaming. I know what you're planning. You're just trying to stall for time. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. You're fated to die today. Hani Shui's expression changed drastically. His opponent had come to kill him alone. Such decisiveness and calmness caused a chill to rise in his heart. He immediately retreated without a fight and rushed forward in an attempt to escape. Hani Shui, you disappoint me. Yifan turned into a ray of golden light and blocked Hani Shui's path. Hani Shui never imagined that this seemingly 14-year-old youth with a trace of immaturity on his face would be so terrifying. His speed was much faster than his own. The Grand Elder and the others will be here soon. You won't have the slightest chance. Han Shui's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted to put pressure on Yifan so that he could take advantage of the situation. Yifan revealed a radiant smile that a youth should have. He said, Han Shui, you first stalled for time and then transmitted your voice loudly. Did you really think I didn't notice? So what if you sense it? Since I dared to come and kill you, how could I be so careless? After entering the valley, I inscribed quite a few Dao markings. From the outside, it would seem that this place is completely tranquil without any abnormalities. You've wasted your efforts. You're so young. How could you possibly know the arrangement of Dao markings? I don't believe it. Han Shui's expression changed indeterminately. Speaking of which, I have to thank that ruthless younger brother of yours. Not only did he give me all the spirit medicines that he gathered with great difficulty for half his lifetime, he even left me 2 ancient beast skin books, and one of them was related to the elaboration of Dao markings. Even though I'm unable to fully comprehend it, I'm still able to copy it. My little brother disappeared for more than 3 years. You killed him? Han Shui's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He wanted to refine me into medicine, but unfortunately, he lost his life. Today, you 2 brothers can reunite. Little bastard, do you think you can anger me like this? You won't be able to take advantage of it. Yifan retracted his smile and said, now, I'll send you on your way. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. All the essence energy in the surroundings was sucked dry. His golden fist was like a mountain, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. Chi. Elder Han first took out a silver ruler. It quickly enlarged, and it flickered with a pure white light. It was like a silver dragon rushing over, slamming towards Yifan's head. Dang, Yifan's golden fist heavily smashed into the silver ruler, causing a crisp kacha sound. Silver light scattered in all directions, and the dazzling silver ruler instantly dimmed. With a pung sound, it shattered in the air. Han Shui's pupils rapidly contracted. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. His opponent had barehandedly shattered one of his powerful treasures. Was this still a fist? It was simply comparable to a divine weapon. Yifan rushed over like a gust of wind, and the golden flames rushed over like a tide. His golden fist grew larger and larger, bringing with it an incomparably tyrannical power that caused the void to tremble. Han Shui's expression changed greatly. He had never thought that a cultivator of this level would fight with his physical body and directly face a spirit treasure. Especially this youth, he was extremely shocked. Clang, in front of him a green light flashed, and a green shield appeared. It expanded in the wind, quickly enlarging to a height of 4 to 5 meters. It flickered with a metallic luster, appearing incomparably thick and heavy, shielding him behind it. Boom, although the green shield was a treasure, it still couldn't stop Yifan. His golden fist seemed to have a demonic nature, possessing incomparable power. With a single punch, the 4 to 5 meter tall thick shield immediately shattered. The powerful impact was unstoppable. The golden energy was like a torrential river, and Han Shui was immediately sent flying. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He was filled with shock. This was merely the wind generated by the fist. If he had been truly struck, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Han Shui retreated as if he were flying, his body erupting with light. As a weapon refiner, he didn't lack weapons at all. 9 pitch-black bone spears shot out, causing the mist to roil. They were terrifyingly black, like the 9 claws of a devil, as they charged forward. Yifan stood in his original position, swinging his golden fist. His powerful battle prowess caused the space around him to distort as he continuously clashed with the 9 jet-black bone spears, emitting a series of clanging sounds. An extremely terrifying thing happened. The black fog that filled the sky was forcefully dispersed by the golden fist, and the clear and bright universe emerged. The 9 bone spears shattered inch by inch and turned into fine powder. They drifted down with the wind and were completely smashed into pieces. This? Han Shui was dumbfounded. He was completely speechless. This wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Such a tyrannical physical body was unique in the Yen territory. It was a spirit treasure that surpassed any weapon. What other treasures do you have? Take them out. Let me see the limits of your physical body. You. Han Shui was both shocked and furious. His opponent didn't take him seriously at all, treating him like a touchstone. Violet light flashed, and a large net appeared in his hand. He quickly charged down, and within the net was a violet 8 trigrams diagram that flickered in and out of existence. This caused Yi Fan to frown. He sensed powerful fluctuations of divine power, and he didn't dare to be careless. Waves of divine power surged within his body. Boom, Yi Fan swung his fists. Golden divine flames burned around him, and his divine power was like an ocean. It was much more powerful than before, and his golden fists were unstoppable. The violet net was instantly shattered, turning into a mist of light that disappeared into the sky. Han Shui's face was pale. This was a great blow to him. He couldn't imagine how a person's physical body could be so tyrannical. It defied common sense. Little bastard, you've really exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a shiny silver gourd appeared in Han Shui's hand. It flickered with precious light. He took off the gourd and said, "Perhaps it's time to end this." The silver gourd flew into the air and quickly expanded until it was the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the gourd rushed downwards, and a misty aura flowed out. Its entire body blossomed with brilliance, and it was like a silver mountain lying in the sky. Yi Fan felt a powerful force tearing at him. His feet immediately left the ground, and he flew towards the silver gourd. It was like the eye of the sea, sucking up all the spiritual energy in the surroundings and beginning to devour tangible objects. This is a weapon that I've refined for most of my life. I don't believe that your physical body can block it. I'll suck you in and turn you into blood to avenge my disciple. Go ahead and try. Yi Fan suddenly sped up. His body turned into a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the gourd's mouth. His fist intent towered into the sky, and resplendent light shone from it. His golden fist smashed the mouth of the gourd into pieces. Boom! Yi Fan's body sparkled like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was indestructible. His golden fist erupted with divine flames that directly destroyed the silver gourd. That's impossible. Han Shui's face was deathly pale. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. I don't have time to waste with you. Han Shui, I'll send you on your way. I'm an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down endlessly. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. Yi Fan chuckled and imitated Han Shui's tone. I'm just an ordinary mortal. Since you sent your 10 disciples to kill me, you'll naturally be hunted down. You won't be able to escape death. Han Shui's expression changed. He knew that the odds were against him. This young man was too decisive to dare to kill him alone. He definitely wouldn't stop here. You have the intention to kill me, so how could I leave behind such a calamity for myself? Be a good person in your next life. As Yi Fan charged past, Han Shui hurriedly took out 8 treasures. However, they couldn't stop Yi Fan's body. The golden fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. Bang! Han Shui's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell from the sky. His life ended just like that. Yi Fan landed on the ground, and his powerful aura gradually disappeared. His body that was flickering with a treasure slowly returned to its ordinary state, no longer glowing. He searched the valley but didn't find anything valuable. A moment later, he walked out of the valley with a harmless smile on his face as he calmly walked toward the mountain gate. Not long after leaving the Spirit Ruins grotto, Yi Fan felt a terrifying energy wave surging toward him from behind. This was definitely a cultivator who had surpassed the Celestial Bridge realm. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight against the Nirvana realm or the Supreme Elder who had surpassed the Nirvana realm. The difference in strength between different realms was huge and insurmountable. He left without looking back. Yi Fan had the unique golden bitter sea. At this moment, the tsunami in his body reached the sky and lightning interweaved. He was completely covered by the golden sea and lightning. He was dazzling and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, Yi Fan appeared in the Wei Kingdom, which was 5 countries away from the Yen Kingdom. It was a full 17,000 miles away, but no one chased after him. The Wei Kingdom spanned 5,000 miles from north to south and 6,000 miles from east to west. Its territory was much larger than the Yan Kingdom, but it was still a drop in the ocean when compared to the entire eastern wilderness. When he asked people where the Jade Lake Holy Land was and got the answer, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. The distance was beyond his imagination. Mortals couldn't reach that area even if they walked for a few lifetimes. Cultivators would need to fly for a few years even. If they rode on a rainbow. He groaned weakly and rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself, "Is this a planet? It's impossible. How can there be such a large territory? It's completely beyond common sense. If he rode on a rainbow, he wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. It would be a waste to waste a few years like this." Yi Fan felt that he couldn't waste it like this. He couldn't afford it. He asked around and found out that there was another method that could work, and that was to carve the most profound Tao patterns to condense the power of heaven and seize the fortune of heaven and earth to open the realm gate and cross the void. Many great sects could do this. But to cross more than half of the eastern wilderness in one go, there were only 2 sects in this area that could do it. One was the Ji family, which was 10,000 miles to the west, and the other was the Yaoguang sacred ground, which was 15,000 miles to the east. They had a long history and deep heritage, so they could definitely do it. Opening the space gate and crossing the void, the further the distance, the more energy would be consumed. These 2 sects wouldn't do it for a celestial bridge realm cultivator like him, which gave him a headache. The only good thing was that he still had time and wasn't in a hurry to get the cultivation method of the Tao Palace secret realm. Yi Fan planned to stay in the Wei Kingdom for a while and think of a way to cross the void. The capital of Wei was bustling with activity. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other. Yi Fan stayed in the city. Although he was in the mortal world, he persisted in his cultivation every day. Occasionally, he would go to the mountains outside the city for a walk. While cultivating every day, Yi Fan would think about how he could become stronger. His bones were spotlessly white like jade, comparable to the toughness of divine metal. His internal organs were flawless without the slightest trace of impurities, like divine artifacts. His body was sparkling and translucent, brilliant, and incomparably sturdy. This was a powerful advantage. Yi Fan was thinking about how to continue expanding this advantage. During the battle in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the pure power of the flesh shell made him feel a primitive and wild combat power. He felt that if he could combine it with his divine arts and weapons, his strength would undoubtedly increase. "I've taken the sacred medicine and have been reborn twice. My body is strong and I can continue to train." He thought of the various boxing techniques in his hometown. He had practiced some of them before, hoping to train his body with them. However, he always felt that pure combat techniques could not compete with immortal cultivators. The boundless secular world of the Wei Kingdom and the tranquility of the deep mountains formed a strong contrast. After a month, he didn't think of a way to cross the void, but he had an epiphany. He thought of Taiji. Taiji moves to give birth to yang, moves to the extreme and stillness to give birth to yin, stillness to the extreme and stillness to move. One moves and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and yang are separated, and the 2 energies interact to create all things. Yes, cultivate Taiji. He didn't want to cultivate Taiji. Instead, he wanted to follow the records in various ancient books and refer to the ancient people's understanding of Taiji to cultivate the Taiji body technique and train his flesh shell. Taiji is the evolution of Tao. If I cultivate such a body technique, it won't be a pure combat technique anymore. It will be comparable to the various mysterious techniques of cultivators. Although he had read many ancient books about Taiji and understood its deep meaning, it would undoubtedly be an extremely long and difficult process to materialize it into a body technique. If I succeed, it might not be any worse than the various mysterious ancient books. After all, this is the crystallization of ancient China's wisdom. Yi Fan didn't want to give up on the cultivation methods of this world. On the contrary, he would cultivate more seriously. After all, this was a complete and mature cultivation system. Tempering the flesh shell was only to increase his combat power. He needed to slowly explore it, and it was destined to be an extremely long process. Taiji means that before heaven and earth were divided, the chi of vitality was mixed into one, which is the absolute beginning. Tao is the logic of heaven and earth, which is the so-called Taiji. These were all recorded in the ancient books. Taiji was the evolution of Tao, the beginning of heaven and earth, from nothingness to existence, the transformation of all things. This was Taiji. One of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in ancient China, the Book of Changes, had a description of Taiji. Yi has Taiji, beginning to give birth to yin and yang, in the mountains outside of the capital of Wei, in front of a small lake that was as clear as a sapphire. Yi Fan moved from stillness to stillness. One moment, he was like a pine tree, the next, he was like soft water. He slowly stretched his body, using his flesh shell to embody the formless Tao rhythm. Yi Fan was not a god, so he could not create a body technique to train his flesh shell in one go. He could only slowly explore. His body was like thunder when it was fierce, and like a gentle breeze when it was relaxed. There was a natural charm to it. After half a month, he experienced the difficulty. Sometimes, it was not enough to just have ideas, the key was to succeed. At this stage, training his flesh shell was destined to be a supplement. He was just a cultivator in the celestial bridge realm, so he could not create a shocking body technique so quickly. Everything had to be explored slowly. Now, the real focus should still be on cultivating the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms. These supreme Tao secret techniques had been passed down for countless years, and after the baptism of time, they were truly mature and perfect cultivation systems. I will cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms internally, and cultivate a powerful body technique externally. The two complement each other, and I will have divine arts and primitive combat power. Yi Fan was filled with anticipation. He wanted to become stronger. I believe that the crystallization of the wisdom of ancient China will definitely be able to collide with the supreme Tao of this world and create dazzling sparks. Yi Fan had been in Wei for almost 2 months. Other than cultivating, he had been thinking about how to cross the void, but he could not come up with any good ideas. He had not broken through the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, so his understanding of Tao patterns was limited. He could not condense the power of heaven, open the domain gate, and cross the void. After thinking about it, he could only rely on those major powers. In the capital of Wei, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Yi Fan accidentally saw a familiar figure. He wore a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown, but he did not look like a monk at all. He had a big belly and a ruddy face. It was the heartless Taoist, Duanda. This damned fatty's life is really tough. The demon emperor's tomb is filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He was forced into the Yin tomb by 5 great figures, but he actually didn't die. Yi Fan felt that the fat Taoist priest was not simple at all. He was not as kind as he looked on the surface. He should be a ruthless fellow, so he did not dare to approach him. Now, his divine sense was incomparably powerful. His spiritual energy condensed into a small golden lake, turning into a tangible substance. It condensed between his brows and followed from afar, not worrying about being discovered. The heartless Taoist went to a restaurant and ate the meat and drank the wine in big bowls. He did not have any taboos and did not look like a monk at all. An hour later, he finally left the capital of Wei. Reeking of alcohol, he staggered towards the mountains. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this damned fatty went straight into the mountains. What is he trying to do? Yi Fan was puzzled and followed from afar. At the same time, he was somewhat apprehensive. Even with his condensed divine sense, he still felt that Duanda was unfathomable. The heartless Taoist's speed was very fast. He crossed the mountain ridges and was not much slower than flying. Not long after, he arrived in front of a mountain gate. Yi Fan knew that this was a small sect in the Wei country. It was even inferior to the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Duanda made many turns and went deep inside. Yi Fan did not dare to follow and waited quietly outside. After a quarter of an hour, the fat Taoist slipped out with a red face and swaggered away. Not long after, shouts came from the sect. It was clamorous and Yi Fan could vaguely hear that the sect seemed to have lost something valuable. This damned fatty is really heartless. Yi Fan quickly flew away. The cultivators who rushed out of the sect were flying in all directions. If he was blocked, he would not be able to explain himself. Where do you think you're going? An old man actually found him. Damned fatty, I'm cursing your ancestors. Don't tell me you're doing this on purpose. Are you trying to make me a scapegoat? Yi Fan was bewildered and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. An hour later, he caught the traces of the heartless Taoist again. He suspected that Duanda might have already sensed that someone was following him. However, the heartless Taoist did not look back. He seemed to be unaware of it. He hiccuped and muttered to himself, the Wei country's cultivators gathering is worth watching. I wonder if I can see some heavenly treasures. So this damned fatty wants to participate in some gathering. Duanda flew for more than 500 miles and landed in a mountain. Clouds and mist surged in front of him. There were many cultivators riding on rainbows and entered the valley in front of him. This was a sect. There was a blue stone in front of the mountain gate with the 2 words, Mystic Essence, carved on it. No one stopped them and they could enter at will. Many cultivators rushed over from all directions. The mountains inside were beautiful and there were palaces and pavilions. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. It was a very auspicious pure land and many cultivators had already arrived. Yi Fan followed behind Duanda and found that this guy was indeed not an ordinary person. He took an unusual path and came to the back mountain of the sect while no one was looking. Peach blossoms were blooming in front of him. The entire mountain was covered with peach blossoms as if there was a pink veil covering the mountain. The fragrance of the flowers assailed his nostrils. Duanda stopped in front of him and lay on a 1,000-year-old peach tree. His eyes were straight and his saliva was almost flowing out. He looked like he was in an unbearable state. Yi Fan saw his behavior from afar and secretly despised him. He did not know what heavenly treasures this damned fatty had found. Who's there? At this moment, a woman's delicate voice was heard. Yi Fan looked again and found that Duanda had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He felt that something was wrong and immediately ran away. However, the surrounding peach blossom forest suddenly began to spin and pink flowers danced in the sky like a sparkling rain. He could not retreat and could not find a way back. Yi Fan dashed left and right and found that he could not escape. Instead, he entered the depths of the back mountain and appeared where Duanda was just now. Only now did he know what Duanda had seen. In front of him, there were falling petals and a rain of flowers. There was a clear lake in the peach blossom forest and on the shore were 1,000-year-old peach trees with brightly colored dresses hanging from them. The peach blossoms danced and the whole lake was covered in pink. The sparkling rain of flowers enshrouded the area and waves of fragrance drifted over. It was extremely beautiful and beautiful like a fairyland. Of course, this was not the most important thing. What shocked Yi Fan the most was that there were more than 10 beautiful girls bathing in the lake. Their black hair was like a waterfall and their arms were like frost and snow. Their jade-like bodies flickered with a bewitching luster. Compared to the sky full of flowers, they were even more attractive. Damned fatty, I'm dead because of you. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He knew that the heartless Taoist had most likely discovered him and deliberately lured him here to take the blame. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The peach blossom forest was filled with falling petals and all the petals flickered with multicolored light. This place was clearly engraved with Tao patterns that condensed the strange power of the mountains and rivers. It had already formed a world of its own and cut off the path. A bell-like laughter came from the peach blossom forest. Several girls wearing light muslin walked over gracefully like hibiscus out of the water. Their jade-like arms were exposed and their slender legs could not be concealed by the light muslin. They were like suet white jade and were incomparably moving. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. Their lithe bodies were beautiful and the muslin clothes could not cover their bodies. Their skin was sparkling and full of luster, possessing an incomparable allure. Yi Fan could not escape and thought that this group of girls would kill him. He did not expect that they did not reveal any killing intent and instead leisurely walked over. Any normal man would feel his blood boil at the sight of such a scene. However, Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was definitely not a group of normal women. Otherwise, how could they be so daring as to walk over with sweet smiles without a care in the world? Duanda, wicked Taoist, get the hell out here. He shouted towards the surroundings. Waves of light laughter came over. Several girls walked over confidently with jade-like skin that was stained with water droplets. They were especially sparkling and translucent, and their clothes could not cover their wonderful bodies. Little brother, you are quite daring. You actually dared to enter my sex-important place and peep on us bathing. A slender and elegant girl in the middle gathered her dripping black hair. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Yi Fan, making him feel as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. It's all a misunderstanding. I was tricked by a damned fatty. He framed me and made me a scapegoat. Just now, it was clearly him who was peeping. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan cursed the female relatives of the wicked Taoist in his heart. This damned fatty was too wicked. In that clear and bright little lake, all of the girls walked onto the shore. All of them only used a piece of white muslin to cover their bodies. Their graceful and bewitching bodies were faintly discernible and could not be hidden at all. They were extremely alluring. Their twin peaks were tall and their arms were like jade. Their waists were slender, and their flawless legs were straight and slender. They gracefully moved their jade-like feet, creating a charming scene. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. These bold girls were definitely not ordinary people. The leader was a beautiful girl in her 20s. Her red lips were moist and her pearly white teeth were like jade. Her smile was extremely charming, and her black hair scattered over her snow-white chest. Her voice carried a magnetism and was extremely pleasing to the ears as she said, "It doesn't matter if you were framed or not. Since you have already come here, it can also be considered an opportunity." "I don't need an opportunity. Fellow fairies, please let me go. It really has nothing to do with me." The leading girl had a red mole in the center of her forehead, giving her an unconventional and alluring temperament. Her jade-like body was slender as she gracefully walked forward. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand and pointed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan wanted to dodge, but he discovered that the other party's movements were faster than his, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was overwhelmed with shock. These were definitely experts, and this group of alluring women most likely had great backgrounds. That slender jade-like hand pinched his cheek and said, "I can feel that this flesh shell is not ordinary. Its blood and chi are surging like a torrential river. It is definitely not an ordinary body." Yi Fan's heart trembled, but he still smiled and said, "Fellow fairies, even a normal man would feel his blood boiling at this moment. It is not because my physique is special. Can you guys stand a bit further away or else my lifespan will be shortened?" This girl's body emitted waves of fragrance. She faintly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't kill you. Fellow fairies, are you satisfied with this treasured body?" Right at this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda's voice came from the peach blossom forest. He walked out with a ready face. "Unscrupulous Taoist, you tricked me." Yi Fan stared at Duanda. "Brat, you still have the face to say that I tricked you." Duanda's expression was unkind. At this point, he became very agitated and said, 3 years ago, in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb, you tricked me miserably. This Dao grandpa narrowly escaped death, and it was all thanks to you, little brat. Your grandpa, 3 years ago, you stole 3 spiritual weapons from me, and in the end, you say that I tricked you. You really deserve to be struck by lightning. 3 spiritual weapons are nothing. Where is that piece of scrap copper? This Dao grandpa killed 9 times in the Demon Emperor's tomb and almost lost my life there. In the end, I didn't even see a strand of the green copper. Brat, you tricked me to death." The more the fat Taoist spoke, the more agitated he became. He looked like he wanted to skin him alive. "Dao Elder Duan, I am very satisfied with this treasured body." Right at this moment, the 20-year-old girl at the side laughed lightly. She was very beautiful and moving, emitting an irresistible charm. "Since you are satisfied, then give me a drop of essence blood left behind by the Demon Emperor." The fat Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange brilliance as he said, "I believe that you demons keep your words and won't go back on your words." Yi Fan was shocked. This group of girls was actually a group of demons, and he thought of the heart of the Demon Emperor from the Demon Emperor's essence blood. He groaned helplessly before glaring at the fat Taoist and said, "Damn fatty, you dare to trick me?" The unscrupulous Taoist glanced at him and said angrily, "Brat, don't mention the word trick in front of me. 3 years ago, you tricked my life. Today, I merely tricked your body. You're good." Yi Fan really wanted to leave a shoe print on his fat face. What does it have to do with me that you can't get the green copper? It means that you are not strong enough and someone got it before you. Yifan stared at him and said, Priest, you don't thank me but treat me like this in the end. Brat, you're really stubborn. I was the first to rush to the demon guardian tomb, and I didn't even see a shadow. How could someone else get there before me? You're still trying to fool me. I really want to slap you to death. At this point, he revealed an astonished expression and said, to actually reach the celestial bridge realm in such a short period of time, it's really inconceivable. It's not much different from me back then. The fat Taoist circled around him twice and said, could it be because of the green copper piece? Can't you sense whether I have the green copper on me or not? Yifan said calmly. You are such a bastard. You threw the jade pendant I gave you in the deep mountains and made me look for you everywhere. I only found you today. The unscrupulous Taoist stared into his eyes and asked, where is the green copper? Yifan immediately thought of the broken jade pendant. Not only was it missing a corner, but it was also cracked like a broken stone. It seemed like he was right to throw it. This guy wanted to use it to follow him. Priest, since we can meet again, it is enough to prove that we are fated. I have nothing to hide and will tell you the truth. Yifan said with a solemn expression, that day, I did throw the green copper, but I didn't throw it in the deep pool. Of course I know it's not in the deep pool. I wanted to look for it later, but I found a crazy old man who picked it up. He was crying and laughing as if he was crazy. I couldn't catch him at all. Yifan directly described the image of the crazy old man. The fat Taoist immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself, a year ago, someone saw an old man like this in the land of Yin, the rumors say that he might be. Here, he stopped and stared at Yifan, you brat, you are not kind at all. It's a waste for me to confide in you that day. Priest, you must speak with conscience. That day, you took 3 spiritual weapons from me. Who was unkind? The unscrupulous Taoist stared at him. His eyes suddenly became empty like a bottomless abyss, dark and without a trace of light. He said in a low voice, was it really taken by a crazy old man? What does he look like? Yifan felt drowsy. The old man wanted to force his way into his mind but he wasn't afraid. His consciousness had turned into a golden lake and was no weaker than anyone else's. He didn't retaliate. Instead, the image of the crazy old man appeared in his mind and answered, yes, it was picked up by a crazy old man. I couldn't catch up to him. When the unscrupulous Taoist saw the image of the crazy old man, his body shook violently and his eyes were covered. His face was with his expression, with to with the person. Demon. 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 You with. Duanda said in a low voice, a person who should not have appeared in this world appeared in the land of Yin. More or less, but I don't think it's true. So many years have passed, who would be able to recognize him? Duanda shook his head, there is no mistake. That person was a peerless master back in the day. Many of his portraits were left in this world, and I was fortunate enough to see him. Hiss. The beautiful woman with the red mole between her eyebrows took a deep breath and said, he was a peerless expert in the past. Now that 6,000 years have passed, he is still alive. Do you think he is about to become an immortal? The Taoist shook his head, not likely. Someone saw him in a delirious state. Something must have gone wrong with his mind. How could he become an immortal like this? Immortals really exist in this world? Yifan asked. No one can say for sure, but it is not a problem for a peerless master to live for a few thousand years. The demon girl smiled charmingly at him, then pinched his cheek and said, work hard, maybe you will be able to do it in the future. You won't harm me? The seductive vixen blew a breath at him, looking very alluring. She giggled, don't worry, your life will not be in danger. The Taoist's eyes became empty again, but he did not give up. He stared into Yifan's eyes and asked, how did he find the emerald copper? Yifan cooperated and used his powerful psyche to construct the scene of the crazy old picking up the emerald copper, laughing and crying, and floating away. The Taoist was dejected at this scene, as if all his energy was sucked out of him. He looked up to the sky and sighed, the famous treasure of Central Plains, I held it in my hand that day, but I threw it away like an old shoe. I didn't recognize it and missed this opportunity. I hate it. When Yifan heard this, he said very unkindly, be careful next time. Duanda's face was full of regret and unwillingness. He said, falling into that person's hands, I have no chance to ask for it. This crazy old man is still alive, this is too surprising. I wonder if the demon monarch's essence blood is ready? He looked up at the seductive vixen. Don't worry, I promise to give you a drop of the demon monarch's essence blood. I will not go back on my word. The woman smiled seductively and gently clapped her hands. In the depths of the peach forest, a beautiful woman in a colorful dress with bare arms walked out slowly with a jade plate covered by a silk handkerchief. The woman with the red mole between her eyebrows received it gracefully. She raised her wrist and uncovered the embroidered handkerchief. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent luster was revealed. A fist-sized crystal emerged and shone brilliantly on the jade plate. At the center of the crystal was a drop of bright red blood that flickered with a golden luster. It was sealed within, and it flowed with an incomparably exuberant life force. There was a faint majestic aura of life within it. The demon monarch's essence blood. The unscrupulous Taoist was refreshed. That's right. This is the demon monarch's holy blood that you need. Although you did not find the forbidden weapon that we mentioned, the young man that you lured can be considered a treasure. It is barely enough to exchange for it. In the fist-sized crystal, the drop of blood seemed to contain endless power. When the heartless Taoist priest Duanda held it in his hand, it emitted a dazzling blood-red light, making his palm look bright red and flickering with golden threads. Yifan's heart was in turmoil and could not calm down. This drop of demon monarch's essence blood most likely came from the heart of the demon monarch. He immediately thought of Pang Bo. The normal beating of the heart that flew out of the tomb of the demon king was unbearable for the experts of the Nirvana realm or beyond. On that day, the head of the spirit ruin grotto, the supreme elder, and the others couldn't even get close to it. They could only watch it fly away and eventually fall into the hands of the demon clan. Could it be that these ladies had the heart of the demon monarch? Was it related to the perfect lady in front of the tomb? In that case, wouldn't Pang Bo be nearby? Yifan was excited. Boy, you're on your own. The heartless Taoist priest Duanda patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. Damn fatty, you really sold me here? Duanda said with a faint smile, don't scold me now. You might even thank me in the future. What do you mean? Duanda said meaningfully, this is a blessing that others can't ask for. Kid, you should be content. If I was a few years younger, you might not have the chance. The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows smiled sweetly. She glanced at Duanda and said, if you are willing to stay, I will entertain you well. Forget it. My old arms and legs can't take it. We will meet again. Duanda left without looking back. Yifan shouted from behind, I know where the old lunatic is. However, Duanda ignored him and disappeared quickly, leaving him here completely. Wicked Taoist, just you wait, my name is Xianxia. Little brother, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows pinched his cheek gently and smiled. Don't worry. Xianxia? Could she be a demon transformed from a mutated bird? Yifan muttered in his heart. I would like to ask if the heart that flew out of the tomb is in your hands? Xianxia's skin was like warm jade. Her veil fluttered, and her graceful immortal body was faintly discernible. She smiled sweetly and said, you know quite a lot. That's right. The demon monarch's heart is indeed in our hands. Yifan was shocked and said, so you're saying that there's an extremely beautiful and almost perfect woman guarding this place? Xianxia revealed a strange expression and said, you even know this? She is the descendant of the demon monarch and has a high status. How did you know? Yifan was very excited and said, is there a youth of the same age as me here? Xianxia was a little surprised. Her jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, making her jade-like skin look even fairer and more exquisite. Flower petals swirled around her, sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance assailed her nostrils. However, she was more beautiful than a flower. She smiled faintly and said, you really know a lot. She did not go into details. I want to see that youth of the same age as me. Sorry, he is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't meet you. Although Xianxia was alluring and had a smile on her face, she refused without hesitation. I want to see the descendant of the demon monarch. Since he couldn't meet Pang Bo, Yi Fan had to settle for the next best thing, to see that perfect lady. Xianxia's voice was magnetic and very pleasant. She said, "Of course you can see her. I was going to send you to her." "You were going to send me to her? Why?" Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. "It's a good thing for you. If you are chosen, you will be high up. You are really blessed." The surrounding ladies all laughed. They were all enchanting and had a natural charm. Their faces were like flowers, their skin was creamy, and their necks were slender. Their arms were like jade, sparkling and full of luster. Their legs were slender and straight, and the transparent gauze couldn't cover them at all. Their waists were slim, and they were shaking with laughter. Yi Fan was brought to the depths of the peach blossom forest. This was the back mountain of the mystic Yuan sect. It was especially tranquil. Waves of holy aura pervaded the air. There were some beautiful ladies leading the way. After passing through a canyon, they arrived in front of a jade-green mountain range. Specks of holy light rippled over. All the plants were like jade carvings, flickering with a strange radiance. This place was different from the others. Right in front of them, there was a mountain overflowing with colorful lights. That place was filled with mist and multicolored lights. A pavilion was suspended high above, and in the pavilion, there was a flawless lady standing there. Her eyes were like water, and the mist was hazy as she looked down. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade without a single flaw. Her body was straight and elegant like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. The vegetation on the mountain was lush with green mist. The whole mountain was overflowing with brilliant colors as if it was carved out of jade. Mist surged and the atmosphere was ethereal. 3 years had passed, and this mysterious woman had become even more elegant and otherworldly. She was as beautiful as a fairy, as if she would ride the wind and ascend to the 9 heavens palace at any time. She stood in the pavilion, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were like water. They seemed to be covered in mist, giving people a dreamy feeling. She looked down and revealed a strange expression the moment she saw Yi Fan. "It's you, Xianxia," and the other sexy and enchanting women with soft bodies and enchanting smiles all bowed to greet the woman on the mountain. Yi Fan had to admit that this woman was truly beautiful and flawless. He could not find a single flaw on her. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he knew, only the heavenly jade saintess he met in the ancient desolate forbidden land could compare to her. "It's me, we meet again." Xianxia and the others were surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect the two to know each other. They couldn't help but size up Yi Fan and then looked at the mysterious woman on the mountain. "Your Highness, this young man was sent here by Taoist Duan. Just as he said, he has a precious body and is a rare sacred weapon." Xianxia reported to the perfect woman. Yi Fan was astonished. From this form of address, this perfect woman was indeed the descendant of the demon emperor. At the same time, he was a bit sensitive to the term sacred weapon and felt that it was a bit strange. "You, what do you mean?" Xianxia's figure was tall and slender, her curves indistinct. The red mole between her eyebrows emitted a bit of light. Her eyes wandered and her smile was sweet. "Don't worry. For you, once you are chosen, there will be great benefits." The flawless woman on the pavilion was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. Her jade body was graceful, her skin was sparkling, and her appearance was peerless. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. "How could it be him? I also didn't think we would meet under such circumstances. Please tell me where Pang Bo is and how he is doing. Please allow me to meet him." Below the mountain, more than 10 demon women revealed strange expressions. They didn't understand why Yi Fan knew Pang Bo and wanted to meet him. "I'm afraid it won't be as you wish." The perfect woman's voice was very gentle. "Why?" "He's in seclusion and won't be able to come out for 2 years." There was a hidden worry in Yi Fan's heart as he loudly asked, "What I'm really worried about is his safety. Please tell me, is he still the same Pang Bo?" The woman on the pavilion was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was a beauty that captivated even the birds and beasts, and outshone the moon and the flowers. She didn't say anything, and her expression was calm. She nodded, and then shook her head. What do you mean? Yi Fan felt uneasy. Beside him was the seductress Xianxia, who had a red mole between her eyebrows. Her lips were bright red, and her teeth were like jade. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her smile was sexy. She said, "You don't have to worry. There are some things that His Highness can't directly answer you. But don't worry, demons also have a Tao. We will never harm people for no reason. In the future, you will definitely see your friend. My intuition tells me that what you said isn't completely true." Yi Fan stared at Xianxia and said, "Please tell me, what happened to Pang Bo?" "Right now, no one can say for sure. Everything can only be known after he comes out of seclusion." At this point, Xianxia bowed to the flawless woman and said, "Your Highness, this physical body is extremely powerful. It can be called a treasure body, and it is very suitable to be used as a holy artifact." On the mountain, sparkling and translucent flower petals fluttered in the air, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. The perfect woman was bathed in a rain of flower petals. She frowned slightly and said, "Why is it him? Is he not suitable?" Xianxia didn't understand. His blood energy is vigorous, and his vitality is strong. He can indeed temporarily be used as a holy artifact. However, if that person in seclusion senses it, I'm afraid his mind will not be at ease, and something unforeseen will happen. What was the use of a holy artifact? Yi Fan didn't understand, and his heart was filled with doubt. The woman standing on the pavilion had a picturesque appearance. She glanced at Yi Fan and said, "You guys take him away first." Several seductresses that could make one's heart sway faintly smiled as they walked over, and they took Yi Fan out of the valley. Xianxia did not leave. Her red lips moved slightly as she asked, "Your Highness, aren't you overthinking this? There are some things that you don't know. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very severe. If we do not consider other factors, what does your Highness think of this treasure body?" Xianxia asked. "Naturally, it is powerful enough. It is indeed the best choice." On the mountain, the white-clad woman's figure was like a jade tree, and her eyes were like autumn water. She said softly, "That person in seclusion once said that this youth called Yi Fan and Pang Bo had both consumed sage medicines. If a fiend king obtained their blood shells, they would have a high chance of advancing to martial emperor in the future." In the distance, Yi Fan's heart trembled. Although he was very far away, his spiritual sense was very powerful, and he could hear these words. "These two are." Xianxia revealed an expression of shock. No wonder that mysterious Taoist Duan said that this child's talent is extraordinary, and his physical body is unbelievably strong. So there is a reason for this. Following that, she revealed an expression of joy and said, "Isn't this good? That person in seclusion chose a flesh shell, and this one can be used as a sage tool." Yi Fan, who had already walked out of the valley, was shocked. He felt that Pang Bo's situation was worrisome, and it was hard to predict whether he would survive. The perfect woman on the mountain shook her head and said, "Even that person in seclusion is not sure if he can extend his life. It is hard to say who will succeed in the future. As for this youth called Yi Fan, his body is not ordinary. If he is used as a sage tool, it is hard to predict what will happen. That person in seclusion once said that he seems to be from the primordial era." This was the last thing Yi Fan heard. He was brought away from this place and entered a valley. There was a peach forest here, and many of them were 10,000-year-old ancient trees. A dark green pond was in the middle of the forest, and there were a few thatched cottages beside it. It was very natural and harmonious. This was Yi Fan's temporary residence. Until the 5th day, the perfect and flawless woman appeared again. Her real name was actually Yan Ruyu, which was another name for extreme beauty. If other people used this name, Yi Fan would definitely not think much of it. However, this woman had limpid eyes and divine jade bones. She seemed to have walked out from a poetic painting and did not look like a real person at all. Thus, she was worthy of this name. Xianxia followed beside her, and there were also 2 old women. They floated to the front of the pond and carefully examined Yi Fan's body in the thatched cottage. All of them revealed strange expressions. "He can be used as a sage tool," one of the old women said. After the three of them left, Xianxia stayed behind. The surrounding peach blossoms were blooming, and it was a patch of pink. However, she was more beautiful than the flowers. She smiled softly and said, "You must have a lot of questions in your heart. Don't worry, we will not harm you. On the contrary, your great opportunity has arrived." Yifan asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to do?" "You have seen the heart of the demon god. How do you feel?" "Very scary." This was the truth. Even the Nirvana realm experts or those who surpassed the Nirvana realm could not get close to the beating heart. They would vomit blood from the shock of the pulse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the divine power it contained. "It's good that you know." Xianxia glanced at him charmingly and giggled. She pinched his cheek and said, "A great opportunity will fall on your head. If you are successful in the future, don't forget me." "What's going on?" "Using your body as a sage tool to nourish the heart of the demon god and maintain its vitality. At the same time, it will nourish your body. Don't you think this is a great opportunity?" "This?" Yifan was very shocked. He never thought that his body would be used as a tool to nourish the heart of the demon god. "You don't have to worry about anything. The sacred heart of the demon god has already been sealed. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. Now, it will only be beneficial to your body and will not harm it." Speaking of this, Xianxia gently blew into his ear and said with a sweet smile, "If you can really nurture this saint's heart, our princess is destined to devote herself to you in the future. This is the dream of countless men in the Eastern Barren territory. I don't want to be the so-called sage tool." Yifan did not want to accept unknown arrangements. "How many people dream of obtaining this opportunity, but you?" Xianxia lightly tapped his forehead and said, "That saint heart is enough to let you be reborn once again. If it weren't for the fact that people with this kind of physique are hard to find, do you think this kind of opportunity would fall on your head? In the future, Her Highness will use this sacred heart to cultivate a supreme demonic technique and will marry you as your wife. With such a beauty by your side, what else are you dissatisfied with?" Using his body to nourish the demon god's sacred heart and marrying that flawless woman as his wife made Yifan feel as though he was in a dream. "Having a beauty by my side is more than what I want. However, I will politely decline the offer of that sacred heart. Please find someone else." "You really dare to speak. Who do you think Her Highness is?" "She will be by your side for no reason. In your dreams." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and pinched his cheek with her slender fingers. She said, "Your fortune is here, yet you are still rejecting it. I really don't know what to say to you." No matter if Yifan accepted it or rejected it, he could not change this fact. 3 days later, the flawless woman, Yan Ruyu, Xianxia, and a dozen old women appeared in the peach garden and restrained him in front of the thatched cottage. A divine metal that was as thick as a water jar with all types of beast diagrams engraved on it, exuding an ancient aura. It rose from the dark green pool, releasing specks of brilliance as it entered the peach forest. Yifan was tied to it. Yan Ruyu was 18 or 19 years old. She was peerless in her generation. She had exquisite facial features, a stunning appearance, and a jade-like body with hazy curves. She made people feel that she was flawless like the most perfect work of art in heaven. She stood there and looked at Yifan quietly. "Yan Ruyu, my future wife, can you?" Yifan couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth and tongue were sealed by Yan Ruyu. Waves surged up to the sky from the pond in the peach garden. 9 golden carps that were a few meters long dragged a crystal coffin to the surface. Instantly, people could feel an incomparably vigorous vitality, as though there was a vast ocean rippling. The crystal coffin was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it emitted 7-colored divine splendor. It was very extraordinary. Inside, there was a fist-sized heart. It was bright red and glistening. It was dazzling like the scarlet jade divine marrow. It was incomparably splendid, and the powerful vitality originated from it. The demon god's sacred heart, it was sealed here. Scarlet multicolored light curled around it, and a dense mist of light filled the air. It made people's hearts palpitate. The crystal coffin was bright red in contrast. It flickered with light and was extremely dazzling. Yifan wanted to roar loudly, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. He was tied to the divine metal and couldn't stop anything. The crystal coffin was like a dream, sparkling and translucent. Inside, the sacred heart of the demon monarch was shrouded in scarlet clouds. Its brilliance shot up to the sky, overshadowing even the scorching sun. The entire peach garden was enshrouded in spiritual energy and was enveloped by a bloody auspicious radiance. Xianxia opened the coffin, and a vigorous life force gushed out like an ocean, making everyone feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. If such a powerful life force was always by their side, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to their cultivation. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the demon monarch was back then. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and he had fallen for so many years, but the sacred heart he left behind was still like this. It was impossible to estimate his strength. The cultivation of the great emperor is unfathomable. But he still couldn't become an immortal. It really makes one wonder if immortals really exist in this world. An old woman sighed endlessly. Yanryu worshipped the crystal coffin in silence. Then, she personally took a jade plate from the hands of a female demon. She placed the heart that was glowing like a ruby on top of it and walked to the front of the divine metal pillar. Yanryu. Yifan used his consciousness to transmit his voice. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a dozen old women came forward and used their divine techniques to point at his forehead. Yifan was shocked. These old women were too terrifying. They sensed the abnormality of his consciousness and immediately sealed the golden lake between his eyebrows. He struggled with all his might, and golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, but he didn't remove the seal. Even so, the expressions of the dozen or so old women still changed. One of them said, "This child is truly extraordinary. The strength of his divine sense is unimaginable. At his age, his mental strength shouldn't be so tyrannical." The jade plate in Yanryu's hand blossomed with scarlet clouds and specks of golden light. It enveloped her entire body. Her skin was like jade and incomparably holy. She quietly looked at Yifan for a long time. Then, she stretched out a slender hand and caressed his cheek. Her movement was very gentle, like a wisp of spring breeze brushing past his face. On her peerless face, her expression was a bit complicated. It was hard to tell what kind of emotion she was feeling, but she quickly calmed down. She once again became ethereal and intelligent, like a fairy from the jade pool, pure and otherworldly. "Your Highness, please step back. We are going to make our move." An old woman came forward and took the jade plate. Yanryu nodded and retreated as light as the wind. Yifan really didn't want to accept such an arrangement. No one knew what would happen if something like the demon god's sacred heart was nourished in his body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. A dozen old women were forcibly breaking his sea of sufferings. "Don't be nervous. We won't take your heart. We'll just place the sacred heart of the great in your saint spring and nourish it with the sacred spring unique to your sacred body of the ancients." If Yifan could shout, he would definitely shout. There were too many secrets in his golden sea of bitterness. He could not let them see the light of day. As expected of the sacred body of the ancients. Even with more than a dozen of us working together, we still couldn't open it. It's as hard as divine iron. This is the strongest battle physique of the human race. In the past, it was invincible. Unfortunately, it's now a crippled physique. This brat is quite impressive, to be able to reach the life spring realm. I really don't know how he did it. This is also good. As long as the divine spring in his body continues to gush, it will be enough for the sacred heart to exist forever. I can't break it. The dozen old women were all extremely shocked. They were helpless. One of them turned around and said, "Your Highness, please borrow the great emperor's sacred weapon to break the sea of sufferings of the sacred body of the ancients." Yanryu calmly nodded her head. Brilliant divine rays shot out in all directions from her palm. It was extremely dazzling, and it was impossible to clearly see what kind of artifact it was. The pure and holy radiance was extremely dazzling, and it even submerged her jade-like hand within. After an old woman received the ball of resplendent light, she gently stroked Yifan's sea of bitterness, causing him to almost faint. He felt that the sea of bitterness had been split open by someone, and blazing golden multicolored light rushed out. Tsunamis rose one after another, and the waves soared into the sky. God, it's the golden bitter sea. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not expecting this type of scene at all. A golden sea overflowed into the heavens, lightning interweaved, simply like the beginning of the world, giving birth to exuberant life force. Is this the fundamental reason why the sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled in the world? The golden bitter sea had never been seen or heard of before. Even Yan Ryu was moved, unable to maintain her composure. Shock was written all over her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes stared. Without blinking, Yi Fan could not move. If he could shout, he would have already greeted all of them one by one. He grimaced in pain, but he could not make a sound. The severe pain almost made him faint. According to legend, the Sea of Reincarnation had all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable phenomena, such as the moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. Each of these phenomena would bring unparalleled power. The golden bitter sea of reincarnation itself is the most powerful phenomenon. In the future, it will most likely produce those legendary extraordinary phenomena. Unfortunately, in today's world, it is almost impossible to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. It is already very unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the celestial bridge realm. He must have had an unimaginable encounter. The dozen old women did not dare to delay, fearing that Yi Fan's vitality would be greatly damaged. They sank the sacred heart of the demon monarch into the surging life spring, then hurriedly retreated and put away Yan Ryu's sacred weapon. At this moment, the golden bitter sea became more and more extraordinary. The sea surged, thunder and lightning interweaved, giving birth to infinite life force. It closed on the spot without any abnormalities, and quickly repaired itself. Everyone was relieved, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the severe pain, Yi Fan finally calmed down. He was thinking about the words of the old women. Would the ancient sea of reincarnation have all kinds of phenomena? The moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. It was easy to understand just by hearing the name. Even in this situation, he still yearned for it. Speaking of which, those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients are indeed extraordinary. It is said that a person with a divine body was born in the Ji family. Now that he has achieved success in cultivation, the news has only spread. It is said that his sea of reincarnation has all kinds of phenomena and is extremely terrifying. I wonder which one is stronger, the divine body that is famous in the Eastern Barren territory now, or the divine body of the past. Unfortunately, the divine body has been destroyed, and there is no way to compare it. Otherwise, it would be really exciting. The Ji family has a divine body. As long as it does not die prematurely, I am afraid it will prosper for thousands of years. No one can stop it. Yi Fan was shocked. The Ji family of the clan of the ancients actually gave birth to a divine body, which made him feel rather uneasy. After a full hour, Yi Fan finally felt normal. He had been put down and released from the shackles. Xianxia stepped forward and smiled. As you can see, we will not hurt you. There is no need to worry at all. The heart of the demon monarch is nourished in your body, and it will only be beneficial to you. Yi Fan did not say anything. He sat quietly at the side and felt the changes in his body. The green bronze piece was silent like a boulder, blocking the spring eye. Those old women did not even sense it just now. The demon monarch's sacred heart was immersed in the life spring and was being nourished by the divine spring. Vigorous vitality was circulating, and its position was much better than the golden book. However, it still could not be compared to the green bronze piece. It was squeezed on top and could not get close to the spring eye at the bottom of the sea. This green bronze piece is really extraordinary. Yi Fan was shocked. The sacred heart of the demon monarch had to lower itself in front of it, which made people exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt that the heart trembled slightly. Then, it started to absorb his life essence crazily. The life spring surged, and the divine spring was like a volcano eruption, gathering towards the heart. His expression suddenly changed. This was not a good sign. If the heart continued to absorb life essence like this, he would definitely be sucked dry. Bang! At this moment, the green bronze piece in the spring eye trembled, and the sea of sufferings immediately became calm. The divine spring no longer surged endlessly, and everything was fixed. That heart also quieted down and did not move at all. Hiss. Yifan inhaled a breath of cold air. The green bronze piece was indeed impressive. When it was fixed in the spring eye, it could completely suppress all the secret treasures in the sea of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece, my situation would be worrisome. They didn't even manage to completely seal this heart. After Yifan calmed down, he used the cauldron that he had tempered hundreds and thousands of times towards the heart that was as resplendent as a gemstone. He muttered to himself, I wonder if I can produce a few drops of the demon monarch's sacred blood. Bang! When the cauldron touched the demon monarch's sacred heart, the bright red heart suddenly beat lightly. The whole golden sea suddenly boiled, but soon after, the green bronze piece trembled again, and everything became calm in an instant. Yifan's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He realized that there was a trace of blood on the small cauldron, and it turned into endless blood light. It rushed out of the sea of sufferings and spread towards every part of his body. At this moment, his body was trembling as if it was being tempered. It emitted a dazzling brilliance, and the blood color enveloped his body. It can't be. The demon monarch's sacred heart has just sunk into his life spring, and it has already started to nourish his body. How can it be so fast? An old woman revealed a shocked expression. The others were also puzzled, and they all revealed doubtful expressions. Yifan believed that these people really didn't want to harm him. They thought that they sealed the sacred heart, but in fact, they didn't completely subdue it. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece just now, the consequences would be unpredictable. Good, good, good. An old woman said good 3 times in a row and said, after the demon monarch's sacred heart is nourished, it can exist forever in the world. Your Highness can cultivate the supreme demonic technique without worry. Not long after, the blood color on Yifan's body receded. He felt that his flesh and blood had gone through a baptism, and it was obviously stronger. He sighed to himself that the demon monarch's sacred blood was indeed extraordinary. It was just a trace of blood, and it already had such an effect. If he could absorb 1 drop, 10 drops, or even refine the entire heart, what would happen? Yan Ruyu's expression couldn't stay calm. She looked at Yifan in a daze and muttered to herself, should I cultivate with him? This? Your Highness can decide for yourself. At this moment, Yifan stood up. He felt comfortable and refreshed. You can stay here temporarily. I will arrange another place for you to stay in a few days, Yan Ruyu said. Then, everyone walked out of the peach garden. Fairy Yan, wait a moment. Yifan called out to Yan Ruyu and walked up to her. He looked at this flawless girl without the slightest trace of awkwardness. His lips curled into a smile as he said, You really want to marry me? Yan Ruyu was like a lunar fairy that descended into the world of mortals. Her immortal body was tall and slender, graceful and charming, skin flowing with sparkling luster. Her eyelashes were extremely long, her eyes deep, condensing a poetic charm, possessing the wisdom of heaven and earth. She calmly looked at Yifan, not saying anything. At the side, Qingyao suddenly chuckled and said, Hey, you put your hand in the wrong place. That's the palm of Her Highness. At the same time, Yifan was flung away by Yan Ruyu as if he was riding on the clouds. He hung high on the cliff of the peach garden. The nest of 10,000 dragons was located in a bottomless abyss. The ancient caves were like a beehive, interweaving and densely packed. This was a heavenly land. Legend has it that this was the nest of a true dragon. Only deities could live here. First, the ancient emperor, then vicious, and now great Emperor Wuxia had their eyes on this place. Don't act recklessly. Great sage Qianluan reminded his grandson. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Li Zhan said. His gaze was sinister and his expression cold. He was determined to get the green bronze cauldron and didn't want Yifan to live for too long. Oh, that demonic human has appeared again. This makes me very uneasy. If he attacks, we will most likely be in big trouble. Great sage Qianluan frowned. This was a sore spot in his heart. During the ancient era, that battle was truly tragic. Even now, he still felt lingering fear. Humans and demonic cultivators of both extreme yin and extreme yang. If they took revenge, it would definitely be a huge problem. All kinds of formations have been activated. So what if he appears? We can use the 10,000 dragon bell to kill him. Li Zhan said. I feel uneasy. Li Zhan said, according to grandfather, this person is upright and unyielding. Even if he becomes a demon, he will kill his way to our doorstep. That will be enough for us to revive the 10,000 dragon bell and kill him. We don't need the extreme yin and extreme yang ancient scripture anymore. We can only do that. However, we should still be prepared. Our mother planet is far away in the depths of the universe. This time, we obtained an ancient ship. Maybe we can use it to set off. Xianluan said. Their mother planet was extremely far away from the Big Dipper. Their ancestors had left behind ancient coordinates that only a few people knew of. Grandfather is too worried. Perhaps, I hope I'm just worrying too much. Xianluan said. These days, he was on tenterhooks. He always had a bad premonition. Every time he held the 10,000 dragon bell, he would calm down and think that the ancient emperor weapon could sweep through everything. However, every time he let go, he would sink into an uneasy state of mind. He was worried about his gains and losses. Genre, how are you going to deal with the human saint physique? Once a person was worried, they wouldn't be at ease with anything. Li Zhan only spat out one word, kill. The light in his eyes was cold and sinister. It was a kind of bone-deep killing intent. He had once set up a trap for Qi Yun and the others to draw out Yi Fan, but in the end, they all died in vain. Don't act recklessly. Xianluan warned. Li Zhan ruthlessly said, if he doesn't come out, then I'll kill him until he does. I'll send people to kill him from the spirit ruins utopia. Everyone he comes into contact with on his path will fall into a pool of blood one by one. Xianluan's eyes immediately widened. This was definitely a calamity that involved innocent people. Killing randomly like this might incur the disgust of the human race and cause them to attack together. Don't worry, grandfather. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to kill a group of people, but I'll keep the important ones alive. I'll wait for the human race's holy body to kneel before me and beg me. Those people are just passers-by in his life. They don't have many interactions. If you kill everyone he meets on his path like this, it will incur public anger. Xianluan was somewhat displeased. His grandson was indeed ruthless, but he was too unscrupulous. Grandfather, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Now that the path to immortalization is about to open, we just need to obtain the green cauldron. So what if we kill some humans? Gai Jirio is gone, and Wei can't do anything alone. If we really can't do it, our people can return to the mother planet, and we'll be the only ones left to wait for the path to immortalization. Li Zhan disapproved, his eyes filled with killing intent. Xianluan hesitated. If he obtained the green cauldron, he would indeed have the advantage on the path to immortalization. Perhaps he would be the first to enter the immortal domain before the myriad races. Grandfather, don't worry. The people I'm looking for have their consciousness sealed. Even if they are captured, they won't reveal our nest of 10,000 dragons. If we forcefully search, our immortal platforms will collapse. Swish! A cold saber light flashed, splitting the sky above the divine city. Rubble flew into the sky, and the palaces collapsed. Dozens of palaces in Miaoyu Nunnery were slashed apart. Many streaks of blood flew, and miserable screams rang out. After one slash, there were no more attacks. There were over 100 casualties. It's a pity that the girl named in Miaoyu isn't here. Otherwise, this would be a big fish. It won't be easy to find someone related to the human race's holy physique. Only a cold voice was left behind. People knew that this person acted out of hatred for Yi Fan. Starting from the north region, we'll kill our way south. Let's see how long he can endure. Hopefully, we can capture someone close to him. On this day, several powers in the north region were slashed, and blood flowed like rivers. It was only because they had some interactions with Yi Fan, and they couldn't be considered to be close friends. This caused a huge uproar, and people were terrified. They didn't know which power did it. Oh, there's someone in the North region who has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we can't capture him, we can only search south. On this day, Saber-Chi crisscrossed. In the region ruled by the Jiang clan, a small restaurant that didn't look big was chopped into pieces by someone. The waiters and customers inside all turned into a mist of blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. That old geezer is actually not here. They were looking for little Ting Ting's grandfather, Uncle Jiang. These years, he had nothing to do in the Jiang clan, so he resumed his old business and opened a small restaurant. Who would bully him normally? But today, he suffered such an unexpected disaster. The waiters all died tragically and turned into meat paste. Little Ting Ting had returned from learning the lunar ancient scripture and brought Uncle Jiang away to reunite. They couldn't find the person who did it, so they slashed the restaurant into dust. That lunar physique has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we capture and kill her, it will definitely provoke her anger. Heh. But she's in the Jiang clan. This colossus that once produced a great emperor is not easy to deal with. If we attack and kill her, it might cause trouble. There's no harm in giving it a try. If we succeed, the human race's holy physique will be heartbroken and jump out in anger. If we fail, we'll quickly retreat to the central region and the southern region. We'll slaughter our way to the next land dyed in blood. Alright, let's give it a try. On this day, the northern region was shaken. After several human forces were massacred and corpses were left on the ground, a quiet divine island of the Jiang clan was also attacked and suffered heavy casualties. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the Jiang clan was attacked by a powerful enemy. One of the divine islands sank and split into pieces. Dozens of people died. Jiang Tingting, who had the lunar physique, was injured. She carried her grandfather and broke out of the encirclement with great difficulty. She avoided the disaster and was almost killed. Fortunately, she had the chessboard formation pattern that Yifan had given her. The Jiang clan was furious. They reacted quickly and gave chase. Little Ting Ting's status in the Jiang clan was extremely high. With the lunar physique, she was their future hope. The divine Lord Jiang Yifei led the experts of various forces and personally chased after them. It was rumored that he had used his hidden trump card. The other party crossed the void, but they still caught up to a portion of them. The Li Fire Divine Furnace and the Eternal Universe Furnace replicas appeared and killed 2 half-saints and 3 kings. Unfortunately, these people's primordial spirits were all shattered when they searched their sea of consciousness. The northern region was in chaos. The news spread everywhere, and the people were panicking. So many people died. Even the clan of the remote antiquity was attacked. What kind of giant did this? These people are too cruel. They even chopped unarmed mortals into meat paste. Even if they wanted to force the human race's divine physique to come out, they didn't have to be so extreme. Damn it. Several places were attacked one after another. Blood was dripping everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. No one could calm down. Idiots, why did you provoke the Jiang clan? That's a dangerous place that even I can't see through. Li Zhan received the news immediately. He looked at the people who walked out of the realm gate and lectured them with a gloomy face. This, killing mortals is a bit too much. Qian Luan frowned. If we don't do this, why would the human race's divine physique blame himself? At the same time, we can make those stupid humans blame their divine physique because it was he who brought this disaster. Li Zhan's eyes were very cold. He ordered these people to continue on their way. They would go to the central region and the spirit ruin paradise in the southern region. They would not spare even the fowls and dogs. Li Zhan's eyes were quite sinister. He could already foresee what kind of storm would occur. The human race's divine physique would definitely be at the forefront of the storm. No matter what, he would jump out and express his stance. The northern wind whistled. One old and one young stood side by side on the snowy peak. The human demon's ears twitched as he heard some words. They seem to have done some things to you. They want to kill you. Yifan couldn't help but admire the human demon. He had also cultivated clairaudience, but it couldn't compare to the human demon. The savage old man could actually penetrate the formations and enter the myriad dragon's nest. He heard the secret words and avoided Qianluan's great sage. Afterwards, Yi Fan was furious. After hearing the human demon's explanation, he really wanted to turn this place upside down and flatten it. This cold-blooded ancient sage named Li Zhan didn't even let mortals go. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be killed without exception. I have no enmity with him. He only wants my cauldron, yet he created such a killing calamity. Corpses litter the fields and blood stain the land. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Today, I'll make you suffer the consequences. Yi Fan was furious. He took out the green cauldron and handed it to the human demon. Senior, let's not roast one dragon. This time, we'll roast a whole nest of dragons. We might as well overturn the myriad dragon's nest and fill it up. The human demon stretched out his hand and held the cauldron in his palm. He weighed it in his hand. In that instant, his domineering aura was boundless as he looked disdainfully at the icy plains. Perhaps only he could activate such a terrifying divine might. Yi Fan strongly requested the human demon to destroy the myriad dragon's nest. He wanted to beat them until they were terrified and pay the price in blood for their sins. Senior, if we take down this nest, your scarlet gold divine chains will be enough to form a dozen or so kilometers long string of dragons. We won't be able to finish them even if we roast them for decades. Of course, these words couldn't convince the human demon. The main reason was that the old savage was used to being domineering. He had originally come to find trouble with the myriad dragon's nest. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The damaged cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his left palm. A sparkling white bone club appeared in his right hand. As he swung it, violent gales erupted. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Mountains and rocks flew about, and all the snowy peaks were blown away. A terrifying aura shook the entire northern region, a loud sound rang out. The old savage was extremely domineering. The white bone club in his hand smashed the ground, completely shattering it. The dragon nest tens of thousands of zhang underground was revealed. Who is it? The myriad dragon's nest was in chaos. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Primal chaos surged violently. Someone had broken through the thick ground and attacked. This was something that had never happened since the archaic times. A dragon eater. The human demon elder replied in a low voice. The blazing sun was clearly high in the sky, but the broken mountain in front of them was covered by the curtain of night. The blue sea surged, and the tides rose and fell. A bright moon hung high in the sky, giving one a feeling of emptiness. Although there were sounds of waves, there was a type of tranquil and auspicious atmosphere. Sea rising bright moon, the ancient sea of reincarnation phenomenon shocked everyone. Very few people in the current world could cultivate this. The seventh son of the Ji family, Xianxia, had just formed his divine body. His first attack had shocked everyone. Legend had it that each phenomenon had a mysterious power. It was completely different from normal cultivation and was impossible to estimate. Sea rising bright moon was even more famous. Many ancient sea rising bright moon had cultivated this phenomenon. It was very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. This was the first time he had seen a different sea of reincarnation. He kept comparing it with his golden bitter sea. Why was there a bright moon hanging in the sky? How did it come about? He couldn't figure it out. His golden bitter sea was extraordinary, but he knew that it couldn't compete with the opponent. He hadn't figured out the power of the phenomenon yet. Yi Fan wasn't depressed. He had only cultivated for 3 years. It was already amazing that he could reach this level. What he needed now was time to dig out the potential of his divine body. Only after cultivating 2 or 3 secret realms can he manifest the phenomenon and use the power. This kid is indeed terrifying. An old woman from the demon race sighed and said, the Ji clan has been hiding him for many years. I'm afraid that they have been training him ever since he was born. 20 years have passed, and now that he has made some progress in his cultivation, we can imagine that his strength must be unfathomable. All the experts of the demons present knew that the Ji family must have spent a great deal of effort to nurture this person over the past 20 years. If the clan of the ancients were to go all out, no one could predict just what level Xianxia, who possessed a divine body, would reach. Yifan was shocked when he heard these discussions. He hadn't formed his divine body yet and couldn't compete with the opponent. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. Even the experts of the demon race were afraid of him. Leave behind the demon emperor's divine weapon and I'll let you go. Ji Haoyue was like the wind and the clouds. He stood on the broken mountain, the tides rising and falling behind him. He was very calm. Do you really think you can stop us? An old woman from the demon clan stared coldly at Ji Haoyue. I know what you are planning. You want to carve the Tao patterns, condense the heaven's power, open the domain gate, and cross the void. Ji Haoyue calmly pointed out the fiend race's plan. He said, unfortunately, you might not know this, but this place is very strange. It is a battlefield left behind from the ancient times. It is very difficult to open a space gate. The Ji family. The old woman's face darkened. How can we let the Emperor's Saint weapon fall into your hands? Even if you succeed today, aren't you afraid of the other great experts of the demons attacking the Ji family? Do you really think the Huanggu families are invincible? This is our business. You don't have to worry about it. Ji Haoyue's expression was tranquil, as if he didn't care about anything. With the bright moon above his head and the broken mountain under his feet, he looked indescribably elegant and natural. If that's the case, I want to see how strong your god body is. The old woman stepped out of the crowd, riding her cloud and flying forward. In the distance, silhouettes flashed. There were experts of the Ji family on every mountain. When the old woman arrived on her cloud, 3 elders appeared on top of the broken mountain. You guys sure are cautious. Are you afraid that the god body will die prematurely? Why did you let him come out? The old woman teased. We will not attack. We will only watch from here. The 3 elders from the Ji family said so, but they could still see their cautiousness. Ji Haoyue chuckled. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped forward, distancing himself from the 3 elders. He said to the old woman, you can attack as much as you want. Even though his opponent was very young, he had a god body. Age was not an issue that restricted his cultivation. The old woman did not dare to be careless. In her right palm, a small green mountain appeared. It quickly enlarged and pressed forward. The green mountain continued to grow larger. Every inch it pressed down would cause the space to tremble. The powerful pressure even made the broken mountain shake. However, when the green mountain descended above the blue sea, it seemed to sink into a swamp. It became incomparably slow and was actually restrained. Descend! The old woman shouted. The green mountain was incomparably large. It covered the sky and earth, its power ferocious. Green multicolored light rushed into the heavens, disturbing the peace of the blue sea. Ji Haoyue was extremely calm. Behind him, the tides rose and fell, great waves surging. A great wave surged over, immediately sweeping the green mountain down, sinking it into the sea and completely disappearing. This Ji family youngster did not make any movements, calm and unperturbed. Just by relying on the sea of reincarnation, he directly seized the old woman's great treasure. This. The expression of the old woman changed again and again. She completely lost connection with her own weapon, unable to sense it anymore. You are not my opponent. You. The old woman didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Yan Ryu transmitted sound from behind. Hurry and retreat. The old woman decisively retreated. She knew that there was no way she was this purple-clothed male's opponent. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Since you already came, then don't leave. Ji Haoyue finally took the initiative to take action. He took steps forward, walking out of the broken mountain. He stepped on the void, and after a few steps, he caught up to the old woman. The blue sea overflowed into the heavens, immediately surrounding her. No! The old woman cried out loudly. At this moment, her entire body erupted with 5-colored divine splendor, turning into a giant bird that was as large as a mountain. It slapped against the waves, rushing into the sky. However, the dark green sea seemed to possess a terrifying demonic power. She couldn't break free at all. The great waves surged, submerging her within. She couldn't struggle free at all. Kill! 2 young demon race girls rushed over at the same time, wanting to save the old woman. The two of them jointly activated a great treasure. A pair of golden flood dragon scissors turned into two flood dragons, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they rushed over. They were both over 100 meters long, spitting out clouds and mist. Golden multicolored light curled about, intersecting together. It was enough to cut through a mountain peak, truly incomparably terrifying. However, this type of powerful treasure was completely useless before Jihaoyue. The bright moon above his head scattered down, specks of gentle radiance seeping out, immediately making the golden flood dragon scissors' radiance dim. Then, with kacha-kacha sounds, it shattered on the spot. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The power possessed by this strange phenomenon surpassed that of a great treasure. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. The two girls wanted to retreat, but it was as if they were stuck in a swamp. They couldn't budge at all, and then their bodies lost control as they rapidly fell into the blue sea behind Jihaoyue. Yan Ryu ordered, "No one is allowed to take action without permission." However, it was still a bit too late. Another 5 girls flew out, each with their own weapons, and attacked Jihaoyue. The clouds and mists surged, and the mountains trembled. The 5 spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows, piercing through the sky. They were like bright comets striking the earth, suppressing downwards. Everything is futile. Jihaoyue turned around to face them. The bright moon above his head shone with silver radiance, extremely auspicious and gorgeous. Specks of holy radiance descended, and the 5 powerful spiritual treasures instantly dimmed, turning into fine powder on the spot. They simply couldn't resist at all. The 5 of them fell into the blue sea at the same time, unable to struggle any longer. Jihaoyue took down 8 demon race experts in the blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. He didn't feel the slightest strain, and he was extremely calm. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the blue sea sparkled. He was like a god, and his entire body was enveloped by the holy moonlight. I'll say it again, leave behind the demon god's sacred weapon. In your dreams. An old woman from the demon race shouted coldly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Jihaoyue's expression gradually turned cold. He slowly walked in the void, pressing forward, and the mountains trembled slightly because of him. Several screams came from the blue sea. The heads of the 8 captured demon race experts all fell to the ground, and they fell out of the sea. No one is allowed to continue fighting. Break out of the encirclement. Yan Ryu ordered everyone. Other than Yan Ryu, Yi Fan was also protected by a few old women. In addition, there was a stone coffin, which was also surrounded by the demon race experts. Yi Fan guessed that it was most likely Peng Bo inside, but unfortunately, he couldn't open it. Want to escape? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Jihaoyue walked forward. At the same time, on the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures, and they surrounded the front. Kill. At this moment, a chaotic battle broke out, and everyone attacked. Jihaoyue's steps were calm, like an exiled immortal. Descending to the mortal world. No one could stop him. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and as long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Kill. 3 old women personally attacked him, buying time for the others. Another dozen young demon race women also followed up, and each of them used their divine abilities and precious treasures to besiege Jihaoyue. Dazzling light soared into the sky, the mountains shook, and the earth cracked. Everyone attacked, and the place was almost boiling. There were figures everywhere, and there were battle cries everywhere. The purple-robed Jihaoyue was still elegant and otherworldly, but he seemed to have a demonic nature. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and the bright moon above his head constantly shone in all directions. More than a dozen demon race women were all pierced, and blood splattered as their corpses fell. Although the 3 old women rushed forward, they could not resist the blue sea and were all swept in. The bright moon gently rotated, and blood splashed everywhere. 3 heads fell from the sky. The demon race also had courage. Many people's eyes were red, and they attacked him. Jihaoyue did not even blink. His purple robe fluttered as he strode forward, and corpses fell under his feet one after another. Blood filled the air, and the bones were countless. He was like an azure king, and no one was his opponent. Wherever his purple robe went, he was invincible. His divine body had just formed, and his name was destined to shake the eastern wasteland. Demon race experts fell one after another. Everywhere Xianxia passed, corpses lay in disarray, and blood flowed endlessly. Lives fell one after another, paving a bloody path for him. No one could compete with him. Kill, kill, battle cries shook the sky. The G clan cultivators and the demon race cultivators fought one after another. Spirit treasures flew in the sky, and the surrounding mountains were all shattered. Xianxia was as bright as the morning sun, and as bright as a lotus flower. She killed a bloody path and ordered people to break out of the encirclement with the stone coffin. Then, she killed her way in again to save the other demon race experts. At this time, she finally met Xianxia. Haoyue, be careful of that demon emperor's sacred weapon. Two old men silently blocked in front of Xianxia and attacked Xianxia at the same time. Qi. The demon emperor's sacred weapon swept across, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The sky shook, and in Xianxia's palm, divine light filled the sky. The two old men did not even have time to scream before they were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating between heaven and earth. The demon emperor's sacred weapon is indeed worthy of its reputation. Xianxia's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. Above his head, there was an ancient bronze mirror floating up and down, and a misty aura of primal chaos circulated. The Ji clan's ancient mirror. Not bad. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. The opponent's divine body had just formed, and it already had such power. Strange phenomena accompanied it, and it gave him a strong impact. He longed to dig out the endless potential of the sacred body. The blue sea was sparkling. The bright moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, it gently rotated. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down towards Xianxia. Ah! Many demonic cultivators in the surroundings screamed and were crushed on the spot. Even though the jade plate was overflowing with light, it was not something they could withstand. The bright moon rising from the sea was a rarely seen phenomenon in the world. Not even powerful spiritual treasures could resist it. No one could compete with it. In the chaotic battle, corpses of the demon race fell from the sky one after another. As long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they all died. Xianxia faced it head-on. She was enveloped by the brightest moonlight and naturally suffered the most powerful attack. The pure white light covered her like thin smoke. Clang! Xianxia was as ethereal as a fairy. Behind her, a strange phenomenon appeared. The sea and the sky were one color. The sky was like a sapphire, the blue waves were like a mirror. Golden lotuses grew from the sea. The lotus leaves were stained with dew, full of vitality and dazzling. A cool breeze brushed past. The blue sea rippled and the golden lotuses bloomed. Their rich vitality made people feel as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. There was actually a chaotic aura. In the surroundings, many experts of the Ji family had not yet recovered. They were turned into the most basic spiritual energy by this rich vitality. They died in a daze. The sea and the sky were one color. The golden lotuses shone brightly. It was as if the world was being created. Clang, clang, clang. The silver moon sprinkled down was all caught by the golden lotuses. They emitted waves of clanging sounds. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors appeared. It was a magnificent scene. Xianxia was like a fairy standing in the jade pool. Planting golden lotuses in the sea of bitterness and rising from the sea of the bright moon were on the same level. They were the sea of reincarnation phenomena of the ancient great powers. Very few people in the present world could cultivate them. Xianxia's expression changed. He walked in the void and quickly approached. He was like a flying goose, elegant and agile. The bright moon in the sky fell down and suppressed Xianxia. The moonlight sprinkled down could destroy demonic experts. Now that the whole body was falling down, one could imagine how terrifying its power was. Xianxia's silhouette was faint and hazy. She was elegant and otherworldly. Golden lotuses swayed behind her, overflowing with vitality. Golden flowers bloomed in the wind, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The golden lotus petals soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. In an instant, they submerged the bright moon. The two of them were like immortals that had descended to the mortal world. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, and they were ethereal and elegant. There were no ripples in their movements, and the scene of their duel was like a poem or a painting. However, the spectators didn't think so. Everyone quickly retreated. Even though the battlefield was calm like a cool breeze brushing against a mountain, the surroundings were already boiling, almost going berserk. The flowing hazy moonlight and the overflowing golden clouds of the lotus petals were like a tide, surging in all directions. Nothing could stop them. Many people didn't even have time to scream before they were directly turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was a terrifying battle. This was the unique power of the Sea of Reincarnation phenomenon. No ordinary cultivator could contend against it. Purple light flickered in Xianxia's eyes as if they contained a demonic nature. The blue sea behind him surged to the heavens. He struck out with true fire, and the bright moon revolved around his body as an even more terrifying divine power condensed. Yanryu was otherworldly. Her skin of ice and body of jade were hidden among the golden lotuses, making her even more ethereal. A powerful vitality pervaded the air as lotus after lotus broke through the water. They were like ancient trees that extended towards the blue sky. At this moment, the vast ocean surged between the mountains. The moon fell from the blue sky, and the golden lotuses split the firmament. It was dazzling, and waves of immortal music rang out. Everyone was retreating, and a few experts of the demon race finally took the chance to break through. A moment later, at the center of the battlefield, the bright moon collapsed, the golden lotuses withered, and the vast ocean wreaked havoc. It was an incomparably terrifying scene. Rumble. No matter how fast everyone retreated, they couldn't outrun the resplendent light beam. Many people were pierced through, and under the blazing multicolored light, they fell here forever. Blood filled the air, and corpses were everywhere. At the center of the battlefield, when everything calmed down, Xianxia's purple robe was torn, and a strand of Yanryu's fine black hair fell down. The two of them stood facing each other. "Your Highness, leave quickly. There's no need to buy more time for us." Three old women anxiously shouted in the distance. They took out their spirit treasures and stood in front of Yanryu, wanting her to retreat. Meanwhile, 5 old men of the Ji family took out their own weapons in the distant sky to support Xianxia. They were nervous about the divine body of their family, as if it was a rare treasure. They couldn't allow it to be lost. "All of you, leave quickly." Yanryu ordered the 3 old women to put away their spirit treasures and leave. Clang! Above Xianxia's head, an ancient mirror floated up and down, emitting beams of primal chaos light. It gently trembled, and even though it was far away, it still killed the 3 experts of the demon race. The 3 of them were shattered into dust by the primal chaos and turned into a bloody mist. The ancient mirror's power was monstrous. Yanryu couldn't stop it in time. Her jade-like body emitted divine light in all directions, and there was a beam of light in her palm. It was as dazzling as a rainbow-colored beam, and no one could see it clearly. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Although the experts of the Ji family who came to help were enveloped by the primal chaos aura of the ancient mirror, they still couldn't escape. All of them were pierced through and died a violent death. In the distance, the 3 old men of the Ji family quietly stood in the sky. Their hair and beards were all white, and they looked sage-like. One of them said, "The Fiend Emperor's holy weapon truly lives up to its name." The inheritance of the Ji family was very long. That ancient mirror was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the weapon of the first generation of the Ji family. It had been passed down from the desolate era, and it possessed unimaginable power. The holy weapon in Yanryu's hand also had a great origin. It was the weapon of the Fiend Emperor, and there was no doubt that it was terrifying. In the entire eastern wasteland, besides the ancient tower, which was a supreme treasure that existed with the world, the ancient mirror and the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon were definitely the top holy items. At first, the 2 of them didn't dare to use the ancient weapon because they were afraid. If the 2 holy weapons were to fight, it would be hard to predict what would happen. That bronze mirror was very simple, and there were mysterious patterns engraved on it. It gave people a feeling that it was natural. It interweaved into Tao and truth, and it gave birth to primal chaos. It floated up and down, making people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the ancient mirror and Ji Haoyue's moon slowly merged into one. The two hung high in the sky and trembled slightly. The aura of the Absolute beginning immediately spread out. It quickly enlarged, and it was filled with an ancient and majestic aura as it pressed down. Yan Ryu was like a fairy standing in the clouds. Even though she was surrounded by the sky made of golden lotuses, she still couldn't see what the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon looked like. At this moment, her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her watery eyes suddenly shot out two blazing beams of divine light. All the golden lotuses behind her flew into the sky and merged with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon, rushing towards the ancient mirror. There was no horrifying energy fluctuation, and there was no earth-shattering sound. Everything was as calm as water. It was like a piece of cloud drifting by, and specks of primal chaos light rippled out. It was like nothing had happened at all. After a long time, the two people in the center of the battlefield trembled and constantly retreated. The ancient mirror flew back and fell into the vast ocean. The golden lotuses withered and fell into the blue sea along with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon. Without a sound, the surrounding mountains suddenly turned into ashes like melting snowflakes, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This terrifying scene shocked everyone. Everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. If they hadn't retreated to a safe area, none of them would have survived. Yan Ryu saw that the stone coffin and Yi Fan were no longer in the battlefield. She didn't feel much joy after breaking out of the encirclement. She sighed softly and her face was filled with helplessness because she couldn't save the others. This was all she could do. Other than Ji Haoyue's unfathomable divine body, she was most worried about the three transcendental elders in the sky. The three of them had been protecting Ji Haoyue from beginning to end, and they closely watched the battlefield. They gave her a strong sense of oppression. Yan Ryu's flawless beauty and watery eyes swept across the besieged fiend race cultivators. Her red lips slightly opened and she said, "I'm sorry. Your Highness, there is no need to fight for us anymore. You should leave quickly." The fiend race cultivators all shouted loudly. The scene was somewhat tragic. They knew that it was difficult for them to escape death today. At this moment, everyone rushed in all directions towards the Ji clan cultivators. They crazily counterattacked, wanting to open up a path of blood for Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu's gaze swept past everyone. Without saying anything, she turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the horizon, beginning to break out of the encirclement. However, Ji Haoyue and the three transcendental elders had already locked onto her. They followed her like a shadow and didn't want to let her go. Kill, this was a bloody massacre. The fiend race cultivators continuously fell from the sky. Almost all of them died in battle. Yan Ryu was as fast as lightning. Her rainbow light tore through the sky, but she still couldn't get rid of Ji Haoyue who was behind her. As for the three elders, they were all Ji Haoyue's protectors. They followed closely behind him. Although they wouldn't make a move for now, they still possessed an incomparable deterrent force. At this moment, Yi Fan was already hundreds of miles away. He was protected by a few old women and safely rushed out of the encirclement. It was difficult for him to calm down. A bright moon rose from the sea, and a golden lotus grew in the sea of bitterness. They appeared one after another in the world, and their power was truly unpredictable. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger and cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. As for the ancient mirror and the sacred weapon of the demon emperor, they also shocked him greatly. According to the old women, the two of them only exerted 10% of the power of the sacred weapon, yet its power was already so great that it was undeniably terrifying. "I'm really curious why you guys are protecting a young human. Even when you're breaking out of the encirclement, you didn't leave him behind." A clear and melodious voice was heard, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Right in front of him, a 17 or 18-year-old girl blocked the way with a few elders. The girl was dressed in purple and had an indescribably noble temperament. However, when she smiled, it was a different kind of charm. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was a small dimple on her left cheek. She looked very charming and playful. The few old women of the fiend race frowned. Ji Haoyue was dressed in purple, and the girl was also dressed in a fluttering purple robe. It was easy to associate them together. The girl in purple was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were big, and her eyelashes were long. She looked very lively and playful, giving people a sense of quick-wittedness. Take that young man down. I want to see what's so special about him. The girl in purple giggled, and the small dimple on her left cheek appeared again. Her big eyes suddenly narrowed into a crescent shape. The few elders were expressionless. As they walked in the void, it was as if a few mountains were pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. After the 4 old women of the demon race broke out of the encirclement, they were already exhausted and full of injuries. The 7 elders opposite them were not weaker than them. If this battle carried on, there would be no suspense at all. There's no need to kill them. Just take them down. The young lady in purple giggled and transmitted her voice. Her hair danced and her purple robe fluttered, making her look like a fairy. The few old women of the demon race sighed secretly. They knew that there was no chance of winning at all. If they continued to fight, only death awaited them, and nothing could be changed. The few of them had been through a lot and were not inflexible. If they died here, there would be no meaning. Eventually, they chose to break out of the encirclement. The 4 of them all used the means to perish together with the enemy. They were very unyielding and would rather die than surrender. Blood splattered everywhere, and they burned their vitality. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement but left Yifan here. The 7 elders were about to chase after him, but they were stopped by the young lady in purple. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, "Forget it. I don't want to see blood. We are not here to fight anyway. Let the others deal with him." At this point, she personally walked forward and circled around Yifan. She sized him up and said, "Who are you? As a human cultivator, why are you with those big demons?" Yifan was very calm and went forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am an itinerant cultivator and accidentally entered the demon grotto heaven. Unfortunately, I was captured. Luckily, you all helped." Lies. The young lady in purple combed her beautiful hair and smiled. She glanced at him and said, "You are obviously in cahoots with those demons. How dare you lie to me like this? If you don't tell the truth, I have all kinds of ways to deal with you." Sigh, it's a long story. I have no choice either. This is what happened. Yifan was full of nonsense. He could not possibly say the heart of the demon god. If he did, the few people present would immediately cut open his sea of suffering and snatch the saint heart. The purple-clothed girl walked forward and pinched Yifan's cheek. She said with a malicious smile, "Little brother, you're really naughty. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame big sister for being impolite." This young girl was only 17 or 18 years old, but Yifan's actual age was already over 20 years old. This form of address made him feel very speechless. "Why aren't you talking?" A small dimple appeared on the girl's left cheek, and a crafty light flashed in her eyes. She pinched Yifan's face and said, "I'm actually a very kind person. Even if you don't tell me the truth, I won't kill you. At most, I'll carve a little turtle on your left cheek and a little toad on your right cheek. I have nothing to hide." Yifan stalled for time while thinking of a way to escape. He had to escape as soon as possible. He had too many secrets in the sea of suffering. If he fell into the hands of the Ji family, they would most likely be leaked out. In the distant sky, golden lotuses bloomed, and a graceful celestial body turned into a stream of light and rushed over. It was Yanryu. After seeing the scene in front of her, she waved her hand directly, and the golden lotuses bloomed in the field. The 7 elderly were instantly destroyed in both form and spirit. However, the purple-clothed girl did not die. Although blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth and she flew backward, her entire body flashed with a sparkling luster and blocked the golden lotuses. Yanryu attacked again. Golden lotuses were planted in the sea of suffering, and strange phenomena appeared. Bursts of fragrance came from the sky, and the blazing golden light drowned the bottom. Yanryu looked back and sent a voice transmission to Yifan. "I'm being chased. If you travel with me, you will most likely die. You can only rely on yourself." After that, she rushed into the distance and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Although she was the descendant of the demonic race Great Emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. Things were no longer the same as before, and her bloodline had long declined. If she could escape now, she could only rely on the supreme figures of the demonic race. Cough. Below, specks of light flickered in the ravine that was cracked open. The purple-clothed girl actually did not die. She struggled out and muttered to herself, that flawless demonic girl is too terrifying. Her head and face were covered in dirt, and she unceasingly coughed up blood. Only her pair of large eyes could still be considered intelligent. Her body swayed, and she stood up in the pile of rubble with difficulty. Yi Fan was deeply aware of Yan Ryu's strength. Even the experts of the older generation of the Ji clan found it difficult to block a single attack from her golden lotuses. However, this girl actually withstood it and did not die. This caused him to be extremely shocked. In the distance, there was a fluctuation of divine sense. Yi Fan was startled. This was definitely a supreme expert. It was most likely the cultivators who were chasing after Yan Ryu had arrived, and they were currently searching in the distant mountains. He hurriedly hid in the ravine below. The purple-clothed girl was startled, and she asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Fan made his move from very far away. He took out his own cauldron and pressed it down towards the girl. The purple-clothed girl struggled with all her might. However, she was heavily injured, and it was already a problem for her to even stand there. She swayed and swayed. It was already a miracle that she was able to survive under the strange phenomenon of planting golden lotuses in the sea of bitterness. She could not block the descending cauldron at all. "You! Quickly stop!" The purple-clothed girl was both angry and shocked. That cauldron was extremely simple and unadorned. It enlarged to a height of 5 meters and pressed down with a weight of over 10,000 caddies. It suppressed the purple-clothed girl beneath it, making her unable to move. Yi Fan quickly moved forward and continuously attacked. Rays of divine light shot out, and not only did he seal the purple-clothed girl's sea of bitterness, he also imprisoned her physical body to prevent any accidents from happening. "What are you trying to do?" The purple-clothed girl blinked her large eyes. She was not flustered at all, and she tilted her head to look at him. "I'll have to trouble you to escort me out." Yi Fan knew that when the Yao experts were protecting him to break out of the encirclement, he had definitely fallen into the eyes of the Ji clan. If he was discovered, it would be very difficult for him to escape. This girl's identity was not ordinary. If he captured her in his hands, she might become a protective talisman. Suddenly, Yi Fan heard the sound of flowing water coming from the canyon. His divine sense was incomparably powerful. The golden lake in between his eyebrows turned into a ray of golden light and shot towards the huge crack in the darkness. "There's an underground river." Yi Fan turned around and picked up the girl, jumping towards the huge crack in the darkness. Hey, I'm afraid of the dark." "Don't jump. I can guarantee that the Ji clan won't attack you. Quickly go up." The purple-clothed girl was a little flustered. If she was kidnapped like this, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. "I'm used to controlling everything in my own hands. I don't want to entrust my hopes to others." Yi Fan calmly replied. "Right now, I don't need your protective talisman to play its role yet." One had to admit that Yi Fan's divine sense was extremely powerful. It had reached a frightening level. The golden lake in between his eyebrows was like a vertical eye, shining brilliantly. The huge crack in the darkness was as bright as day in his eyes. Everything could be sensed. After falling for a full 400 to 500 meters, they finally got close to the underground river. The water was rapid and bone-chilling. It was unknown where it flowed to. Plop! Yi Fan carried the girl and directly jumped in. He went with the flow and rushed into the distance. "You're crazy!" the purple-clothed girl screamed. Her watery eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes kept blinking. She said, "The underground river is the most dangerous. It might not see the light of day for days or even months. We don't know where it will flow to. It might be connected to the eye of the sea, or it might enter an area with evil spirits. It's much safer than falling into the hands of the Ji clan." Yi Fan lightly replied. The purple-clothed girl smiled sweetly. Her dimples flashed, and she was very charming. She used her sweet voice to tempt him. "Little brother, you should believe me. As long as we get out, I can guarantee your safety. You should know that I even let those old women of the demon clan go." "Who are you to the Ji clan? What's the relationship between you and Ji Haoyue?" Yi Fan wasn't moved and asked. He's my seventh brother. As long as you let me go, there will be many benefits. I can let him teach you how to cultivate the sea rising bright moon phenomenon. The purple-clothed girl's eyes flickered as she patiently guided him. Hiss. Yi Fan took a deep breath. The identity of this girl was not simple. She was the little sister of the divine physique Ji Haoyue. He murmured to himself, "It seems like I'll have to destroy this flower, you. Don't be reckless." The purple-clothed girl was startled. "You are an important character of the Ji clan. If the Ji clan finds out that you were kidnapped by me, they will kill me, so I can only apologize to you." The purple-clothed girl quickly struggled and said, "If you want to live, you can't kill me. Don't you know? Some special disciples of our Ji clan have a seal on them. Once they die, no matter how far away they are, the truth will be transmitted back to the Ji clan." Seal. You are a special disciple of the Ji clan? Yi Fan vaguely heard of this before. Don't act recklessly or else you won't be able to live if you kill me. The purple-clothed girl was afraid that Yi Fan would kill her. On the spot. She said, "I was able to take on Demoness Wuxia's golden lotus phenomenon and was not killed on the spot. This is enough to prove everything." Yi Fan felt that this girl was not ordinary, but he was more inclined to believe that she had great treasures on her. He laughed and mimicked her previous tone, "I am actually a very kind person. Even if you don't tell the truth, I won't kill you. At most, I will carve a little turtle on the left side of your face and a little toad on the right. You. What do you want me to say?" The purple-clothed girl was both shocked and angry. Her watery eyes were wide open. "Hand over all the treasures you have on you." What? The purple-clothed girl's mouth was wide open as her eyelashes trembled. Her expression was full of disbelief. "You are robbing me?" "That's right, the robber is you. Hand over everything you have." After a full month, Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl finally escaped from the underground river. They were washed into a massive lake, and they felt the immense water pressure. If it was a normal person, they would have been crushed to death. The water was completely dark and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, this didn't affect Yi Fan at all. The golden lake on his forehead emitted a bright light. His powerful divine intents allowed him to scan all directions and see everything. What is this place? He was shocked. At the bottom of the water, there were many ruins and palaces. Yi Fan carefully walked in the water. At this moment, the purple-clothed girl was shrouded by his divine power. She could barely see 2 to 3 meters around her and exclaimed, "Oh God, could this be a ruin from the primordial era?" Yi Fan walked forward. Suddenly, his heart trembled. There was actually an enormous copper palace in front of him. It was incomparably grand, almost comparable to a small city. It did not collapse and could still be considered to be in good condition. The surface was mottled with green rust, looking simple and unadorned, giving off an extremely desolate feeling. He found it hard to imagine where he had been washed to. Ah! At this moment, the purple-clothed girl in the light suddenly screamed. If she could move, she would have already escaped. At first, Yi Fan was attracted by the copper palace that was like a small city and didn't pay attention to the surrounding scenery. Only now did he discover dozens of corpses. As he walked, the water flowed. Those corpses floated up from the ruins and appeared behind him. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They were all sealed by a layer of waxy grease. Their bodies seemed to have formed a layer of cocoon. They looked very evil. Isn't it just a few corpses? What is there to be afraid of? Which lake hasn't drowned people before? These are wax corpses from the primordial era. The purple-clothed girl screamed. Her face was extremely pale. Normally, it's hard to even see one, but there are dozens of them here. There seems to be more. Oh God, what is this place? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He carefully walked toward the copper palace in front of him. When he came close, the purple-clothed girl saw the copper palace that was as big and grand as a small city. Her face instantly paled. Bronze Immortal Palace, how is this possible? It really exists in this world. Is something wrong? Seeing her expression, Yi Fan felt even more uneasy. Let's go, we have to leave here or else we'll all die. The purple-clothed girl wasn't afraid when she was kidnapped by Yi Fan. But now, her face was full of terror. Yi Fan's heart went cold. He asked, "What is this place?" "Don't ask. Let's get out of here first." The girl's eyes were full of fear. The bottom of the lake was dark and gloomy. Yi Fan's body was glowing like a lantern in the water. The rusty bronze palace in front of him was as big as a city. It made him feel uneasy. A special vibration came. Yi Fan carried the purple-clothed girl and retreated. Behind him, 7 or 8 wax corpses floated up from the broken walls. It was a very strange sight. "Faster." The girl in purple looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her face was pale. Yi Fan was not an impulsive person. In this unknown situation, he would not take risks. He broke the water and wanted to leave the bottom of the lake. However, a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate came crashing down from above, causing the two of them to be horrified. A huge shadow, like a cloud that blotted out the sky, slowly floated past. Yi Fan could not bear it. The light around his body was extinguished. The girl in purple almost suffocated. The two of them were pushed down by a powerful force. They fell to the bottom of the lake. "What is that?" Yi Fan was bewildered. He sent out his powerful consciousness, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The top was gray as if a giant creature had swum by. He was not satisfied. He picked up the girl in purple and swam in another direction. Then, he broke the water again. However, the same thing happened again. The top was dark. It was like a terrifying black hole was releasing strange demonic energy. It was like a mountain was pressing down. It was suffocating. Yi Fan seemed to be hit by a thunder god's hammer. His body shook and he fell down again. He could not get up. "What is that? Is it a living creature?" His expression was solemn. He felt that things were not good. The purple-clothed young lady's god power was sealed and she was continuously being suppressed. She was on the verge of fainting as she leaned against Yi Fan's body. "Wake up." Yi Fan shook her awake. "It's over. We can't escape." The purple-clothed girl's face was pale, and her big eyes were filled with fear. She no longer had her original playfulness. The enormous shadow was like an ancient beast from the beginning of the world. It was boundless and covered the top of the lake, making it impossible to rush over. Yi Fan wanted to find the underground river and retrace his steps, but he could no longer find it. "Don't search anymore. That's a rootless river, also known as the Underworld River. Once it breaks away, it will disappear without a trace. It's impossible to find it." The purple-clothed young lady was sobbing, her expression dispirited. At this moment, the surroundings were sealed and there was no way to leave. Yi Fan stopped trying and calmed himself down. He asked in detail, "What exactly is going on? What kind of place is this? What kind of background does the Bronze Immortal Palace have?" The purple-clothed girl had a distressed look on her face. She blinked her large eyes and said, "Woo-woo. I don't want to die. I'm so smart, beautiful, and peerless. I haven't even shown my splendor and my name has spread throughout the eastern wasteland. How could I end up in such a place? Don't be so narcissistic, hurry up and say it." Yi Fan unceremoniously knocked on her smooth, jade-like forehead. The Bronze Immortal Palace has only appeared a few times in history. Its background is mysterious, and no one knows its past. Once you enter, there is no way out. The purple-clothed girl sighed. "Am I really going to die here?" Yi Fan felt uneasy. It is the tomb of a peerless expert. Every time it appears, the eastern wasteland will be shaken. Peerless experts will rush over like moths to a flame. Why? Yi Fan didn't understand. Legend has it that this majestic palace was built by an immortal. For countless years, almost no one in the eastern wasteland has become an immortal. Those who stand at the peak of the immortal Tao naturally can't resist the temptation. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This bronze immortal palace seemed to have a great origin. Tell me in detail. After the shock, the purple-clothed girl calmed down a lot. However, her expression was still somewhat dejected. She wrinkled her nose and said, it appeared long before the Antiquity era, so ancient. Yi Fan was shocked. If that was the case, then the Bronze Immortal Palace was equivalent to running through half of the Eastern Wasteland's history. Legend has it that it was built by an immortal, but there is no proof. Over the years, it has only appeared 4 or 5 times and buried many peerless experts. According to the purple-cloaked girl, the Bronze Immortal Palace was very mysterious. This relic could move under the Eastern Wasteland. Every time it appeared, it would appear in a different region and drift along the River of Darkness. The legend might not be true. There must be a way to escape. Yi Fan frowned and thought. Then, he asked, think carefully again. Is there anything you missed? What I know is what I read in the ancient books. There are only a few records. At this point, the purple-clothed girl seemed to have thought of something and said, it seems like there was one time. The purple-clothed girl had heard of a legend. In a certain era, the Eastern Wasteland was extremely prosperous. Many peerless figures appeared. At that time, the Immortal Palace appeared again. The peerless figures of that time worked together and snatched a corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. It is said that it was the corpse of an immortal. Yi Fan was shocked. There really are immortals? The purple-clothed girl shook her head and said, this matter was not recorded in the ancient books. It is just a rumor in the Eastern Wasteland. I don't know if it is true or not. Where did the immortal's corpse end up? It seems, it was divided equally by the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients. There is such a thing. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. No wonder it was called the Bronze Immortal Palace. It seemed to have some connection with immortals. He immediately thought of the Ji clan and said, does this mean that the Ji clan got a share of the immortal's corpse? It is said that countless years ago, my clan obtained an immortal's arm. However, the elders in the clan all denied it. Anyway, I have never seen it. Even if it is true, they would definitely deny it. There is no way they would let a little girl like you know. Hey, hey, hey. Little brother, don't be so old. You are not as old as me. The purple-clothed girl glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Yi Fan chuckled and pinched her nose. I have lived for more than 10,000 years. How can a little girl like you compare to me? The Bronze Palace, which was as grand as a city, was majestic and full of green rust. It was engraved with the aura of time. Yi Fan circled around it a few times but did not dare to go too deep. It had appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory many times and buried the top figures of several eras. No one could truly understand its origin. No one had ever walked out of it alive, which made it even more mysterious. Yi Fan gazed at the wax corpses in the ruins, wanting to find some clues from them. These corpses are very likely to be the peerless experts of the past. The purple-clothed girl twisted her body and said, let me go. Let me look for clues as well. Yi Fan's heart was not at ease. If they really were the peerless experts of the past, he might be able to find great treasures from them. He peeled off the oil from one of the wax corpses and immediately revealed a lifelike human body. It was a Taoist nun. She was as beautiful as a flower and looked extremely lifelike as if she was in a deep sleep. However, in just an instant, the ruddy-faced nun shriveled up. Then, her flesh and blood withered and turned into a skeleton. The water rippled and the white bones shattered, leaving nothing behind. The power of time is the most terrifying. As long as one hasn't become an immortal, no one can resist it. The purple-clothed girl revealed a shocked expression and said, this corpse has existed for countless years. It was wrapped in mysterious energy and preserved until now. After its true body was exposed, it naturally couldn't exist for long. Yi Fan peeled off several wax corpses. Every time the oil peeled off, a lifelike ancient person would be revealed. However, in just an instant, it would turn into ashes, leaving nothing behind. He found some scrap metal on the ground. Those were the powerful spiritual treasures of the ancient people. However, after a long time, they had completely shattered. This is a person from before the primordial era. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years he has existed for. Nothing can be left behind. The purple-clothed girl shouted again, let me go. Maybe I can find some valuable clues. Yi Fan peeled off dozens of wax corpses, but the results were all the same. Once exposed, they would turn into ashes in an instant. At this moment, Yifan felt a strange fluctuation coming from the huge copper palace. He said solemnly, "Not good, we have to leave quickly." He picked up the purple-clothed girl and rushed upwards. He wanted to force his way out, but a huge force was tearing towards them. "Aya, run!" The purple-clothed girl cried out in fear. She found that the two of them were flying towards the copper palace and were about to sink in. Yifan was shocked. His sea of bitterness boiled, his life spring gushed out, and he used all his divine force. However, he still couldn't break free. The copper palace seemed to have a strange magical power that sucked them in. Bang! The two of them landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, they were already inside the copper palace. It was endless and spacious. There was an indescribable silence. The inside was drowsy and blurry. They couldn't find the palace door. It was as if they had arrived in a desert without any signs of life. Time seemed to have stopped here, as if they were at the end of the world. "I don't want to die. I, Jizue, am a peerless beauty. I haven't even become an immortal. How can I fall here? Can you not be so narcissistic?" Yifan was really defeated by her. A faint mist lingered around. It was extremely hazy. In the spacious copper palace, one couldn't see the end. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Kacha! The sound of something shattering could be heard. The purple-clothed girl immediately cried out in fear, "What did my foot touch?" There was a snow-white skeleton on the ground. There were many cracks all over its body. It lay there quietly. With just a slight touch, it would turn into bone powder. This person must have been incomparably powerful when he was alive. He wasn't wrapped up by the mysterious energy and his skeleton was actually preserved. Yifan was very shocked. He squatted down and carefully looked at it. There were a few dried blood words on the ground. They were dark red and blurry. There was an indescribable charm to them. It was as if the essence, energy, and spirit of this expert were condensed here. It gave people a very special feeling as if it was conveying a type of emotion. "May I ask the heavens if there are immortals?" There were only these few words. Before this person died, he seemed to be filled with regret and unwillingness. To be able to preserve his skeleton, he was definitely a peerless expert from countless years ago. However, his heart was lost even at the moment of his death. One could imagine the disappointment and regret of not being able to see the clear sky. This was definitely a genius of his generation. Unfortunately, he was buried here, and no one knew about him. He died in confusion. Since ancient times, many cultivators were sad. There was no hope of becoming an immortal. Many strong cultivators died in doubt and confusion in their later years. Yifan couldn't find a way out, so he chose a direction and walked forward. Not long after, he found another skeleton lying on the ground. The lower jaw was slightly open, and it seemed to be full of loneliness before death. There were also blood words here. Yifan squatted down and read them carefully. Becoming an immortal. Difficult. 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 These 5 words were full of bitterness. This person seemed to be in despair before death. There are words. The girl in purple looked at the bottom of the snow-white arm. Yifan gently pushed the arm away, and it immediately turned into white powder. Below, there were a few words, Xianxia. Heavens! The girl in purple exclaimed. Her red lips were wide open, and her face was full of shock. She said, "Tianxian Holy Land Xianxia, a peerless figure recorded in the history of the Eastern Baron. 15,000 years ago, he dominated the Eastern Baron, and few could rival him." To think that he died here. Hearing this, Yifan was also very surprised. The Tianxian Holy Land no longer existed, and only Crazy Ol was left. This huge copper palace was indeed the burial ground of peerless cultivators. In the past, many strong cultivators came here like moths to a flame in search of hope of becoming an immortal. But in the end, they all died here. The third skeleton made the girl in purple scream. She was very excited. Although the dark red blood was very blurry, she could still make out the words. The deceased was a famous person of the Ji clan. This is the ancestor of the Ji clan from 9,000 years ago. Not only is he recorded in the Ji clan's genealogy, but his name is also left in the history of the Eastern Baron. Who would have thought? Yi Fan continued forward and saw more than 30 corpses. A few of them had names, and they were all peerless cultivators recorded in the history of the Eastern Baron. The copper palace was empty, and there was no end. There was no way out. The lake water did not flow in, and this place was a world of its own. It's so hard to become an immortal. Yi Fan had a feeling in his heart. Since ancient times, no one at the peak of the eastern wilderness had been able to surpass it. How did these people fall? If we die here, won't even leave behind our bones? The purple-clothed girl was depressed. She had never thought that such a day would come. I can't be trapped here. Yi Fan thought quietly, but there was nothing he could do. So many heroes had died here, so how could he escape? Suddenly, the copper palace began to tremble. A tremendous power descended like a silver river, as if the starry sky was withering. The enormous pressure made people feel suffocated. The copper palace was hazy, actually surging with primal chaos. It was like mist, hazy and indistinct as it drowned the two of them. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds, impossible to stop. This was a type of source power, as if the universe had just been created, the world just formed. Stars flickered, primal chaos raged, unstoppable. If the two of them were submerged by it, they would undoubtedly die. I don't want to die. The purple-clothed girl screamed, constantly muttering the names of the ancient people who had already become immortals. Yi Fan's heart was completely chilled. He really had no way to stop the power of primal chaos. At this moment, many figures appeared in his heart. In this short instant, it was as if he had experienced a lifetime. Suddenly, Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled slightly. The still green copper block actually swayed a little, and the surging primal chaos immediately became sluggish. After that, he felt the spring at the bottom of the sea become empty. The simple and unadorned bronze block actually broke away from the sea of reincarnation and appeared before him. There was no luster, no energy fluctuations, and it was simple and unadorned. What is this? The purple-clothed girl's eyes widened, her eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Fan's heart. The green copper block had actually appeared. This was unprecedented. It trembled lightly in front of him, and then the surroundings became calm. The green copper block disappeared with a flash, once again sinking into the spring at the bottom of the sea, which made it difficult for Yi Fan to calm down. The purple-clothed girl was extremely astonished and kept asking, but he didn't reply. The copper hall was empty and gloomy. Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl discovered to their astonishment that they were no longer at their original position. 2 doors had actually appeared in front of them. There were more than 10 skeletons here. The bones had a sparkling luster and hadn't turned into bone powder, which was enough to prove their extraordinariness. Yi Fan walked up and lightly knocked on them. The white bones actually emitted a sonorous sound as if they were made of metal and stone. They were definitely not ordinary bones, and even the passage of time couldn't completely erase them. There were several skeletons with words written in blood. One of the words written by a certain person caused Yi Fan to be slightly dazed. I have an immortal heart, but it has been sealed by the dust for a long time. When will the dust dissipate and light be reborn, illuminating 10,000 mountains and rivers? This was a kind of great boldness, but at the same time, it was also a kind of helplessness and even more so a kind of despair. When one's strength reached this realm, it was absolutely world-shaking, but there was still no hope of becoming an immortal. These words were filled with regret and desolation. This person. The purple-clothed girl was in a daze. She muttered, there are rumors in the world that this person is suspected to have become an immortal, but he actually died here. A person who was believed to have become an immortal had actually died here. This made people even more suspicious about whether immortals really existed. Yi Fan sized up the skeletons and felt endless emotions in his heart. He now also had doubts about whether immortals really existed in the eastern wasteland. After passing by the skeletons and arriving before the 2 doors, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The 2 doors were shaped like the yin and yang fish of the Taiji diagram. The door on the left was a black yin fish, and the door on the right was a white yang fish. Both looked like irregular crescent moons. This, two combined into one, is the Taiji diagram. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Taoism, Chinese medicine, traditional culture, from the pillars of the temple of Confucius's great accomplishment hall to the Luguantai, the three latrines palace, the Taiji diagram was known as the #1 diagram in ancient China, and it was as mysterious as the cauldron. On the black yin fish door, there was a vigorous ancient character. It had an oppressive aura that could send people flying. Die. This character could be said to be very inauspicious. It was like a curse that was imprinted on it, and it even had a bloody smell. On the white yang fish gate, there was only one word carved on it: life. The strokes were vigorous, and there was a natural charm to it. It flowed with a peaceful aura, the complete opposite of the yin fish door. At this moment, there was no path behind them. It was hazy and dark. There was a choice of life and death in front of them. Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl couldn't calm down. There were only two paths they could take. There's nothing to hesitate about. Of course we have to choose life. Who would choose death? Ziyue wrinkled her nose, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Don't take things too hard and choose death. I still want to become an immortal. Yi Fan ignored her and pondered in silence. In the end, he muttered to himself, Taiji gives birth to yin and yang rise together. Yang is life, and yin is death. However, he didn't make such a choice because it didn't conform to Tao and Taiji. He stared at the yin and yang doors and said, extreme yang gives birth to yin, and extreme yin gives birth to yang. Yin and yang go against each other, and life and death switch places. He had read many ancient books, and there were many similar sayings. In the end, he pointed at the death door and said, this is the true path of life. Ziyue's mouth opened into an O shape, and she said in shock, what nonsense are you talking about? The life door looks peaceful, but there will never be a way out. The death door will definitely have a light at the end of the tunnel, and you will be able to survive. Are you sure? Ziyue blinked her eyes and stared at him. Don't let your imagination run wild, or you will cause the future immortal Ziyue to die. If that happens, you will have sowed great karma. Yi Fan was a little hesitant. He made his decision because he saw the split Taiji, but this was the other side of the starry sky, not ancient China. His logic might not be applicable. Ziyue wrinkled her delicate nose and said, little brother, are you confident? Dong. Yi Fan knocked on her jade-like forehead and said, call me brother, don't be impolite. Ziyue's eyes were brimming with tears, and she ground her pair of shiny canines until they creaked. She said angrily, if you dare to knock me again, don't blame me for being impolite in the future. I am a future immortal. In the end, Yi Fan chose the death door and strode forward. Boom. Suddenly, a tsunami-like sound was heard. The yin fish door was like an abyss, rushing over. The yang fish door flickered with white light, penetrating through. Black and white opposed each other, the brilliance of life and death reflected each other. Yin and yang qi circulated, covering the sky and earth, making a rumbling sound like a raging ocean, and also like thunder that resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. When Taiji was first formed, life and death opposed each other, the yin and yang qi were hazy. This kind of collision was incomparably terrifying. It could give birth to all things, and it could also make the world wither. Suddenly, the green copper piece trembled and rushed out again, stopping in front of the yin-yang door. Although it was simple and unadorned, it was as majestic as a mountain, causing the yin and yang qi to disappear. What kind of treasure is this? Ziyue's mouth was wide open. She was very surprised, and a strange light flashed in her pair of intelligent eyes. Yi Fan did not respond. When the wind and waves calmed down, the green copper piece returned to his body and he continued to stride forward. The yin fish door, the bloody concept was like the underworld, rushing towards them. At this moment, he and the purple-clothed girl saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the same time. There were countless skeletons, and they were like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. Yi Fan firmly pushed open the death door represented by the black yin fish door with great force. Behind him, there was no dense killing intent, no rain of blood, only an empty road that extended to an unknown place. Thud, 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 the empty footsteps echoed, like an ancient road that no one had walked for tens of thousands of years. It was extremely quiet. Where does this ancient road lead to? Could it be that there is a secret to becoming an immortal at the end? Jizu's eyes curved into crescent moons. After a full hour, Yifan finally reached the end. Right in front of him, the primal chaos was hazy, and the yin and yang qi circulated. This was a spacious hall made of bronze, and there were a few shining white bones on the ground. A huge immortal word was carved on the bronze wall in front of him. It had an indescribable charm, and it was actually written with fresh blood. It had been branded into the bronze, and the blood was fresh and had not dried at all. Bright bloody light shot out in all directions. It was extremely demonic. Immortals should be incomparably holy, so how could they be blasphemed with blood? Moreover, this blood was obviously not ordinary. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, and all the experts' flesh and blood had been turned into ashes. Only a few peerless experts left behind white bones. And here, the blood on the immortal word was still bright red and glistening, as if it was still flowing. It was truly unimaginable. Could it be the blood of an immortal? Was it really immortal blood? Yifan and Jizu could not help but have such a thought. The bright red blood shone brilliantly, imprinting itself on the copper wall in front of them, forming a huge immortal character. It was about 9 meters tall and radiated brilliance in all directions. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was condensed from resplendent scarlet clouds. Is the secret to becoming an immortal here? Jizu's eyes flickered as her lips curled up. She tilted her head to look. The resplendent bloody character gave Yifan a strange feeling. He calmed his heart and focused, carefully savoring it, hoping to discover something. Chaos surged in the hall as yin and yang energy circulated. The resplendent immortal character had an indescribable charm to it. Unknowingly, the two of them were in a daze, as if they had touched upon an indescribable concept. The front gradually became hazy, like a dream or an illusion, giving off an unreal feeling. Heaven and earth withered and then flourished, evolving and dying. The great Tao was clear and ethereal, changing unpredictably and never extinguishing. All sorts of inexplicable phenomena appeared, causing one to be both intoxicated and at a loss, falling into a dazed state. The two of them reached out as if they wanted to grab forward and grab that inexplicable trajectory. Name, the mother of all things. Heaven and earth have form, yin and yang have hardness and softness, combining to nourish all things and create life. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Formless and shapeless, born from nothingness, endless like a strand of gossamer, traceless and eternal. The beginning of heaven and earth, the root of the Tao. In a daze, there seemed to be a voice reverberating in the hall, tempting one to move forward and explore the root of heaven and earth, opening the door of profundity. This was a great temptation, as if the hope of becoming an immortal was right in front of them. The sonorous voice of the great Tao reverberated continuously like a great bell, allowing one to comprehend. Although Jizu's divine power was sealed, her physical body had regained its freedom. She had a peaceful expression on her face as she walked forward step by step, as if she was intoxicated. Yifan was the same. There seemed to be a bright lamp hanging high in the sky, emitting boundless charm and guiding him forward. The profundity of the heavenly voice and endless dharmic formulations appeared before his eyes as a divine path appeared beneath his feet. Unable to resist the temptation, the two of them unconsciously took a step forward. The two of them were incomparably pious, as if they were being summoned, as if they were being guided. At this moment, in their eyes, sacred springs gushed out from the ground, golden lotuses descended from the sky, phoenixes fluttered in the sky, auspicious colors shot out in 1,000 streaks, and divine rainbows shot out in a myriad of colors. All sorts of auspicious lights flowed endlessly. Suddenly, Yifan's golden sea of bitterness surged into the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined. His flesh shell seemed to be cast in gold, burning fiercely. At this moment, all of the auspicious signs became indistinct, everything becoming hazy. He felt as if he was facing an abyss, as if he had fallen into the underworld. His entire body was ice cold, cold sweat pouring down. He couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly. Endless fog surrounded him. Dense killing intent covered the sky and earth, completely enveloping him. He broke out into a cold shiver, vaguely feeling that he was only a step away from death. The so-called sonorous voice of the great Tao was just that illusory, just that faintly discernible, no longer real. At the same time, Jizua's petite body also emitted a multicolored light. Her jade-white body was sparkling with specks of light. As if struck by lightning, she stopped in her tracks, looking extremely dazed. Dong. In Yifan's undersea spring eye, the green copper piece gently vibrated. He immediately felt his mind clear, completely recovering. The fog gradually dispersed, and he found that he had already arrived in front of the copper wall. He was only a few steps away from the celestial word imprinted in blood, about to touch it. And Jizua was even closer. She had already stretched out her jade-like hand, just a foot away, about to touch the bloody celestial word. He pulled the purple-clothed girl back, and then quickly retreated. When they were far enough away, the scenery they saw finally became completely clear, no longer muddled and hazy. Looking forward again, the 9-meter-tall celestial word was as terrifying as the underworld. It was dripping with blood, making one feel endless killing intent. All sorts of wondrous scenes and the endless sonorous voice of the great Tao had disappeared. There was no more mysterious Tao rhythm, only terror and terror. The two of them felt a chill, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. If they had taken a few more steps forward, they would probably have died in blood 5 steps. I clearly heard the heavenly voice of the great Tao. Why did it all disappear in the blink of an eye? There's no more celestial aura. Jizua was very puzzled. Yifan's heart trembled. He wanted to explore the endless mysteries, but in the end, he felt like he was facing an abyss, being led to the edge of death, making him feel a chill down his spine. At the final moment, if not for the golden waves of the sea of bitterness surging into the sky and the green copper piece shaking, he would probably have fallen into a pool of blood, no longer in this world. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Jizua's physique was also very special. She also stopped at the final moment. Although she was pulled back by him, it was enough to show that this woman was extraordinary. Looking at the few skeletons in the hall, Yifan's body turned cold. In order to find the secret to becoming an immortal, they turned into bones and slept here. This was the bloody reality. The illusory and ethereal all disappeared. The fog dispersed, leaving only killing intent, making the two of them break out in cold sweat. What does this foretell? Could it be that the end of cultivation is the abyss, hell, and immortal ascension is impossible? In the ancient history of the eastern wilderness, many peerless experts chased after immortals. Is it just a dead end? At the end, it will be a bottomless abyss. If this was the result, it would inevitably make one's heart turn cold. It would end the hope of cultivators and break the foundation of cultivation. At the end of the path of cultivation, are there immortals or not? Jizua was doubting whether the legendary figures who had become immortals in the ancient history of the eastern wilderness had really taken that step. Could it be that there are no immortals in this world? Could it be that this is a broken road that suddenly stops? At this moment, she recalled the words of the nameless cultivator. May I ask the heavens, are there immortals? Jizua resonated with him and felt sad. Yifan was also thinking about this question. He had seen 9 dragons pulling a coffin, but even someone as powerful as the person in the coffin died. The 9 dragons were also lifeless. He had walked into the Great Laying Temple, but that legendary ancient temple was already deserted. The so-called Buddha was nowhere to be found. Was Buddha just a realm and not a true immortal? This made him puzzled. It was difficult for him to know if there were immortals in this world. No matter what, there are people who can cross the star domain. As long as they can do this, they can open the path to the other side of the starry sky. What were immortals? No one could say for sure whether they existed or not. There had never been real evidence, only endless legends. In the ancient books of the eastern wilderness, there are a few records of becoming immortals, but they are not. I'm not sure, this. Jizua was confused. Why are you thinking so much? Wait until you reach that realm, then you can worry. Yifan knocked her, bringing her back to her senses. You knocked me again. Jizua rubbed her smooth forehead, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. You are challenging the dignity of a future immortal. You said it yourself, there are most likely no immortals in this world. If I become an immortal, won't there be immortals? Jizua ground her shiny canine teeth and said, if you dare to knock me again, I won't forgive you in the future. Yifan smiled and pinched her pretty nose. How narcissistic, this is confidence. Jizue retreated and gritted her teeth. You'd better not provoke a future immortal. Dense killing intent filled the air. The two of them had already retreated far enough, but they could still feel the terror of the bloody words. Mysterious beyond mysterious, the thickness of one's aura can give birth to sages. The illusory fluctuation sounded again, coming from the bloody immortal word, tempting them to advance and pry into the wondrous truth realm. It was not a sound, nor was it the transmission of divine sense. It was a strange aura that made people mistakenly think that they had obtained the wondrous truth divine voice. Yi Fan and Jizue looked at each other, feeling more and more terrified. It was like the sound, but also like the fluctuation of divine sense. It indeed contained the indescribable truth of cultivation, but they did not dare to advance. The road ahead was a bottomless abyss. Although the scenery along the way was good, one more step forward and they would be doomed eternally. Get rid of emotions and desires, maintain harmony, there is mystery within mystery, there is immortality within Tao. Door of wonders, open quickly, an even more obscure and mysterious fluctuation came. The bloody immortal word in front of them was actually shaking, then it split into two, opening a mysterious door. For ancient words appeared, door of wonders. It's not a dead end, there is hope to become an immortal. The broken bridge is connected, there must be a secret to becoming an immortal inside. Jizue bit her red lips, her pearly white teeth shimmering with a crystalline luster. Her large eyes were curved, and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She was mischievous and lively, full of joy. However, she did not take a step forward. Instead, she glanced at Yi Fan and said, I'll give you a chance to become an immortal. Take big strides forward. Was it an abyss or an opportunity ahead? Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He did not advance, but instead took a few steps back. Future immortal, I'll give you the chance. Jizue did not dare to advance either. She also took a few steps back. Both of them had the same thought. They were both fearful, feeling that the road ahead was very likely to be an endless abyss. However, if they did not advance, how could they escape? There was no way back. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He sensed a special aura, like the fishy smell of lake water. The bloody immortal word split into two, forming the door of wonders. Not far away from it, there was chaos surging. Yin and Yang Qi circulated, but it was very uneven, constantly collapsing and sinking. That's... Jizue followed Yi Fan's gaze and quickly discovered the abnormality. It seems to be a passageway. Yi Fan walked forward step by step while Jizue followed behind. All sorts of wondrous voices rang out again. The two's minds were immediately invaded and they became a little confused. The green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation seemed to be very resistant. It vibrated gently and resolved the crisis. Their minds became clear and they could continue forward. Right beside the immortal word, there was actually a gap under the chaotic mist. The copper wall was forcefully pierced through and a man-made path was opened up. It was unknown where it led to. Heavens, who has such tyrannical combat strength to pierce through the copper palace and open up such a path? Jizue exclaimed. The legendary bronze immortal palace was indestructible like a cage of heaven and earth. It could not be broken at all. Many eastern wilderness experts were trapped inside and no one could come out alive. They were all trapped to death. It was said that the most successful exploration in the past only produced a corpse. However, there was no real evidence. But now, this legend seemed to have been broken. The fishy smell of lake water assaulted their noses. Yi Fan and Jizue moved forward quickly. An hour later, they walked along the bumpy copper path and arrived at the top of the bronze immortal palace. Heavens, someone broke through the bronze immortal palace and escaped. How powerful is this person? Jizue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Yi Fan was also horrified. The reason they were able to survive was completely because of green copper, yet there was someone who was this terrifying, blasting through the copper palace with his own strength, producing this gate. This person did not choose to enter the door of profundity. It seems like he had the same thoughts as us and retreated. Jizue's eyes flickered with a strange light. This is too unbelievable. He broke through the legendary bronze immortal palace. If word gets out, it will definitely shake the eastern wilderness. Based on the potholes, it could be deduced that countless years had passed. Someone had escaped from here thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago but did not make it public in the eastern wilderness. Why would he hide it? If this person was still alive, what realm would he have reached? After careful consideration, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue felt a chill in their hearts as various thoughts arose in their minds. Yi Fan put up a barrier of light that enveloped Ji Ziyue. He stood on the copper palace that was as huge as a city. The lake water flowed around him and there was a faint ripple. However, this time, they did not fall into the copper palace. Although the green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation was not silent, it possessed a strange power. The terrifying fluctuations no longer affected them. The two of them unexpectedly escaped from the copper palace, feeling that it was a little unreal. Not long ago, numerous unusual phenomena had appeared in the door of profundity. Even though it carried temptation and concealed ghastly killing intent, those strange fluctuations were indeed the profundities and truths of cultivation. Both of them silently recalled it, and then they committed it to memory in their hearts. This was their only gain. Based on his intuition, Yi Fan felt that it was not inferior to the Tao scripture. Unfortunately, he had only obtained a few words. Ji Ziyue also felt that it was comparable to the Ji family's ancient scripture. They did not know what was behind the door of profundity and did not want to explore it. It was already a blessing to be able to come out alive. Yi Fan observed carefully. The lake water above was covered by a dark cloud-like mist, but it was somewhat thin. The copper palace here had been penetrated, and even the clouds above had thinned significantly. Perhaps I can escape, he lifted Ji Ziyue and broke through the water. Just as he rose into the air, he suffered from the heavy pressure again. The huge shadow above seemed to be a living creature that swam past. However, this time, he did not retreat. Instead, he endured the pressure and continued upward. Golden light shot out from his body and spread very far in the water. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. Yi Fan gradually felt like his body was about to be crushed. He took out his cauldron and opened up a path in front. Although this area was the weakest, Yi Fan still felt like he could not bear it. At this moment, Ji Ziyue cried out in surprise, "It's the black-yellow gas." Above, there was a huge shadow that was as heavy as a mountain and as thick as clouds. It was black and yellow in color and it was hazy. It seemed like a wisp of mist could crush a mountain. It was so heavy that it made one feel suffocated. Yi Fan did not even touch it. Before he truly met it, he could not bear it anymore. He was suffocated by the pressure. The stars were in chaos, yin and yang were in conflict, and the black-yellow gas gushed out. Ordinary people thought that the black-yellow gas was the chaotic energy. However, true cultivators would not think so. They thought that the black-yellow gas was the essence of the sky and the yellow was the essence of the earth. It was the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, the black-yellow gas represented heaven and earth. Oh my God, it's the real black-yellow gas. There's actually so much of it. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. Then, her eyes were filled with little stars. She said, "This is the best holy item for refining weapons." She was enveloped by the light screen that Yi Fan had propped up and did not feel much pressure. However, Yi Fan was already sweating profusely and could not hold on any longer. He said, "What are you shouting for?" "I'm saying that this is the rarest essence energy in the world. It's a holy item for refining weapons. Many powerful cultivators have searched their entire lives and could not find a trace of it. There's actually so much here." Ji Ziyue was very excited. Her face was red as she constantly shook Yi Fan's shoulder. She said, "Hurry up and collect it. Use it to refine your weapons. In the future, you will definitely be able to condense Tao and truth into an extreme weapon. It's really easy for you to say." Yi Fan was on the verge of collapse and could not take a step forward. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth is the Tao. It's the mother of all things, heaven and earth. Heaven and earth is the essence of heaven and earth, the source of all things. It's a holy item that refines all material qualities. It's the rarest. Ji Ziyue was very excited. Her face was flushed and she looked very sweet. She said with a trembling voice, usually, the top experts search in every way but find it difficult to obtain anything. But there are so many here. We must collect some. When Yifan heard this, he was indeed tempted. If his cauldron was tempered with heaven and earth. He felt his heart beating faster. However, the strength was right there. He really could not plunder it and could not get close at all. Jizue shook Yifan's shoulder and said, "Hurry up and remove my restriction. I have a way to collect it." Yifan naturally would not break the restriction for her. That would be purely asking for abuse. This purple-clothed girl's strength was unfathomable. He did not want to be countered. "Don't worry, I won't make a move against you." Jizue hugged his arm and bit her pair of shiny canine teeth, saying, "This is a great opportunity. If I don't grab it, I will be struck by lightning." At the beginning of heaven and earth, the essence that overflowed was called heaven and earth. The amount was pitifully small and almost dried up. It was the favorite of the top experts and a treasure for refining weapons. Yifan more or less knew a little, but it was far from the purple-clothed girl's understanding. Seeing her like this, he could not calm down and thought about how to seize the heaven and earth. However, according to legend, a wisp of heaven and earth chi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. He did not have the ability to collect it at all. If he went up, he would most likely be crushed into a bloody mist. Rumble, above, the heaven and earth chi was the weakest compared to the other areas. However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound and a dazzling light flowed over from afar. Heaven and earth were the essence of the earth. When they blended together, there would not be any overflowing brilliance. However, at this moment, there was a wisp of heaven and earth chi that was especially dazzling. It was many times more resplendent than the other thick and unadorned heaven and earth chi. Heavens, it's the heaven and earth root, where the essence resides. Jizue was so excited that her little face was flushed. Then, she grabbed Yifan while panting with rage and said, "Quickly undo my restriction. That is the legendary essence of the source chi. It's the heaven and earth essence that is rarely seen. If you can't obtain it, it will anger both men and gods." At this moment, Yifan's sea of reincarnation trembled. The green copper piece flew out and entered the heaven and earth chi. It sucked in that dazzling essence and descended. Jizue was both shocked and excited. She shouted, "Give me some." She thought that it was Yifan who took action and collected it. In reality, the green copper piece was not under his control at all. Yifan hurriedly took out his cauldron and welcomed the green copper piece to absorb the heaven and earth essence. Kacha! The sound of cracking could be heard. That small cauldron could not withstand it at all and was shattered by the great pressure. It mixed with the heaven and earth essence. The green copper piece had only absorbed a portion of the heaven and earth essence. It could be said that it was only a small taste. The rest of the essence lingered outside and the broken cauldron was also attached to the green copper piece. Yifan did not know whether to be happy or worried. The green copper piece was too mysterious and easily captured the heaven and earth essence. However, the cauldron that he had painstakingly refined was shattered. It was an indescribable feeling. This is a good thing. The broken cauldron has merged with the heaven and earth chi. You can refine it again and obtain the weapon of your dreams. When the time comes, don't forget to give me a strand of the heaven and earth essence. You won't need this much. Jizue waved her little fists and her eyes were full of little stars. She was almost biting Yifan's ear as she reminded him loudly. The green copper piece flew over and Yifan was worried. A strand of heaven and earth essence could crush a mountain range. This kind of heaven and earth essence must be even heavier. If it entered the sea of reincarnation, he was afraid that he would be crushed immediately. However, there was no way to avoid it. The green copper arrived in a flash and sank into the spring at the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. Everything was calm and nothing bad happened, which made him feel relieved. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound above. After the heaven and earth essence was collected, the clouds dispersed and the mist dispersed. This area actually became clear and a gap appeared. This was a rare opportunity. Yifan carried the purple-clothed girl and turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed up and instantly escaped from the bottom of the lake. So much heaven and earth chi. I can't take it away. I really can't accept this. Jizue cried out unwillingly like a little money grubber. Whoosh! The waves rolled and Yifan rushed out of the water and finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a huge lake with boundless blue waves. The mist was hazy and the lake surface was green and translucent like a natural gem. It was surrounded by immortal qi and embellished the vast land. Yifan flew for half an hour before he arrived at the shore. What entered his eyes was a stretch of lush greenery. Countless ancient trees grew on the shore. It was lush and full of vitality. We're finally free. The two could be said to have survived a calamity. On the shore, the old trees towered into the sky and were emerald green. Yifan's mind completely relaxed. Jizue's big eyes glanced over and rippled. She wrinkled her nose and then her shiny little canine teeth and cute little dimples appeared at the same time. She said, "Hey, hey, hey. We've gone through thick and thin together and can be said to be friends of life and death. Why aren't you letting me go? Now it's time to share the joys and sorrows. Quickly share my heaven and earth essence." She didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She was lively and a little mischievous. She walked over lightly and tilted her head with a faint smile. She stretched out a delicate hand and waved it in front of Yifan. "Yes, we should share the joys and sorrows." Yifan smiled and patted the seat beside him, indicating her to sit down. He said, "Write down your Ji family's ancient scriptures for me." "What?" Jizue stared at him with her big watery eyes and said, "This is the act of a bandit." "That's right. I'm going to rob today." Yifan smiled brightly and said, "Moreover, I'm going to rob everything. Hand over the treasures, hand over the ancient scriptures." The corner of Jizue's lips curled up as she glared at Yifan. She said angrily, "I don't have any treasures or ancient scriptures. I only have the life of an immortal. Do as you see fit." "You sure are a hoodlum." Yifan was immediately amused. He said, "In your words, if you don't tell me the truth, I have many ways to deal with you." Jizue bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She turned her head to the side and looked at the clouds in the horizon. She wanted to say something, but she held back in the end. Yifan didn't make a move immediately. He had plenty of time. The most important thing now was to refine the heaven and earth essence. His cauldron was broken and attached to the green copper. This really worried him. In the eyes of the sea of reincarnation, the green copper was motionless. The heaven and earth essence lingered around it. The broken cauldron floated up and down, blending with the heaven and earth. Jizue's words were very reasonable. After the small cauldron shattered, it wasn't entirely a bad thing for Yifan. This was an opportunity. Since it's broken, I'll reforge it. Yifan's mind was completely immersed in the eyes of the spring. He used the divine power in his sea of reincarnation to carefully squeeze the broken cauldron. He wasn't going to reforge it directly. What he needed to do was to completely shatter this cauldron and merge it with the heaven and earth essence. Shattering the cauldron in the sea of bitterness was like shattering his own body. The divine power circulated and his mind was immersed in controlling it. He actually had the illusion of shattering himself. The heaven and earth essence was like the moonlight and the radiance of the sun. It was very eye-catching. It kept merging with the broken cauldron. Under Yifan's control, the two became inseparable and gradually became a stream of light. It revolved around the green copper. The mist was hazy and mysterious. In the end, the brilliance was contained and the sharpness was restrained. It became plain and simple. The misty heaven and earth essence flowed naturally, giving people a feeling of unfathomable depth. At the beginning of the world, a small amount of the essence of heaven and earth was born. It was the source of all things. It had an unimaginable mysterious power and was a treasure for refining weapons. Yifan controlled it carefully. He wasn't in a hurry to reforge the cauldron. In order to let the two fuse completely, he constantly tempered this energy and branded it on the green copper. He allowed the black-yellow essence to envelop the green copper piece and repeatedly imitated and tempered it. He wanted to become one with it and engrave the natural Tao patterns on it. This was destined to be a long process that required time to slowly sharpen. In the beginning, everything went smoothly without any accidents. It was a good start. Just like that, Yi Fan temporarily stayed by the lake and added several seals to Jiziyue to prevent her from breaking the restrictions. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The mist in the lake was hazy, and the ripples were sparkling. The trees on the shore were lush, and the flowers and grass were fragrant. Under a towering ancient tree, Jiziyue couldn't move at all and was imprisoned there. Yi Fan ignored her screams and focused on drawing her beautiful face with the brush in his hand. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, a toad was formed. He nodded and seemed very satisfied. He put the brush in his hand to the side, took a mirror and placed it in front of Jiziyue. Ah! Jiziyue screamed as if she had encountered the most terrifying thing. She was extremely annoyed and gritted her teeth, glaring at Yi Fan. Half a month has passed and you only wrote a section of the ancient scripture for me. It's too little, I need the complete scripture. At this point, Yi Fan changed the topic and said patiently, I have the black-yellow essence, it's hard to find in 1,000 generations. If you explain the ancient scripture to me, I'll give you the source chi of all things. It's mutually beneficial and no one will lose out. Jiziyue was indeed a little tempted. She blinked her big eyes and said, I need time to think about it. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to stall for time. Yi Fan sat opposite her and prepared the brush and paper. He undid the seal on Jiziyue's right hand and said, Stop dilly-dallying, the source chi is just around the corner, don't you want to collect it? Jiziyue said angrily, You're too much, I've already given you several treasures and you're still not satisfied. At most, I'll fight you to the death. As long as I die, the imprint on my body will definitely appear in the Ji family, everything that happened will appear. Yi Fan was speechless. He pushed a phoenix hairpin, 2 bracelets, and a pair of earrings in front of her and said, How do you want me to use these things? As long as you write the ancient scripture for me, I'll return them all to you. Jiziyue immediately changed her expression, she was about to cry and said, It's not that I don't want to write the ancient scripture, but the elders of the family sealed an immortal curse in my sea of consciousness. If I dare to reveal it, my body and soul will be destroyed on the spot. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Don't be so pitiful, I don't believe what you're saying at all. Jiziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, she sobbed helplessly and said, I've never had any enmity towards you, I even let the people of the demon race off, I have no intention of harming you, but you treat me like this indeed made Yi Fan feel very ashamed. After catching this hot potato, he felt that it was very difficult to deal with. He couldn't kill her and if he let her go, there would be endless troubles in the future. He kept interrogating her about the ancient scripture but he didn't get any Xian techniques. I'm determined to get the ancient scripture, stop acting. Jiziyue immediately changed her expression, the tears in her eyes disappeared and she started to grind her little canine teeth and said, I'll fight it out with you. Then let's fight. Yi Fan started to take off her shoes and socks. Jiziyue screamed, What are you doing, stop. Are you going to write the ancient scripture or not? Yi Fan took off her shoes and socks completely, revealing a small foot that was as smooth as jade. It was sparkling and translucent like suet jade, shimmering with a bit of luster, delicate and beautiful. You. Jiziyue was incomparably embarrassed, her face was pink and she was completely frightened. She said with a trembling voice, Stop quickly. Yi Fan took his time and smeared a layer of honey on her warm foot, then he grabbed a few ants and placed them on it. In the ancient forest, Jiziyue's embarrassed and angry screams immediately came out, Little brat Yi Fan, I'm not done with you. An hour later, Yi Fan walked to the lakeside with a few pages of paper in his hand. He had a focused expression as he seriously studied the scripture recorded on it. The great Tao is like the abyss, the sect of all things, light is like dust, Yi Fan studied and pondered at the same time. The Ji family's ancient scripture was indeed unique, it was definitely not inferior to the Tao scripture. The opening few sentences pointed out the main point of the ancient scripture. The great Tao was void, but its effects were endless. This was the void scripture of the Ji family. The void Tao could erase the sharpness of all things, resolve conflicts, harmonize the radiance of all things, and mix with the dust of all things. However, one's body would always be void and exist forever. It was a pity that Jiziyue was very determined and would rather die than submit. She only wrote a limited number of pages, he still needed time to obtain the entire ancient scripture. These few pages were very disjointed, there was only half a page of description about the Tao Palace. He read it carefully. The goddess of grains does not die, it is called Xianpin, the gate of Xianpin is the root of heaven and earth. Although it was only half a page, it allowed Yi Fan to understand what the Tao Palace had to cultivate. I really have to cultivate 5 gods' will. There were 5 gods' will in the Tao Palace. If he could use them, he could extend his lifespan and give birth to the 5 qi. When the gods' will and qi were combined, all sorts of mysterious things would happen. The Tao Palace was very mysterious and even more extraordinary than the Sea of Reincarnation. It would open and dig out all sorts of mysteries. It was a pity that Yi Fan only read half a page and did not know what to do next. To cultivate the Tao Palace, one had to cross the Sea of Bitterness and reach the other shore. In the following time, Yi Fan started to cultivate diligently as he did not want to waste any time. During this process, he constantly refined the black and yellow essence, allowing it to contain the green copper piece. He refined it repeatedly, fused it, and copied the Tao patterns. Of course, the most important thing that Yi Fan did was to refine the blood essence of the demon monarch's sacred heart. He needed strong power, and it would be a waste if he did not make use of this heart that was immersed in the life spring. This time, he used the black and yellow qi to force the sacred heart to fill the sky with bloody light to collect the blood essence. With the green copper piece suppressing at the bottom of the sea, the demon monarch's sacred heart could not resist. It was like a horned dragon coiled in the shallows, not daring to make any big moves. For a full half a month, Yi Fan could be said to be squeezed. He constantly refined the demon monarch's sacred blood and cleansed his body. His skin was as clear as jade and various impurities were expelled. He was about to undergo a complete transformation. Jiziua saw all of this and was shocked. She vaguely felt that there were many secrets on Yi Fan, and it was far from being as simple as it looked on the surface. On the 19th day of refining the demon monarch's sacred blood, a shocking change happened. The heart that was as red as jade seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and completely exploded. Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness was completely boiling. If it was not for the green copper piece that stabilized everything here, his body would probably have shattered. The demon monarch's heart thumped as it completely recovered its vitality. It was unwilling to be deprived of its sacred blood and wanted to shock Yi Fan to death. That day, even the experts who had surpassed the Nirvana realm could not withstand it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The black and yellow qi circulated on the green copper piece and stabilized the Sea of Reincarnation, preventing Yi Fan from being in danger. The heart that was as bright as a ruby was burning fiercely and actually broke through Yi Fan's Sea of Bitterness. It turned into a dazzling blood light and disappeared into the sky. Yi Fan's Sea of Bitterness was in extreme pain. Although it quickly closed, it took him a long time to recover. This result made him dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, I squeezed it too hard. It's indeed wrong. The demon monarch's sacred heart actually flew away. The powerful demon monarch's sacred heart was unwilling to be taken away every day. In the end, it disappeared and broke through the sky. Oh my God, that must be the demon monarch's heart. It's actually in your body. Jiziua was dumbfounded and shocked. Yi Fan did not chase after it. He sat down cross-legged and cleansed his flesh and blood with the last of the sacred blood. At this moment, his whole body was like jade. His organs were shining, his bones were shining, and his skin was crystal clear. After the baptism of the sacred blood, he felt waves of unbearable pain. Finally, after consuming 2 kinds of sacred medicine, he began to be reborn for the 3rd time. This was a painful and unbearable process. It lasted for half a day before everything calmed down. Yi Fan stood up like a god. Divine light radiated in all directions, shining with the sun and moon, shining with the stars, sparkling like 7-colored glass. Only after a long time did the light disappear. He returned to his original appearance. He felt powerful strength. The 3rd rebirth made him feel like he was reborn from the ashes. The energy in his body seemed inexhaustible. The moment he clenched his 5 fingers, golden lightning interweaved on his golden fist as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. The most incredible thing was that the black and yellow qi actually appeared on the golden fist as if it was smelted on it. Jiziua was very surprised. Her small mouth formed an O shape. What did you do? A cool breeze blew. Yi Fan's black hair danced lightly. He clenched his golden fist tightly. He felt incomparably powerful as the black and yellow qi permeated out. How can this be? Jiziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled and her rosy mouth was slightly agape. Her face was full of disbelief. She could not understand why the black-yellow qi would appear on that pair of fists. At this moment, Yi Fan's golden fists gave off a powerful feeling just by looking at them. It seemed to be indestructible and the universal source qi seemed to have been refined on them. Black-yellow is the universal source qi born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It's a sacred object for refining weapons. Why is it attached to your fists? How did you do it? Jiziyue's big eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan loosened his golden fists and the black-yellow source qi disappeared immediately. It flowed back into the sea of sufferings and lingered around the green copper block. He was also very shocked and afraid that he would turn into dust. He could not bear the weight of this universal source qi at all. One strand was enough to crush a mountain. Just now, a strand appeared on each of his fists. It really made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, the green copper block suppressed the universal source qi and no accidents happened. The green copper block sank into the sea of reincarnation and the black-yellow source qi attached to it. Even his body became a carrier. When he operated the sea of reincarnation, it was very likely that the black-yellow essence would be drawn out. This made him feel very uncomfortable. If not for the green copper block's suppression, he would be in danger of turning into dust at any time. So much universal source qi was enough to crush him countless times. However, danger always coexisted with opportunity. Although it made people uneasy, if used well, it was equivalent to an indestructible weapon. How terrifying would a fist with a strand of black-yellow essence qi appear? No matter how many magic treasures you have, no matter how many divine abilities you have, I will pierce through it with one punch. Yi Fan was considering whether he could really fuse the black-yellow source qi with his body. But after thinking about it carefully, it was too difficult and he probably could not do it now. The true black-yellow source qi was hard to refine. Top cultivators used it to refine weapons. Almost no one had heard of someone refining the body because it was too dangerous. The path is walked, everything can be taken slowly. He was not in a hurry for success. He had all the time to slowly explore. Your body is very special. Jiziyue was very clever and keenly captured something. What do you see? At this moment, Yi Fan had already returned to his natural state. His smile was as bright as the sun, and he had a harmless look on his face. He was only a youth around the age of 14. Just now, your skin was sparkling and translucent like a precious lamp. It was flawless and surpasses a spirit treasure. It shouldn't have been like that at all. Just now, when Yi Fan was reborn for the third time, his body shone brightly and his flesh and blood were almost transparent. Jiziyue saw this transformation process and she was very shocked. After a cultivator reached the nirvana realm, he would undergo a different kind of rebirth, constantly changing his blood, refining his bones, and completing the metamorphosis like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. However, according to what Jiziyue said, the rebirth of blood and bones was far from comparable to Yi Fan's transformation. This kind of sublimation is very unusual. It doesn't conform to common sense. Her eyelashes trembled as she carefully sized up Yi Fan, revealing a bewildered expression. According to what Jiziyue said, after reaching the nirvana realm, if one's physique was said to be a change from a bug to a butterfly, then Yi Fan could be said to be a rebirth from a bug to a phoenix. Even if you used the Demon Emperor's divine blood to refine your body, it shouldn't be like this. This kind of transformation is almost comparable to the rebirth of the ancient mighty people. Jiziyue became more and more surprised. She kept speculating and muttered to herself, no matter how extraordinary an ordinary cultivator's body is, it can't be compared to 10% of yours. Could it be that you also have a divine body? Yi Fan did not respond. This kind of rebirth was even more magical than when he reached the nirvana realm. He had long known about it. After all, he had consumed the divine medicine and the demon emperor's divine blood. Once his sacred body of the ancients transformed, it would naturally be extraordinary. Compared to the transformation of other cultivators, it can't be considered a rebirth at all. At this point, Jiziyue's big eyes that were filled with spiritual energy revealed a strange light. She said, could it be that you really have a divine body like my brother? Don't compare me to him. I'll beat him up sooner or later. You. Jizuyue was very dissatisfied. She wrinkled her nose and said, I'm just afraid that when brother Haoyue appears, you'll run away. I don't want to bother with him for now. When I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll definitely beat him up into a pig's head, Yifan said indifferently. Humph. Jizuyue snorted and squinted her big eyes. Of course, she was dissatisfied with him talking about her brother like that. She muttered, you can't beat my brother even if you cultivate for another 100 years. Isn't it just because he has the anomaly, the sea rising bright moon? When the time comes, I'll pluck his moon and plant flowers and grass in his blue sea. My brother's divine body has just formed and is almost invincible among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. You haven't even touched the threshold of the Dao Palace secret realm yet, and you still want to be his enemy. Really? Naturally, Yifan didn't have the desire to win. He was just teasing her casually. He pinched Jizuyue's nose and said, just wait and see. If I don't beat that proud moon up, I'll be letting down my fist. Just wait and get beaten up. Jizuyue was furious. She opened her mouth and revealed her sparkling teeth, biting at his finger. You're a dog. You actually bit me. Yifan chuckled and said, what's so great about a divine body? Didn't his sister still become my prisoner? Although he said that, Yifan really had a headache. The Ji family was famous in the eastern wilderness and was a transcendent force. If they knew that Jizuyue was in his hands, he didn't need to think to know what would happen. What should I do with her? He couldn't kill her, but he couldn't let her go either. Jizuyue knew many of his secrets, such as the green copper block. He absolutely couldn't let them see the light of day. Why is the monster emperor's heart on you? What's with that green copper block? Your physique is so special. When you were reborn, you were similar to my brother. Is it really a divine body? In the past few days, Jizuyue kept asking, but it was impossible for Yifan to tell her. While Yifan was cultivating in seclusion, he went out once to understand the situation outside. What made him feel extremely strange was that after drifting in the underground river for a month, he still hadn't left the Wei Kingdom. He had only come from the west to the east. There was a super force here called Taishin. It occupied a vast area and the endless mountains in the east belonged to this sect. In the continuous mountain range, there were a total of 108 main peaks. Each peak represented a kind of inheritance, and each inheritance far exceeded a small sect like the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. In this vast area, other than the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, no other sect could firmly suppress a super sect of this scale. The eastern wilderness was vast and there were countless countries. In the past, when the Taishan sect was at its peak, its strength could be ranked in the top 100 in the eastern wilderness. It could be called a giant. Especially in this area, it was even more famous. In the surrounding dozens or hundreds of countries, there were few sects that could be on par with it. Super force. Yifan didn't want to provoke this sect. Other than that, the news he heard the most was about Ji Haoyue. The birth of the Ji family's divine body shook the eastern wilderness, indicating that the Ji family would be extremely prosperous in the next few thousand years. It was common knowledge that the divine body could live for thousands of years. Ji Haoyue rose powerfully and constantly attacked the demons. He had already chosen the cave abodes of several big demons and was invincible. In the past 2 months, no one could compare to him in terms of popularity. It could be said that he was dazzling. Many super forces were guessing why the Ji family was making such a big move. Yifan had a feeling that Jizuyue was not simple. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive under Yan Ryu's Golden Lotus phenomenon. The Ji family should have valued her very much. However, during this period of time, there was no news of Jizuyue's disappearance, as if someone had deliberately concealed it. Yifan thought to himself. The Ji family most likely thought that Jizuyue had accidentally fallen into the hands of the demons. That was why they were attacking everywhere. This made him break out in cold sweat. In this critical period, Yifan's best choice was to live in seclusion. If people found out that he had kidnapped Jizuyue, it would definitely be a huge disaster. A few days later, Yifan began to use the artifact. The tripod had long shattered into nothingness and fused with the black and yellow qi. It could be forged again. This was an extremely difficult process. The myriad source qi was extraordinary. If one wanted to forge it with the tripod, it would be almost impossible to reach the heavens. Yi Fan chose to forge the tripod on the green copper block. What was unbelievable was that the rough shape of the tripod was formed in half a month. The green copper block was mysterious and it was not difficult to refine the black and yellow qi on it. After the black and yellow cauldron was formed, it was simple and natural. It had an innate Tao charm and was extremely extraordinary. One could not look away from it at a glance. However, just as it left the green copper block, the tripod instantly turned into black and yellow qi and disintegrated. This made Yi Fan feel very helpless. Heaven and earth merged, growing and nurturing each other. The essence of heaven and earth overflowed. All things mixed together and the essence of heaven and earth filled the air. This was black and yellow. The myriad source qi was extremely difficult to form. It was too difficult to form a tripod, however, this also meant that once the refinement was successful, he would obtain an unparalleled artifact. After this cultivation, Yi Fan thought of the Ji family again and felt a headache. He leaned against an ancient tree with a grass stalk in his mouth. He looked at Ji Ziyue who was not far away and said, "Little girl, let me find you a husband. Go and die." Ji Ziyue was furious and glared at him. "Why are you so excited? You are going to get married eventually. I guarantee that I will find you a good husband." Yi Fan bit the grass stalk and said to himself, "When the time comes, we will be on the same side. I won't find trouble with your brother." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Ziyue was furious and did not look at him. "After thinking about it, in order to prevent me from accidentally killing your brother in the future, this is the only way." Yi Fan boasted shamelessly and said to himself, "Speaking of which, your Ji family can be considered a big family. It is not a loss to have a marriage with your family. I have never seen such a shameless guy like you." Ji Ziyue's cheeks puffed up and she really wanted to bite Yi Fan. Ji Haiyue had a divine body and appeared out of nowhere. It could be said that she shone brightly and was not something that Yi Fan could compare to. The Ji family was extremely powerful in the eastern wasteland and their status was extraordinary. However, Yi Fan said that if he married her, it seemed like the Ji family would have an advantage. "The husband I found for you is very extraordinary. He obtained the inheritance of the demon race. His name is Pang Bo and he is definitely a good match for you. If you want to marry him, go ahead and marry him." Ji Ziyue turned her head to the side and cursed softly, "I wish you and the demon race 100 years of harmony. When the time comes, you will give birth to a little demon, no, a transvestite. You little girl, your mouth is quite poisonous." Yi Fan laughed involuntarily and threw away the grass stalk in his mouth. "Since you are not willing to marry a demon, I will reluctantly digest you myself." Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered with spiritual energy. "I actually want to tell you a secret." "What secret?" Yi Fan leaned against the ancient tree and asked lazily. "The secret cannot be passed to 6 ears. Come here." Yi Fan walked closer and said, "If it is about the secret of the ancient scripture, I will be happy to listen." "The secret is, I want to bite you." Ji Ziyue completely flipped out and bit Yi Fan's ear. She was already furious. "Don't be so fierce." Yi Fan lifted her chin and smiled. "Actually, the marriage is for your own good. I want you to regain your freedom. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy if I have to trap you by my side every day. You are afraid that my family and my brother will come looking for you, right?" Ji Ziyue's red lips were moist and her little canine teeth were shining. She really wanted to bite Yi Fan to vent her anger. "My head hurts, let me think." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and said, "There's no need to have a headache at all. Let me go and you won't have any worries." "What a troublesome person." Since he couldn't kill her and couldn't let her go, Yi Fan rubbed his temples gently. Ji Ziyue was dissatisfied and said, Hey, who's troublesome? How can a smart and beautiful future immortal like me be associated with that word? What do you think I should do with you? We went through trials and tribulations together and went through the bronze immortal palace together. We can be considered friends of life and death. You can't treat a friend like this." Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, "Let me go and I promise I won't hurt you." Yi Fan sat under the ancient tree and glanced at her. "I don't dare to take your promise and guarantee." Ji Ziyue was not discouraged. Her clear and melodious voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. She tried to persuade Yi Fan. "I know how to cultivate the sea rising bright moon. The ancient mighty figures all had monstrous powers. There's a secret behind it. There's a huge secret in the Void Ancient Sutra. The Eastern Wasteland's 7 life forbidden zones have." Ji Ziyue's small mouth kept talking, trying to persuade and entice him until her mouth was dry. However, although Yi Fan listened with relish, he did not say anything. She glared at Yi Fan angrily and said, "Did you hear what I said?" "Of course I heard it, but you didn't say it completely. Every time, you only said the first half. All the secrets were swallowed back by you. I was just about to listen to the rest. Are you going to let me go or not?" "No." Yi Fan replied straightforwardly. "You. I said so much and you only responded with these 2 words? Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'm so angry, my throat is dry." Ji Ziyue felt that her mouth was dry. "Continue, I'm happy to listen." Ji Ziyue was furious. She glared at him and said, "If you don't let me go as soon as possible, the family will definitely find this place. At that time, you'll definitely be in big trouble." "Yeah, it's really troublesome." Yi Fan leaned against the trunk of the ancient tree, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and teased, "How about this? I'll reluctantly marry you and live in seclusion here for a period of time. After a few years, I'll bring a bunch of kids to your clan to meet relatives. Little brat, Yi Fan, if you keep spouting nonsense, I won't let you off." "Are you doubting me?" Yi Fan smiled and stood up. Ji Ziyue screamed in fright. In the end, Yi Fan obtained another section of the Void Ancient Scripture and began to study it by the lake. 2 days later, a jade-green bird that looked like it was carved out of emerald appeared by the lake. Its eyes were scarlet red, like 2 red beans embedded in its head. "Quick, catch it!" Ji Ziyue suddenly cried out. "Why?" Yi Fan's cultivation was interrupted and he turned around to look at her. A look of shock appeared on Ji Ziyue's face, and she said, "Quick, don't let it escape, or we'll all die." Yi Fan soared into the air and reached out with lightning speed, grabbing at the jade-green bird. However, this jade-green bird was already intelligent, and its speed was surprisingly fast. It turned into a green light and disappeared in a flash, fleeing into the distance. Yi Fan took out the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, and the mirror's surface was like a full moon. Immediately, a beam of light shot out, and with a soft chi sound, the jade-green bird turned into a wisp of green smoke. "What's going on? Does that jade-green bird have some background?" "It's one of my cousin's many pets." Ji Ziyue revealed a trace of panic, and said, "Let go of me, or we'll all be in danger." Yi Fan was shocked. Did the Ji family come looking for him? At the same time, he keenly sensed the abnormality and asked, "Your cousin is here, and you seem to be very afraid that she will harm you. Why is that?" "You don't understand." Ji Ziyue didn't want to explain, and said, "Quickly undo my restriction, or not only will she kill me, she will also silence you. You come from the same family, and she actually wants to kill you." Yi Fan was very surprised. "Don't waste time, it's almost too late." Ji Ziyue revealed a look of worry, and constantly urged, "If I let go of you, I might die immediately." Yi Fan picked up Ji Ziyue and was about to fly away. But at this moment, a crisp laughter sounded, and said, "Miss Ziyue, I really didn't expect to meet you here." An enchanting woman wearing a green dress flew over gracefully, and appeared by the lake, blocking Yi Fan's path. "Xianxia, it's you, is my sister Baiyu here as well?" Ji Ziyue asked. "Miss Baiyu did not come, and this servant passed by this place. I didn't expect to discover Miss Ziyue's whereabouts." Although the woman in green was a servant of the Ji family, she was very presumptuous at this moment, and chuckled, "Io, so Miss Ziyue wants to fly together with someone. Xianxia, how dare you?" Ji Ziyue secretly pinched Yi Fan, indicating for her to undo the seal. Xianxia constantly sized up Yi Fan, and then said with a smile, "He's just a 14-year-old brat, Miss Ziyue, your eyesight is too poor." Her words were very disrespectful, and she made fun of Ji Ziyue, and even more so, did not put Yi Fan in her eyes. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. The Ji family caught up so quickly, and it exceeded his expectations. This woman clearly had ulterior motives. Xianxia looked to be 25 or 26 years old, and although she was rather pretty, she could not be compared to the quick-witted Ji Ziyue. She said with a fake smile, "Is Miss Ziyue unwell? Why do you look weak and weak? Do you need this servant to help you?" "Xianxia, you're too presumptuous. Are you here to find me? Miss Ziyue, you disappeared for a long time, and the elders in the family were very worried. They mistakenly thought that you had fallen into the hands of the demon race, and they went on an expedition to find you. However, we never expected that when we were worried for you, you would build a hut here, and live with someone." Xianxia became more and more presumptuous, and she did not treat Ji Ziyue as her master, and repeatedly made fun of her. Ji Ziyue did not get angry, and she said calmly, "Xianxia, you are searching for me under the orders of my sister Bai Yu, and you want to get rid of me?" Xianxia let out a bell-like laughter, and said, "Miss Biyue is kind-hearted, and it's impossible for her to do such a thing. However, this servant does not have so many scruples, and indeed wants to send Miss Ziyue on your way. If you want to kill me, just do it." Ji Ziyue walked forward agilely. Xianxia was bewildered, and she took 2 steps back. She looked at Yi Fan, and said, "Brat, your methods are not bad. I wonder what method you used to take down my Miss Ziyue." She was very cautious, and wanted to test if Yi Fan had really sealed Ji Ziyue. "Xianxia, after following my sister Bai Yu for so many years, you have indeed picked up her bad habit. You are paranoid, and you still don't dare to make a move?" Ji Ziyue smiled faintly. The more it was like this, the more suspicious Xianxia became. She rushed into the sky and said, "Miss Ziyue, come up and fight." Ji Ziyue groaned inwardly, and she really wanted to bite Yi Fan. "He he he." Xianxia laughed charmingly, and she was as beautiful as a flower, and said, "Looks like I was overthinking." Saying that, she waved her hand lightly, and a blue lightning tore through the sky, striking at Ji Ziyue. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed over, and pulled Ji Ziyue to the side. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a few towering ancient trees turned into ashes under the blue lightning, and the ground was scorched. So Miss Ziyue was really captured. But this brat isn't very strong, how did he do it? She sprinkled out colored sand, and it shone like the stars in the sky, forming a nebula that enveloped the area below. "Leave this place, you are not her match." Ji Ziyue whispered in Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan picked up Ji Ziyue, and rushed into the lake as fast as lightning. He didn't dare to fly out of the mountain. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he wouldn't be able to stand in this area. "Quickly release my restriction." Under the lake, Ji Ziyue shook Yi Fan's shoulder with force. A faint light enveloped the 2 of them, and they continued to sink down. "He he he." Xiao's laughter could be heard. She was enveloped by the green light, and she quickly traversed the lake, and was about to catch up in the blink of an eye. But she also had scruples in her heart, and didn't dare to kill Ji Ziyue directly. She was afraid that the imprint in her body would rush out and cause great trouble for her. Yi Fan rushed to the bottom of the lake, and he wanted to make use of the mountain-like profound yellow essence Qi there. "Brat, your divine power is only at the divine bridge realm, how did you catch Miss Ziyue?" Xianxia transmitted her voice, and said, "Someone else must have made a move. And you were just here to watch over her, right?" Ji Ziyue also understood Yi Fan's plan, and said, "Think of a way to make the profound yellow essence Qi erupt from below." "Brat, I remember that when we surrounded Yanryu, I seem to have seen you being protected by a few old demons. You must have some secret on you." Xiao's laughter gradually turned cold, and said, "Looks like I will have a great harvest today." After rushing to the bottom of the lake, Yi Fan suddenly waved his fist, and smashed it into the water. Then, he raised his speed to the limit, and flew forward with Ji Ziyue. Rumble! As if the gates of hell had been opened, a vast pressure surged, as if it could tear the heaven and earth apart, and gushed out in an instant. Xianxia just happened to rush here, and on the spot, her beautiful face turned pale, and she shouted, "The legendary profound yellow." A wisp of profound yellow could crush a mountain ridge, and when such a mountain-like profound yellow essence Qi went berserk, the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. She was scared out of her wits, and desperately flew upwards, no longer caring about chasing after Yi Fan. Xianxia screamed miserably. In the distance, Yi Fan and Ziyue still had lingering fears, and they had already rushed out of the lake, and hid far away. The lake water boiled, and huge waves surged. The profound yellow essence chi surged like a huge millstone, and there was no power that could stop it. The miserable screams stopped abruptly, and Xianxia did not rush out. Only after a long time did the lake water return to calmness. Yi Fan and Ziyue stood on the shore, and the two of them did not speak for a long time, and both of them had complicated feelings. After a long time, Yi Fan finally opened his mouth. That Ziyue won't follow us down, right? Ziyue did not respond, but pondered seriously about something, and muttered to herself, I can't go back now, and I can't show my face. The situation is very complicated, it is very complicated. Just at that moment, a cold voice sounded out. Xiao's hair was disheveled as she appeared behind Yi Fan and Xiao Luo like a ghost. She was only 10 or so meters away from them, and her entire body gave off a green light. Even the profound yellow couldn't crush you? Yi Fan was shocked. Ziyue's intelligent eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said, Ziyue gave the divine light escape talisman to you? That's right, in order to find Miss Ziyue, I brought this divine light escape talisman, and turned into lightning to search for you for many days. Xiao's face was ferocious, and she pressed forward eerily. Unfortunately, the talisman was just brushed by the profound yellow essence chi, and it collapsed. Miss Ziyue, you can go on your way. Yi Fan blocked in front of Ziyue, and said, You deceiving slave, you deserve to die. Xiao relied on the divine light escape talisman and turned into lightning, avoiding the crushing of the Shenhuang mother chi. However, she was still seriously injured. She hated Yi Fan and said coldly, I'll tear you apart first and then send Miss Ziyue on her way. She opened her 5 fingers and 5 divine rainbows shot out, grabbing at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was waiting for this opportunity. His physical body was extremely strong and he was least afraid of close combat. A pair of golden fists swung out fiercely, collapsing the space on the spot. You. Xiao was shocked and retreated on the spot. However, it was too late. The two of them were so close and Yi Fan would not give her any chance. The first punch destroyed the 5 beams of divine light, shattering the 5 fingers that were spread out. Xiao screamed. Light flashed in her body and she wanted to take out her spiritual treasure. Bang! Yi Fan had already swung out his second punch. Before the spiritual treasure could rush out, it was smashed back by the golden fist. Xiao's sea of sufferings collapsed on the spot. Yi Fan's fist surpassed the spiritual treasure. At close range, nothing could stop him. Xiao screamed and her body bloomed with light. She wanted to shatter her body and severely injure Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan swung his fist for the 3rd time. With a bang, it heavily smashed into her chest, penetrating it in one punch. Boom! Xiao was torn into pieces and collapsed in all directions. She was killed by Yi Fan with 3 punches. A Nirvana realm cultivator was killed by your fists. Ziyue was speechless and said, You're a beast in human form. Yi Fan's 4th punch was fixed in the air. Before the last punch was swung, a wisp of Shenhuang appeared on it and slowly disappeared as he slowly retracted his fist. This made him feel uneasy and a little surprised at the same time. He swung his fists continuously and sometimes released the Shenhuang mother chi. If he could control it, this pair of fists would be extremely terrifying. You. Ziyue glanced at him and said, Even if it's a cultivator from the secret realm of the Dao Palace, if they don't know anything, they might suffer a great loss if they appear beside you. Yi Fan turned to look at Ziyue and said, Do you think your cousin will appear here? It's hard to say. Ziyue looked worried and said, I'm about to die because of you. The situation is complicated now. If my whereabouts are exposed, I might be in more danger than you. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Your Ji family's internal affairs are really complicated and cruel, you don't understand. Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and did not explain anything. Instead, she sighed and said, Xia, why bother? She found some leaves and covered the corpses. Yi Fan didn't mind. But suddenly, Ziyue's body shone brightly and a powerful aura burst out from her. You. Yi Fan was shocked. He turned around and was about to soar into the sky. However, the surrounding space started to distort like ripples of water. Jiziyue was incomparably sacred. With her as the center, a hazy brilliance flowed out, imprisoning everything here. Only then did Yi Fan realize that she was holding a lightning-like divine talisman. Although it was broken, it was flowing with divine power. It was the talisman that unlocked Jiziyue's restriction. Divine Light Escape Talisman. Sister Biyue gave it to Xianxia to turn into lightning and search for me. She wanted to harm me, but it shattered here and saved me. Jiziyue chuckled. Her whole body glowed with incomparable confidence. She was radiant and her body was crystal clear. She was shrouded in a holy aura. At this moment, she was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree, as light as the spring breeze and as clear as the moonlight. She looked spotless, ethereal and holy. She turned to look at Yi Fan and immediately smiled. A dimple appeared on her left cheek, making her look mischievous and cute. Someone, you've taken care of me these past few days. How do you think I should thank you? At this point, Yi Fan had nothing to worry about. He said nonchalantly, just devote yourself to me. Jiziyue smiled sweetly. Her smile was very sweet as she walked over gracefully. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, little brat, how dare you treat me like that? Hey, Jiziyue, I risked my life to save your life just now. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Yi Fan felt very guilty. At least you still have some conscience. You didn't abandon me and run away. Otherwise, you would be lying on the ground now. Jiziyue tilted her head and looked at him with a sweet smile. However, this made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. What do you want? Jiziyue revealed an incomparably charming smile and said, I want to bite you. At this point, she ground her sparkling little canine teeth, and then she bit down. After being captured for so long, what she wanted to do the most was to bite Yi Fan a few times. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the anger in her heart. Yi Fan was sealed by her and could not move at all. Even though he had a treasure body, he could not endure it without divine power circulating. He grimaced on the spot and shouted, there's no need to be so intimate. Immediately after, he screamed miserably. Jiziyue hated him so much that she bit him repeatedly. Men and women should not touch each other. Don't be like this. Yi Fan shouted. Scream loudly. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. Jiziyue smiled sweetly, her little canine teeth grinding. Yi Fan was completely speechless. Why did her words sound so awkward? I say, Jiziyue, show mercy. I'm about to be bitten into a sieve by you, little brat, you're not even 14 years old and you're already bullying me. Jiziyue said hatefully as she bit Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan felt like he was in deep water. This was the first time he had encountered such a punishment. He shouted, Jiziyue, don't go too far. I want to go too far and bite you to death. Her smile did not diminish as she kept grinding her teeth. What you're doing is too unladylike. It's not dignified to bite people. Yi Fan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Scream, scream as hard as you can, scream until your throat breaks. Jiziyue looked so smart and beautiful, but her current performance made Yi Fan completely speechless. You're molesting me. Yi Fan did not want to say such words passively. Their roles should have been reversed. Pooey, you little brat. You're just 14 years old. Do you know what molestation is? Jiziyue pinched his cheek and kneaded it forcefully. Jiziyue, you're a future immortal. You've lost your composure like this. Immortals are also humans. They also have anger. After bullying me for so long, I can't wait to bite you to death. Ah! Yi Fan shouted. Jiziyue bit him again before retreating and said, what the hell are you shouting for? I was molested by a bad girl. Jiziyue's face immediately turned red and said, little brat, you're still being stubborn. You're really asking for a beating. I give up. Don't bite anymore. My entire body is soft. Pooey, your words are so unpleasant. After venting most of her anger, Jiziyue finally felt a little embarrassed. Her jade face was rosy. We're even now. Can you let me go now? Dream on. This is just the beginning. Xianxia lifted his chin. Her dimples were faintly discernible as she smiled seductively and said, "Little brat, you actually have designs on my ancient scriptures and even dare to tease me. You're really audacious. What do you want?" Yi Fan said weakly. "Don't be so dejected. Come, little brat, smile for big sister." Xianxia lifted Yi Fan's chin. Her big eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled radiantly. "I think we should call out our identities." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xianxia smiled even more brilliantly and said, "I'll treat you well." Another round of deep water heat. Half a day later, Yi Fan was completely freed. The teeth marks on his body were lined up in a very orderly manner. "Give me half of the Mother of Heaven Qi. I can't control it. There's no way for it to flow out." Liar. Relatively speaking, Xianxia was still considered soft-hearted. She did not torture Yi Fan intensely. "There are many secrets on you. I want to slowly dig them out. Green copper piece, myriad qi, and your precious body." She glanced sideways at Yi Fan and said, "My cousin wants to kill me. If we meet, I'll create an opportunity for you to get close to her. With the strength of your body, you'll definitely make her suffer. You're treating me as cannon fodder." Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, "If my body was strong enough, I wouldn't have been imprisoned by you. I have a secret treasure on me. As long as my divine power circulates steadily, you naturally won't be able to act violently around me." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, "My cousin definitely won't be on guard against you. When the time comes, you'll definitely succeed. Your existence is like a sharp sword in the darkness. I want to give her a surprise. I want to see who else wants to deal with me. When things calm down, I'll drag them all out." Xianxia felt that the situation outside was complicated and did not dare to show her face. She wanted to hide for a while and secretly observe who wanted to deal with her. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes revealed joy. She said, looking at the time, "The day of the Supreme Mystery Sect's disciple recruitment is almost here. Why don't we hide in the Supreme Mystery Sect?" This place was the location of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The 108 main peaks were not far from here. The Supreme Mystery Sect was extremely powerful. In this area, other than the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land, no other sect could suppress them. Even our Ji clan is not willing to easily provoke the Supreme Mystery Sect. If we were to say where is the safest in this area, it would undoubtedly be this sect. The Ji clan will not send people to search. As long as we hide inside, there will be no danger. 2 days later, Yi Fan and Xianxia appeared in the mountain range where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located. In front of them, the mountains were towering and majestic. They were also very beautiful and could be called magnificent. Among them, the 108 main peaks were the most magnificent. Of course, it was impossible to see all of them. Only a dozen or so main peaks could be seen. Immortal cranes danced in the air, spirit palaces were faintly discernible, and clouds and mist lingered around them. It was very peaceful. They blended in with the crowd that had come to pay respects to their masters and smoothly entered the mountain gate without any accidents. "There are 100 main peaks here. Let's choose a more remote one that no one cares about," Yi Fan suggested. Yes, that should be the case. Inside the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were many disciples maintaining order in front of the mountain gate. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was graceful and elegant. She was very beautiful and otherworldly. "She's actually here." Yi Fan was shocked. He had already recognized that it was Li Xiaoman. Although he had already guessed that it was impossible for her to die in the ancient desolate forbidden area, he did not expect her to join the Supreme Mystery Sect. "Did you meet an acquaintance?" Xianxia revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brat, there's something wrong with the way I look at you. It's okay, if there's a grudge, big sister will help you vent your anger." Yi Fan felt that he and Li Xiaoman were already as calm as water. The only relationship they could have was that they were stranded in this world together. Apart from that, it was difficult to have anything else. All the bits and pieces of the past had long passed with time, becoming blooming fireworks. He had also thought that although they could not be together and were no longer as touched as before, they could still be friends. But the last time they met, he felt that it was wishful thinking. Yi Fan did not intend to acknowledge Li Xiaoman. Instead of feeling that indifference, it was better to brush past her like a stranger. Before coming to the Taishan gate, Ji Ziyue had smeared her pink cheeks, almost turning into a little tabby cat. Only her big eyes were still very lively, and at this moment, they were curved into crescent moons. She had captured the change in Yi Fan's mood. In the endless mountains, there were 108 main peaks, representing 108 kinds of legacies. They were the root of the Taishan gate's everlasting prosperity. Even though some of the legacies were showing signs of decline, there were still other legacies that were rising. After the change of dynasties and the passage of time, the Taishan gate had always stood tall. Inside the gate, the terrain was open, and people were surging. There were tens of thousands of people gathered here, but it was not crowded at all. They were all waiting for the selection. And this was only the first day. It would last for 7 days. If there were so many people every day, one could imagine how many people would come here. These people came from dozens of surrounding countries, and they all had a certain amount of talent, but only a very small number could stay. They had to be extremely talented and outstanding. So exaggerated? In front of him, there was a sea of people. Yi Fan was quite surprised. This was even stricter than the emperor choosing his concubine. Ji Ziyue glanced at him and said, "Of course, the Taishan gate is very famous." At its peak, its strength was enough to rank in the top 100 of the Eastern Barren Territory. It is a rare super force that has existed for more than 10,000 years. If that's the case, isn't your Ji family even more terrifying? It is hard for me to imagine how powerful your family is and how strong they are. The clan of the ancients and the Holy Land have existed for a long time and cannot be measured. Even I have no way of truly understanding how deep their heritage is. Hearing this, Yi Fan could only suck in a breath of cold air. He had no way of figuring out just how terrifying such a transcendent ancient clan was. Little brat, why do I feel like you don't have any concept of the major powers? You don't understand them at all. Don't call me a brat. Yi Fan felt very uncomfortable with this form of address. Ji Ziyue chuckled and messed up his black hair, saying, "You don't look more than 13 or 14 years old, yet you want to act like an old man and pretend to be an adult." Seriously, at this moment, dozens of figures flew over from the 108 main peaks in the distance. All of them had white hair that draped over their shoulders. They were all hale and hearty old men. There were both men and women, and they looked like old immortals. They floated in midair, looking down at the tens of thousands of people below. One of them spoke. His words were concise and to the point, and his voice spread to every corner. Everyone could hear him. According to what the old man said, the most initial test only required one to pass through a door of immortality, and it was utterly impossible to pass if one didn't possess immortal fate. Only after passing through this door could one go to the 108 main peaks to take the test. If one was suitable for the inheritance of a certain peak, they could stay and become a disciple of the Taishan sect. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue blended into the crowd and followed the crowd forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the mysterious door. It was 1,000 meters tall and formed from a natural stone barrier. Inside was a misty and endless canyon. Although many people entered, 90% of them were sent back by the immortal light and were considered to have no immortal fate. This natural barrier of the Taishan sect that looks like a stone door is said to have been refined by the 19th generation patriarch. Those who are not suitable for cultivation cannot pass through, many people whispered. Many of those who were sent out were very unwilling and walked forward again, but the result was no different. There were many young disciples of the Taishan sect guarding this place, and no one dared to cause trouble. After being sent back several times, those people had no choice but to leave. When it was Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue's turn, the two of them didn't have anything to be nervous about. They walked in at the same time as hundreds of people. Ji Ziyue easily passed and lightly stepped forward, but at this moment, there was a flash of light, and Yi Fan was sent back. This guy's physique is clearly tyrannical, how can he be so useless? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, her face full of disbelief. Yi Fan had just sealed off the fluctuations of his divine power. The sea of bitterness was as hard as divine iron, unshakable, and as expected, he was sent back. He instantly understood the reason. His face flushed red and his heart did not jump. He walked forward again. People around him made fun of him, but he did not care. This time, he overflowed with a bit of divine power, and without any accidents, he smoothly passed. This surprised the people outside who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. What happened just now? Jiziua's expression was filled with curiosity. She sized him up and said, "Your physique is very special. There must be some secret." In the end, only a few thousand people remained from the tens of thousands of people. They headed towards the 108 main peaks to search for their own immortal opportunities. Many of them would still fail, and only a few would be able to stay. In the depths of the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were countless beautiful mountain peaks. Among them, the 108 main peaks were the most magnificent. Some of the main peaks were filled with celestial music. Clouds and mist floated about, and multicolored light flickered. Some of the main peaks were full of vitality. The waterfall was thousands of feet long, and it fell down like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. On some of the main peaks, immortal cranes danced in the air and heavenly palaces floated in the air. It was extremely auspicious, as if it was a pure land outside of the world. Those palaces are not located on the mountains, but floating on the clouds. Yifan was deeply shocked. What's so strange about this? It's only natural for such a superpower to do so. Our family still has an ancient city that will never fall. This? Yifan could only sigh silently. I'll wait here for a while. I'll observe in the dark to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I'll drag them all out. Jiziue blinked her large eyes and then said, however, since we've come here, we can't come here for nothing. The Supreme Mystery Sect has a few legendary mysterious ancient techniques that are unique. Even the Holy Lands and the ancient clans are envious of them. Yifan was very tempted and said, then what's there to hesitate about? Let's choose the main peak that has this kind of inheritance. Unfortunately, it's said that those ancient techniques have almost been lost and have been in decline for many years. We can only try our luck. Jiziue came from the ancient clans and was very knowledgeable. She had a certain understanding of the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, the two of them walked towards a very desolate main peak. This main peak was not very majestic. It was only 3,000 meters tall. There were dozens of subordinate peaks that belonged to it, and many of them were even taller than the main peak. It was obvious that this was a declining inheritance. This place was very quiet and there was almost no one in sight. The main peak could be said to be a forest of ancient trees and old vines. It was very desolate, as if no one had appeared in a long time. Although it is one of the 108 main peaks and represents a powerful inheritance, it seems that it has completely declined. This place is too desolate, and there isn't even a disciple guarding the mountain gate. Yifan felt that it was difficult to gain anything. Jiziue rubbed her little flower face, and then 2 beams of divine light shot out from her big eyes, almost turning into a tangible substance, and began to sweep across the main peak in front of her. In the past, this main peak was incomparably prosperous. Unfortunately, 500 years ago, the master of this peak fought with the supreme elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and perished together. The inheritance was almost severed. Then why are we still here? Yifan did not understand. The 108 main peaks of the Supreme Mystery Sect have never truly lost their inheritance, because each main peak is a natural scripture. Even if it has declined for hundreds or even thousands of years, sooner or later it will flourish again. The scripture will appear and the inheritance will open again. What exactly is here that makes you so interested? Legend has it that this peak has a kind of immortal technique that has unfathomable power, making all the Holy Lands jealous. Jiziue's eyes lit up. Immortal technique? That's right, because it is too mysterious, almost demonic, almost immortal, that is why it is called immortal technique. What's so special about it? Yifan was very curious, and felt that this kind of inheritance must be extraordinary. If this kind of immortal technique is cultivated and used, it can occasionally increase a person's combat power by several times, or even 10 times. Jiziue was very yearning. This was a mysterious inheritance. When this technique was used, it could sometimes unleash several times the strength of one's body. Although it could only happen occasionally and could not succeed every time, it was still very terrifying. If it was accidentally triggered when fighting against an enemy, it would often cause unimaginable lethality. There's such a technique? Yifan was very excited. It is said that there was a very mysterious ancient scripture that did not record profound mental cultivation methods. It only recorded 9 kinds of secret techniques, and it was as famous as the Tao scripture, the Void scripture, and other immortal scriptures. Unfortunately, that ancient scripture was split up, and it was difficult for the 9 secret techniques to appear at the same time. They were scattered in all directions, and some of the secret techniques might even disappear forever. Rumor has it that the immortal technique of this main peak was one of the 9 secret techniques back then. Just 9 secret techniques are comparable to the ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. The inheritance of this main peak was one of the 9 secrets, and it had a great origin. I hope I can find this secret technique. Divine light circulated in Xianxia's eyes. Is this the only secret technique in the Supreme Mystery Sect? Xianxia nodded and said, it is already fate that they were able to obtain a secret technique. At this moment, it was quiet and desolate. The mountain gate at the foot of the main peak was overgrown with weeds, and it did not look like a celestial mountain at all. On an ancient tree not far away, a few crows cawed loudly and flapped their wings to fly. The path on the mountain was completely flooded by thorns, and the vegetation was messy. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time. At this moment, a stooped, trembling old man walked out of a dilapidated palace on the mountain and walked down. Are you here to take the test? His old eyes were turbid as he said, it's been 500 years, and the inheritance still hasn't appeared. It's almost severed. I don't know how long it will take. If you come here, you will only be wasting your time. We're not afraid. We have plenty of time to wait. Xianxia smiled very sweetly and went forward to support the old man. She was very lively and intelligent. There were many palaces on the 3,000-meter-high main peak, but many of them had collapsed. Ancient trees had fallen on them, vines were everywhere, and the weeds in the courtyard were half the height of a person. This is almost becoming a wilderness. Yes, the inheritance hasn't appeared. Who would be willing to come here? It's naturally desolate. The old man sighed again and again. At this moment, more than 10 divine rainbows rushed past, flying towards the main peak in front of them. Yifan did not expect to see Li Xiaoman again so soon. She was already a life spring realm cultivator and could fly on rainbows. The main peak in front is extremely prosperous. You might as well choose the inheritance there instead of this peak, the old man suggested with good intentions. We only care about the inheritance of this peak. Xianxia smiled faintly. The old man nodded with a smile and said, good, you have ambition. You must know that the inheritance of this peak is one of the legendary 9 secrets. I hope you can obtain it. The humble peak, like its name, had no beautiful scenery, no majestic presence, no celestial roots, and nothing special about it. It was ordinary and almost desolate like a wilderness. Withered vines, old trees, crows, and the blood-colored sun was setting in the west. It was gloomy and did not look like a main peak of a celestial sect at all. The humble peak had broken walls, endless rubble, weeds, and thorns everywhere. Even the mountain path was gone. In the sky, 7 or 8 shadows flew past. When they passed by here, they all paused and then landed. These were a few young disciples, all in their 20s. Seeing that this main peak that had been desolate for many years, they were surprised that someone had come to search for celestial fate, so they came to take a look. Greetings, Uncle Master Li, there were both men and women among them. After they bowed to the old man, they sized up Yifan and Xianxia. Senior, what kind of test do we have? Yifan asked what kind of test they had to go through. This skinny, seemingly weak old man was the only disciple of the humble peak. His name was Li Ruoyu. He shook his head and said, actually, there is no need for a test. No one has come here for many years. If you insist on staying, you all pass. At the side, the 7 or 8 young Taishan disciples all chuckled. They could not understand why these two would choose a declining main peak. I guess these two's talent is terrible. It is impossible for them to be chosen by the other main peaks, so they came here to take the test. These two are smart and want to use this method to stay, but they don't know that it is useless. Once they choose this mountain, they can't join other main peaks. For many years, there have always been people who think they are smart, but in the end, they still leave with their tails between their legs. These young disciples discussed and snickered. They were the disciples of the main peak in front. The inheritance there was extremely prosperous now. Xianxia smeared her pink cheeks until she looked like a kitten. Only her big eyes were full of spirit. She glanced at the disciples and then looked at the old man. Senior Li, let's follow the rules and give us the test we deserve. There is no need. Li Ruoyu shook his head. Uncle Master Li, since they want to take the test to prove themselves, then give them a chance. Not far away, the disciples were all chuckling. Yeah, maybe they really do have the immortal bone and can bring glory to the humble peak. Uncle Master Li, why don't you test them out? This was also a reflection of the decline of the humble peak. If it was any other peak that was flourishing, they would definitely not dare to interrupt like this. Even if they wanted to ascend the mountain, they would have to go through a report first. However, it also showed that the old man had a good temper. All right. Li Ruoyu nodded. He was old and clumsy as he walked out of the dilapidated palace. The peak of the humble peak was covered in rubble, and there wasn't a single intact building. Inside, there was a spacious area. There were 9 level jade stone steps there. Even though time passed, time slipping away, the jade was still sparkling and translucent, not damaged, looking extremely gentle. So it's the 9 steps to heaven stairway test. A female disciple was surprised. As the only disciple and elder of the humble peak, Li Ruoyu sighed and said, 500 years ago, all the disciples of the Taishan sect wanted to step onto the 9 heaven ladder and become a disciple of the humble peak. How glorious it was in the past. There really is a 9 steps to heaven stairway. I've heard of it before, but I didn't think it would be on the humble peak. Now, the 9 steps to heaven stairway are almost buried in dust. This place is cold and deserted, no longer having the glory of the past. Who would still be willing to climb the 9 steps to heaven stairway? This place is not what it used to be. The door is deserted, and it has long since declined. The 7 or 8 young disciples whispered, very disapproving, and their words were full of contempt. In the past, how many amazing characters climbed the heaven stairway and were proud of it? Li Ruoyu sighed. Uncle Li, you can't always remember the past. Several young disciples chuckled, very disapproving. The so-called test is to climb the 9 steps? Xianxia was very curious. She felt that there was nothing special about such a test. Yes, you can go and try. Li Ruoyu nodded. The future genius of the humble peak, let's see if you can pass the test. You must stand firm. Don't be unable to cross even 1 step. Several young Taishan disciples chuckled, thinking that Xianxia and Yi Fan were just playing petty tricks. They didn't believe that they could pass the test. Facing the teasing, Xianxia didn't care at all. Her steps were light, like a butterfly, and she walked towards the 9 steps to heaven stairway. The so-called 9 steps to heaven stairway was made from 9 kinds of ancient jade. The colors were all different, and there was no dazzling divine light, only specks of crystal. Xianxia climbed the first jade step. The green ancient jade flickered, rippling out. She seemed very relaxed. She took another step, and the second jade step immediately appeared red, specks of scarlet light. She felt the pressure, and her brows furrowed slightly. When the third step landed, the blue ancient jade scattered down, becoming crystal clear. She felt that her steps were heavy. The 4th step, the 5th step. When she reached the 7th step, she felt that it was difficult to take another step. It was as heavy as a mountain, and her body was drenched in sweat. She didn't know that Li Ruoyu was already shocked when she climbed the 3rd step. When she reached the 7th step, he was already dumbfounded. Thump, Xianxia took the 8th step. The ancient jade shone, and the purple jade stairway was under her feet. She felt like she was carrying the blue sky on her back, and she couldn't breathe. Thump, when she took the 9th step, she stepped on the last step. Instantly, heavenly music sounded, 5-colored light shot up to the sky, and a 7-colored divine light appeared. She successfully climbed the 9 steps to heaven's stairway, and the humble peak was full of strange phenomena. This? Li Ruoyu's face was full of shock, and his body was trembling slightly. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He muttered to himself, "In the past, I heard that those who could reach the 7th step were already considered peerless geniuses. Since the humble peak has been passed down, I don't even know if anyone has reached the 9th step." At the side, the young disciples were full of disbelief. They didn't expect this to be the result. The declining humble peak actually welcomed a peerless genius. Ziyue understood the situation and immediately regretted it. She thought that she had to step on every step, but she didn't think that it was unnecessary. She secretly stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself with a frown, "It's over. I didn't want to be in the limelight here. What should I do now? That's impossible. Is she even more talented than the previous ones? After so many years, the 9 steps to heaven stairway is most likely damaged. Otherwise, how could she pass all of them?" The young disciples found it hard to believe. At this moment, a green rainbow flew over from the main peak. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s landed and cupped his hands at Li Ruoyu. "Greetings, Senior Marshal Brother Li. Greetings, Uncle Master." The young disciples at the side bowed to the middle-aged man. "I saw a strange phenomenon flashing past the humble peak just now, so I came to take a look." "What happened?" "Uncle Master, just now." The young disciples quickly recounted what happened just now. "What?" The middle-aged man was also shocked. Silhouettes flashed, and another 7 or 8 silhouettes landed. Their hair and beards were all white, and they also came from the main peak, Star Peak. After these people understood the situation, they were all shocked. They then invited Li Ruoyu to the side, looking embarrassed. Not to mention Li Ruoyu, even the young disciples at the side could guess what they were thinking. They must be shocked by Ziyue's talent and wanted to take her in as a disciple of Star Peak. "I understand what you mean." Li Ruoyu sighed and said, "Now that the humble peak has declined, letting such a talent stay here is really a hindrance to her cultivation. As long as she is willing, you can take her away." The few old men cupped their hands at Li Ruoyu to express their gratitude. Snatching a disciple like this made them feel ashamed. In an instant, Ziyue was completely surrounded by the few old men of Star Peak. All of them were extremely kind, as if they were looking at a treasure, and kept nodding. Hey, white-bearded old grandpas, can you not laugh like that? Why do I feel like you're a big bad wolf?" Ziyue muttered in dissatisfaction. The few old men laughed and did not mind. They took turns to praise Ziyue, telling her about the glory of Star Peak, and directly stating that they wanted to take her in as a disciple. "I only want to join the humble peak. I'm not interested in the other main peaks. The humble peak has declined for many years, and there are no inheritances left behind. Star Peak is extremely prosperous, and is now one of the top 3 out of the 108 main peaks. But I'm really not interested in Star Peak." The few young disciples at the side were all stunned. The few old men persuaded like this, but there was actually someone who did not appreciate it at all, and did not care at all. If this spread out, everyone's jaws would probably fall to the ground. "You must want to learn that legendary secret technique, right? But it has been lost for many years, and you won't get it even if you stay here." The few old men waited patiently, taking turns to speak. "Once you join the humble peak, you can't join the other main peaks, but the disciples of the other peaks can choose again. Yeah, you can join my Star Peak first. If the inheritance here reappears, you can come back." On the side, the disciples were very upset. They had never thought that the elders of Star Peak would be so humble in order to accept a disciple. This was really incomparable. "Let me think about it." Ziyue accidentally made a name for herself, which was not in line with her original intention. Her big eyes turned and she said, "Well, I can join Star Peak, but don't let them talk nonsense." She pointed to the few young disciples next to her. She wanted to hide in the Taishan sect and did not want to be noticed too early. "You can rest assured." The few old men of Star Peak all laughed. Ziyue knew that the Taishan sect, as a super force, would definitely investigate the identity of the new disciples, but she did not care much. Even if the other side knew, it would not matter. As long as she could hide for a few months and temporarily leave the sight of the people of the Ji family who wanted to harm her, it would be fine. Even if the Taishan sect found out her true identity, they would definitely turn a blind eye, and it was very likely that they would use this to establish a relationship with the Ji family elders. The final result was that Ji Ziyue would join Star Peak in a low-key manner and become their disciple. There is one more person, let's see how his aptitude is. The people present were also very interested in Yi Fan's aptitude. He came here with Ji Ziyue, maybe he was also a genius. Yi Fan completely sealed the sea of bitterness. It was as hard as divine iron. Without a single ripple. He did not want to casually expose his own physique. Walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, his aptitude should be extraordinary. Before the people next to him finished speaking, Yi Fan had already stepped onto the first step of the heaven stairway. With a flash of green light, he flew back a few meters and fell to the ground. He hasn't even crossed the first step? This kind of aptitude is too. The people next to him all stopped talking, feeling quite speechless. Junior brothers, please make an exception and take him into Star Peak as well, Li Ruoyu said for Yi Fan. The few old men of Star Peak pondered for a while, but in the end they still nodded. They had stolen a genius, so they had to take into account Li Ruoyu's feelings no matter what. Thank you seniors for your kindness, but I don't want to join Star Peak, I just want to stay here, Yi Fan bowed to them and said. The few elders present all looked at each other. What was going on today? Since when did Humble Peak become so attractive? The extremely prosperous Star Peak was rejected time and time again. It was understandable that the previous geniuses were arrogant because of their talent, but now, a frowning aptitude young man actually did the same. It was really a blow to them. At the side, the few young disciples were almost going crazy. Back then, they went through untold hardships and went through all kinds of tests before they stood out from the crowd and became disciples of Star Peak. They did not expect that there would be people constantly ignoring Star Peak today. This made them feel rather uneasy. It was fine if it was a genius, but even such a young man did the same. How could they endure this? Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and smiled. It's good that you stay here. This peak was their target, only that secret technique was something they were interested in. In the end, Star Peak's group flew away on a rainbow and disappeared. Only Yi Fan and Li Ruoyu were left at the humble peak. As night fell, the stars in the distance sprinkled down like water. The Star Peak ahead looked very ethereal as it was enveloped by endless radiance. Yi Fan gazed into the distance and felt a little surprised. The Star Peak actually attracted the stars in the sky. The endless radiance condensed and became hazy like water, like an immortal realm. Li Ruoyu stood at the peak and said, that is the Star Peak's inheritance, using the stars as the origin power. When cultivated to the extreme, one can even communicate with the stars and let the radiance enter the body, achieving a supreme immortal physique with unparalleled battle prowess. I believe that Humble Peak is not weaker than Star Peak and will rise again. Yi Fan was indeed very interested in the power of the stars, but he was more interested in the Humble Peak's secret technique. 500 years ago, the Humble Peak was shrouded in immortal mist and auspicious colors. Jade palaces were located high up in the clouds and experts came forth in large numbers. It could be said to be a place of great heroes. Unfortunately, it gradually declined. How can we make the inheritance reappear? The heaven stairs. Yi Fan suspected that there might be a secret technique inside the 9 steps to heaven. Li Ruoyu shook his head and said, the entire main peak is the scripture, the inheritance is not inside the 9 steps to heaven. Only when the humble peak shines brightly and is surrounded by immortal energy does it mean that the inheritance has reappeared. Does it have to be like this? Yi Fan didn't believe it. In the past 10,000 years, there has only been one accident. Before the inheritance appeared, a predecessor obtained the cultivation method of the secret technique. In the end, his achievement was comparable to the great existences of the ancient era. His mana was unparalleled. Li Ruoyu sighed. How did he obtain it? Yi Fan's eyes brightened. No one knows. Before he died, he only said 12 words. Which 12 words? Great success is like imperfection, great excess is like rushing, great skill is like clumsiness. That night, Yi Fan sat cross-legged at the top of the humble peak. His powerful will rushed out from the golden lake between his eyebrows, constantly searching the mountain. Unfortunately, he did not feel anything unusual about the humble peak. If the entire main peak was a scripture, he was a little confused and felt that it was very mysterious. In the dead of night, the starry peak in front of them became even more resplendent. Starlight sprinkled down from the sky, pure white and translucent. It was as if auspicious snow was fluttering in the air, or as if white jade was descending. It made people feel an enormous power of the stars. Hiss, Yifan gasped. This kind of inheritance was too magical. With so much power of the stars gathered together, it shone brilliantly and nourished the body for a long time. There must be unimaginable benefits. This made him a little envious. This kind of cultivation method had its uniqueness. No wonder Taishan sect had stood tall for tens of thousands of years. The 108 main peaks were really extraordinary. Yifan put aside his thoughts and began to cultivate the scripture of the way. He was constantly improving his cultivation and had never wasted any time. His heart gradually calmed down. The scripture of the way was the top cultivation method for the secret realm of reincarnation. At least in the Eastern Barren Territory, no ancient scripture could surpass it. It was not until midnight that he stopped and said to himself, "Once I finish cultivating the secret realm of reincarnation, I will start to prepare the cultivation method for the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. I don't know when I can go to the Jade Lake Sacred Land." He had no hope for the scripture of the void. Moreover, it was said that the ancient scripture of the Jade Lake Sacred Land was the strongest cultivation method for the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. That was the method he wanted the most. Yifan's mind was calm. He fell asleep and let the moonlight fall on him. He lay on his side on the bluestone, shrouded in thin smoke, looking ethereal and otherworldly. There was an advantage to joining the humble peak. The only disciple of the peak, Li Ruoyu, had no time or experience to investigate Yifan's past. If he joined the other main peaks, his identity and background would be like transparent water, and he would be thoroughly investigated. The next day, Yifan began to explore the humble peak. He went all over the mountain and did not find a single spirit medicine or spirit root. It was no different from the wilderness. Flap flap flap. A few ominous crows cawed loudly and flew up from a withered old tree, making this quiet place seem even more desolate. It was really hard for him to imagine that such a desolate place was the main peak of the Supreme Profound Sect, representing a powerful inheritance. At noon, he returned to the top of the mountain. The dilapidated palace hall and the courtyard were covered with wormwood that was half a man's height. A wild rabbit scuttled out of it, which made him feel quite speechless. Bang, he picked up a rock and threw it out. The hair fell to the ground and a bonfire was started. Not long after, the fragrance of meat wafted out. The rabbit meat was roasted until it was golden and glossy. The fat dripped into the bonfire and made a sizzling sound. Humble peak, withered vines, dead trees, old crows nesting, ancient palaces, wild hares scurrying away, really. Yifan muttered to himself. In the distance, in the dilapidated palace, old man Li Ruoyu glanced at him, but didn't pay much attention to him. He closed his eyes and quietened down like a withered tree. At this moment, someone mocked, "The 108 main peaks represent the 108 powerful inheritances of the Supreme Profound Sect. The peak of the main peak is the most holy and is the place of inheritance. Now it is set ablaze and the mortal meat stinks. Only the humble peak is like this." A somewhat arrogant young man wearing a blue robe descended on a divine rainbow. His head was raised very high and he frowned at the bonfire. "What, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" Yifan said these two words lightly and with a mocking expression. The blue-clothed young man did not think that a disciple who had just entered the sect would dare to contradict him like this. His face suddenly darkened and he said, "How dare you? How dare you blaspheme the peak of the main peak? Do you know your crime? I say, who are you? Where did you come from? How strange." Yifan was indifferent and did not look at him directly. He was busy roasting the rabbit meat. "Do you not understand what I said?" The blue-clothed young man walked forward and stood in front of him. He looked down at Yifan and said, "How can the main peak light an ordinary fire and let the mortal meat stink?" Yifan was very casual. He constantly flipped the rabbit meat on the bonfire, and his mouth was unforgiving. He said, "If the fragrant rabbit meat stinks, then what is your soft and tender skin? Stinky skin?" The blue-clothed young man was originally just being sarcastic and did not have any other thoughts. He did not think that Yifan would not fear him and would continue to ridicule him. His anger surged and he shouted, "This is the holy land of the celestial sect. How dare you blaspheme here? There are no fairies here, and there are no goddesses. What have I blasphemed?" Yifan took the golden rabbit meat from the bonfire, tore off a leg, and began to enjoy it. He no longer paid attention to him. "You are audacious, acting as you please on the main peak. You have disgraced Taishan. Your sin cannot be forgiven." The blue-clothed young man was as dark as water. He pressed forward and was about to attack. "Don't accuse me. What audacious? Disgracing Taishan? What are you talking about?" Yifan glanced at him and said, "Don't act like a senior in front of me. I will take you down and send you to heaven's punishment cliff." The blue-clothed young man sneered. He reached out a hand and was about to grab. "Wait." Yifan stopped him and glanced at him. He said, "Where did you come from?" "Elderly of the humble peak is here," and even he did not say anything. "Who are you to the humble peak that you dare to point fingers here?" "As a disciple of Taishan, I naturally have to protect the important grounds of the celestial sect." The blue-clothed young man spread his fingers and wanted to grab Yifan's neck and lift him up. Yifan shouted towards the dilapidated hall in the distance, "Elderly Ruoyu, the humble peak is the inheritance of our bloodline. Can the disciples of the other main peaks control us? Apart from the headmaster and the grand elder, the other main peaks have no right to interfere. Everything is up to us." Elderly Ruoyu's voice sounded. "So, he has trespassed into the important grounds of my humble peak and committed an unforgivable sin." Yifan flashed to the side and avoided the throat grabbing. He picked up a stone from the ground and slammed it forward as fast as lightning. Slap, the stone slammed into the face of the blue-clothed young man. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He swayed and swayed. The pain made tears and mucus flow down his face. He almost fell to the ground. "Trespassing into the important grounds of the humble peak, you are audacious and disgraced Taishan. You should be punished." Yifan turned around and accused him. He swung his right arm and slammed the stone in his hand on the face of the blue-clothed young man. He was completely stunned. Blood flowed from his nose and saliva flew. Slap, slap, the blue-clothed young man was knocked out by Yifan. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. He fell to the ground and twitched. After a long time, he woke up. At this time, Li Ruoyu walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" The blue-clothed young man was completely awake. He immediately remembered what happened and was about to go crazy. He was knocked out. His expression changed and he could not stand it. He was about to pounce on Yifan. Elderly Ruoyu's face darkened and he said, "How dare you?" "Greetings, elder uncle." The man in blue shuddered. He suppressed his anger and held back his impulse. He bowed his head and saluted. "The competition between the disciples of the main peaks will begin in 3 months. I'm here to deliver a letter." After saying that, he handed over a letter. "I understand. You can leave." Li Ruoyu nodded. The blue-clothed young man looked at Yifan. His eyes flashed with coldness. He then turned around and left. "Next time, don't make a fuss in the other main peaks. Don't think of yourself as a grand elder." Yifan mocked from behind. "You." The blue-clothed young man was furious. However, he did not dare to make a move in front of elderly Ruoyu. He soared into the sky and flew towards the star peak. Li Ruoyu glanced at Yifan. He did not say anything. He trembled and returned to the dilapidated hall. He closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Great accomplishment is like imperfection. Great abundance is like rushing. Great skill is like clumsiness. Yifan muttered to himself. He carefully pondered these words and began to wander around the humble peak. Half an hour later, several figures landed and stopped Yifan halfway up the mountain. The blue-clothed young man was among them. "Who are you?" Why are you entering and leaving my humble peak? Yifan glanced at them. He knew that they were from the Star Peak. You really don't know the rules. You have to salute when you see your senior brother. Why aren't you coming over to salute? One of them sneered. Who are you? Why should I salute you? Yifan casually moved closer to them. Except for the blue-clothed young man, the others all laughed. It's rare for the humble peak to have a disciple. It looks interesting. We won't be lonely anymore. As your senior brother, let me teach you how to understand the rules. When you see us in the future, you have to bow and show respect. Do you understand? One of the young men wanted to press down on Yifan's head. He wanted him to lower his head and salute. Another one kicked his calf. He wanted him to kneel. What are you doing? Yifan dodged to the side. This is a main peak. It represents a kind of inheritance. People from other main peaks can't come and go as they please. Haha. Everyone laughed. Do we need permission to enter the humble peak? What's the difference between this place and a barren mountain? You can come and go as you please. Two of them pressed down on Yifan's head. The other two kicked his legs. They wanted him to kneel. If it was any other main peak, would you dare to do this? Yifan took a few steps back. You've gone too far. What a naive little guy. Let me teach you how to recognize the situation. I also want to say the same thing to you. Yifan grabbed the arm that was pressing down on his head. Crack. He twisted it. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. At the same time, he swept his right leg across, kicking the two youths who were trying to kick him and force him to kneel down to the ground. The blue-clothed young man and the other man's expression changed. They leaped into the air and wanted to fly away. Boom! 1,000-pound boulder, even faster than lightning, soared high into the sky and heavily crashed into their bodies. Screams could be heard. The two of them were smashed down by Yifan's boulder. They were seriously injured. Many of their bones were broken. Yifan lined up the 5 people on the ground. He walked over and stepped on the blue-clothed young man's face. You're really something. Boom. He kicked him like a ball. He flew out and hung on an old vine in the distance. Then, he came in front of the other two. He stepped on their hands and said, If you want to teach me, make me lower my head and bow to you. Show me. Boom. Yifan raised his leg and kicked. The two of them flew out and hit an ancient tree behind them. You two want me to kneel? Yifan came in front of the last two. He kicked them twice. The two of them flew into the air and then fell down. Remember, the humble peak is a main peak. It's a powerful inheritance. You need to report to this place and walk up from the mountain gate. Yifan was filled with righteousness as he accused them. At this moment, Li Ruoyu appeared soundlessly and was already standing not far away. Well said. From now on, no one is allowed to trespass the humble peak. The old man said lightly and then disappeared into the forest. The news that the humble peak was going to be rebuilt spread quickly. Especially the disciples of the Star Peak. Many people were furious. They couldn't hold back after knowing that their disciples returned with heavy injuries. After Yifan returned to the top of the mountain, Li Ruoyu didn't say anything. He directly handed him an ancient bow and 9 arrows. Finally, he gave him a yellowing book. Senior Li, the people of the Star Peak are here. In the evening, Yifan found dozens of disciples of the Star Peak flying above the humble peak. Didn't they give you the bow and arrow feathers? Elderly Ruoyu sat cross-legged in the dilapidated palace with his eyes closed, and only said this sentence. Yifan was shocked. He felt that this seemingly weak old man wasn't as simple as he looked. He shouted at the sky, You've gone too far. This is the inheritance of a main peak. How dare you fly here? If it's another peak, would you dare to do this? The angry shouts of the Star Peak disciples came from the sky. Yifan was extremely straightforward. He knocked an arrow and the ancient bow trembled, releasing a terrifying shockwave. In the distance, an old crow cawed loudly and turned into a black light, entering the arrow in Yifan's hand. This type of result left Yifan stupefied. He felt as if the arrow immediately turned into a blazing sun, possessing an unimaginably terrifying pressure. In the sky, the disciples of the Star Peak were shocked. Someone shouted, "Not good, retreat." Yi Fan didn't dare to shoot the arrow. He felt that if he did, he might make a hole in the sky. The bow and arrows given to him by the old man were too mysterious. Of course, what shocked him the most was that the 9 ominous old crows on the humble peak had all turned into black lights and merged into the 9 arrows on his body. At this moment, he had only put a black arrow on the bowstring, but the sky above him had already begun to tremble. This must be a great treasure. Yi Fan felt that staying on the humble peak was the right choice. There were too many secrets here. Yi Fan held the ancient bow and faced the sky. Wherever he pointed, people would scream and flee for their lives. In the distant sky, several figures rushed over. An elder of the Star Peak arrived and shouted, "Senior Brother Li, please have mercy. Just scare them away." At this moment, Li Ruoyu's voice was heard. In the sky, the disciples of Xingfeng were fleeing in all directions. All of them were frightened to the point that their faces were pale. It's the legendary ancient bow. Didn't it disappear along with the inheritance of the humble peak? Why did it suddenly appear? I've seen those 9 crows often. I didn't expect them to be so terrifying. They can fuse with the 9 arrows. What are they? At the humble peak, everything was so ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Even the bow in Yi Fan's hand looked simple and unadorned. It was black as if it had been burned by fire. There were even a few wormholes on it. It looked a little rotten, as if it would rot at any moment. However, it was precisely this broken bow that emitted waves that caused the sky to distort. It was as if there was an invisible force field spreading in all directions. Many of the disciples of the Star Peak stood trembling with fear, their faces as white as paper. Several elders of the Star Peak landed and bowed to Li Ruoyu in the dilapidated palace. One of them said, "Congratulations, senior brother. The humble peak will shine." Li Ruoyu walked out and bowed to them. "Why do you say that?" "The humble bow has appeared. The inheritance is about to open. Once the 9 secrets are revealed, the other peaks will be overshadowed. The humble peak will illuminate Taishan." Li Ruoyu shook his head and said, "I got the humble bow by chance. It does not indicate that the inheritance is about to open." "Where did senior brother Li get the humble bow?" The elders of the Star Peak all showed a surprised expression. "In a badger hole halfway up the mountain. It was built as a nest by the badgers and is used as firewood." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The humble peak was really strange. It was a dignified mountain guarding treasure, yet it was used as firewood by a wild badger to build a nest. It really made everyone speechless. The ancient bow has appeared. The rise of the humble peak is not far away. It will soar into the sky, an elder of the Star Peak said. It is easier said than done for the humble peak to rise. The inheritance has been cut off for 500 years. There are no disciples and the entire mountain is desolate. It is extremely difficult to reconnect the broken string. Li Ruoyu sighed. An elder of the Star Peak glanced at Yi Fan and said, "This should be a good seedling." Yi Fan was anxious. These elders were not simple. He was afraid that he would expose himself. Just now, he used the humble bow to suppress dozens of disciples of the Star Peak. He didn't know what these elders were thinking. If they were dissatisfied with him, it would not be good. At this moment, he had put away the ancient bow and dispersed the terrifying pressure. A few crows cawed and rushed away from him, flying to a withered tree not far away. After that, the elders of the Star Peak bid farewell and were about to leave. Li Ruoyu called out to them from behind and said, "The humble peak is going to rebuild its mountain gate. Junior brothers, please tell the Star Peak master to restrain the disciples a little. The humble peak is a main peak after all, so don't trespass." When the elders of the Star Peak heard this, their bodies suddenly froze. One of them said, "I'll pass on the message later." Only when they were far away from the humble peak did the elders of the Star Peak discuss in low voices. One of them frowned and said, "Why did the humble bow appear like this? Looks like this senior brotherly of ours isn't simple. We've all underestimated him in the past and thought that his natural talent was low and it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything. Never had we imagined that he'd stayed in the humble peak alone for so many years, yet we're actually unable to see through him. The humble peak is a very strange place. Many things can't be measured with common sense. Li Ruoyu wouldn't become the second great expert of the humble peak, would he? They remembered the past of the humble peak. There was once a predecessor whose natural talent was not good, but before the inheritance of the humble peak appeared, he obtained a cultivation method. In the end, his achievements were comparable to the ancient great experts, and his magical power was unparalleled. The humble peak is outstanding but not clumsy. It's not far from rising again. I have such a feeling, a very old elder of the Star Peak said. Even if the humble peak rises again and becomes extremely prosperous, so what? The Star Peak is the foundation of the Taishan sect, one of the strongest inheritances. Half of the headmasters in history came from our bloodline. At this moment, Yi Fan was very glad that he only roasted a wild rabbit and did not shoot down the 9 old crows. He didn't know what would have happened if he had really done that. The few wormholes on the pitch-black ancient bough were very eye-catching. Yi Fan found it strange no matter how he looked at it. If it was a great treasure, how could it be bitten through by insects? Li Ruoyu stood in front of the 9 steps to heaven stairway and took the bough from Yi Fan's hands. He gently stroked the bough and finally placed it on the ancient jade steps. Waves of water flowed on the 9 colored jade stones, submerging the bough. Then, there were actually flames jumping, and the pitch-black ancient bough began to burn. "Senior, what are you doing?" Yi Fan was shocked. According to legend, the mountain is the scripture, and the bough is the root. This bough is a key to the humble peak. Perhaps it can make the inheritance reappear. Yi Fan saw the ancient bough burning and said in shock, "This is a great treasure. It won't be destroyed just like that, will it?" "It can't be destroyed. It will only merge into the humble peak and become even more powerful. The mountain bough is one, and it can split the sky." Li Ruoyu sighed and said, "The inheritance really shouldn't reappear. I don't know if doing this will open it." The flames jumped, the bough merged into the 9 steps to heaven stairway and completely disappeared. In the end, everything calmed down. Yi Fan felt a subtle change. This peak became more and more reserved and ordinary. It seemed to have become shorter by a few hundred meters and was not even 2,600 meters tall. Many of the subordinate peaks in the surroundings were a lot taller than it. "If I pass away here, you can leave." After Li Ruoyu said this, he sat in front of the 9 steps to heaven stairway and did not move at all like a dead tree. "Senior Li." Yi Fan was shocked. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, he walked to the side and flipped through the yellowish booklet given to him by the old man. There were some cultivation methods inside, but most of them were comprehensions and experiences. Yi Fan was attracted very quickly. He didn't lack cultivation methods. The Tao scripture was an ancient scripture of the eastern wasteland. It was the strongest mental cultivation method for cultivating the sea of reincarnation. He had always been exploring it by himself. He lacked experience and no one to guide him. This yellowish ancient booklet was undoubtedly a timely help to him. He was immersed in it for the whole night. Some of the questions in his heart were completely solved. Inside Yi Fan's body, a divine meridian was extending like a bridge leading to the front. It crossed the golden bitter sea and was surrounded by mist. The divine bridge had actually extended by a length overnight. This was the immediate gain after he solved the confusion in his heart. If he could cross the sea of sufferings and reach the other end, then he could be considered to have broken into the nirvana realm. Ka, ka, ka. In the next few days, Yi Fan felt very speechless. It could be said that the top of his head was covered by a dark light. It was very ominous. A few crows would circle above his head from time to time. It was said that this was a spirit born from the ancient bough. If it was shot out, it could pierce through the clouds and split the sky. Yi Fan guessed that the so-called spirit was a god born from a weapon. He didn't know what level such a weapon was, but it must be very terrifying. As for the 9 feathers of the arrows, they were just a carrier. The key was that when the ancient bough and the 9 spirits were combined, it was extremely terrifying. These few days, the disciples of the Star Peak didn't break into the humble peak. But many people were very dissatisfied and often wandered around. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to them. These few days, he kept searching. He felt that such a super force, even if it was not as powerful as the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, could most likely cross half of the eastern wilderness after opening the space gate. Half a month later, Li Ruoyu woke up and kept muttering to himself, great accomplishment seems to be lacking, great abundance seems to be surging, great skill seems to be clumsy. Yifan quickly walked forward and bowed to the old man. Senior, did you find anything? The humble peak should be like this. There's no need for celestial mist and auspicious colors. I think I found some reasons. Li Ruoyu seemed to have gained something and said, the mountain is a scripture, and the inheritance of secret skills requires a corresponding state of mind to be compatible with it. Only then can the celestial skills be imprinted. The old man's life was not in danger. Yifan was relieved that he didn't pass away. He started to pay attention to the mountain gate. In this half a month, there were often disciples of the Star Peak, as if they were waiting for him to go down the mountain. Hey, aren't you guys annoying? Wandering around the humble peak all day, are you trying to steal from me? Below the humble peak, a disciple of the Star Peak sneered, the competition between the main peaks is about to begin. There are still 2 months left. I hope you won't get stage fright then. What does it have to do with me? I didn't say I'm going to participate. You guys go ahead and fight, I'll go and support you. Yifan stood on the humble peak and smiled at the people below. Since you've joined the humble peak and become the only disciple of this peak, you have no choice but to participate. I hope you can still smile when the time comes. The disciples of the Star Peak suffered a great loss in the hands of Yifan, so they were very hostile towards him. It was not hard to imagine that once the competition started, they would definitely target Yifan. What? I give up. Yifan didn't feel embarrassed at all. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so thick-skinned? How can he say such words? At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were dumbfounded. Unfortunately, you have to fight at least 10 rounds before you can give up. Someone shook his head, revealing a gloating expression. At that time, there will be a lot of people taking good care of you. Enjoy it slowly. Is it a battle between cultivators of the same level, or a cross-realm battle? Yifan asked. You think you have a divine body? And you want to cross-realm battle? Below, the disciples of the Star Peak all revealed a look of disdain. So, it's a battle between cultivators of the same level. Why don't we exchange a few rounds now? Yifan smiled. Welcome Bitter Sea Realm cultivators to the humble peak for exchange. At the foot of the mountain, the majority of the disciples of the Star Peak were at the Life Spring Realm. They came here to find a chance to teach Yifan a lesson. Hearing this, they looked at each other. Several Life Spring Realm cultivators revealed a kind smile, walked forward and said, we are all Bitter Sea Realm cultivators, then let's exchange a few rounds. Half an hour later, a piece of news was sent to the Star Peak. More than 10 disciples were beaten black and blue, detained at the humble peak, where they were repairing the mountain road. Many disciples of the humble peak were in an uproar, and immediately some people flew to the humble peak. Some people wanted to force their way in, but were stopped by the people around them, and all landed in front of the mountain gate. If you lose, I didn't force you. Yifan stood on the mountain, shouting down, are you also here to help repair the humble peak? I was wondering where this kid came from, why is he so strange, he even dares to detain the disciples of our Star Peak. Don't you know, half a month ago, he seriously injured several people of our Star Peak, and then with a magic bow, he confronted dozens of disciples of our Star Peak, alerting the elders. Before the grand competition, the humble peak will hold a small competition. We welcome Bitter Sea Realm cultivators to exchange pointers. Yifan, with a harmless look on his face, shouted from above, but, come up one by one. On the humble peak, the more than 10 disciples of the Star Peak that were detained were cursing Yifan for being shameless. This bastard had begun to bait again. However, this time no one rashly stepped forward. With the previous example, these people naturally understood that there was something strange, and felt that Yifan must have grasped an ancient treasure similar to the humble bow. More and more disciples of the Star Peak flew over, wanting to see who it was that dared to detain the disciples of the Star Peak. Among the crowd, a white-robed woman was taken aback, feeling somewhat incredulous. It was Li Xiaoman. At this moment, Yifan did not notice her, quickly rushing up the mountain. He felt a trace of abnormality. The Bodhi seed in his arms gently trembled a little, somewhat warm, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Could it be that the secret technique is about to appear? Yi Fan's speed reached the extreme, quickly rushing to the top of the mountain. At the top of the humble peak, there appeared a void, extremely tranquil. The vegetation inside flourished and then withered, green leaves dripping, and then withered and silent. The 9 steps of the heaven stairs were hazy, constantly enlarging, and there were jade palaces appearing on it, horizontally in the void. Li Ruoyu, like a fossil, sat there cross-legged, facing the 9 steps of the heaven stairs. On the humble peak, the 9 steps to heaven stairway continued to enlarge, turning into 9 platforms. On them, there were jade palaces and hazy clouds. Li Ruoyu slowly rose up and was pulled by a force into the misty palace. On the peak of the mountain, the extreme void was deep and tranquil, as if a world was evolving. Inexplicable Tao and truth were intertwining. Everything was revealed, full of vitality, moving in a cycle. At first, the flowers were like a brocade and the green leaves were plentiful, but in the end, they withered and returned to their roots. Yi Fan stood on the humble peak, motionless. His eyes went from brilliant to withered, from bright to empty, as if he had also experienced an evolution from flourishing to withering. There seemed to be an inexplicable trajectory appearing between heaven and earth, forming complicated and profound rules and order, giving birth to mysterious patterns and patterns. The humble peak, returning to simplicity, was evolving Tao and truth. The entire peak was a scripture, and one needed a corresponding state of mind to capture the flowing mysterious trajectory. Yi Fan wasn't Li Ruoyu. He had only been at the humble peak for half a month and didn't know the origin and foundation of the mountain, so it would be difficult for him to agree with the peak. However, he had the Bodhi seed in his bosom, which was obtained from the great thunderclap. The Tao diagram was innate and evolved naturally, allowing his heart to quickly calm down. The Bodhi seed was the legendary Tao comprehension sacred tree, also known as the wisdom tree. It could help people open their divinity and comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. With the help of the mysterious Bodhi seed, Yi Fan merged into the natural state of Tao, his state of mind flourishing and withering with the plants. Great success is like imperfection, great abundance is like rushing, great skill is like clumsiness, an inexplicable voice echoed. Li Ruoyu was motionless in the palace, as still as a boulder, listening to the wonderful sound of heaven and earth. The humble peak, which had lost its inheritance for 500 years, reappeared. The gate of Tao was wide open, and the profound truth appeared. There was no divine spring from the earth, no auspicious lights falling from the sky, only a simple inheritance and a Tao rhythm circulating. Yi Fan's mind was empty, and he was one with the humble peak. He listened to everything that Li Ruoyu comprehended. The Bodhi seed was slightly warm, and he was calm and natural. At first, it wasn't the so-called immortal art inheritance, but the fundamental mental cultivation method of the humble peak. One of the 9 secrets was not a cultivation method, but a type of secret art. It could be fused into one's mental cultivation method and unleash all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable power. The inheritance of the mental cultivation method of the humble peak was the foundation of this lineage. Only by cultivating this method and becoming stronger could one unleash the secret technique. This was one of the 9 secrets. It was magnificent and peerless. Once activated, one's battle prowess could be increased by several times or even 10 times. It was a rare secret technique that all the holy lands and clans of the clan of the ancients coveted. There were no mantras, no techniques, just 9 secret techniques. If they were combined, they could be exchanged for several ancient scriptures from the eastern wasteland. One could imagine just how valuable they were. The fundamental mental cultivation method of the humble peak was indeed unique. It was worthy of being one of the strongest inheritances of the Taishan sect. 500 years ago, the peak master was able to compete with the highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and perished together, which was enough to explain the problem. Even though it couldn't be compared with the Taoist scripture, it was still very mysterious. Yi Fan verified it and received a lot of inspiration. Of course, what he paid the most attention to was still the one of the 9 secrets. This was what he desperately wanted. For him, it was even more attractive than the ancient scripture of the Void of Ji family. If it was accidentally triggered in battle, his battle prowess would increase by several times. It would definitely be the most terrifying trump card, but imagine, if he successfully drew the chi of the Xianhuang mother on his fists and triggered this secret technique, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. No matter how many magic treasures you had, no matter how powerful you were, I would be able to punch you through with one punch. Of course, the several times increase in battle prowess was not only limited to the physical body. It could be reflected in any means, such as casting spells, controlling implements, or even flying speed. In the eyes of Yi Fan, the 9 secrets were definitely the supreme secret technique. He had to get the secret of the humble peak. Suddenly, an inexplicable Taoist rhyme circulated, which seemed extremely mysterious. Compared to the simple mental cultivation method of the humble peak, it was very different. There was no sound, no ripples. There was only a strange Taoist rhyme that appeared on the summit of the humble peak. Yi Fan felt the Bodhi seed in his arms suddenly warm up and trembled a few times. He guessed that it was most likely the appearance of one of the 9 secrets. He no longer cared about the fundamental mental cultivation method of the humble peak and began to capture the mysterious Taoist rhyme. One had to admit that the previous great cultivator of the humble peak was extremely powerful. Without leaving a single word, he used the entire main peak as a scripture and passed down one of the 9 secrets to the future generations. His methods were extraordinary. The entire humble peak was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had traveled through time and returned to tens of thousands of years ago. It was like a barren mountain, as if it had never been developed before. It was even more ordinary than it was now, but there was a natural aura circulating around it. On those main peaks far away, many powerful cultivators were looking into the distance. Looking at the strange changes happening to the humble peak, many of them revealed a shocked expression. There are no auspicious clouds covering the sky, no auspicious lights, and no celestial music. It looks so natural, and it shouldn't be time to open the inheritance yet, but it gives off an unfathomable feeling. Yes, there was once a great cultivator of the past who also obtained the fundamental mental cultivation method and secret technique of the humble peak at a time when the inheritance shouldn't have been opened. In the end, his magic power was monstrous, and he was as powerful as the ancient great cultivators. Could it be that Li Ruoyu is also such a person and will become the second great cultivator in the history of the humble peak? Perhaps there really is such a possibility. It's said that the great cultivator of the past had an ordinary aptitude and was ordinary. Li Ruoyu really has similar characteristics to him. In the surroundings, many powerful cultivators of the main peaks were talking to themselves in low voices as they looked into the distance at the humble peak. The ordinary opening of the inheritance is more suitable for the humble peak than the shocking inheritance. Presumably, only in this way can one obtain the perfect profound meaning. The humble peak is just like its name, this kind of nature and ordinary is the most suitable for it. This is the fundamental reason why it is outstanding but not clumsy. Many of the cultivators of the main peaks realized that the humble peak was about to really rise, and it was very likely that a great cultivator would appear. Li Ruoyu's aptitude was ordinary. It was really luck that he was able to become a disciple of the Taishan sect. No one was optimistic about him and thought that he was just a grass seed that would continue to exist in the humble peak. No one would think that he had a celestial fate and could have extraordinary achievements. However, all of this seemed to have been completely overturned. If Li Ruoyu really walked the path of the great cultivator of the past and was comparable to the ancient great cultivators, then it was not impossible for him to suppress the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land in this area. Not only were many elders alarmed, but even the leaders of the main peaks also came out. They stared at the humble peak, and their eyes flashed with all kinds of inexplicable brilliance. And, not long after, the headmaster of the Taishan sect and the great elders, as well as many famous figures who lived in seclusion in the depths of the mountains, all appeared above the clouds. Li Ruoyu is not really stupid. Hard work can make up for it. He has walked the path of the great cultivator of the past, and perhaps he really will be the future guardian of the Taishan sect. If he is really comparable to the ancient great cultivators, even if the Taishan sect becomes a holy land and a family of the remote antiquity, it will no longer be a fantasy. The headmaster and the great elders of the Taishan sect all showed solemn expressions. The humble peak has been desolate for 500 years, and the disciples have withered. Now that the inheritance has been opened, select outstanding disciples from the main peaks and send them to the humble peak, the headmaster of the Taishan sect issued such an order. Before the great figures of the Taishan sect made a decision, the disciples of the main peaks had already begun to discuss. Many people who knew the history of the humble peak had made up their minds to devote themselves to the past. The former desolate main peak had now reopened the inheritance and entered everyone's field of vision, becoming brilliant. As the main peaks moved and everyone had their own thoughts, Yifan captured a subtle charm on the humble peak. There seemed to be lines intertwining between heaven and earth, and there were unknown rules that turned into order, giving birth to inexplicable power, constructing all kinds of lines in the void. In front of him, the top of the humble peak was constantly changing. All things withered, and the grass and trees withered, turning into soil, returning to their roots, from movement to stillness, returning to their original nature, as if there was an eternal law evolving. From the beginning to returning to the roots, it experienced vitality, extreme prosperity, and then to the end of prosperity, extreme tranquility, returning to the origin. Between heaven and earth, there were lines of Tao being born and destroyed. Yifan's eyes went from bright to dark, from vitality to emptiness, and then reversed again, changing with these inexplicable lines, capturing their trajectories, and evolving with them. He secretly marveled that the predecessors of the humble peak were indeed amazing. They had incorporated the secret method into the changes of nature and branded it on the entire humble peak. It was truly marvelous. He was like spinning silk from a cocoon, distinguishing and capturing, taking every bit of it into his mind. This was the inheritance of one of the 9 secrets that he wanted. Yifan didn't move. He merged with heaven and earth, became one with the humble peak, and was baptized by nature. It was as if he had transformed into a stone, a blade of grass, or a vine on the humble peak, and he branded every bit of the boundless charm into his mind. In the end, everything on the silent humble peak vanished before his eyes, and only a seed and a patch of soil remained. He was like a strand of gentle wind that brushed past. The seed of nature broke out from the soil and glowed with a wisp of green. His mind was tranquil like an ancient well, and in the end, it turned into a few drops of water that sprinkled down and moistened the soil. His mind seemed to have completely become one with the seed, and he became the wisp of green that was full of vitality. On the humble peak, it was tranquil, and a green sprout glowed with boundless vitality, becoming the only thing in the world. Boom! Yifan's heart shook, and his eyes regained their clarity. One of the 9 secrets had turned into a seed and was branded into his mind. It broke out from the soil and became eternal vitality, and he had completely obtained the supreme secret method nurtured in nature. Looking at the humble peak again, the mountain was still the same mountain, the water was still the same water, and the plants were still the same. There was no special change, and it was just like before. He was like a flowing cloud, and he was like a gust of wind. His mind and body were empty, and the supreme secret method appeared in his mind like a trickle of water. Yifan didn't obtain the fundamental mental cultivation method of the humble peak, but it was enough to obtain one of the 9 secrets. Half a day later, Li Ruoyu woke up and stood up. His entire body was extremely ethereal, and he seemed incomparably empty and distant. It was as if he was standing in the clouds, or separated by a starry sky, and he was stained with the dust of history. However, changes soon took place. The clouds and mist dispersed, and he became ordinary, like an ordinary old man in the village. There was nothing special about him. At this moment, the humble peak was already full of people, but no one trespassed, and no one flew into the sky. They were all waiting quietly in front of the mountain gate. Most of them came to ask for a master, wanting to join the branch of the humble peak. At this moment, no one dared to look down on the humble peak, and no one dared to treat it as a barren mountain and descend at will. Most of them were the outstanding disciples of the various main peaks, and many were even the children of the peak lords of the various main peaks. Li Ruoyu stood quietly on the mountain, and he didn't look at the people at the foot of the mountain. He looked at Yifan and said, "You have the sacred body of the ancients." Yifan was shocked. How could the other party see through his physique without coming into contact with his sea of bitterness? The sacred body of the ancients is indeed extraordinary. The golden sea of bitterness intertwined with thunder and lightning is unheard of, Li Ruoyu said calmly. However, in Yifan's ears, it was earth-shattering. He felt uneasy, not knowing what other secrets the other party had discovered. The green copper block must not be exposed to the light, and the source chi of all things and the golden book of Tao scripture were extraordinary as well. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. Li Ruoyu's wrinkled face revealed a kind smile as if he had read his mind. Yi Fan felt that the other party was unfathomable. After obtaining the true inheritance of the humble peak, it became even more difficult to estimate. He asked, Senior, how did you see through it? Just now, you and I were one with the humble peak. The great path flowed, so I could naturally sense it. Li Ruoyu smiled slightly. The sacred body of the ancients was extraordinary. If it was deliberately hidden, the sea of bitterness would be silent and almost impossible to see through. Not long ago, the inheritance of the humble peak opened, and the great path of nature flowed. The two of them were in it. Yi Fan guessed that it might be true. He released his aura and was sensed by the other party. Senior, please keep this secret for me. Yi Fan did not know what the old man's attitude toward him was. Although they were very harmonious before, they had only known each other for a short time and did not really understand each other. You can rest assured. In fact, even if the sacred body of the ancients was discovered, it would not be a big deal. In today's world, people only cared about the Eastern Wilderness divine body. However, if people knew that Yi Fan could cultivate without any hindrance, it would be troublesome. It's not easy. It's not easy to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients to the celestial bridge level. Li Ruoyu nodded. Yi Fan was anxious. This was the root of his worry. He had the sacred body of the ancients, but his cultivation was so smooth. If people found out, they would definitely investigate. He felt that the old man had seen more things. Now, the old man was like the humble peak, seemingly ordinary but unpredictable. Try not to let the Holy Lands and the clan of the ancients know, Li Ruoyu said. They. Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Holy Lands and the clans of the clan of the ancients had existed since the primordial era. They definitely knew many secrets. There is no need to worry too much. With the passage of time, the divine body has already been destroyed. The great powers that have been passed down from the desolate antiquity era don't really care about it anymore. The world has already forgotten about this kind of physique. In the past, the sacred body of the ancients was the best in the world. Now, even if some people knew, they also knew that saint physiques couldn't be cultivated. Senior, do you know why the sacred body is not suitable for cultivation? Yi Fan asked. As for why it was like this, it has been too long. It is difficult for anyone to understand. Li Ruoyu looked at Yi Fan and said, the sacred body of the ancients may not stop you from moving forward. Everything in this world is fated. Yi Fan nodded. In fact, his cultivation had not been hindered at all. Ever since he stepped onto the immortal path, it had been smooth sailing. As long as you firmly believe that you can cultivate, nothing can stop you. Li Ruoyu sighed and said, my physique is very ordinary, but I have always persevered and have finally succeeded. Congratulations, Senior. You have obtained the inheritance of the humble peak and made great progress in your cultivation. Yi Fan went forward to congratulate him. Cultivation needs to be down to earth. It is not something that can be improved by obtaining powerful inheritances. No matter how profound the mystical method is, it still needs to be comprehended by others. Li Ruoyu seemed to be giving Yi Fan some pointers and said, in the past, I was ignorant and wasted time. I cultivated here for more than 10 years before I woke up from a dream and comprehended the true meaning of the humble peak. According to the old man, in the last 100 years, his heart had been at peace and gradually became one with the humble peak. He understood the state of mind of the predecessors and the way of the humble peak. Before obtaining the inheritance, apart from the supreme secret method, he had already experienced the various mysteries left behind by the predecessors. He was in harmony with the humble peak and figured out the great way of nature. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard this. This old man was indeed extraordinary and extraordinary. His physique was not good, and it could even be said that it was terrible. However, he was able to comprehend the great way, comprehend nature, and comprehend the supreme mysteries. Today, after opening the inheritance, Li Ruoyu merely verified those so-called mysteries. He was truly extraordinary and had great wisdom in cultivation. Physique is not a problem. Divine physique is not necessarily invincible in the world. Li Ruoyu said to Yi Fan as if he was encouraging him. Your physique is special. Everyone thinks that it is a useless physique, but I feel that there is something extraordinary in the ordinary. Perhaps you can cultivate into a saint physique. Li Ruoyu gazed at him and said, Are you willing to join the humble peak? Yi Fan was moved. The old man's words were very particular. He hesitated for a moment and did not answer immediately. I understand your intention. Li Ruoyu sighed softly. Senior, I am willing to join. The humble peak. There is no need for that. Li Ruoyu nodded, then shook his head and said, Now, you are temporarily an ordinary disciple of the humble peak. My Tao might not be suitable for you. You can leave at any time. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that the old man must have seen more and was definitely not as simple as he said. Senior, the truth is, I have already received part of the humble peak's inheritance. Yi Fan said. He felt that this old man was too extraordinary and he might as well tell him directly. I understand. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, You have received the secret technique. You can cultivate it, but you can never teach it to others. Yi Fan felt that the old man was not ordinary. After verifying the inheritance of the humble peak, he had truly returned to his natural state. You and I are both disciples of the humble peak. Follow me down the mountain to choose a disciple. Li Ruoyu did not fly. He walked down the mountain step by step. Yi Fan followed behind him. In front of the mountain gate, many people gathered. Even some elders were waiting there and did not climb the mountain without permission. The dozen or so disciples of the Star Peak who had been detained by Yi Fan on the mountain did not know what to feel at this moment. Originally, they were disdainful of the humble peak. Now that they saw the elite disciples of all the main peaks gathered here, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Yi Fan walked over and unlocked the restrictions on them, letting them go down the mountain. But at this moment, the dozen or so people dilly-dallied and did not want to leave just like that. The Taishan sect had its rules. If you joined the other main peaks, you would have the opportunity to choose a new inheritance. But once you joined the humble peak, it could not be changed. It had been like this since ancient times. Li Ruoyu came to the front of the mountain gate, glanced at the crowd and said, Are you all willing to join my humble peak? Yes. Many people answered loudly. At this moment, Li Ruoyu did not have an otherworldly temperament, nor did he have an elegant charm. He was just like an ordinary village old man, which made many disciples suspicious. Some of the elders of the other main peaks came forward and greeted Li Ruoyu. They were all very polite. These older cultivators had sharp eyes and could not see through Li Ruoyu. Naturally, they knew that his realm was unfathomable. In everyone's eyes, the rise of the humble peak was a foregone conclusion. We are here to deliver our disciples. The Peak Lord has ordered that we have no choice but to give up our treasures. Some elders were very upset. Actually, there is no need for this. Li Ruoyu did not have the temperament of an enlightened master. Everyone has their own different path. The path of the humble peak may not be suitable for them. The headmaster also said that it is just the selection of disciples. Everything is voluntary. Another elder who was very old nodded and said, We are sincerely willing to join the humble peak. Many disciples were very clever. They shouted loudly and knelt forward. Yi Fan felt very speechless. Before today, the humble peak was deserted, but after the inheritance was opened, so many people rushed over. Don't stop me. I am the eldest disciple of the humble peak. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came. Xianxia, who had disappeared for many days, appeared. Her big eyes were bright and full of smiles. Her pink cheeks were still smeared, as if she did not want to reveal her true appearance. Little dimples appeared on Xianxia's face. With a sweet smile, she hugged Li Ruoyu's arm and said, Senior Li, I am back. Good. From today onwards, you are a disciple of the humble peak. Li Ruoyu nodded to her. Xianxia had crossed the 9 heaven stairs. Her physique was really shocking. That day, she wanted to stay on the humble peak. If it was not for the Star Peak's elders' interference, she would have stayed here like Yi Fan. The elder had a good impression of her. Senior, we are also willing to join the humble peak. The disciples in front of the mountain gate bowed again. You all can comprehend below the humble peak. If you have comprehended something within half a month, you can join the humble peak. Li Ruoyu said and walked up the mountain. A few elders followed him. At this moment, an elder from the Star Peak walked up and transmitted his voice to Li Ruoyu. That girl is a disciple of the Ji clan. You must not pass down the great technique. In the next few days, many young disciples gathered below the humble peak. Many disciples from the 108 main peaks rushed here. Now there was a rumor in the Taishan sect that Li Ruoyu had already comprehended the great path of nature. In the future, it was very likely that he would be comparable to the ancient mighty figures. If he followed such a master, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. After many peak leaders of the 108 main peaks personally paid a visit to Li Ruoyu, some peak leaders did indeed make such a judgment, and it was not groundless. Yi Fan could not have imagined that the cold and desolate humble peak would now be so lively. He could not help but sigh. The world of cultivation was also so realistic. It was not much better than the mortal world. Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Elder Li Ruoyu had asked her directly if she was a disciple of the Ji clan. She could not deny it. The elder was also very frank and clearly told her that he could not teach her that supreme secret technique. Little brat, you really did not learn that secret technique? I don't believe it. Ji Ziyue glanced at Yi Fan with her large eyes. Her smile was very sweet and very captivating. She said, that day, the inheritance of the humble peak opened. How could you have had some opportunities on this mountain? Did you not gain anything at all? Yes, I learned some of the great path of nature. Yi Fan laughed and said, you can exchange it with the ancient void scripture. You're asking for a beating. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and began to grind her teeth. She remembered that she had been captured by Yi Fan. Forget it, I'll teach you directly. Yi Fan began to talk about the great path of nature, changing the subject. He did not dare to teach that secret technique because Li Ruoyu had solemnly warned him. After her identity was revealed, Ji Ziyue washed away the colorful things on her face. She turned from a little kitten into a sweet and intelligent girl with peerless charm. The Taishan sect knew her identity, so naturally they would do their best to protect her and not let anything happen to her here. She was not afraid that Ji Biyue would kill her way here. Very quickly, there were more than 30 disciples on the humble peak. They were all personally sent up the mountain by some elders, so Li Ruoyu could not refuse. Ji Ziyue was very unhappy. There were some people who surrounded her and followed her around, which annoyed her greatly. She knew that her identity must have been exposed. These people wanted to get close to her and build a relationship with the Huanggu family. As for Yi Fan, he hid from her every day, comprehending the Tao scripture and studying the supreme secret technique he had just obtained. Ji Ziyue was angry. She felt that this guy was too different. He actually avoided her like this. He was even more despicable than the people who followed him around. Little brat, how dare you hide from me? Ji Ziyue grinded her little canine teeth and threatened. Her big eyes harbored malicious intentions as she prepared to use Yi Fan as a shield. Yi Fan naturally understood. After that, he disappeared for a whole day. He did not want to be seen as an enemy by the other disciples. Now, he already had the thought of leaving. Recently, he had been searching for the location of the Supreme Profound Sect's realm gate to see if he could cross the void from here. Yi Fan once again left the humble peak. After wandering around the Supreme Profound Sect for more than half a day and passing through many main peaks, he still could not find the so-called realm gate. He did not know where it was. However, he learned from some disciples that if one contributed greatly to the sect or could provide enough origin, they could use the realm gate to cross the void and the sect would provide convenience. On the way back to the humble peak, Yi Fan was discovered by Ji Ziyue and blocked his way. Little brat, you've been appearing and disappearing like a ghost these past few days. Are you trying to escape? Ji Ziyue was very smart and keenly sensed that something was amiss. She said, could it be that you have obtained a supreme secret technique and have been hiding it from me? Otherwise, why would you have such thoughts? There's no such thing. Yi Fan hurriedly denied. If you dare to run away, I'll tell others all your secrets, such as the demon god's sacred heart, the myriad source chi, the mysterious green copper piece. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly. Her big eyes curved into crescents and her little dimples appeared, making her look playful and lively. Stop. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her from continuing. If someone heard him, he would be in a dangerous situation. Let's go somewhere else. Ji Ziyue was bored to death. She was afraid of being pestered by the young disciples on the humble peak and hid at the foot of the mountain. Okay, let's just walk around. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue walked towards the Tsung peak in front of them. They passed through beautiful mountain peaks and unknowingly arrived at the location of the star peak. At this moment, a familiar figure entered Yi Fan's eyes. Li Xiaoman's white clothes fluttered, her black hair flowed like a waterfall, her face was beautiful, and her figure was graceful and elegant. It could be said that she was pure and refined. She and a few disciples of the star peak were not far away, walking in this direction, and the two sides happened to meet. Yi Fan and Li Xiaoman naturally saw each other, but they did not expect to meet here. Beside them, Ji Ziyue immediately noticed the abnormality and whispered in Yi Fan's ear, "An acquaintance?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded. "It can't be an enemy, right? I'll help you take care of her?" Ji Ziyue smiled and looked forward. She had been to the star peak before, but there were many disciples there, and it was impossible for her to have seen all of them. "If it's not an enemy, don't mess around." Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her, he did not want to cause trouble. Li Xiaoman was now a Lifespring realm cultivator, so she could naturally hear the conversation here. They were not far away. Ji Ziyue pulled Yi Fan's hand and walked forward gracefully, smiling sweetly. "How do I address you, sister?" The few people opposite them all noticed Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue, especially Ji Ziyue, who was very quick-witted and could be called beautiful, like a fairy. It was impossible not to notice her. The chirping of birds made the mountain even more serene. This place was very tranquil. The mountain was shrouded in mist, the green trees were entwined with green vines, the flowing water flowed past the pebbles and old trees, and the fish in the stream were not startled by people. At first, Li Xiaoman frowned slightly, but she soon calmed down. She stood elegantly in front and looked at Ji Ziyue. At the side, the disciples of Xingfeng were also sizing up Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan at the same time. For a moment, they did not know where these two came from. Ji Ziyue was elegant and graceful. It was impossible for her not to attract attention. All the male disciples looked at her. She was full of confidence and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of nobility in her nimbleness. She tilted her head and looked at Li Xiaoman with a smile on her tender face. Li Xiaoman was very calm and did not reply. Her beautiful eyes were calm as she looked at Ji Ziyue. There was no emotion on her face. "Why aren't you saying anything, sister?" Ji Ziyue chuckled. She stretched out a slender hand and waved it in front of Li Xiaoman, caressing Li Xiaoman's face like a delinquent teasing a good woman. "You are quite pretty, I can't help but feel pity for you." What kind of person was Li Xiaoman? She came from the other side of the starry sky. Her thoughts were very different from the women of this world. Naturally, she would not be frightened. She only revealed a strange expression. "Little girl, what's the matter?" "Yes. I'm 17 years old, dignified and beautiful. I haven't married yet." Ji Ziyue was in high spirits as she smiled sweetly. She stretched out her tender right hand and held Li Xiaoman's chin. "Today, I met a beauty and fell in love at first sight. The second time, I fell in love. I have no other requests." A beauty teasing another beauty was pleasing to the eyes. It made the disciples of Xingfeng wish they could change positions on the spot. No matter how conservative Li Xiaoman was, she could not help but frown when her chin was held and teased. She quickly moved back and dodged. "Sister, don't worry. I'm actually a man, a handsome young man. I can totally marry you." Ji Ziyue followed up with a smile. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurried forward and pulled Ji Ziyue over. This little girl was strange. She even dared to bite him. If she really pestered Li Xiaoman, he really did not know what she would do. "I'm helping you." Ji Ziyue was very dissatisfied. She blew into Yi Fan's ear and the sound of her teeth grinding could be heard. However, in the eyes of others, it was a bit ambiguous. The two seemed to be very intimate. At the side, a male disciple from Star Peak asked very naturally, May I know which main peak the two of you are from? Although he was asking the two of them, he only looked at Jizue. Little junior sister, you're a natural beauty. You're like a lotus that has emerged from the water, like an orchid in an empty valley. I believe you must be a disciple of Black Peak, complimented another disciple of Stellar Peak. Jizue ignored him and glanced sideways at Li Xiaoman. However, Yi Fan didn't give her the chance to come forward at all. He pulled her hard and blocked her behind him. He did not want Li Xiaoman to misunderstand anything. Since the past was over, there was no need to stir up trouble. He took a step forward and faced Li Xiaoman. I did not expect to meet you here in Taixin. I have not seen you for more than a year. How are you? It's all right. Li Xiaoman retracted her gaze from Jizue and looked at Yi Fan. It is indeed unexpected. I did not expect to see you again. You have also come to Taixin. Why do I find you somewhat familiar? A disciple of Stellar Peak stared at Yi Fan for a while and suddenly shouted, It's you, that bastard of Humble Peak? Hey, hey, hey. What are you saying? Jizue was unhappy and glared at him. Junior sister, don't be angry. Don't blame him. This person has a great grudge with the disciples of Stellar Peak. Please do not interfere. Several disciples of Stellar Peak surrounded them all at once. Yi Fan didn't move and looked at Li Xiaoman. Senior brothers, what's wrong? Li Xiaoman asked. This is the guy from Humble Peak. He injured many disciples of Stellar Peak and has a great grudge with us. He relied on the treasure of Humble Peak and repeatedly injured the disciples of Stellar Peak. Today, I want an explanation. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just looked at them quietly. Jizue's big eyes rolled a few times and did not speak. She glanced at Li Xiaoman, wanting to see how she would react. This matter. I heard about it too. Li Xiaoman frowned slightly, then looked at Yi Fan and said, You injured many disciples of Stellar Peak. It is indeed wrong. Apologize to the senior brothers here and quickly return to Humble Peak. After that, she looked at those people and said, Senior brothers, what do you think? They didn't want to disrespect Li Xiaoman, but they also didn't want to let Yi Fan go. They said, How can we let him go like this? We want an exact explanation. Okay. Jizue clapped her hands with a smile, wanting to see the world in chaos. Yi Fan turned to look at them and said, Where were those people injured? Of course, at Humble Peak. Humble Peak is a main peak. They trespassed without reason. Who can they blame after being punished? Yi Fan glanced at them and said nothing more. Junior sisterly, it's not that we don't want to give you face. You also saw how arrogant he was. He injured our disciples first and now he still refuses to lower his head. We can only take action. What a joke. Yi Fan sneered and said, Even in the mortal world, trespassing on private property is a huge crime, let alone the world of cultivators. Trespassing on the main peak of the inheritance land, and being expelled, is there any reason left? Even if I killed him that day, your peak master can't say anything. How arrogant. The Stellar Peak's disciples sneered, but no one dared to step forward. One of them quickly retreated, fearing that Yi Fan had an ancient treasure on him. If they failed to capture him, they would be restrained instead. The previous example made them feel restraining fear. No matter what, it is indeed wrong of you to injure others. You should apologize to the senior brothers here. Li Xiaoman stepped forward and said. What do you mean? Yi Fan raised his head, I'm not in the wrong. Why do I need to apologize? You. Li Xiaoman's expression changed slightly, I'm helping you. Some ants want to touch my head, I'll just flick them away. Why do I need your help? Yi Fan turned around and faced the disciples of Stellar Peak. Yi Fan, you're too arrogant. Li Xiaoman said in a low voice, I'm doing this to help you, but you. I know you're talented and have an unusual physique, but there are many experts in Stellar Peak, good. Jizue clapped her hands. Half a month ago, Yi Fan had taught a lesson to the disciples of Stellar Peak. Now that Humble Peak had risen, with a powerful figure like Li Ruoyu in charge, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't have any scruples. If he was surrounded by a few Life Spring Realm cultivators, he only needed to slap them away. Get as far away as you can, don't block my way. Yi Fan glanced at the people surrounding him. You want to leave today? Impossible. Although those people said so, they didn't dare to step forward, fearing that Yi Fan would take out an ancient treasure and deal with them. Right now, they were just stalling for time to invite a real expert. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with them. He turned around and walked towards Humble Peak, wanting to leave this place. The people in front of him immediately retreated, not wanting to clash with him head-on. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, since you want to stop me and are so afraid, then don't talk big. Yeah, so boring. I thought you guys were going to fight, but you're scared to this extent. Jiziue curled her lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. If you didn't have an ancient treasure on you, why would we allow you to talk big? We would have taken you down a long time ago. Do you dare to fight us fair and square? The disciples of Stellar Peak shouted angrily, their faces red and necks bulging. Small fries like you know what an ancient treasure is? Come at me, I'll send you to the clouds with my fists. Yi Fan continued to stride forward. If you don't use an ancient treasure, I'll fight you. A cultivator stepped forward. I don't have an ancient treasure. If you're not afraid of breaking my bones, come at me. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Die. Someone took out a weapon. A blood blade turned into a beam of starlight and slashed towards Yi Fan. This was a powerful attack from a spirit spring cultivator, dazzling. Dang. Yi Fan didn't care. He waved his hand and flicked his finger. The golden finger touched the blood blade and a cracking sound was heard. Kacha. A spirit spring cultivator's weapon that had been refined for many years was shattered by Yi Fan's finger. It was like grass, unable to withstand a single attack. Everyone was shocked. Li Xiaoman had a strange look on her face. She knew that Yi Fan's physique was extraordinary, but she didn't think it would be this strong. How dare you talk big and stop me at will? Since Yi Fan had already made his move, he couldn't stop here. He left behind a series of afterimages as he charged towards the people around him. Those people all produced weapons, doing everything they could to attack Yi Fan. Brilliant light shone. The flowers and grass here withered, mountain rocks shattered. However, something terrifying happened. Yi Fan continuously flicked his fingers, causing weapons to shatter one after another. Under that golden palm, all of the weapons were like porcelain, unable to withstand that immense power. Bang, bang, bang. After a few attacks, those people all fell to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to get up again. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with these people. He kicked them one by one and sent them flying. He didn't look at Li Xiaoman and walked towards the peak. Jiziue giggled and followed behind. Where do you think you're going? You hurt my Star Peak's disciple and you still want to leave? Light flashed in the sky and several figures flew over. A white-robed man was the leader. He looked very heroic and there were 5 or 6 people beside him who looked extraordinary. Senior brother. Those who were kicked away gathered, their faces full of shame. That white-robed man's cultivation is extraordinary. Jiziue whispered in Yi Fan's ear. The white-robed man didn't go forward and the person who shouted just now wasn't him. A person walked out from the side and stared at Yi Fan coldly. Do you dare to fight me? Are you challenging a little cultivator who just entered the sect? Yi Fan smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. I won't use my peak divine bridge realm strength to suppress you. I'll give you a chance. I'll use my physical strength to exchange 3 palms with you. If you accept it, I'll write off what happened just now. The man said. Yi Fan laughed. He looked at the people present and then at Li Xiaoman. In the end, he stared at the man and said, all right, since you said so, I naturally can't retreat. Star Peak used the power of the stars to refine his physique. Once he reached the divine bridge realm, his body would be very strong. This person was so confident because of this. This person was only 27 or 28 years old. He was tall and had very long arms. His palms, in particular, were twice the size of a normal person's, like 2 small palm leaf fans. His skin was crystal clear, as if bits of starlight had gathered on his body, and those especially thick palms were as transparent as white jade. Not only were they delicate, but they were also almost transparent. On the side, the cultivators whose weapons had been shattered by Yi Fan and who had been kicked into the bushes all showed a trace of excitement. Compared to them, a cultivator at the peak of the Celestial Bridge realm was undoubtedly superior and unfathomable. Senior Brother Yang, you must teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, he will really think that there is no one at Star Peak. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Senior Brother, you have the battle power of the peak of the Celestial Bridge realm and can enter the Nirvana realm at any time. Don't be too ruthless and smash him into a meat patty. That would be so boring. You must be careful. Just shatter his palms. Keep him alive. We really want to see his expression. They seemed to have already seen Yi Fan being beaten until his bones were broken and his palms were shattered. They had not even made a move, but they already felt relieved. Senior Brother Yang smiled slightly and did not say anything. He strode forward. He was tall, 2 heads taller than the average person. He looked down at Yi Fan, who looked only about 14 years old, and said, "Actually, you are also quite good. Your body is really strong. If you confess now, I will not make things difficult for you. After all, we are all Taishan disciples, and we meet all the time." Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's true. The Humble Peak and the Star Peak are neighbors. If I accidentally smash you, it will not be justifiable. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he speak to Senior Brother Yang like this? He is looking for death. Senior Brother Yang, smash all the bones in his body. Don't worry about anything. Our Star Peak disciples have never been looked down upon like this. In the history of the Taishan sect, half of the headmasters have come from our line. Even if the Humble Peak is going to rise, it will only be on par with us in the future. This boy is so arrogant now. It is really annoying." Li Xiaoman stepped forward and said to Yi Fan, "You are no match for Senior Brother Yang, hurry up and apologize." Ji Ziyue smiled brightly and clapped her hands, "Hurry up and fight, I can't wait anymore." Yi Fan glanced at Li Xiaoman and said nothing. He calmly took 2 steps forward. "Junior sister Li, you've seen it too. I'm really sorry. Since he's like this, there's nothing I can do." Senior Brother Yang's smile was very thick. Yi Fan came in front of him and said, "Isn't 3 punches too much? I think I can finish you off with 1 punch." Senior Brother Yang did not get angry. There was a smile on his face as he said, "Since you are so confident, then I will fulfill your wish. I will end the battle with 1 punch. I will let you rest for a few years and reflect on how to be a reserved disciple. Senior Apprentice Brother Yang, smash him to pieces." The disciples behind him couldn't bear it any longer. "Alright, I will let him understand that Star Peak is not to be blasphemed." Senior Apprentice Brother Yang stretched out his right palm, which was as flawless as white jade, and shouted, "Go rest in bed for a few years." His arm was very long, and he slapped forward in an instant. His palm was completely transparent, and one could clearly see the blood vessels and bones inside. One could also see the divine power flowing, interweaving into a screen of light. Around the jade palm, astral winds shook, and the surrounding vegetation was uprooted. Mountain rocks rolled and rumbled as if a divine wall was pressing over, wanting to crush Yi Fan. Yi Fan was incomparably calm. He didn't even see him circulate his divine power. He directly waved his hand and slapped forward, as if he was chasing away mosquitoes. In the back, the Star Peak disciples all revealed smiles. Being so casual was simply courting death. Many people were already clapping, feeling that there was no suspense. Only the white-robed man frowned and shouted, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yang, be careful." However, everything was too late. Yi Fan's palm instantly turned golden as if it was cast from fine gold. It was extremely mystical and didn't look like a palm of flesh at all. It was dazzling and dazzling. Bang! The golden palm collided with the transparent palm. First, there was a muffled sound, and then the sound of bones cracking. It was like frying beans, crackling non-stop. Ha ha ha, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? Who doesn't know that the physique of our Star Peak disciples is the strongest? When they cultivate to a profound realm, their bodies are comparable to spirit treasures. He actually dared to exchange blows with Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. He doesn't know the difference between life and death. However, they only discussed up to this point. Their voices stopped abruptly, and they swallowed the rest of their words. This was because the result shocked them. It wasn't Yi Fan's bones that were breaking. The sound of frying beans actually came from the tall and slender senior apprentice brother Yang. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they saw an inconceivable scene. The clothes on senior apprentice brother Yang's body directly turned into flying ash. His body was almost transparent. This was the result of the Star Peak's physique refinement after reaching a certain realm. Inside that almost transparent body, the snow-white bones were constantly cracking. Starting from the right palm, the cracks quickly spread upwards. His entire right arm was like porcelain that had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the cracks were densely packed. Then, the cracks spread to the neck, then rushed to the chest, and then quickly split downwards. The fine cracks on the bones of both legs were like spider webs, densely packed, extending all the way to the toes before stopping. Finally, the spine, the other arm, and the skull were like porcelain that had been hit by a heavy blow, completely cracking. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Everything inside the transparent body could be clearly seen. When the white bones all over his body were broken, the sound of cracking was incessant. Every detail was witnessed by everyone. Many people were petrified on the spot, and there was a feeling of suffocation. Yi Fan calmly retreated, and then exhaled a breath of air. The airflow vibrated, and senior apprentice brother Yang fell backwards. He let out a miserable scream. At this moment, all the bones in his body were completely broken. At the same time he fell backwards, every part of his body was already deformed, and the broken bones could not support his flesh and blood. This result stunned everyone. This was a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm, and all the bones in his body were actually smashed by a palm. Just thinking about it made people shiver. Behind him, a female cultivator quickly rushed forward and covered his body with divine light, preventing him from falling into the dust. Otherwise, this body would be completely crippled. Even so, she was still extremely nervous, afraid that the head would be deformed, so she carefully controlled it. How could this be? No one could maintain their composure. This kind of palm strength was simply shocking. Beating a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm was no different from crushing a scarecrow. The few cultivators who had been kicked away by Yi Fan felt a lingering fear. How could such a character be ordinary? Not to say that killing them was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. This kind of physical body is too terrifying. I, Xingfeng, use starlight to refine my body, and my body is extremely tyrannical. How could he shatter all the bones in senior apprentice brother Yang's body? How much power does that palm contain? I'm afraid it's comparable to a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Yi Fan stood there quietly. His appearance was only about 14 years old, and he looked very delicate, even a little immature. There was a hint of innocence and sunshine about him, which made people feel so unreal. The disciples of Xingfeng all felt a chill down their spines. This was simply a beast in human form, and it was a legendary beast with terrifying divine power. Li Xiaoman was in a daze. She would never have thought that Yi Fan could cripple senior apprentice brother Yang with a slap. It seemed to be a casual strike, and he still had strength left. This made it difficult for her to calm down, and she could not believe this fact. At this moment, if one were to say who was the calmest, it would be Ji Ziyue. She giggled and said, "How boring. Is this big guy made of paper? He can't even take a beating." As soon as she said this, many people glared at her. Senior apprentice brother Yang is not skilled enough. You can't blame others. All of you, step back. The man in white, who had been standing at the back, walked forward. Other than Ji Ziyue, he was the calmest person. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "You have repeatedly injured the disciples of my Xingfeng. You do have some skills. They are not wronged. Rest in bed for a few years and reflect on how to be a reserved disciple of the Taishan realm." Yi Fan said to senior apprentice brother Yang, who was screaming in pain, and then turned around to look at the man in white. This person was not old, only about 20 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and looked very handsome. His white shirt and shoes were spotless, and there was starlight flowing in his eyes. "I think you are here to learn from your master. What kind of mystical method do you cultivate?" the man in white asked calmly. The great way of nature, Yi Fan said casually. At the back, the disciples of the Xingfeng saw the man in white come forward, and they all calmed down and spoke. The great way of nature of the humble peak has only been inherited not long ago. It can't be such a method. That power just now was as deep as the ocean, very different from the way of nature. They felt aggrieved, and anger surged. Today, they were repeatedly suppressed, and they felt that they had lost face for the Xingfeng. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. The man in white was very indifferent and said, I'll spar with you. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, you have the nerve to say that. Xianxia came forward, and her lips curled slightly, revealing her teeth. She said, why don't you go find the strong cultivators of the Holy Palace to spar with? He can even cripple a cultivator at the peak of the Celestial Bridge realm with one palm. If I spar with him, it won't be considered bullying. You make it sound nice. He just has a strong physique. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, you can use all kinds of divine techniques. How can he fight with you? Xianxia asked, wrinkling her nose. When he crippled senior brother Yang with one palm, the result was already decided. He had no other choice. The man in white was emotionless, and he said coldly, if you want to live, kowtow and apologize in front of senior brother Yang, and break all the bones in your body. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. My legs have never even knelt to the heavens. Can he bear it? Can you bear it? Yi Fan stared at the man in white. Are your legs very hard? Then I'll break them first. The man in white was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Not far away, Li Xiaoman walked lightly and said to the man in white, Senior brother Chen Feng, why do you have to stoop to his level? A little punishment is enough. There's no need to make a big fuss. The humble peak has already risen, don't hurt the harmony between the two branches. The man in white, Chen Feng, smiled and asked, oh, how does junior sister Li think I should punish him? Yi Fan looked at Li Xiaoman and did not say anything. He strode forward and said to the man in white, do you really think I'm meat on the chopping block? That I can be kneaded however I want? Let me see what kind of storm you can stir up. The man in white, Chen Feng, looked calm. He opened his palm, and suddenly spots of starlight rippled out, as if a few stars were fixed in his hand. He looked at Yi Fan and said, I'll give you one last chance. Break all the bones in your body and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, if I do it myself, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die. If you don't act so high and mighty, will you die? Yi Fan's voice was very calm, I'll break your legs and step on your head. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but it made all the disciples of Xingfeng change their expressions. Chen Feng had a lot of prestige among them as he was a Nirvana realm cultivator. No one dared to talk to him like that. Boasting shamelessly. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? If you want to break senior brother Chen's leg, go and cultivate for another 100 years. The disciples of Xingfeng were repeatedly suppressed and felt aggrieved. At this moment, they were enraged by Yi Fan's short words. They were eager to see Yi Fan suppressed. Senior brother Chen Feng is such a figure. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. In senior brother Chen Feng's eyes, he is just a chicken and a dog. Chen Feng was dressed in a white robe that was as clean as snow. There was not a speck of dust on him, nor was there any vulgarity. He looked very otherworldly, as if he had walked out from a paradise. He indeed had the air of an outstanding disciple of a super sect. He was a little cold, but he was more composed. He smiled indifferently and said, young and ignorant, arrogant and ignorant. I have already given you a chance, but you did not grasp it. In that case, I will personally break all the bones in your body. Yi Fan kicked a 1,000-pound boulder towards Chen Feng and said, will you die if you are not superior? He could not stand the arrogant attitude of the other party. Chen Feng gently waved his hand and his white robe fluttered. With a sweep of his sleeve, the 1,000-pound boulder instantly turned into powder and scattered down. Be careful, little kid. Xianxia secretly transmitted her voice and said, he is a Nirvana realm cultivator. If you want to defeat him, you can only rely on your strong physical body. You will only have a chance if you get close to him. Competing with divine power and spells, Yi Fan's chances of winning were too small. Only by fighting in close combat and relying on a strong physique that surpassed spiritual treasures could he have a chance to severely injure the other party. One should know that not long ago, he defeated Xianxia, a Nirvana realm cultivator from the Ji family, just like this. Yifan moved his body and was as agile as the wind. With each step, he left an afterimage, dazzling everyone's eyes. He instantly rushed over. The white-robed man lightly retreated. He wasn't senior brother Yang, and he had long since been on guard against Yifan. He didn't want him to get too close, and he wanted to rely on his powerful divine arts to crush Yifan. However, he had underestimated Yifan's speed. Not only him, even Jizu's mouth was agape, revealing a shocked expression. Because she saw a powerful movement technique. She seemed to have heard of it, but she had never seen it before. This is... Jizu's mouth formed an O shape as she wrinkled her nose and muttered to herself, could this be the legendary crazy old man's footwork? When Yifan took a step forward, it gave people a feeling that he was using the Tao of nature. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, very natural, like an antelope hanging its horns, untraceable. The white-clothed man was already fast enough, like a meteor, swift to the extreme, leaving behind a series of afterimages. But Yifan was like a shadow following the body, following closely behind. He had to stick to the other party and engage in close combat. Otherwise, the situation would be very bad. After all, there was a huge realm difference. Before this, he kept moving towards the white-clothed man to create an opportunity for himself. Now, no matter what, he wouldn't give up easily. The Tao rhythm under his feet flowed, and he chased directly. Everyone around was shocked. Chen Feng was so strong, and a Nirvana realm cultivator moved like lightning. But Yifan caught up to him, and he couldn't escape. It was enough to show how mysterious that technique was. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chen Feng was surprised to be caught up by Yifan. Yifan's movements were too fast, so fast that he couldn't escape. At his realm of cultivation, it could be said that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had unimaginable supernatural powers. Starlight flowed in his eyes, and there seemed to be an infinite number of stars vanishing. Tisk, tisk. Starlight flowed in Chen Feng's pupils, and two beams of light shot out. They were sharper than swords and dazzling, and they directly pierced through Yifan's head. If it was metal or stone, it would have cracked, let alone a person with flesh and blood. But Yifan's expression was calm. His left hand was like light, and he gently flicked his fingers. Clang, clang. 2. Vibrations rang out, and the two sharp beams of starlight exploded like crystals. They shattered in an instant and then disappeared in the air. Hum. The void trembled slightly as Yifan's golden fist smashed forward. It was like Thor's hammer was vibrating, and the terrifying pressure made everyone around feel suffocated. Chen Feng's white robe fluttered, and starlight illuminated his body. His eyes were incomparably deep. In front of him, a curtain of light quickly interweaved and formed, separating him from Yifan. Bang! However, Yifan's golden fist was too domineering. It was ferocious and heavy, and it smashed down like a mountain. The terrifying fluctuations made everyone around lose their balance. Gotcha! The curtain of light shattered on the spot, unable to block at all. It turned into streams of light and disappeared in the air. Boom! Yifan's golden fist seemed to be burning with golden divine flames, and it even smashed the void until it collapsed. Chen Feng finally felt the tyrannical strength of Yifan's body. He couldn't help but change his expression. His figure was illusory, and he constantly dodged. A stream of light shot out from the sea of bitterness. This was a jade plate, and it quickly became larger. It was like a sky, and there were strange pearls embedded on it. They were like the sun, moon, and stars shining brightly in the sky. They hung in the air, covering Yifan below. Chi, chi, chi. The sword chi was endless, and the nebula filled the air. This jade plate was very mystical. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black. The curtain of night fell, and every pearl released starlight, turning into sharp swords that stabbed down. It was simply a rain of swords. The black night sky, the dazzling pearls, and the shiny jade plate all vibrated at the same time, trying to strangle Yifan. Boom! Like the vibration of a large bell, the bronze trill resounded, making the ears of the surrounding people buzz. Unknowingly, a huge bronze plaque appeared in Yifan's hand. On it were the 4 ancient words Big Laying Temple. He waved it toward the sky, blocking all the rain of swords. The bronze plaque was as heavy as a mountain. It shook in Yifan's hand and struck the jade plate above. Crash! It was as if the 7-colored glass had been shattered. Pieces of jade fell down, and strange pearls were dancing. That spirit treasure had been smashed into pieces. Chen Feng in white moved as fast as lightning, but he couldn't pull away. There was a strong wave of energy behind him. It was like a huge furnace, roasting him from behind, completely locking him in place. Do you really think that only your body is tyrannical? Chen Feng was chased by Yifan, and he was suddenly a little angry. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm, when had he been so passive? 12 swords of the Milky Way. He let out a low roar, and 12 sword gleams rushed up from his body, as if they were reaching the clouds and rushing down to hell. The 12 star rivers roared and each transformed into a huge sword, slashing down toward Yifan's body. The cultivators of Nirvana Peak used the starlight to refine their bodies, and they attached great importance to the cultivation of their bodies. As long as they reached the celestial bridge realm, their physique would begin to transform and become extremely powerful. The Nirvana realm was naturally even more impressive. They could attract the star river divine light into their bodies, and after years of accumulation, there would be endless starlight in their bodies, which could be condensed into an invincible sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword gleams vibrated, and the 12 star rivers were formed by a large amount of starlight, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Bang, bang, something shocking happened. Yifan put away the bronze plaque of the Big Laying Temple, waved his golden fist, and punched out. The void was distorted like an unstable space. The pair of golden fists was the source of the turmoil, and the horrifying power from the vibrations was shocking. The surging star rivers were scattered, yes, 3 star rivers were shattered by Yifan's 3 punches, and the starlight scattered in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Another 9 punches were thrown in succession. The golden fists were unstoppable, and surpassed spiritual treasures. The body itself was the strongest weapon. After the 9 attacks, the 12 star rivers were completely destroyed, turning into specks of light that quickly disappeared in the air. Chen Feng's body trembled. He was even more wary of Yifan's body. The sea of reincarnation shook, and he took out 3 powerful weapons in succession. The cloud chain was refined from chalcedony. It was sparkling like white jade, and it lingered in the sky. It was flawless, like a pure white sacred cloud. The star shield was engraved with a sky full of stars. It pressed down like a precipice, and it was as if a part of the sky was falling. The moon blade was like a crescent moon, dazzling with silver light. It spun and slashed, indestructible and murderous. Behind, the disciples of the Star Peak all gasped. This was Chen Feng's ultimate move. Few could resist the combination of 3 terrifying weapons. The cloud chain locked the sky, trying to seal Yifan alive. The star shield and moon blade were like stars sinking and the moon falling from the sky. It was as if a small world was being destroyed, drowning Yifan within. This was a powerful offensive technique. Yifan was finally stopped. He was covered by the endless starlight and moonlight, and he was locked down by the holy cloud chain. After all, Chen Feng was an expert of the Nirvana realm, and his strength was unquestionable. He broke away from the entanglement and rushed up into the sky. Behind, the disciples of the Star Peak all smiled. They were full of confidence in Chen Feng's methods. No matter how strong his body is, can it be more terrifying than a spiritual treasure? Let's see how he escapes this calamity. I've already said that senior brother Chen Feng can kill him as easily as breaking a chicken or a dog. An ant trying to shake a tree, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already expected this outcome. Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. Rumble. The starlight and moonlight suddenly collapsed. Bang. Endless starlight rushed up, and the star shield was pierced by Yifan's fist. His black hair danced in the air, and his divine power was overwhelming. Clang. Another punch was thrown, and the moon blade broke. The moonlight dissipated, and the broken blade became dim and fell to the ground. Crack! Yi Fan's arms struggled, and the cloud chain collapsed inch by inch. The holy light faded, and the holy clouds collapsed. The disciples of the Star Peak were dumbfounded, and Li Xiaoman also revealed a look of disbelief. 3 powerful magic treasures could not suppress him, and instead, they were shattered. This kind of body was unbelievable. In the sky, Chen Feng felt pain. The 3 treasures had been refined by him for many years, and they had long developed spirituality. However, they were destroyed today. This is simply the legendary humanoid beast. Is this still a body? It's simply a precious treasure. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. It's time to end everything. Chen Feng was as cold as ice. He stood in the sky, and his whole body emitted spots of starlight, like a white-robed star lord. A Nirvana realm cultivator had many magical powers and thousands of spells. If it was just to deal with someone with a strong physique, they had endless means. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are a god, standing high above the clouds? At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly shot into the sky and closed in again. Li Xiaoman was shocked. She never expected Yi Fan to be able to fly. It was obvious that he could cultivate, at least above the life spring realm. It was not as simple as having a strong physique. His physique obviously can't. Her heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Chen Feng was shocked at first, but soon calmed down. From the waves of divine power, his opponent was only in the celestial bridge realm. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. He opened his palm, and starlight poured down like mercury. It looked gentle, but it was heavy. He wanted to use endless divine power to refine Yi Fan alive. Yi Fan walked in the air, his footwork technique was mysterious. Every step he took gave off a natural feeling as he avoided the starlight. Below, Ji Ziyue covered her mouth and whispered, "This guy has so many secrets." It really is like the legendary crazy old man steps. At this point, even Chen Feng's expression changed. This kind of steps was a threat to him. It was very mysterious. Yi Fan was like a flowing cloud, like the blowing wind, moving left and right, making it impossible to catch his shadow. This kind of steps was indeed mysterious. He had studied it for more than a year, but he only had a basic understanding of it. That day, when Crazy Old took a step, the endless mountains and rivers were behind him. It was a true shrinking of the earth, countless times faster than others flying in the sky and earth. It left an indelible impression on Yi Fan. The Tao pattern left by Crazy Old was extremely complicated. He only comprehended the more superficial parts and did not fully comprehend it. Endless starlight. Chen Feng in white shouted. He raised his right hand, and a river of stars flowed out. At first, it was like a trickle, but soon the sky was drowned by starlight. No matter where Yi Fan hid, he was covered by starlight. With a flip of Yi Fan's palm, a copper 8 trigrams mirror appeared. It gathered boundless divine light and shone towards Chen Feng like a resplendent sun. The resplendent light was incomparably intense. The huge light beam immediately destroyed the starlight. This was the most powerful treasure of the Jiang clan's elder. It was a rare spiritual item. What? Such a powerful treasure shocked Chen Feng and he quickly retreated. In the distance, Ji Ziyue chuckled and said, "Do you really think that this guy only knows how to swing his fists? If he gets entangled in close combat, there'll be a good show to watch." Suddenly, Ji Ziyue could not laugh anymore. Her expression changed as she said, "Void art." Yi Fan's body almost disappeared. He turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated forward. In a flash, he reappeared and slapped forward. Ji Ziyue couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan first displayed an inexplicable footwork and then used the Great Void technique of Ji clan's ancient scriptures. This was a powerful secret technique recorded in the Void scripture. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void with unfathomable power. I only wrote a short paragraph for him. Without the support of a powerful mental cultivation method, he can't use it at all. This guy must have cultivated an immortal canon that is not inferior to the Void scripture. At this moment, Chen Feng was also shocked. He was almost hit by Yi Fan's slap. He quickly dodged to the side. Buzz. The void trembled as if it was collapsing. Yi Fan did not chase after him, but a large black hand appeared beside Chen Feng, covering the sky and earth as it came crashing down. Void handprint in complete style. Xianxia exclaimed softly and said to herself, he must have cultivated some ancient scripture. Otherwise, there's no way he can use the void handprint. Pa. Although Chen Feng was fast, his left arm was still hit. The bones in his arm were crushed on the spot and his left arm hung limply. The huge black hand dissipated in the sky, but it stunned many people present. Chen Feng's face was pale and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. In the distance, the disciples of Star Peak were all shocked. Chen Feng was so powerful, but he had never gained the upper hand since the start of the battle. At this moment, his left arm was shattered. This was unimaginable. Where did he come from? Why does he have such a technique? How is this possible? Even senior brother Chen Feng is not his match. His left arm was actually shattered. Xianxia clenched her fists. She felt that Yi Fan had many secrets. He was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Hey! The white-robed Chen Feng shouted coldly. A river of stars rushed out of the sea of bitterness and surged towards his left arm. Pai pai pa pa. His left arm was trembling and then trembling. With the baptism and nourishment of the starlight, the broken arm grew back. This was the power of a Nirvana realm cultivator. Injuries could heal quickly. What kind of secret technique is that? Chen Feng revealed a serious expression for the first time. That huge black hand was too mysterious. Even now, he still felt uneasy. Yi Fan was also very surprised. The Palm of Void was very domineering and had great attacking power. Unfortunately, he had only mastered the crippled style and could not display it completely. Comparatively speaking, the Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture focused on consolidating one's foundation and digging out one's potential. There were no powerful attacking methods and it lacked secret techniques. Didn't you want to break all the bones in my body? Show me what you have. Do you really think you can be my enemy just because you have mastered a few secret techniques? Your divine power is far inferior. Chen Feng's expression turned cold. He opened his mouth and let out a breath. Starlight shone on his body and 7 stars appeared one after another. The 7 stars were as big as a human head and hung in the sky like 7 small suns. Then, they turned into streams of light and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the sky changed. It turned pitch black and stars actually appeared in the sky. He used his powerful divine power to seal the sky and set up a cage of heaven and earth to trap Yi Fan. Let me borrow the divine power of the Northern Dipper Lord. Chen Feng shouted. In the sky, the 7 stars suddenly shone. They were not the real Big Dipper but the starlight of the Northern Dipper that he had cultivated for many years. One had to admit that the cultivators of the Nirvana realm were very powerful. Their methods were divine. The 7 stars hanging in the sky became the strongest weapon. W Divine Sword. Chen Feng shouted. Among the Big Dipper 7 stars, the W star was burning fiercely. It shot a sword aura straight at Yi Fan. W Divine Sword. The W star was abnormally brilliant. It sprinkled down a dazzling radiance that condensed into a sword and slashed at Yi Fan. W Divine Sword. The 3rd sword aura slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Clang, in the sky, the Big Dipper, Alioth, Mizar, Alcade, Dubhe, and Dubhe shone with dazzling radiance. They condensed into 7 divine swords that slashed horizontally. Chen Feng treated Yi Fan as a formidable opponent and did not hold back at all. He said coldly, I said I would break all the bones in your body. Of course, I will do it. Yi Fan used a mysterious footwork and kept dodging. These sword auras were indeed sharp, and he did not want to face them head-on. Buzz. Yi Fan struck out the Palm of Void again. A huge black hand appeared in the sky and slapped at Chen Feng. However, this time, Chen Feng was prepared and dodged at the first moment. The Palm of Void emitted a frightening energy wave as it slowly dissipated in the sky. The Palm of Void was indeed powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. It was not fast enough. Moreover, it was an incomplete move and could not kill the enemy in one hit. What else do you have? Show me. Chen Feng sneered. Yi Fan dashed left and right, but the Big Dipper 7 stars were still hanging above his head, sweeping down sword auras. Senior apprentice brother Chen Feng named himself the Big Dipper 7 stars. As expected, he is powerful. This kind of sword aura is endless and indestructible. Star Peak, ordinary disciples cannot use the Big Dipper 7 stars to entrust their minds. Senior apprentice brother Chen Feng is extremely talented. With 7 divine swords in the sky, it will not be long before he kills this kid. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and waved his golden fist. He smashed forward, wanting to destroy the 7 stars. Specks of yellow appeared on the surface of his body to protect him. The opponent's divine power was very powerful and could really suppress him. With a difference of one major realm, Chen Feng's forceful methods were not something that Yi Fan could contend against. At this moment, Yi Fan constantly circulated his mystic arts and finally mobilized a bit of source qi to resist the powerful divine power. In the end, he tore apart the divine power shackles and rushed into the sky, arriving in front of the Big Dipper 7 stars. The golden fist struck the sky, and the void seemed to collapse as the space distorted. In close combat, he was very confident. With one punch, he shattered the Dubhe star and starlight scattered in all directions. Yi Fan swung his fists again and again. The source qi flashed across his body and the other 6 stars in the sky were also shattered by him. How is this possible? Chen Feng was shocked. He was a cultivator of the Nirvana realm and had extremely powerful divine power. If he really attacked, he could suppress Yi Fan. But right now, it seemed so strange. His opponent had easily shattered his divine star, which made him feel uneasy. Is this guy even human? He actually shattered senior apprentice brother Chen Feng's divine star. How powerful is he? Even a Nirvana realm cultivator might not be able to do that. The disciples of Star Peak were very shocked and confused. Yi Fan's physical body was powerful enough. Plus, with the source qi surrounding him, he was practically indestructible and unstoppable. As long as my body is not destroyed, my divine star will not be destroyed. You think you can stop me just by shattering it? Chen Feng growled and the Big Dipper appeared in the sky again. Then I'll shatter you. Yi Fan had no choice but to fight with all his might. There was a difference of one realm. Even though he had many secret techniques, he felt that it was very difficult. 7 stars transform, lock time and space. Chen Feng shouted. The Big Dipper turned into 7 beams of light that swooped down and surrounded Yi Fan. Boom, the stars shone as if a sea of stars had fallen and sealed Yi Fan inside. At this moment, the Big Dipper turned into countless stars and became a starry sky. Although they weren't real stars and were all condensed from starlight, it was enough to seal a cultivator of the celestial bridge realm. The divine power of a cultivator of the Nirvana realm was too strong. If this continued, he would be refined into ashes sooner or later. Yi Fan didn't panic because he had a strong reliance, the source qi. This was the reason why he dared to fight a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Although he couldn't hit the source qi out, when the endless starlight came crushing over, it was all destroyed on the surface of his body and couldn't hurt him. If I can refine my cauldron again or use the source qi to successfully refine my body, I won't have to be so passive. If I can refine my cauldron again or use the source qi to successfully refine my body, I won't have to be so passive. Yi Fan was silently circulating one of the 9 secrets. Since the start of the battle, he had been trying but hadn't been able to trigger it even once. Although this legendary supreme secret technique was profound and difficult, it wasn't long and could be completely integrated with the Tao scripture. He had already circulated it hundreds of times. After a long wait, the disciples of the Star Peak didn't speak anymore and quietly waited for Yi Fan to be refined into ashes. Chen Feng's body shone brightly and his white robe was spotless. He was really like a star lord, untainted by the aura of mortals as he stood in the sky. This is the time. Yi Fan was excited. After circulating the supreme secret technique hundreds of times, he finally succeeded. At this moment, he felt extremely powerful and his combat power increased rapidly. He felt that he had rushed into the Nirvana realm. 10 times the combat power, it's actually 10 times the combat power. He felt that everything was too dreamy. Although this supreme secret technique was difficult to successfully trigger, it could be called a priceless treasure. This was an unimaginable change that could make one 10 times stronger in an instant. It couldn't be explained by logic. This was a kind of power that could turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! Yi Fan threw a punch and shattered the stars in the sky. He took a step forward and his speed increased by 10 times. He used Crazy Ol's footwork and rushed over in an instant. Bang! Chen Feng couldn't dodge at all and was sent flying by the punch. The bones in his body kept cracking and dozens of them were broken. The starlight shone and his divine power collapsed and he lost his combat power. At the same time, Yi Fan felt an emptiness in his body. His powerful combat power retreated like the tide and completely disappeared. This was a very strange feeling. He had reached the peak in an instant and was beaten back to his original state in the next second. It was very magical. The supreme secret technique is definitely a treasure. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He thought that this was more valuable than the ancient scripture of void. How is this possible? Senior brother Chen Feng was defeated. How did this happen? What secret technique did he use to shatter the starlight and send a Nirvana realm cultivator flying? The disciples of Star Peak were all stunned and couldn't accept this fact. Among them, Li Xiaoman was the most shocked. Her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down. She felt that this was all an illusion. Killing is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. Although you said you would break all my bones, I don't want to kill you. Yi Fan walked forward and looked down at Chen Feng who had fallen in the dust. At this moment, Chen Feng's white robe was covered in dust. Half of his black hair was gone and his face was pale. He couldn't accept this reality and couldn't move his injured body. You and I both know who is in the right and who is in the wrong. Star Peak has always been the only one and can't tolerate others being strong. I hope you guys know what to do in the future. After defeating a Nirvana realm cultivator, Yi Fan suddenly calmed down and the restlessness from before disappeared completely. At this moment, there were many people flying over from Star Peak. Let's go, a cultivator who has surpassed the Nirvana realm has appeared. Xianxia walked forward and pulled Yi Fan up into the sky. At this moment, a rainbow suddenly rushed over from the humble peak. It crossed many mountains like a real bridge that spanned dozens of miles. Li Ruoyu stood on the rainbow bridge and led Yi Fan and Xianxia to the top. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of tyrannical magical power was this? To be able to form a rainbow and cross over 10 mountains, this kind of method was shocking. In the sky far away, a few elders suddenly stopped and cupped their hands at the rainbow bridge. Senior brother Li, we mean no harm. I know, Li Ruoyu only said these 3 words. The rainbow that crossed the humble peak and dozens of peaks retreated like a wave and appeared on the peak of the humble peak with the 3 of them. Senior brother Li is not ordinary, I feel more and more that he will be comparable to the ancient mighty people. A few elders of Star Peak whispered. Xianxia was secretly speechless. She felt that Li Ruoyu was unfathomable and more mysterious than the legendary figures of the Ji clan. The disciples of Star Peak are too weak. Xianxia squinted her eyes and deliberately stirred up the topic. You guys haven't seen the most outstanding disciple of Star Peak. Although it can't be compared to the Eastern Wilderness divine body, it's not something you guys can fight against now, Li Ruoyu said. In the end, Xianxia yawned and walked back to her small wooden hut. Only then did Yi Fan ask Li Ruoyu for advice. I had to circulate it hundreds of times before I triggered the supreme secret technique. Senior, do you have any way to increase the probability? As one's cultivation level increases, the probability will increase. Apart from that, you have to find a few other supreme secret techniques. Every time you cultivate one more, the probability will increase by 10%. Yi Fan was shocked. According to Li Ruoyu, the reason why the 9 esoteric techniques were called supreme secret techniques was because they were too extraordinary. If the 9 esoteric techniques were completely combined, not to mention the other 8 supreme secret techniques, the one at Humble Peak would reach perfection and could be successfully triggered at any time. This is unbelievable. Yeah, turning something rotten into something magical. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, maybe it's because it's too unbelievable that even the heavens don't allow the 9 esoteric techniques to be combined. That's why it was split up and lost. Who is it that came to my humble peak? Why don't you come out and see me? Li Ruoyu suddenly said. The surroundings were quiet, there was no sound, nothing was out of the ordinary. There were no strangers on the humble peak, only a few dozen newly accepted disciples who were building wooden huts halfway up the mountain. It was as if they didn't hear Li Ruoyu's voice. The golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows pulsed. A powerful divine sense emerged and scanned in all directions. He felt a strange aura, but he couldn't pinpoint it, so he couldn't be sure if there was someone there. Li Ruoyu's expression was calm. He stood at the top of the humble peak and didn't make any moves. The plants around him suddenly flourished and grew towards the surroundings. So it's a cultivator from the Ji clan. The Great Void technique lives up to its name. It allows one to travel through the void. It's indeed a peerless secret technique. Li Ruoyu raised his head and stared. It was as if he could see through the void and see the origin. Right under his feet, a vine extended into the air. It was emerald green, with a flower bud on it that was about to bloom, emitting a crystal-clear glow. In that instant, the vine continuously grew, quickly extending outwards like a vigorous horned dragon, rushing into the sky. The flower bud blossomed in the wind, the petals sparkling and translucent, brilliant and dazzling, locking down an area of the void, containing the enormous flower within. This was the Tao of nature. The petals represented eternity, locking down a part of the space. The humble peak is indeed extraordinary. Is there going to be a second Almighty? The void shattered. An old man stepped out from the void and stood on the crystal-clear petals. On the humble peak, the vines were as thick as water tanks, stretching over 100 meters into the sky. An enormous flower bloomed like a five-colored crystal. It spat out multicolored light and flickered with specks of brilliance. Among the flowers, there was an old man in cyan with snow-white hair and a jade-like face without any wrinkles. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Behind him, there was darkness as if night had fallen. It was also like a bottomless pit that connected the entire void, giving people the feeling that the great Tao was as deep as the abyss. Pop! The flower under his feet made a soft sound. The petals dimmed as if they had encountered frost and snow, withering quickly. Then, the vines withered and fell from the sky. The old man from the Ji family didn't move, but the pitch-black void behind him spurted out a black light that covered the summit of the humble peak. It was pitch black, as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. It was majestic and suffocating, as if a black mountain was pressing down on them. Li Ruoyu stood in place without moving. The surrounding vegetation flickered with green light, and a towering ancient tree grew rapidly. It was like a huge umbrella that covered the sky, towering into the sky and blocking the endless black light above it. Bang! Suddenly, a black trident appeared in the sky. It cut the towering tree into pieces and stabbed down towards the humble peak. It was 100 meters long and seemed to be able to tear the sky and earth apart. Splash! On the humble peak, a white waterfall rushed to the sky like a silver dragon and wrapped around the black trident. There was no fierce collision, no dazzling light. The silver waterfall wrapped around the giant trident like soft fingers. The great Tao of nature lives up to its name. The old man from the Ji family shouted. The entire sky turned dark. Dark clouds rolled and pressed down. Purple lightning flashed and covered the humble peak. Pop! Around Li Ruoyu, all the plants overflowed with fragrance. Endless green light shot up into the sky and a rain of light fell. A natural and gentle power flowed into the sky and spread in all directions. Swish! The Great Void technique appeared. The old man from the Ji family appeared behind Li Ruoyu without a sound and slammed his palm. Bang! Li Ruoyu seemed to be able to see through the void and capture the trajectory of the Great Void technique. He turned his hand back to meet the attack. When the two palms collided, a terrifying energy burst out. However, they did not wreak havoc on the humble peak. Instead, they flew into the sky and disappeared. Bang, bang, the sound of palm strikes kept ringing out, and streams of terrifying energy shot up from the summit of the humble peak, tearing through the sky like lightning. The elder from the Ji family used the Great Void technique. He appeared in different directions and couldn't be predicted at all. This was a supreme secret technique. However, Li Ruoyu seemed to be able to predict the future. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He waved his sleeves in all directions and blocked the Great Void technique. Boom! In the end, a black-colored hand covered the heavens and the earth as it descended, enveloping the entire peak of Humble Peak with the intention of uprooting it. This kind of terrifying scene caused people's hearts to palpitate. The terrifying fluctuations directly shook people to their bones, causing them to panic and suffocate, involuntarily trembling. Grand void handprint, these types of methods were world-shocking and intimidating. When ordinary cultivators saw this, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. It was just too terrifying. It was as if a part of the sky was collapsing. Boom, Li Ruoyu rushed up and welcomed it with a single palm. In an instant, the humble peak was suffused with the aura of nature. The green light and black light clashed and mixed together. Li Ruoyu and the black-colored hand were both contained. Within, waves of muffled sounds rang out continuously, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. Those who saw this scene were all terrified. In the end, there was no destructive aura. All of the light was retracted. The black-colored hand slowly faded away in the sky as Li Ruoyu landed on the humble peak. Good, good, good. The elder from the Ji family landed on the ground and said, "The humble peak's inheritance is indeed extraordinary. It isn't an ancient scripture, but it is comparable to an ancient scripture. The Tao follows the laws of nature. You might really become the second almighty of the humble peak." Both of them didn't use their full strength. It was just a simple test, but it was enough to shock everyone. "I wonder why Senior has come to the humble peak?" Li Ruoyu asked. Not far away, Yi Fan was a little surprised. Li Ruoyu was so old, yet he still called this person Senior. It seemed like he was a famous elder from the Ji family. After a long period of silence, I came out to take a walk and find a descendant. At this moment, Ji Ziyue was hiding in a small wooden house. Her big black eyes turned, then she walked out and called out, "Great-grandfather, why are you here?" "To find you, of course. Brother Ji Hong has come to my Taishan sect, why didn't you say hello?" A great elder of the Taishan sect said telepathically from afar. "Please forgive me for barging in." The elder of the Ji family, Ji Hong, bowed to the distant sky. Ji Hong rose into the air and flew into the distance to meet an old friend. On the humble peak, Yi Fan felt guilty and was ready to run, but if he just left like that, he felt a little sorry for Li Ruoyu. At this moment, Ji Ziyue seemed to have sensed something. She flew over lightly and blocked his way, saying, "Little brat, are you trying to escape?" "No, I'm just taking a walk." "You are too sensitive," Yi Fan denied. "You must have a lot of secrets on you, otherwise why would you be so guilty?" Ji Ziyue circled around him, then tilted her head and said, "In a while, come with me to our Ji family. I won't go even if you beat me to death." This was what Ji Fan was thinking, but he had a smile on his face and said, "I can't ask for more. It would be even better if I could marry into the Ji family." "What does a little brat know?" Ji Ziyue chuckled. "I have a cousin who is just 9 years old. She is a good match for you." "I don't lack daughters, what nonsense are you muttering?" Ji Ziyue glared at him. In the end, Ji Hong returned to the humble peak and called Ji Ziyue over. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Don't wander around. Stay in the Taishan sect for now. The situation outside is a bit complicated." After saying these words, Ji Hong left in a hurry. Yi Fan was most satisfied with this result. Now he had enough time to prepare to leave. Not long after, the headmaster of the Taishan sect and the legendary figures also flew out of the 108 main peaks and rushed into the distance. What happened? Inside the Taishan sect, many disciples were discussing. It had been many years since the headmaster and the great elder were dispatched at the same time. It wasn't until a day later that news came that a crazy old man had appeared in the territory of the Wei Kingdom. He was suspected to be a peerless master from 6,000 years ago. This news shocked dozens of surrounding countries. The Ji family, the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Taishan sect all sent out top experts to search for him. It's actually a peerless master of the past. He has actually lived for more than 6,000 years and still exists in this world. It's incredible. How can a person live for 6,000 years? He's simply a living history book. He has experienced various dark and light eras. It's really a miracle. Inside the Taishan sect, many people were discussing. After hearing the news, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of Crazy Ol. It must be him, 6,000 years ago, the heavenly Jade Holy Land was incomparably prosperous. With the strength of the entire sect, they attacked the ancient barren Forbidden Land and never returned. They were removed from the world. Crazy Ol was the only survivor. Many people wanted to know what had happened 6,000 years ago and what kind of existence the desolation in the endless abyss was. 6,000 years ago, Crazy Ol's cultivation was earth-shattering. In the Eastern Barren Territory, no one could match him. A peerless master like him had lived for another 6,000 years and still did not die. Everyone wanted to know what level he had reached and how far he was from immortality. They wanted to hear his teachings. In particular, there were great forces like the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land. The great elders of the sects all wanted to talk to such a peerless master. For the great figures of the world, such a living fossil was more attractive than the ancient scriptures of the Eastern Barren Territory. On the third day, there was more news. Crazy, that peerless master has completely gone crazy. No one can talk to him. He is crying and laughing. It's impossible to communicate with him. It's too terrifying. Many famous people were sent flying by his sleeves. No one can get close to him. 6,000 years ago, he was already earth-shattering. Now, it's impossible to estimate his strength. He disappeared. In just a few steps, the endless mountains and rivers were left behind. He directly left the Wei territory. No one can keep up with his footwork. It's hard to see his back even if one flies in the sky or bursts into the ground. At this moment, Ji Ziyue blocked Ji Fan, not letting him leave. Did you learn that footwork from that crazy old man? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Yi Fan would not admit it. It definitely has something to do with it. Our Ji family's ancient books have detailed records. It's a footwork that far surpasses shrink. It's unparalleled in the world. Only that crazy old man knows it. Yi Fan felt that this little girl was too clever. Almost all his secrets had been discovered by her. If he was not paying attention, she would be able to sense the abnormality. Senior, are there really immortals in this world? Yi Fan came to the peak and asked Li Ruoyu. Everyone is asking. It doesn't matter if there is or not. As long as we have a firm belief that the path to immortality is feasible, we can continue forward. Just what level has the crazy old man reached? Logically speaking, living for 6,000 years is simply a miracle. There is no reason for him not to become an immortal. I'm afraid even the Eastern Wasteland divine body can't live that long. If he doesn't become an immortal, then he goes crazy. Perhaps he is such an existence. Li Ruoyu also sighed. Within the Taishan sect, apart from the 108 main peaks, there were countless secondary peaks. Not all the mountains were surrounded by immortal qi. Some places were very desolate, just like the humble peak. Yi Fan had been preparing to leave for the past few days. He constantly wandered around the Taishan sect, wanting to make one last effort to understand what conditions were needed to open the gate before the sect would let him go. The sun was setting, and the evening glow dyed most of the sky red. He came to an extremely desolate mountain ridge. Weeds grew everywhere, and withered vines covered the ground. At this moment, he suddenly froze. On a large bluestone facing the west of the mountain ridge, a white-haired old man was lying on his side, facing the setting sun. His clothes were shabby and looked very old. It didn't look like the clothes of this era at all. He was muttering something, and 2 lines of tears hung from his muddy old eyes. Old madman, it was actually old madman, Yi Fan was shocked. He never thought that he would meet him in the Supreme Profound sect. How could he be here? Didn't he leave the Wei border in a few steps and go somewhere else? Under the blood-red setting sun, withered vines coiled around the bluestone. Birds returned to their nests and leaves drifted down. Crazy Ol lay on the bluestone, facing the setting sun. His eyes were filled with endless yearning and sadness. 2 lines of tears stood out on his wrinkled face. He used to be an earth-shattering cultivator. 6,000 years ago, he was already undefeatable in the Eastern Barren Territory. But now, he was curled up here, his skinny body shivering. It made people feel pity for him. Senior. Yi Fan walked up and squatted in front of the bluestone. He gazed at Crazy Ol. He felt sorry for him, but he didn't know how to help him. Crazy Ol looked up at him and then at the setting sun. It seemed that nothing in the world could attract his attention. Only the blood-red sun could attract his full attention. That year, the setting sun was like blood and Merak was stained with blood. That day, all things withered and Merak fell. Crazy Ol had lived for so many years, but he couldn't stop crying. His eyes were cloudy. Senior, the past can't be undone. The dead are gone. Let's get over it. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. All of a sudden, the setting sun disappeared and sank below the mountain. The moment the blood-red sun disappeared, Crazy Ol's eyes suddenly shot out two dazzling beams of light, piercing through the void. The sadness on his face disappeared, and he sat up abruptly. He seemed to have become a completely different person. He was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed and revealed its edge, causing the mountain ridge to become silent. All of the birds and beasts were trembling with fear. Yi Fan felt a strong pressure. If he didn't have a body that was stronger than a spirit treasure, he would have broken his bones and tendons. Crazy Ol was right in front of him. He was like a mountain, giving off an unimaginable pressure. Their aura. He gazed at Yi Fan and grabbed Yi Fan's arm. His eyes suddenly became deep. Yi Fan shuddered. This crazy old man was too terrifying. This kind of pressure made it impossible for him to move. It far surpassed any other cultivator he had seen before. He immediately thought of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, the heavenly jade saintess, the endless skeletons on the 9 sacred mountains, and the desolate slaves. The them that Crazy Ol mentioned was most likely referring to them. However, it had been more than a year. His aura should have been cleansed, but Crazy Ol could still sense it. This kind of terrifying spiritual mind was horrifying. Crazy Ol brushed his hand over his body, and the celestial jade saintess emerged. She stood in the air, her eyes bright and her teeth white. Her body was light and graceful, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was lifelike and almost perfect. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of divine art was this? With a light brush, he was able to capture a living shadow. This was truly unheard of and unseen. Crazy Ol brushed his hand again, and countless skeletons appeared on the mountain ridge. All the skeletons he saw on the 9 sacred mountains that day appeared. Suddenly, Crazy Ol hugged his head and howled in pain, like a lone wolf howling in grief. Ha ha ha. Finally, he threw his head back and laughed crazily. If he didn't become an immortal, he would become a demon, he cried and laughed, just like when they first met. He lost control of his emotions, which made people feel pity and pity. The celestial jade saintess was dignified and beautiful. She stood in the air, overshadowing the stars and moon. The endless skeletons emitted a dancing energy as if they had really descended. They revolved around Crazy Ol. The scene was very strange, and it made people's hair stand on end. On the side, Yi Fan mistakenly thought that he had come to the forbidden land of the remote antiquity and met the peerless celestial jade saintess and the skeletons again. Crazy Ol let out a muffled growl, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the celestial jade saintess and the skeletons. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he actually carved the word Tao in the sky. Then, he stood up with his head held high, his hands moving slowly and forcefully. All the figures were carved in the void, forming a huge pattern. Inside, there were countless skeletons, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. In the center, the celestial jade saintess was dressed in white, her black hair flowing like a waterfall. She looked so lifelike, as if she had a soul. This? Behind her, Yi Fan was shocked. He had never seen or heard of using the void as a pattern. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. It was really shocking. Crazy Ol's hands moved, and the aura of the Tao circulated. With a clang, he carved the word immortal on the pattern. Brilliant light shone, the word immortal seemed to have a strange magic power. All the figures in the pattern dimmed, and in the end, there seemed to be only one immortal left. There were only some vague shadows around, and even the celestial jade saintess in the center was blurred. The pattern flowed with a misty aura. The word immortal had endless Taoist rhyme, giving people a feeling that the great Tao was boundless and natural. Crazy Ol stretched out a finger and touched his forehead. The huge pattern in the sky turned into a brand and rushed into his head. His face showed all kinds of emotions. Yi Fan was shocked. What was Crazy Ol doing? Clang! The brand appeared on Crazy Ol's forehead, and the shadow inside became dimmer and dimmer. Only the shining word immortal was left. Is he erasing the past, or is he making a deeper memory? Yi Fan was secretly surprised. Crazy Ol's method was hard to predict. After a long time, Crazy Ol finally calmed down. Smack! At this time, he lightly patted the big green rock. Suddenly, a hazy halo flashed, and a mysterious pattern emerged. Undoubtedly, he was sober at this moment. He was not patting the green rock randomly. Yi Fan was shocked. He concentrated on the pattern, and his eyes were filled with divine light. The hazy halo shone on the green rock, and it was as difficult as a ghost drawing. It was as if he had seen it before. It looked very familiar. He had an extremely familiar feeling. Mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was shocked. This pattern was a complicated Dao pattern, very profound and difficult to understand. He had memorized Crazy Ol's footwork, but compared to the complete Dao pattern, it was too far away. This was the real mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was bewildered. Crazy Ol took one map from him and gave one back to him. It seemed that he wanted to call it even. At this moment, there was no time for him to think. He focused all his attention and memorized this mysterious pattern. The hazy halo rushed into his eyes, turning into a pattern, and engraved in his heart. This secret pattern was extremely profound and complicated. Yi Fan had only tried it once, and he immediately felt the world spinning. His level was too low, and he could not understand the most profound Dao pattern. This footwork must be a supreme secret technique. He was secretly surprised. Right at this moment, the blue stone shattered, turning into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Crazy Ol stood up and walked into the depths of the mountain. Yi Fan was shocked and followed behind. Although this old man was crazy, there were times when he was sober. There must be a reason for him to come to Taishan. This was a barren mountain, even more than the humble peak, but it was not the main peak. There was no one from the Taishan sect here. After walking for about a dozen miles, Crazy Ol suddenly stamped his foot, and a short mountain in front of him split open, as if it had been cut by a god with a giant axe. Behind him, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The power of one stomp was terrifying. The short mountain split in half, like two open doors. Crazy Ol walked straight in. The inside was hazy and misty like a mysterious realm. It was actually a completely different world, like an independent space. Who dares to break into my Taishan heavy land? A shout suddenly came. Yi Fan stopped here, not daring to go further. Several figures flew out from the hazy space to stop Crazy Ol. Beams of dazzling light rushed towards Crazy Ol. It could be clearly seen that there were powerful iron seals, a giant net that covered the sky, all kinds of powerful spirit treasures, all emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, Crazy Ol waved his big sleeve, and all the treasures turned into powder. There was no suspense at all. All the brilliance was destroyed. It was simple and casual. It could be said that it did not take any effort. It was better than taking a stroll in the park. The 7 or 8 figures who had just rushed out of the fog were all shocked, but before they could react, Crazy Ol lightly shouted, and they all fainted and fell to the ground. These people were all white-haired and white-bearded elders of the Taishan sect, but in front of Crazy Ol, they were no different from ants. Yi Fan was shocked. If Crazy Ol wanted to kill people, even the powerful Taishan sect would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one in the eastern wasteland could stop him. Crazy Ol strode forward, straight into the fog. Yi Fan was very surprised. Seeing that all the elders had fainted, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. The fog dispersed, and the sky was full of stars. They had all come to a valley. There was an enormous altar here, and there were many Dao patterns carved onto it. There were also many ancient characters that indicated the various regions of the eastern wasteland. The space gate. Yi Fan was shocked. He suddenly thought of the 2 words. Space gate. This must be the important place of the Taishan sect, the space gate. If I can provide enough source to activate the patterns, I can cross the void from here. Thinking of this, Yifan rushed forward. If he could cross to the other side of the eastern wasteland from here, it would be a great wish of his. The area where the Taishan sect, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land was located was in the south of the eastern wasteland, while the Jade Lake Holy Land was in the north. No one could tell how far the north and south were. Even if a cultivator could travel such a distance by riding a rainbow, it would still take years of hard work, which was really a headache. Without the space gate, the entire eastern wasteland could not be connected. The area was too big. In this area, apart from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Taishan sect was the most powerful. However, after all, they were not holy lands. The patterns they carved could only reach the center of the eastern wasteland, not the northernmost part. After Crazy Ol stepped onto the altar, he did not use the patterns on it. Instead, he did it himself. He quickly carved extremely complicated patterns, and the entire altar crackled. He just wanted to use the large amount of source here. He could carve the patterns himself, but Crazy Ol came to the Taishan sect to cross the void. Where on earth was he going? Yifan was very surprised and wanted to know the answer. I should leave the Taishan sect, but should I cross the void with Crazy Ol? Yifan's heart was anxious. Such a peerless figure really made him want to follow him. However, only God knew where Crazy Ol was going. If he appeared in the forbidden area of the ancient wasteland or in a forbidden area like the Origin Ancient Mine, the consequences would be unimaginable. The places where such a living fossil appeared could not be judged by common sense. At this moment, the sky was dark and filled with stars. In the valley, the sacrificial altar was huge. It was made entirely of Xian jade. The surface was very wide. Crazy Ol's fingers were like knives, carving on the surface with a very focused expression. Stone chips flew everywhere. The complicated patterns were densely packed and deeply imprinted on the jade. It was so profound that it was impossible to understand them. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down. There was only a rustling sound at the space gate. The Xian jade was transparent. Mysterious patterns were carved on it. Yifan watched from the side. He wanted to figure it out, but he felt dizzy. It was an endless space that could easily make people lose themselves inside. Senior, where are you going? Yifan asked. He felt that it would be very dangerous to follow the old man. Bang! The altar shook. The Xian jade shone brightly. The patterns had been carved. Crazy Ol stood up and stood in the center of the altar. Seeing that he did not respond, Yifan hesitated. Should he follow? Senior, I want to go with you. He spoke again. This kind of peerless master was like a living ancient scripture. If he could be taught by such a person, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this moment, the old man went crazy again. He cried and laughed. He did not respond to Yifan at all. Let's do it. Yifan decided to follow. He wanted to leave the Taishan sect in the first place. It was no longer safe here. If he was taken back to the Ji family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yifan leaped up and flew to the center of the altar. He stood side by side with the old man. At this moment, the altar began to absorb energy. The source buried in the ground shone brightly. Like waves of water, it flowed towards the altar. The translucent jade flickered continuously. The Tao patterns carved by Crazy Ol seemed to have come to life. They trembled and became sentient, glowing brightly. The space twisted and collapsed. Then, a dark door opened. The space gate was successfully opened. No one knew where it led to. The deranged Crazy Ol stepped in, and Yifan followed closely behind. They appeared in the silent void. Nothing could be sensed in it. It was eternal darkness and endless silence. The gate closed slowly. Then, the whole altar began to absorb the endless source energy. Suddenly, the old man screamed. He hugged his head. The immortal character on his forehead shone brightly. A mysterious energy flowed out and wrapped him up. This was a terrifying power. The space became unstable. It began to crack. Strange lights flashed in the eternal darkness. Crazy Ol fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He floated there quietly, motionless. His body was covered by a layer of silk, which came out from the Xian character on his forehead like a cocoon. Yi Fan was shocked. What kind of changes did the old lunatic undergo? He actually caused space to crack. He was about to cross the void, yet this place was extremely unstable. This was a tremendous disaster. It's over. How could something like this happen? Yi Fan's face immediately paled. An unforeseen event happened while crossing the void, and one's body could easily be crushed to pieces. Crack! Crack! The space failed. Large cracks appeared. It was on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan started to operate the mystical method recorded in the scripture of Tao. He tried to mobilize the source Qi. If the space shattered, he would be pulverized without divine power. It was a long and worrying process. It was a torment for Yi Fan. The space did not shatter immediately. Finally, a stream of source Qi started to flow. It was hazy inside his body, releasing a heavy aura. I can't draw out all the source Qi. Yi Fan grabbed the cocoon-covered old man. Perhaps only this body could withstand the force of the space shattering. Crack! Crack! Finally, the eternal darkness reached its limit. It shattered with a boom. The space shattered to the extreme. It was a silent annihilation. The elephant was invisible. The loudest sound was silent, the destructive power shattered everything. At this moment, the old man's strength was demonstrated. The cocoon on his body flowed with a strange light. It propped up a light curtain and fixed the space. Bang! Bang! The old man and Yi Fan were shaken out. They reappeared in the real world. They did not leave the Taishan sect. After traveling for a few dozen miles, they landed on a deserted mountain. At this moment, a deafening sound came from behind them. Light shot into the sky. The mysterious jade altar cracked. Boom! This was a powerful wave of energy. The dazzling light shot into the sky, dimming the stars. It was as if 10 suns had appeared at the same time, shining in all directions. Yi Fan was scared. Crossing the space was too dangerous. Such a terrible energy was enough to crush his body many times. Fortunately, he fell from this place. In the Taishan sect, the cultivators of the 108 main peaks were alarmed. The space gate was shining brightly. It was as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Everyone's expression changed. The space gate has been opened. The space has been pierced. The space has failed to cross the space. Could it be that something happened to the great figures of the Taishan sect when they crossed the space? Many elders rose into the air and looked at the space gate. At the same time, the Taishan headmaster and many of the famous figures were even more shocked. The energy waves, like the deep sea, made them feel uneasy. Who is opening the space gate? Asked a great elder. The void is collapsing. If there's someone in there, I'm afraid they're in danger. Another grand elder revealed a bewildered expression. Dozens of miles away, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He was secretly glad that he had escaped. If it wasn't for the source Qi of all things, if it wasn't for the old man's cocoon, I would most likely be dead. He slowly calmed down. At this moment, they had fallen into a mountain range. The old man was wrapped in a cocoon. He had fallen into a deep sleep and was motionless. Such a peerless figure is really unfathomable. Even the broken space cannot do anything to him. Yi Fan was shocked. In fact, the reason why the space had collapsed was completely because of the old man. Yi Fan did not dare to stay. He picked up the old man and rushed to the humble peak. He did not fly, but only walked through the forest. At this moment, the Taishan sect was in chaos. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks were rushing to the space gate. No one paid attention to the direction of the humble peak. Yi Fan took the old man to the humble peak and placed him in the broken palace where he lived. Li Ruoyu appeared silently and said in a low voice, "What happened just now? Did it have anything to do with you?" His spiritual sense was extremely sharp and he noticed something strange. "It has nothing to do with me." Yi Fan pointed directly at the old man. Li Ruoyu probed with his spiritual sense. His spiritual heart suddenly became unstable, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. The natural flow of the great path was not smooth. The cocoon in front of him was like a demon fetus, which made his heart palpitate. This is... He sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Yi Fan did not hide anything. He directly told the identity of the old man and what had happened just now. Before becoming an immortal, he went crazy. A peerless master from 6,000 years ago. Li Ruoyu was moved and could not keep calm. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The old man had lived through countless eras. He could be called a living ancient scripture. For such a figure to appear on my humble peak, I don't know if it's good or bad for Taishan. Li Ruoyu frowned. At this moment, the headmaster of Taishan and some famous figures stared at the cracked Xian jade platform and did not speak for a long time. Their hearts were full of shock. This kind of pattern is too profound and difficult to understand. I am afraid that even the space gate in the Holy Land is not as good as this. Who carved it? At this time, the elders who were guarding here came to their senses and quickly told them what had happened. What, it must be him. The headmaster of Taishan and the famous figures all looked shocked. Not long after, the headmaster of Taishan and the famous figures of the sect all appeared on the humble peak. Li Ruoyu had invited them here. The appearance of the old man here was of great importance, and he could not hide it. However, Li Ruoyu did not mention Yi Fan. He said that the old man had fallen from the void and appeared on the humble peak by accident. In the next few days, everything was very calm. The Taishan sect blocked the news and did not let it spread. The elders of the Taishan sect worshipped the old man like a sacred object and sent people to guard him, for fear that he would be disturbed. The old man was in a strange state, covered by a cocoon, and there was a strange energy flowing. One of the famous figures of the Taishan sect wanted to investigate, but he was shocked and vomited blood. Did you notice that there is something strange on the humble peak? There must be some secret. Ziyue whispered to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was speechless. He had been warned by Li Ruoyu not to leak the news, or he might be dragged into it. I hope the old man wakes up soon and nothing happens to him. Yi Fan could only pray like this. In the next few days, there were still no disturbances. It was very calm. Now, the humble peak had risen, its status had risen, and it had accepted many outstanding disciples. The main peak was no longer desolate. Every day, disciples from other main peaks would come to visit. Yi Fan got to know many young disciples, and Ziyue was surrounded by people like stars around the moon. On this day, people from the star peak came and actually invited Ziyue and Yi Fan. After hearing this news, Yi Fan suddenly frowned, but Ziyue smiled sweetly. She was not afraid of the other party causing trouble at all. On the same day, Ziyue mysteriously said to Yi Fan, "My great-grandfather is here." Yi Fan was shocked and said subconsciously, "That old man is here again? How can you say that?" Ziyue glared at him. "I misspoke. Do I want to take you back?" Yi Fan asked awkwardly. No, the old man appeared on the humble peak. The Taishan sect thought they could keep it a secret, but my family and the Yaoguang Holy Land all know. Now that several great figures have arrived here, something extraordinary will definitely happen next. Yi Fan felt very ashamed. There were many things that he couldn't tell Ziyue, but she told him everything without holding anything back. In the distant sky, an ancient golden chariot rolled across the sky, rumbling over. The chariot was covered with knife marks and arrow holes, and it exuded an endless and ancient aura. The great figures of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land had arrived. The headmaster of Taishan and many famous figures came to greet them personally. The humble peak was overgrown with weeds and withered vines. The palace was in ruins, but today it caused the clouds to move. 9 green-colored flood dragons moved across the heavens. They looked as if they were cast from molten iron, green-colored flood dragon scales flickering, full of a shocking feeling of power. They pulled an ancient golden war chariot, rumbling as they crushed over. They were heavy and imposing, as if they rushed out from a painting of history. The great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan came together. They sat in the same chariot and appeared on the humble peak. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks of Taishan were alarmed. Many elders looked over. In the broken palace, Crazy Old did not move. He was covered by a silver cocoon, and a mysterious power vibrated from him. The entire peak was pulsating with him. He was like a demon fetus, but also like a celestial seed. It made people's hearts tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. The faces of the great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan changed as soon as they entered the palace. They did not say anything. They just sat on the ground and closed their eyes to think, sensing with their hearts. The great figure from 6,000 years ago was now suspected to have reached nirvana. For them, this was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the ultimate truth from this pulsation, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. They might even have the opportunity to become immortals. Hey, why are you leaving? It's rare for a great figure to appear. It's a good chance to see what he looks like. Jizi was slender and elegant. Her skin was smooth, and her teeth were sparkling. Her eyes were full of spirit. She grabbed Ji Fan and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find a quiet place to cultivate. Instead of being envious of the great figure's power, it's better to become stronger myself." Yi Fan walked down the humble peak. "You're lying. I feel like you're feeling guilty. You seem to be intentionally avoiding these great figures." Jizi senses were very sharp. Yi Fan was indeed intentionally avoiding them. Having too many secrets was not a good thing. He had to be careful when facing a great force that had been passed down from the antiquity age. "Let's go to the Star Peak. If we don't go, they'll really think we're afraid," Jizi said. "Forget it, you go by yourself. I'm going to cultivate." Yi Fan didn't want to go to Star Peak, lest he cause trouble again. In the end, Yi Fan cultivated in silence in a deserted mountain range. At the same time, he began to consider his next course of action. He decided to leave after Crazy Old's condition was clear. In the next few days, there were many great figures in the Taishan sect, and all of them came for the old madman. The ancient palace on the humble peak had almost become a divine land. Ordinary people weren't allowed to approach at all. Those who were able to sit cross-legged inside were all well-known figures, and all of them were capable of shaking a region. On this day, Xingfeng sent someone to invite Yi Fan and Jizi. The messenger made it clear that he had no ill intentions and was only trying to ease the relationship between the two factions. "Since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look." Jizi agreed and dragged Yi Fan into the area where Xingfeng was. The person who led the way didn't lead them to the main peak of Xingfeng, but to a mountain range. Here, the mountains were beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the mist was like smoke, lingering on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the water was gurgling, and the ancient trees were accompanied by old vines. It was very quiet. In front of them, on the fragrant grass, some young men and women sat on the ground. In front of each of them was a wooden table filled with fruits and wine. Ding ding dong dong, among them, a man in blue was playing the zither. His hands fluttered like butterflies, giving people a feeling of agility and lightness. His fingers brushed across the strings, and the music was beautiful and pleasant, calming people's hearts. Seeing the arrival of Yi Fan and Jizi, the man in blue stopped playing the zither and was the first to stand up. The others followed to welcome them. "With the arrival of the two of you, the flowers and plants all over the mountain have suddenly become bright." The man in blue was very polite. With a smile on his face, he invited the two of them to take a seat. He was tall and looked to be only 24 or 25 years old. His blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He didn't speak much, giving people a gentle and lively feeling. It could be said that this man in blue had a unique temperament. It was easy to get close to people and make people have a good impression of him. "I have been in seclusion for more than 2 years. Today, I came out from the Star Peak and learned that there was some friction between the disciples of the Star Peak and the Humble Peak. Today, I invited the two of you here only to apologize and have no other intentions." This person's name was Hua Yunfei. It was very similar to his name. Like a flowing cloud, like the blowing wind, he gave people a feeling of ethereal. "Brother Hua, you make me blush with shame. Although there is a reason, I was the one who entered the disciples of the Star Peak. Since the other treated him with courtesy and was very polite, Yi Fan naturally had to return the courtesy. I am not being pretentious. In recent years, the Star Peak has flourished, causing many disciples to be arrogant and complacent. They think that the Star Peak is the only one in Taishan. This is not good. I have long heard of it. Little brother Yi, they only have themselves to blame for teaching them a lesson. They cannot blame anyone else. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for making them reflect. Hua Yunfei was very sincere. His elegance had a lively temperament, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Yi Fan had long heard that the leader of the Star Peak was surnamed Hua. In the history of Taishan, half of the headmasters came from the Star Peak, and of these half had the surname Hua. It could be said that the Chinese surname of the Taishan sect had a very important position. In reality, the founder of the Taishan sect had the surname Hua. Thus, although the surname Hua was very powerful, no one felt that it was too much. They even felt that it was only right. After everyone greeted each other, they sat on the grass. Li Xiaoman was also among them. Her expression was calm, and she sat behind the wooden table to the left of Hua Yunfei. Today, I will play a song to apologize to the humble peak. We will let bygones be bygones, and in the future, the two factions will live in harmony. Hua Yunfei's hands gently stroked the guqin. The tinkling sound of music came out, like a clear spring flowing under the moonlight. It made people feel at ease. This was a song of apology. It had a certain meaning. However, to Yi Fan, he could only hear a certain artistic conception. He did not know the story behind it. Ji Ziyue secretly transmitted her voice, saying, I remember now. This Hua Yunfei is very powerful. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that Hua Yunfei was definitely not ordinary, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Hua Yunfei was the youngest grandson of the leader of the Star Peak. His talent was extraordinary. At the age of 18, he became the #1 person of the younger generation of the Star Peak. At the age of 22, there was no one in the same generation who could suppress him in the 108 main peaks of the Taishan sect. The outside world thinks that my brother Haoyue has been frozen for 20 years. In reality, 2 years ago, he was secretly brought out by the old man to train. He once fought with Hua Yunfei. Ji Clan's divine physique Ji Haoyue had fought with Hua Yunfei 2 years ago. That was a battle between geniuses. Although his divine physique was world-shaking, Ji Haoyue still paid a price to defeat Hua Yunfei. So powerful. Yi Fan was very shocked. Yes. Apart from his divine physique, it is very difficult for people of the same age to suppress him. He is very talented. My brother Haoyue spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Sooner or later, his name will shake the Eastern Barren territory. Below the divine physique, he will be almost invincible. Ji Ziyue nodded her head and said. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's hands were light and agile. He played the zither smoothly like flowing water. It gave people a very ethereal feeling. Although he was a man, he was more agile than a woman. He played an extremely beautiful piece. It was like the flowing of a clear spring, like the flowing of moonlight. It was hazy, harmonious, and tranquil. The music actually outlined a picturesque scene. Everyone was immersed in it. After that, even the birds were attracted. A thrush was a bit timid, but in the end, it still descended and stopped in front of the zither. Not long after, an oriole landed, attracted by the zither's music. In a short quarter of an hour, hundreds of birds landed on the fragrant grass and stood in front of the zither. This was a strange scene. Hua Yunfei was ethereal like an immortal. His entire person seemed to have the intelligence of heaven and earth. The hundreds of birds came to pay their respects, blending with the scenery. It was as if he had become one with this small world. Seeing this scene, even Yi Fan found it hard to remain calm. This Hua Yunfei was definitely not an ordinary person. He asked in his heart, your brother has a divine physique. He cultivated the phenomenon of the ocean rising bright moon. Did he still need to spend a lot of effort to defeat him? Hua Yunfei also cultivated an ancient phenomenon. After that battle, he went into seclusion for 2 years. Now that he has come out, he must be even more unfathomable. Other than my brother, I don't think anyone in the same generation in this region is his match. After the song ended, the hundreds of birds were actually unwilling to leave. They flew around, adding to the beautiful scenery. This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Yi Fan clapped his hands and praised, Brother Hua is really a celestial being. The song moved the celestial mountains and the hundreds of birds came to pay their respects. It is really admirable. You flatter me. It is just for the sake of pleasing the mind. It is nothing. Speaking up to hear, he raised his wine cup and said, May the star peak and the humble peak live in harmony. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. It was a harmonious scene. I heard junior sister Xiao Man say that Brother Yi came from a very far away place. The civilization there is brilliant. It is very different from the Eastern Barren territory. I am fascinated by it. Yi Fan's heart shook. Could it be that Li Xiao Man had told the truth? If that was the case, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. He couldn't help but stare at Li Xiao Man. At this moment, Li Xiao Man was wearing a white robe. Her appearance was elegant and her expression was calm. She was like a pure white lotus. It cannot be compared to the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Fan drank the fruit wine and put down his cup. His expression was calm as he said, Where we are, no one can cultivate. Sickness and death are the most common things. 100 years old is already considered a long life. Brother Yi, you are too humble. I really want to learn from you. I hope you will not be stingy in teaching me. Hua Yunfei appeared to be very sincere. He toasted Yi Fan with a cup of fruit wine and said, I feel that your hometown has some kind of connection with us. Yi Fan's heart shook. He had a feeling that the other party seemed to know a lot. Could it be that Li Xiao Man had really explained everything to him? Ji Ziyue's eyes kept turning. She felt that Yi Fan had too many secrets. She secretly decided to dig them out as soon as possible. The Ji clan that has been passed down since the Antiquity era is famous in the Eastern Barren territory. The young lady of the Ji clan is a guest in my Taishan continent. I have neglected you. Hua Yunfei raised his cup and smiled at Ji Ziyue. The young lady of the Antiquity era. This identity shocked everyone. Li Xiao Man was very surprised and revealed a strange expression. Ji Ziyue was not surprised. In fact, many disciples on the humble peak knew her identity, not to mention the young grandson of the Star Peak leader. She smiled sweetly and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She said, My name is Ji Ziyue. Ji from Ji Shui, Z from purple air from the east and you from moon. Ji Shui? Yi Fan's heart moved. He had never asked about Ji Ziyue's family. At this moment, he had many questions. Did the people of this world also know about Ji Shui? Don't you know? There is a river in the ancient east. Her name is Ji Shui. It is very famous in the Eastern Barren territory. It flows past my house. Calculating the time, it has been flowing for at least 50,000 years. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan was shocked. This was too long ago. It was definitely much longer than the Ji Shui on Earth. I should have visited Miss Ziyue long ago. It's just that I just came out of seclusion. Your brother and I don't get to know each other without a fight. Speaking of which, we are not strangers. Hua Yunfei smiled. Speaking of this, he stood up and said, I will go and welcome the guests. You guys stay here. There is no need for Brother Hua to welcome us. We are already here. The scenery here was beautiful. The flowers and trees were fresh. There were strange stones and pavilions. Not far away, more than 10 people floated over. There were both men and women. They all had extraordinary temperaments. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were like immortals. Why is Brother Haoyue here? Ji Ziyue muttered softly and hid behind Yi Fan. At the humble peak, an unparalleled figure from 6,000 years ago was in deep sleep. It attracted the important figures of the Alcade, Ji family, and other forces to come and gather there. At the same time, the outstanding disciples of these forces also came to Taishan. Among them were the Eastern Barren Divine Body Ji Haoyue, the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land, and the young talents of other sections. Hua Yunfei smiled and went forward, leading the dozen people here. Ziyue. Ji Haoyue's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was as quiet as the bright moon. His temperament was extraordinary, like a god. There seemed to be an endless halo around him. He stared at Ji Ziyue. Brother Haoyue. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. She walked out from behind Yi Fan and skipped over to hug Ji Haoyue's arm. Why are you with him? Ji Haoyue's expression was calm, but his eyes were threatening. He looked at Yi Fan. He clearly remembered that this person had been with many demons. Why can't I be with him? Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and shook Ji Haoyue's arm unhappily. The dozen people who came were all elites. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan. Among them was the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would put to shame. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Ji Haoyue did not say anything. He took a few steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. He said, "These few months, my sister has been with you?" Yi Fan sat there and did not get up. He said something that angered people and gods. That's right. We eat and live together. What are you talking about? Although Ji Haoyue's expression was calm, like a bright moon hanging in the sky, his eyes flickered with light. It was very intimidating. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I meant was that we have always been together and we have never been separated. You brat, don't speak nonsense. Ji Ziyue hammered him. Ji Haoyue's eyes were bright and his purple clothes danced in the wind. He stood there and stared at Yi Fan. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the blue sea appeared. The ripples were clear and a bright moon rose. The phenomenon of the rising moon appeared behind Ji Haoyue. The water-like moonlight flowed towards Yi Fan. Brother Haoyue, what are you doing? Ji Ziyue was shocked and tried to stop him. However, the blue sea behind Ji Haoyue released a wave of light and stopped her. Behind them, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Ji Haoyue to use a phenomenon to attack this unknown youth. Alcade Holy Maiden's eyes were wide open. She stared at the phenomenon of the rising moon without blinking. Li Xiaoman stood up and looked forward. Hua Yunfei was deep in thought. He wanted to stop her but he did not. The bright moon rising from the sea was an ancient phenomenon. Its power was unfathomable. Back then, Ji Haoyue used this phenomenon to obliterate many great demons. He was invincible and no one could compete with him. At this moment, he used this rare phenomenon to deal with a nameless youth. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. The difference between their fame was like heaven and earth. Ji Haoyue, who was revered as a divine physique, actually attacked him. This was out of everyone's expectations. Although he had a divine physique and the golden sea of bitterness was extraordinary, he couldn't use it. It could only appear inside his body. Yi Fan didn't think that the golden sea of bitterness was a phenomenon. He felt that it was just a source of power. He needed time to cultivate the real phenomenon. At this moment, his strongest attack was to draw out the myriad qi. However, he couldn't truly control it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone didn't have the time to react. The moonlight was like water, arriving in the blink of an eye. It stopped in front of Yi Fan and did not descend. Ji Haoyue was like a god, 9 halos circled above his head. He was like a god king, staring at Yi Fan with an incomparably sharp gaze. Beside him, Ji Ziyue let out a long breath and shouted, "Brother Haoyue, what are you doing? Stop. You have 3 secret realms. He is just a small cultivator in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Why are you using the phenomenon to test him?" The others suddenly understood. They thought that Ji Haoyue was really going to use the bright moon rising from the sea to kill this nameless youth. Hua Yunfei walked forward and said, "Brother Haoyue, quickly withdraw your phenomenon. You have a divine physique. There is no need to use this to pressure little brother Yi. Do you really think I am testing him?" Ji Haoyue didn't turn around. He stared at Yi Fan and revealed a serious expression. "I am indeed using the phenomenon to suppress him." However, it was obstructed. The moonlight didn't descend. What? Behind him, everyone's expression changed. How was this possible? Many people immediately thought that Ji Haoyue was joking. Ji Haoyue was telling the truth. From such a close distance, when Shi Yan saw Yi Fan for the first time, he had a strange feeling. His god body couldn't help but glow, which gave him a strange feeling. It was either that the other party had some supreme treasure that attracted him, or that the other party had a very special physique that made his divine body feel something special. Hua Yunfei did not continue to block him. His entire person seemed to be very ethereal. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. It was as though he had entered a meditative state. Clearly, he was carefully sensing something. The Yaoguang Saintess was the most outstanding female disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light. Her celestial body was slender and elegant, like a blooming divine lotus. Her temperament was ethereal, and her beautiful face was very calm. She closed her beautiful eyes and carefully sensed. Above Ji Haoyue's head, the bright moon rotated slightly. A wave of moonlight flowed down like water, darting toward Yi Fan. However, just like before, the water-like moonlight stopped in front of Yi Fan and didn't descend. It was as though it was blocked. The moon plate trembled, and it was as though a large amount of pure white feathers were falling down. They were sparkling and there was a faint sound of metal clanging. However, it was the same as before. The pure white moonlight was fixed in place, unable to descend. It was imprisoned by an invisible force in front of it. Clang! 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 That bright moon trembled again, and the moonblade shot out like a beam of light. Back then, all the various treasures of the demon race could not withstand a single blow from this blade and were turned into dust. At this moment, Ji Haoyue directly used it to slash down. Big brother! Ji Ziyue cried out in shock, but her body was fixed in place and she couldn't stop it. Hua Yunfei revealed a strange expression. He had fought with Ji Haoyue before, so he naturally knew the power of this blade. However, what happened in front of him made everyone dumbfounded. The moonblade was like lightning, but it actually couldn't move. Although it pressed down and was about to reach Yi Fan, it was still blocked. At this moment, everyone revealed a look of shock. How could an unknown little cultivator block the attack of a divine body? Why was it like this? Everyone's eyes focused on Yi Fan. They revealed shocked and puzzled expressions. Everyone understood that the sea-rising moon phenomenon did not have an undeserved reputation. This was created by an ancient powerhouse. Its power was extraordinary. Even the experts of the older generation would find it difficult to withstand it. It could easily shatter them into dust. Back then, many great demons, including those old women, did not have any ability to fight back before the sea-rising moon phenomenon. They were easily killed and shattered. Even if it tore apart mountains and destroyed the earth, it was not a problem. This phenomenon was the most terrifying. However, the scene before them right now was truly shocking. My intuition was right. I felt something was wrong the moment I saw him. Ji Haoyue muttered to himself. Clang! The bright moon above Ji Haoyue's head vibrated and slowly rotated. The blue sea behind him surged, and the wave soared into the sky, rolling towards Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan felt very strange. The golden sea of bitterness in his body was surging, and purple thunder and lightning were intertwining. It wanted to rush out, but it could not. He did not know how to guide it. However, there was an inexplicable force that overflowed and blocked the other party's phenomenon. Only he knew what was going on. This was the sacred body of the ancients against the divine body of the eastern wilderness. The blue sea surged forward. It could uproot mountains and crack the earth, and it could even imprison everything. It made it difficult for experts who cultivated in 3 secret realms to move, as if they were trapped in a swamp. However, the blue sea did not imprison Yi Fan. Instead, it was fixed in front of him. The raging waves fell, and the waves calmed down. In an instant, everything was calm. At this moment, the bright moon slowly sank. This was the most powerful trump card of the sea-rising moon phenomenon. According to legend, the bright moon could move mountains and fill seas. It could tear apart the sky and shatter the earth. It could easily kill an expert who was 1 secret realm higher than itself. It had unparalleled power. The Sea of Reincarnation secret realm had 4 realms, and the Tao Palace secret realm had 5 realms. One could imagine how terrifying this phenomenon was. To be able to kill an expert who was 4 or 5 realms higher, it could be called a rare phenomenon. It was said that the sea rising moon phenomenon had no end. As long as the cultivator could increase their cultivation, this phenomenon would continue to evolve. The further it went, the more terrifying it would be. The bright moon sank, shining like jade. Its radiance was gentle, like pieces of shattered crystals falling, or like rainbow-colored glass reflecting the splendor. Sparkling and translucent light filled the sky. Endless essence fluttered about, as if translucent jade flowers were falling, making this place shine with a myriad of colors, surging with auspicious colors. Yi Fan felt pain all over his body. His body could not withstand it, and he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. The endless splendor fell, fixing him on the spot, making it difficult for him to move. The bright moon slowly and powerfully pressed down, wanting to tear his body apart, shatter his soul, and obliterate his spiritual sense. He was unwilling. His saint physique was not complete, so it was naturally difficult for him to resist a divine physique with 3 secret realms. Everything was a problem of cultivation, and it had nothing to do with the phenomenon. This time, the moonlight enveloped Yi Fan. The bright moon hung above his head, as if it could shatter his physique with just a slight tremble. Rumble. Within Yi Fan's body, a vast ocean surged into the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and finally, a strange energy was produced, blocking the terrifying pressure and slowly obliterating the moonlight outside his body. At the same time, the bright moon was slowly lifted up, causing it to rise continuously. Everyone present was shocked. He actually resisted the phenomenon of the sea rising moon phenomenon. This was too shocking. Only Yi Fan was crying bitterly in his heart. He could not hold on much longer, and was only barely able to block the bright moon. My bright moon can revolve 9 times, and this is only the first revolution. There are still 8 revolutions left, come and try it. There was a dazzling halo above Ji Haoyue's head. Apart from that, there were 8 faintly discernible rays of light that connected together like a crown. He was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. In reality, the appearance of a divine physique was indeed like the descent of a divine king in the Eastern Baron. Once it was completed, one would be invincible, and it would be difficult to meet a worthy opponent. One could indeed be called the divine king of the Eastern Baron. Big brother Haoyue, you can't do this. He is only at the divine bridge realm, and you have already cultivated 3 secret realms. He naturally can't block it. Ji Ziyue shouted. I only used a portion of my divine power. Alright, I will continue to suppress it and test him with the strength of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Yi Fan instantly felt the pressure lessen, but when the bright moon continued to revolve, he felt as if there were huge mountains falling one after another. His body made cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse on the spot. The bright moon revolved 9 times, radiating brilliance in all directions. Rays of auspicious clouds lingered in the surroundings, and Yi Fan's body felt like it was about to break apart. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his Sea of Reincarnation. It was as if a golden sun had erupted, causing that bright moon to dim and lose its light. Boom! The silver bright moon shot up and flew backward, crashing into a mountain peak not far away. What kind of physique is this? It actually blocked the sea rising bright moon phenomenon. How is this possible? No one doubted the scariness of the bright moon that rose from the sea. The bright moon that flew out very quickly proved its scariness. After it landed on the mountain peak, its silver splendor spread out like ripples on water. Without a sound, the mountain peak was turned into fine powder. This caused many people's expressions to change completely. The sea rising bright moon phenomenon that the divine physique had executed was actually blocked by a nameless little cultivator. This was simply like a fantasy story. However, at this moment, Yi Fan also flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Only then did he stop. He wasn't injured, but he was sent flying by a huge force. On the grassland, the geniuses found it difficult to remain calm. How did this happen? He didn't display any form, so how could he fight against the sea rising bright moon? Could he also have a divine physique? Legend has it that only a divine physique can withstand the attack of a strange phenomenon. At this moment, Li Xiaoman was the most shocked. Only she knew that Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients and had successfully cultivated it, allowing him to fight against the divine physique. They were evenly matched, many people commented. Ji Haoyue used the power of the Sea of Reincarnation to spin the bright moon to suppress Yi Fan. However, the bright moon shot up into the sky and Yi Fan was also sent flying. They were evenly matched with the Eastern Wilderness divine physique. This was absolutely unimaginable and enough to drive people crazy. Just what kind of terrifying physique did this nameless little cultivator have? Many people focused their attention on him. Ji Haoyue was like the sun in the sky. A young man was able to fight against his strange phenomenon with his physical body. Everyone could sense Yi Fan's potential. If he were to be cultivated, he might be able to fight against the divine physique. To many people, he was simply a divine seedling. He looked to be only about 14 years old and was worth cultivating. This is unbelievable. It can be considered a miracle. Unbelievable. He actually blocked the divine physique sea rising bright moon phenomenon. Everyone stared at Yi Fan as if they were looking at a treasure. It gave him goosebumps and gave him a headache. This was not good. Hua Yunfei's expression was tranquil as he plucked the strings of his guqin. Immediately, a leisurely celestial music came out like a gurgling spring. Everyone gradually calmed down and took their seats. Li Xiaomon's expression was complicated. She glanced over and regained her composure. Ji Ziyue sat next to Yi Fan and did not sit with Ji Haoyue. However, although the Eastern Wilderness divine physique frowned this time, he did not say anything. The Yaoguang Saintess was like a pearl with sparkling skin. She looked like a fairy from the heavens who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. She was a table away from Yi Fan and gently nodded, conveying a trace of goodwill. At this moment, only Yi Fan himself truly understood why he was able to resist the attack of the divine body. It was completely the instinctive reaction of the sacred body of the ancients. During the process of being suppressed, a strange energy overflowed from his sea of reincarnation and forcefully resisted the sea rising bright moon phenomenon. Even he himself did not know what kind of strange energy it was. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that his opponent had suppressed his cultivation. The two of them were at the same level. After all, Ji Haoyue was like the sun in the sky. If he used his full strength, he would definitely die no matter how special his physique was. They were both at the Sea of Reincarnation realm, but they ended up on equal footing. Yi Fan was shocked. The Eastern Wilderness divine body was indeed terrifying. It made his sacred body instinctively resist as if it was facing a great enemy. He did not know that Ji Haoyue was even more shocked than he was. Even now, he had not calmed down. When he first saw Yi Fan, the Eastern Wilderness divine body had a strange reaction. It was as if he had met an old enemy, causing 9 divine halos to appear above his head. It stimulated his most primitive instincts and made him resist. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered gently like flowing water. He stood up, ethereal like an immortal. He had a very special and lively temperament. He raised his cup and said, "Everyone here is a hero among men. One day, you will be famous. Since we are both in the Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain, I hope that we will never be enemies." In reality, the so-called Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain was vast and boundless. Strictly speaking, the area they were in was only a corner of the Southern Domain. Everyone raised their cups together. Apart from the disciples of Xingfeng, the dozen or so people who came later were all geniuses. They were the elite disciples of various sections. They were not exactly the most outstanding. Everyone understood that it was impossible to never be enemies. In the same area, there would definitely be friction between the sects in order to develop. When the time came, these genius disciples would clash with each other sooner or later. However, the atmosphere at the moment was very harmonious. Everyone raised their cups and chatted happily. They talked about many things they had seen in cultivation and even talked about many secrets. That crazy old man was unparalleled in the past. He suppressed everyone with his strength and was unstoppable. Come to think of it, even the sacred leader of my alcade was defeated by him and could not compete with him. 6,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. The sacred lord of the past has already died of old age and turned into dust. Who would have thought that the crazy old man of the Merak Sky continent would still be alive? Yao Guang's saintess raised the wine glass with her flawless jade-like hand and took a small sip. She had a different kind of charm. She slightly raised her head, and her swan-like neck looked smooth and elegant. She had a seductive smile on her face as she sighed. Ji Haoyue nodded and said, "The power of time is the most merciless. Even a world-shaking figure cannot resist it. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." When he spoke up to her, he let out a long sigh and said, "All those years ago, there were 3 great figures in my Ji clan that could be said to be extraordinarily talented. They joined forces to fight Old Man Chen, yet they were still no match for him. Their lifespans could be said to be extremely long, but they still passed away 4,000 years ago. Thinking back to the past, it really makes one sigh. How many heroes, divine like Jade, how many great powers shook the world, but in the end, they were trapped by life and death, returning to the dust of history." What the two of them said did not make the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan useless. From another perspective, it showed how deep their foundations were. Even if they could not defeat Old Man Chen, it was nothing. In reality, the great forces that had passed down from the Antiquity Age had all had invincible existences that stood at the peak. They did not need to show off. That crazy old man is unfathomable. I wonder if there is anyone in the Eastern Barren Territory who can defeat him. Hua Yunfei said thoughtfully, "He carved the patterns of the way in my Taishan Holy Land and wants to travel through space. Those patterns are extremely profound, so the journey must be very long. I really wonder where he wants to go." After that, everyone brought up the Antiquity Holy Land. The Ji clan, the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Jiang clan worked together, but they still failed. They were all destroyed, which made everyone sigh. Among everyone present, only Yi Fan had personally experienced it, but he could not reveal anything. Otherwise, Ji Haoyue and the Yaoguang saintess would fight him to the death. Speaking of the Antiquity Forbidden Lands, everyone could not help but talk about the Origin Ancient Mine, which was located in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. With the name Origin, it was enough to show that it had a long history and was difficult to trace back. Countless years ago, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most famous source mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later, an inauspicious thing was dug out and it became one of the 7 forbidden areas. Legend has it that countless years ago, some peerless source of God was dug out. There were powerful creatures sealed inside. Some of them were humanoid and killed everyone. It is truly unbelievable. It is said that the formation of a source requires an extremely long time. At the latest, it started to form in the immemorial age. It can even be traced back to the ancient underworld age. It is truly unimaginable. These young disciples gathered together and talked about all kinds of secrets of the past. Naturally, they would talk about the problems of cultivation. Not long after, everyone brought up the problem of a cultivator's constitution. Many years ago, there was a rumor in the Eastern Barren Territory that a divine body was about to appear, and there was more than one case. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue at the same time, asking him if he knew of anyone else. During this process, many people also looked at Yi Fan, feeling that this youth might also have such a constitution. There should be 2 people. As far as I know, the other person is in the Jiang family in the Eastern Barren Territory, Ji Haoyue answered. The Jiang family was an ancient family located on the banks of the Jiang River. Its name shook the Eastern Barren Territory, and it never fell. It was one of the most powerful forces in this vast land. Yi Fan immediately thought of little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. He wondered if they were doing well after going to the Jiang family and if they were used to life there. The Origin Ancient Mine, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake Holy Land were all in the Eastern Barren Territory's northern territory. Yi Fan had long decided to go there, but he had never been able to. Speaking of which, there was still an enemy he needed to guard against, and that was Jiang Yichen. In order to take the treasure he had sent the Jiang family's knights to chase him for thousands of miles, leaving him with no way out. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. He felt that it was time to leave. It was really not good to stay in Taishan. I wonder if little brother Yi also has a divine body? At this time, a girl in Xian spoke. Everyone's eyes looked over. Many people wanted to know the answer. If I had a divine body, would I be so free and unfettered? I would have been hidden a long time ago, just like Brother Ji. Without a divine body, it would be difficult for me to show my face in public. Yi Fan's expression was calm and he looked very calm. That's true. Someone nodded. That is even more shocking. Little brother Yi, if you don't have a divine body, how did you block brother How use supreme divine power with your physical body? The girl in cyan asked again. She was a genius disciple of the Xiaoyao school. Her name was Li Yuyu. The Xiaoyao school was 60,000 miles away from here, dozens of countries away. It was also a super sect in this area. It was only below a holy land and could be on equal footing with Taixin. It's a long story. It might have something to do with a special fruit I ate when I was young. Some inexplicable changes happened to me, but there are some secrets that should not be told to others. Yi Fan knew that trouble was coming. He had to leave as soon as possible without delay. Hua Yunfei smiled and said, "Let me play another song to help everyone drink." He changed the topic and did not let the girl in cyan ask any more questions. On the grass, everyone drank and chatted merrily. Everyone knew their limits and did not ask too many questions. The sound of the guqin lingered, like the high mountains and flowing water. It was like a celestial song of the moon, intoxicating everyone. It had to be said that Hua Yunfei's skills were close to the path. Under his agile fingers, the strings of the guqin were plucked, creating all kinds of wonderful sounds. It actually outlined a picturesque scene. The sound was like a clear spring deep in the mountains. It was gentle and slow, like a thin stream of pine roots. Listening attentively, a feeling of joy arose spontaneously. The rhythm was long and leisurely, like moving clouds and flowing water. After that, the sound of the guqin was faintly discernible. It was as if the curtain of the night had been pulled down. The moonlight shone down, and the sky was faintly discernible. The jade lake appeared. Fairies were graceful, riding on the wind and waves, dancing in the sky. Their expressions were moving, and the rhythm was flowing. After the song ended, everyone discovered that all the flowers around the grass had bloomed. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. The sound of the guqin actually contained a mysterious power, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom at the same time. Everyone clapped their hands in admiration. The Yaoguang saintess was not far from Yi Fan. She was like a divine lotus blooming. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her smile was sweet. It was like a thin cloud covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing a jade flower. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like water. She smiled faintly and said, "Little brother Yi, there is no need to be afraid of anything. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Yi Fan's heart moved, and he said, "Will others make things difficult for me?" "Perhaps. After all, your physique is very special. Maybe someone wants to invite you over as a guest." The Yaoguang saintess's teeth were like jade, and her face was rosy and moist. She glanced over and was very charming. "I just want to cultivate in peace. I don't want to be disturbed," Yi Fan said indifferently. "It's fine. If there is any problem, I will help you solve it. I believe no one will make things difficult for you." The Yaoguang saintess extended an olive branch. She was beautiful, and her figure was like that of a fairy. She was like a pearl that was emitting light, and it was very alluring. Yi Fan immediately understood that she was trying to recruit him. At this moment, Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed, and she said softly, "After this matter is over, my brother wants to invite you to the Ji family." In comparison, Ji Haoyue was more direct. He said that he wanted to invite Yi Fan to the Ji family. He had too many questions. If he did not understand Yi Fan's physique, he would not be able to calm down. If it were anyone else, they would be happy to be chosen by these two powerful forces. However, Yi Fan felt a headache. He could not enter the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients just like that. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the green copper piece. More importantly, they obviously wanted to explore his physique, which was completely shameful. If the Sea of Reincarnation was explored, all his secrets would be exposed. Most importantly, Li Ruoyu had once warned him not to expose the sacred body of the ancients to the forces that had inherited it since the Antiquity Age. At this moment, the Yaoguang saintess chuckled and said telepathically, "Brother Yi, can you accompany me for a walk later? I have something to tell you." At the same time, Ji Haoyue's eyes shone brightly. He personally said to Yifan telepathically, "I want to invite you to the Ji family as a guest." At the same time, several divine consciousnesses came to express their goodwill to Yifan, wanting to talk to him further. Yifan knew that things were not going well. He responded patiently and perfunctorily to stall for time. "Ji Haoyue, you have a divine body. Why are you testing me for no reason and causing such trouble?" Yifan muttered to himself. He did not know that Ji Haoyue's divine body was stimulated and had to test him. "Right now, I have to muddy the waters so that they won't pay attention to me. I have to create a sensational event and leave in the chaos." Yifan thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said, "Everyone, maybe you don't know yet, but something big enough to shake the Eastern Barren Territory is about to happen." "Is that so?" The Yaoguang Saintess's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was like jade, and her eyes were sparkling. "I think everyone here should have heard of the Bronze Deity Palace. Now that it has appeared again." Yifan was determined to shock everyone. The Bronze Deity Palace had the opportunity to become an immortal. It was recorded in the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. Every time it appeared, it would shake the Eastern Barren Territory and cause great waves. Peerless masters would go there like moths to a flame. The Bronze Immortal Palace was one of the greatest historical mysteries of the Eastern Barren Territory. Legend had it that it was built by an immortal, but no one could verify it. It had appeared long before the Antiquity era, but no one knew where it came from. Yifan decided to reveal this secret. Everything was just to create an opportunity to leave this place. He could predict that once the news spread, it would cause a huge wave that would shake this land. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Jiziyua's eyes widened. She tried to stop him telepathically, but it was too late. Yifan ignored her and continued speaking. "Brat, what are you doing? Do you know what will happen if the news spreads? Didn't we agree to hide the news?" Jiziyue was furious. Seeing that Yifan was ignoring her, she clenched her fists and wanted to punch him. Yifan was very detailed. He pointed out the area and told them that it was near Taixin. They could go and verify it at any time. He had no choice. In order to escape, he ignored Jiziyue for now. "Is that true?" Saint Yaoguang was shocked. She stood up, her body radiating with light. She was enveloped by a gentle halo and looked like a fairy. "Are you sure?" Hua Yunfei couldn't keep his calm anymore. He stood up and looked at Yifan. "Ziyue, is that true?" Ji Haoyue stared at his sister. He knew that the two of them had always been together. Everyone didn't believe Yifan's words. They all looked at Ji Ziyue. At this point, she couldn't hide it anymore and could only nod. "Why didn't you say something so important earlier?" Ji Haoyue blamed her. "It's not a good thing. Every time the Bronze Immortal Palace appears, many people die. I feel that in order to avoid bloodshed, it's better to hide it quietly," Ji Ziyue muttered. "I forgot to tell you. There's a lot of Shanhuang there. It's as thick as clouds and as heavy as mountains." Yifan was very thorough and threw out another piece of heavy news. "What? There's Ji of all things there? That's a holy item for forging weapons." Everyone was shocked and their eyes lit up. Xian was the essence of heaven, and Huang was the marrow of the earth. They were the quintessence of heaven and earth, so Xian and Huang were often used to represent heaven and earth. "Are you sure?" Hua Yunfei could no longer remain calm. He drifted over and stared at Yifan, asking seriously. "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." Yifan gave an affirmative answer. "Where is that lake?" Yao Guang's Saintess' beautiful eyes twinkled with a strange light. The others gathered around as well. At the beginning of the world, the essence that seeped out was mysterious yellow. There was pitifully little of it, and it was already on the verge of drying up. It was the love of extreme experts, a treasure for refining artifacts. Although the Bronze Immortal Palace was shocking to them, it was also a little vague. Even if they knew the news, they could only report it and let the sect leader and Grand Elder decide. The so-called opportunity to become an immortal was too far away from them. However, all life source energy was different. This was a rare treasure, a divine object that could refine all material qualities. If one could collect it, then they would benefit for the rest of their lives. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Everyone wanted to forge a top-notch weapon. What are you doing? You evil fellow, you are harming others. Jiziyue was very sharp and sensed the abnormality. She scolded Yifan in secret, you clearly know that all life source energy has retreated into the Bronze Palace. Why do you still say that? Jiziyue asked Yifan for the essence of all life source energy. She went to the lake several times to collect mysterious yellow. Although she had great harvests, she realized that the mysterious yellow was sinking. In the end, it all sank into the Bronze Palace and she could no longer collect it. These people retreated and personally went to report to their masters. They followed the famous figures of various sects here. This news was too big. Even people like Jiziyue, Yaoguang Saintis, and Hua Yunfei couldn't make a decision on their own. They left in a hurry. Jiziyue's big eyes were shining. She was as sharp as a fairy. She wrinkled her nose and angrily pulled Yifan back. What are you trying to do? Don't be angry, or else you will easily get wrinkles. Yifan smiled and pinched her nose. Little brat, you are too bold today. Jiziyue grinded her little canine teeth and was about to teach Yifan a lesson. Hurry up and take out your treasure to collect the essence of all life source energy. Yifan whispered. What? Jiziyue was shocked. Her big eyes flashed with light. She had already collected all life source energy from the lake, but it was far from being as pure as the essence of all life source energy. Only with this kind of source energy could one truly refine the legendary extreme Dao weapon. She had tried all sorts of threats and promises, but Yifan just wouldn't give her the source energy. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to give it to her now. Yifan felt that even though Jiziyue was weird, she didn't have any bad intentions. On the contrary, she had been protecting him in all sorts of ways. He was about to leave this place. He felt guilty and decided to give her the treasure of all life source energy. Even though he couldn't control all life source energy and could only gather a small amount on the surface of his body, Jiziyue had treasures on her. That was enough for him to absorb it. Ah, it's really the essence of all life source energy. When Jiziyue got the source energy, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes. Dimples appeared on her face and she was as lively as a fairy. Cultivate well and surpass your brother. Yifan rubbed her head and turned to leave. I have something to do. I'll return to my humble peak first. Jiziyue was rather smart and had already sensed Yifan's abnormality. He mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace for no reason. After connecting the dots, she immediately guessed the reason. Little brat, you don't have to run. She quickly chased. Recently, Yifan had been studying Crazy Ole's footwork. Even though he couldn't take a step and the mountains and rivers behind him, he was still unbelievably fast. This was a supreme secret technique. Even though Jiziyue's cultivation was higher than his, she couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she was left behind. Yifan could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Little brat, don't go." He sighed and left without looking back. He was not strong enough, so he could only escape. When he passed by the area where the humble peak was, he saw Li Ruoyu standing on the peak and looking over. Yifan hesitated for a moment but eventually flew into the air. He believed that this old man would give him some pointers. He didn't want to leave without a sound. He flew up to the peak and bowed deeply before standing up straight. Are you leaving? Li Ruoyu asked. Yifan nodded. Then go. Everyone has their own path. The old man didn't say much. He had great wisdom in cultivation and comprehended the humble peak. He was extraordinary. Yifan thought for a moment and took out the pristine jade bottle. He poured out some divine spring water and sealed it in a jade container. He gave it to Li Ruoyu and said, "Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Yifan stepped on the void and used the supreme secret technique taught by Crazy Ole to leave like a ray of light. Other than Jiziyue and Li Ruoyu, there was another person who guessed that Yifan was going to leave. If there was anyone who understood Yifan the most, it was undoubtedly Li Xiaoman. After all, they had known each other for a few years. When he mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace, she had already guessed his intentions. Then, seeing him leave, she immediately understood that Yifan was going to escape. Yifan didn't stop for a moment. The golden sea of bitterness boiled and lightning interweaved. He used all his divine power and used a mysterious footwork to quickly leave the Taishan sect. As for Crazy Ol, he had nothing to worry about. He was so powerful that even if he was in a deep sleep, it would be difficult for outsiders to hurt him. A few days later, Yi Fan was already tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern barren lands. Only then did he stop. It would take years to fly directly to the northern region of the eastern barren lands. He couldn't cultivate during this process and wasted time. Yi Fan couldn't bear it. Is there no other way? He sighed. The eastern barren lands was too big. This area was just a corner of the southern region. The distance between the north and the south was unimaginable. When Yi Fan stopped, he realized how big of a storm he had caused. It could be said that he had pierced through the sky. In these few days, the news of the Bronze Immortal Palace's appearance spread through the gate to all the major forces in the eastern barren lands. Many important figures were alarmed. Over the past few days, the wind and clouds had gathered. Not only had the cultivators of the human clan arrived, but even the famous figures of the demon clan had arrived. Among them, many were important figures who hadn't appeared for many years and had been in seclusion. However, the most shocking news was today. It was rumored that the human clan's Nangongxing, who had died 500 years ago, had reappeared in the world and arrived at the Taishan sect. There was also news that the Peacock King, who had swept through the southern region of the eastern barren lands 800 years ago, had once again appeared in the Wei Kingdom. It was unknown whether these rumors were true or false, but after these rumors came out, everyone was shocked. Immortal ascension was the ultimate dream of countless cultivators. It was the highest goal they pursued in their lives. But since ancient times, how many people had taken that step? The ancient books mentioned that there were a few people who were suspected to have become immortals, but there was no conclusive evidence. This made countless talented people feel that the road ahead was uncertain. Over the long years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. As one genius after another turned to dust, the word immortal felt more and more distant. Just like the winter wind and the moonless night, it made people feel cold and dark, unable to see hope. In the long ancient history of the eastern barren lands, there had been some amazing figures who had the ability to go against the heavens and the earth. They had dominated a period of history, but in the end they still turned to bones. In the distant past, there had been several geniuses who could almost pluck the stars and capture the moon. They had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but in the end they still could not escape death. The powerful demon clan emperor from 10,000 years ago wanted to compete with the blue sky and look down on the world. He was the only one, and wherever his soldiers went, everyone bowed their heads. How vast was the eastern barren lands? There were countless demon clans, but they were unified by the demon clan emperor. He wanted to establish the demon clan celestial court and achieve unparalleled greatness. However, under the pressure of time, his great ambition came to nothing. He turned into a ghost and finally returned to dust. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend in the eastern barren lands that there was an opportunity to become immortal in the Bronze Palace. For those who had reached the peak, there was naturally a fatal temptation. It was not surprising that existences like Nangongxing and the Peacock King had reappeared in the world. The water cloud lake outside Taishan was a gathering of experts. Even existences like Nangongxing and the Peacock King were drawn out. The bronze celestial palace appeared under the lake. Countless cultivators rushed there. It was like a magic lamp in the darkness, attracting people like moths to a flame. It had incomparable magic. The important figures wanted to see the opportunity to become an immortal, and the ordinary cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the celestial palace. The Wei nation was in a state of chaos. Yi Fan didn't plan on going back after leaving. In order to escape, he threw out the bronze celestial palace and stirred up a great storm. At this moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to cross the sky but couldn't. There was nothing he could do. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Is there really no way to find it? He frowned, feeling helpless. The appearance of the bronze celestial palace didn't just affect the southern region. Even the farthest northern region had important figures come. The impact was unimaginable. In the eastern barren territory and the northern region, people from the Jiang family and other holy lands and clans all came. When this matter is over, the people from the northern region will definitely return. Can I borrow their power? Yi Fan began to wander around the area. He asked. Around to see which sects were close to the great forces of the northern region. At this time, Yi Fan was 30,000 miles away from Taixin. It was far enough. He wasn't worried and didn't continue to travel. He obtained some useful information from some cultivators. The Holy Lands of the northern region indeed controlled some small forces in the southern region. They used them as pawns to provide convenience for their disciples when they traveled. Just as Yi Fan was preparing, shocking news spread throughout the southern region. After the Peacock King appeared, he didn't go to the Bronze Celestial Palace first. Instead, he went to the Ji family, smashed the sign, and sent the door flying. This was definitely a major event. The clans that had existed since the Antiquity Age had always stood strong. Their foundation was unimaginably deep. Throughout the endless years, few people dared to provoke them. Shattering the plaque of a clan of the ancients and sending the door flying was an extremely severe consequence. It was an unimaginable event. That day, the news spread throughout the southern region and caused a great uproar. The Eastern Barren Territory and the southern region were already a gathering place. The appearance of the Celestial Palace had gathered cultivators from all over. Such a disturbance made the region even more restless. Who was the Peacock King? He was an almighty member of the demon clan. 800 years ago, he had swept through the southern domain unhindered. He had been silent for many years, and everyone thought that he had passed away in meditation. He didn't want to show himself again. Everyone was shocked that he attacked the Huanggu family. What did he want to do? This kind of figure that stood at the absolute peak possessed unimaginable influence. Every word and action of theirs would be noticed by others, and they would be thought to be conveying a type of signal. A slight change in one part would cause the whole body to move. Demon race wanted to start a war with the humans. Different people interpreted different meanings, and the southern region immediately tensed up. The Ji family, which had been passed down since the desolate antiquity era, was one of the most powerful forces of the human race. Such a colossus was enough to destroy countless countries. What was the Peacock King trying to do? Dragon Peacock King Demon King would do. What? But very soon, there was news from the spirit communication scholars that everything was caused by the descendant of the demon Arch. The Peacock King was standing up for Yenryu. A few months ago, the Ji clan besieged the demons in Wei country in an attempt to obtain the demon monarch's sacred weapon. Many great demons died while Yenryu broke out of the encirclement. Although she was a descendant of the demon emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how glorious the past was, it could not last forever. Yenryu left home to seek protection from powerful demons. However, not many welcomed her. Some even tried to take the demon emperor's sacred weapon for themselves. As a descendant of the demon emperor, she was in such a situation. The coldness of the world was evident. When Yenryu sought refuge with the Peacock King, he was in seclusion. After receiving the news, he ended his seclusion for 800 years and came out to seek justice for her. Smashing the Ji clan sign and sending the door flying was a serious matter. It might not happen even once in thousands of years. The Peacock King didn't charge into the Ji clan because such a monster was unfathomable. Even a great cultivator of the demon race would not be able to escape unscathed. The Ji clan was enraged. On that very day, they issued a kill order and sent out all the famous experts to kill the Peacock King. Even though the Peacock King was famous for sweeping through the southern territory 800 years ago, the Ji clan could not swallow this anger. Everyone knew that the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were immeasurable. Even when they were at their weakest, there would always be peerless masters appearing at the most critical moment to resolve the crisis. Not to mention the Ji clan at its peak. They were unfathomable and would certainly hunt down the Peacock King. This is a huge matter. The Peacock King wants to establish his might. In a direct confrontation, the Ji clan will not be able to resist. However, the Peacock King will not wait to be beaten. I'm afraid this will end without a conclusion. The Peacock King is an existence known as a great cultivator. It's hard to say who will suffer. However, the Ji clan does have the upper hand. After all, they are too big. Everyone was discussing with different viewpoints. Yi Fan was shocked. The power of the Peacock King could be imagined, but the transcendence of the Ji clan could not be estimated. He could guess a thing or two from the words of many cultivators. Only one day later, news that shook the southern territory came. The Peacock King suddenly appeared in the Wei Kingdom and smashed a supreme elder of the Ji clan who was a guest in Taishan. This was simply a huge earthquake. When the news came out, everyone gasped. The Peacock King was obviously preparing for a big battle. It was not as simple as smashing the plaque and humiliating the Ji clan. What kind of existence was the supreme elder of the Ji clan? He was definitely a real big shot. With a stomp of his foot, he would shake a region. Very few of them were killed because the impact was too great. The Peacock King had actually killed the supreme elder of the Ji family in front of so many people. This was an unimaginable event that had stirred up a violent storm. The Peacock King is too powerful. He smashed the supreme elder of the Ji clan into pieces, the cultivation of the supreme elder of a great power that has been passed down since the antiquity era is difficult to estimate. But the Peacock King still killed him. This really makes people tremble. All the cultivators were shocked. When they discussed this matter, they all felt waves of coldness. It is not surprising that the Peacock King has such combat ability. You have to know that 800 years ago, he dominated the southern territory and few could match him. That's right. You have to know that he is an existence known as a great being. What is a great being? His magical power is monstrous and invincible. That is a great being. The Peacock King's attack shook the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. His deeds appeared one after another and were dug up by people. The series of battle achievements made people dumbfounded. Ever since the Peacock King made his debut, he had never been defeated in the Southern Territory. That was why he was known as a great being of the demon race. It could be said that 800 years ago, his glorious battle achievements were innumerable. Many of them were shocking and shocking. Ordinary cultivators only had a lifespan of over 100 years. 800 years was too long for many people, perhaps it was just a number or a symbol. But if one really thought about it, it was a very long history. When Yi Fan heard about 800 years, he thought of the other side of the galaxy. If it was 800 years ago and it was still the Song dynasty, it could be said that it was a very long time. Thinking about the past, people realized that the Peacock King was indeed powerful. It was not the first time he had killed a great elder of a super force. 800 years ago, he had killed two famous figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land. That year, he had caused a huge uproar. The Yaoguang Holy Land had chased him for 50 years, but they had not been able to kill him. In that era, he had experienced countless battles and could be said to have intimidated the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. Among them, the most influential battle was the one with the Yaoguang Holy Lord. That battle was earth-shattering and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The Peacock King and the Yaoguang Holy Lord fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, there was no winner. Even though it was a draw, it was enough to look down on the world. After all, the Holy Land Lord was the most respected person in the Eastern Barren Territory. Just like that, he ran far away. It was that battle that made him truly famous and respected as a powerful being. The great elder was killed, and the Ji family was furious. The important figures of the Ji family wanted to go to the Bronze Divine Palace, but they immediately changed their plans and chased after the Peacock King. The leader of the Ji family even came out of seclusion to kill the powerful beings of the demon race. The Peacock King might be able to fight against the top existences of the Ji family, but he could not fight against such a huge force. He could only retreat after one attack. Was he going to stop just like that? Maybe he was going to go silent again. This was what everyone was thinking. However, very soon, news came that the Peacock King attacked again and killed the famous figures of the Ji family. They were the ones who protected Ji Haoyue. He actually wanted to kill the Ji family's divine body. This was more serious than anything else. Everyone knew what the divine body meant. It was the future guardian of the Ji family. It could be their prosperity for thousands of years. It was practically their lifeblood. Even though the various forces knew the threat of the divine body, they did not dare to kill it. Doing so would make the Ji family go crazy and they would not rest until they were dead. However, the Peacock King was so fierce. He wanted to kill the Ji family's hope and the future Eastern Wasteland Divine King. It could be said that he had completely touched the Ji family's reverse scale. But at the same time, the Ji family was very uneasy. They sent out many strong cultivators to search everywhere. The southern region of the Eastern Wasteland was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors spread. Ji Haoyue is indeed amazing. As expected of the Eastern Wasteland Divine Body, the future Divine King. He was not killed immediately and escaped with a secret technique. The latest news is that the last person protecting Ji Haoyue has been killed. He escaped alone, and the Peacock King chased after him. It seems that he is determined to destroy the Ji family's hope. Although the Ji family was powerful and could intimidate the Eastern Wasteland, they could not control every inch of the land. They could not find Ji Haoyue in a short time and could not contact him. They could only follow the corpses of the famous figures. It's over. The southern region is going to be turned upside down. If anything happens to the divine body, the Ji family will turn this land upside down. He even dares to provoke the Ji family. The Peacock King is really unfathomable. The Peacock King was comparable to an ancient cultivator. No one knew how long he had lived and how powerful he was. Some people guessed that his lifespan was coming to an end, so he was fearless. Yifan felt that this had nothing to do with him, so he did not pay much attention to it. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs barked at each other. The vegetable garden was green and the fish pond was scattered everywhere. When he arrived, he suddenly heard an extremely weak voice, "Little kid." Yifan was shocked. He actually saw Ji Ziyue. Although she was smiling sweetly, her face was pale and there were traces of blood on her red lips. She stood by the pond, trembling slightly. "Why are you here?" She was the same as before. Although she was seriously injured, she could still smile. The corners of her mouth were curved and dimples could be seen. "Were you also chased by the Peacock King?" Yifan walked forward quickly. "I've really met you." She was smiling faintly, but a trickle of blood suddenly flowed out of her mouth. Her face was even paler than before, and her originally spirited eyes were now lifeless. She swayed a bit, and then suddenly fell into the pond. The severity of Ji Ziyue's injuries alarmed Yifan. Her pulse was extremely weak and her heartbeat was about to stop. Her internal organs were all cracked. She was really lucky to be able to survive. Yifan circulated his divine power and dried her wet clothes. Then, he disappeared from the village in a few steps and arrived at a cliff. He took out the pristine jade bottle and poured some divine spring water into her mouth. Immediately, it turned into a wave of life essence and rushed into her body. The divine spring water obtained from the 9 sacred mountains had incredible spiritual effects. It could almost regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It was extremely extraordinary. He could sense that Ji Ziyue's injuries had instantly stabilized. At this moment, her eyes were closed and her body was trembling. She was murmuring softly in her sleep. Yifan listened carefully but could not distinguish it. "Don't kill my brother," she screamed in her coma. An hour later, Ji Ziyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to sit up but she did not succeed. "Your injuries are very serious. Although they have stabilized, you shouldn't act rashly." Yifan helped her up and let her sit on the cliff with her back against the soft vines. How terrifying. Ji Ziyue seemed to have a lingering fear. "Are you talking about the Peacock King?" Yifan naturally thought of that demonic mighty figure. "It's him." Ji Ziyue nodded and said, "Little brat, why did you run away without saying a word? I chased you for 3,000 miles and returned empty-handed. If you don't leave now, your brother will dismember me and study me carefully." Ji Ziyue chuckled, "It's not as bad as you say. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it's safe for you to go to our Ji clan. No one will make things difficult for you." Yifan's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that Ji Ziyue was extraordinary and the Ji family valued her greatly. The Peacock King is truly too powerful. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression and said, "I wonder if my brother Haoyue can escape this calamity." "The Peacock King also attacked you? How did you escape?" It felt very difficult. The Peacock King's strength was unimaginable. The legendary figures protecting the Ji siblings were simply unable to resist. In front of the Peacock King, they were like scarecrows, unable to withstand a single blow. He's really too terrifying, his magic power is monstrous. Even now, Jizue still felt fear in her heart. They wanted to open the realm gate and cross the void, but the Peacock King pointed out with a finger, shattering the void and shaking everyone out. Some people died on the spot. If Jizue did not have a secret treasure, she would not have survived. At the crucial moment, the experts sent by the Ji family found them. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Even so, no one could stop the Peacock King. He was invincible and no one could stop him. With a loud roar, many people were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that his divine might shook the world. This is too unbelievable. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This kind of powerful person was truly terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty. It's hard to say how powerful his magic power is. That group of experts only delayed for a moment before they were beaten into pieces. However, they bought time for Jizue and Jihaoyue to escape. Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more certain that Jizue's status was not ordinary. Even at that moment, the Ji family experts risked their lives to create a chance for her to escape, not willing to give up. The Peacock King became one with heaven and earth. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like a raging wave hitting the shore. A mountain peak was shattered by his voice. Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. This kind of power was beyond imagination. My brother's divine body was born with a strange power, but he was completely suppressed. In front of him, he was even inferior to a mortal. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty being. Its supreme might was inconceivable. Yi Fan had personally seen how strong Jihaoyue was. Killing a great demon was like plucking grass and flowers. He was invincible. However, such strength was insignificant in front of the Peacock King. One with heaven and man, controlling everything. He can almost pluck the stars and moon. Even now, Jizue was still a little nervous. She clenched her fists tightly. How did you escape? Yi Fan asked. My brother and I ran separately. He went to chase after my brother. Jizue was worried. There was no way she could fight against a mighty figure like that. Even though Jihaoyue had a divine body and cultivated 3 mystic realms, there was no suspense if they really fought. There's no bad news yet. I believe your brother won't die so easily. At this point, Yi Fan revealed a suspicious expression. Why didn't you return to the Ji family? Why did you come here instead? The Peacock King ignored me, but someone else chased me. Along the way, Jizue was constantly chased and she was heavily injured. In a hurry, she crossed the void through the domain gate of a small sect and arrived here. She didn't know how to inscribe Dao patterns and couldn't determine her destination. What a coincidence. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It's not a coincidence. Jizue rolled her eyes at him. I left an imprint on you. After appearing in this region, I slowly found my way here. What? You actually did something to me? I have no ill intentions. Why are you nervous? When I saw your abnormal behavior that day, I knew that you were going to leave. Therefore, I made preparations and left an imprint. In the end, you ran too fast and I couldn't catch up. The distance was too far and I couldn't sense you. Yi Fan carefully looked inside but didn't find anything strange. He said, What did you do? Take your time to find. Jizue chuckled but soon revealed a worried expression. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape this calamity. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. Not far away, a door appeared in the sky, and several cultivators charged out. Ah, it's the people chasing me. Jizue cried out softly. They opened the domain gate and crossed the void to follow me. Chi. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. Those people were very decisive. When they found their target, they immediately used their divine abilities and attacked downwards. Yi Fan helped Jizue up and dodged to the side. The silver lightning pierced through the cliff, causing rocks to shoot in all directions. Boom! In the sky, an ancient pagoda rapidly enlarged and pressed down. Yi Fan's expression changed on the spot. Those who used pagodas, bells, and cauldrons were usually not ordinary people. Most of them were extremely powerful. In the sky, the pagoda only had 5 floors, but it was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating people and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Yi Fan pulled Jizue up and quickly left the cliff, rushing into the distance. These people were too powerful. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely suffer. The footwork that Crazy Old taught Yi Fan was a supreme secret art. It had incredible power and was extremely fast. In a short time, they were already 5 kilometers away. He didn't stop and continued to flee. Only when he was 50 kilometers away did he let out a long breath. Those people are not ordinary, they are all very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled. Jizue's little canine teeth shone brightly as she grinded them gently. They don't look like demons. Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Jizue bit her red lips and said, "Someone wants to use this opportunity to get rid of me and Brother Haoyue. Could it be that Jibue again? No, it's much more troublesome than her. There must be someone who doesn't want our family to have a divine body. Even if Brother Haoyue can escape from the Peacock King's hands, it's still very dangerous. I'm afraid there will be human experts secretly taking action and taking this opportunity to kill him." Although Jizue wasn't old, she had a lot of foresight. She had predicted that something bad might happen. They should be watching Ji Haoyue. Why do they want to harm you? Do you also have a divine body? How can I have a divine body? Jizue didn't say much. She thought for a moment and then glanced at Yi Fan. She teased, "Little brat, you really have a lot of secrets. What is that green copper? Why can your body block divine body attacks? How did you learn Crazy Old Man's footwork? Why are you in such a hurry to escape Taishin?" This little girl was very quick-witted and weird. She obviously wanted to change the topic and explore Yi Fan's secrets. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, tearing out dozens of powerful lightning bolts like dancing golden snakes. "It's a lightning bird." Jizue frowned and suddenly shouted, "Not good, it's a phoenix crown lightning bird, a very powerful mutated bird. Let's avoid it and not enter its territory." The lightning bird in the distance was completely golden as if it was cast from gold. Lightning blazed and its head bulged slightly like a phoenix crown. It looked very extraordinary. This was a powerful mutated bird that ordinary lightning birds couldn't compare to. It had extremely terrifying attack power and most cultivators would retreat when they saw it. Luckily, they didn't discover us. Jizue secretly rejoiced. There's most likely a phoenix crown lightning bird's nest up ahead. Maybe we can use it to block the people chasing you. Yes, that makes sense. Jizue's big eyes immediately curved into crescents. The two of them continued forward and indeed found a bird's nest in the depths of the mountain range. It was built on a towering ancient tree. The 4 golden eggs were the size of a human head and were surrounded by golden lightning bolts. This kind of mutated bird is very rare. It can constantly evolve and is the rarest. I really want to take one of the eggs and hatch it to raise as a pet, Jizue said with some regret. She didn't dare to do that. She and Yi Fan left enough traces in the mountains before rushing into the sky. Not long after, the few powerful cultivators found the depths of the mountain range and found many clues. They searched the area carefully and felt that Jizue was hiding nearby. After a long time, the few of them found a towering ancient tree. Bird's nest. Oh no! One of them exclaimed, "This seems to be the nest of a phoenix crown lightning bird. This kind of mutated bird must not be provoked. If it misunderstands that we want to take its eggs, it will definitely fight to the death." There were 4 eggs in the huge bird's nest. The eggshells seemed to be made of gold, dazzling and dazzling. "Let's go. This kind of powerful mutated bird is the most vengeful. If we are trapped here, the consequences will be unimaginable." However, they wandered around here for a long time. The phoenix crown lightning bird that went out had already returned. It let out a soul-stirring cry, leaving a long golden afterimage in the sky as it swooped down. Yi Fan and Jiziyue looked into the distance and saw lightning soaring into the sky in the depths of the mountain range. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next day, Yi Fan saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth in a beautiful mountain range. His figure was a bit thin, and he seemed a bit weak. His appearance was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were clear like a lake. His black hair was very soft, and each strand was light and agile. This youth was like a clear spring in the depths of the mountain, giving people a refreshing feeling. It was very natural. To see such a youth in this desolate mountain range, Yi Fan was naturally a little surprised. He asked with a smile, "Little brother, can you tell me where this place is?" The youth stood quietly in front, his soft black hair fluttering gently. His eyes were incomparably clear as he replied, "Xianxia mountain range, within the borders of Jin." "Little brother, your appearance is elegant and natural. I believe you must be a cultivator?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Yes." The youth nodded. Behind him, Jiziyue's face was snow-white and her voice was trembling as she said, "Little brat, come back." Yi Fan turned around and saw that her face was filled with terror. Her large eyes were filled with fear. He immediately felt that something was wrong and retreated lightly. "What's wrong? Who is he?" "He is the Peacock King." Jiziyue's voice was trembling. Her usual cheerfulness was swept away and only fear was left. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. This youth in front of him was the Peacock King? This was too abrupt and shocking. "Peacock King, you are a mighty figure. You stand at the peak and look down on the world. Don't kill the innocent. Let him go, it has nothing to do with him." Jiziyue stepped forward and requested to let Yi Fan go. The Peacock King of the demon race was a mighty figure in the southern region. He was invincible 800 years ago and even the Alcade Holy Lord could not do anything to him. Few people knew how long he had lived. According to the outside world's guesses, he was more than 2,000 years old after transforming into a human. If compared to the other side of the starry sky, he would be a person from the Qin and Han dynasties. However, this youth in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His eyes were as clear as water and there was no sense of vicissitudes. It was really hard to associate him with the Peacock King. Jiziyue had once described his supreme might. He was one with heaven and earth and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like the crashing waves, shattering a mountain peak. In Yi Fan's mind, the Peacock King must be as imposing as a mountain and his aura was incomparably domineering. However, he never imagined that he would be so handsome, like a clear spring deep in the mountains, like a snow lotus on an icy peak, like a cool breeze on a pure land. Thinking of how he addressed the Peacock King as brother and even wanted to pat his shoulder, Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. This was an existence with monstrous magic power, comparable to an ancient mighty figure. Such a beautiful young man who looked weak was the famous Peacock King of the southern region. It was really shocking. Facing such a powerful being, Yi Fan had no intention of fighting to the death. The other could shatter the void with a finger. If he wanted to kill him and Jiziyue, it would be a piece of cake. "I came for you." The Peacock King's eyes were as clear as water. He looked at Yi Fan quietly like a young man who knew nothing about the world. Behind him, Jiziyue's eyes were wide open. She asked in shock, "Didn't you come to kill me?" The Peacock King did not reply. He was very quiet like a jade tree piled up with snow. He gave off a refreshing feeling and did not seem like a powerful being. "Why did you come for me?" Yi Fan vaguely guessed. "The demon monarch's sacred heart." The Peacock King only said these 4 words. It was as Yi Fan had expected. This made him feel awkward. That day when he extracted the sacred blood, the ruby-like heart suddenly unsealed itself and regained its vitality. It throbbed and broke through the sky. What happened? It flew away by itself. Yi Fan braced himself and answered. This explanation was a little forced. However, the Peacock King nodded his head. "You believe it?" "I believe it because I saw it fly back to the demon monarch's descendant." Yi Fan was surprised. That old heart was indeed intelligent. It actually returned to Yan Ruyu's hands. He could not help but ask, "Since it has already flown back, why are you still looking for me?" I want to know, why did it fly away? The Peacock King laughed and looked straight at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. It was as if he wanted to see through the mist and see everything clearly. Even though Yi Fan knew that he could not stop such a powerful being, he did not want to be seen through so easily. At that moment, the sea of reincarnation was silent without any ripples. The Peacock King had a smile on his face as he walked over slowly. There was no terrifying aura and he looked very calm. However, it caused great psychological pressure. Xianxia said with a trembling voice, "You are a legendary expert, you can't bully us like this. You should find trouble with Alcade Holy Lord. You fought him to a draw in the past, after all, you didn't defeat him. How about I go find trouble with your Ji family's leader?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile, which was somewhat inconsistent with his 16 or 17-year-old appearance. It gave people a very strange feeling. "Who taught you the footwork you just used?" The Peacock King's smile vanished, and for the first time, he revealed a serious expression. "It was passed down by the mad old man," Yi Fan answered truthfully. "It really is him. He actually passed it on to you." Two beams of light shot out from the Peacock King's eyes. They were extremely sharp and oppressive. Only at this moment did people realize how terrifying he was. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Senior should have seen the crazy old man before. He is currently in the Supreme Profound Sect. Yi Fan had absolute confidence in Crazy Ol. He had lived for 6,000 years and was still unscathed. Even if the Peacock King was an almighty, he was probably no match for him. Unfortunately, I was unable to see him. He disappeared a few days ago. The Peacock King seemed to be somewhat regretful. Crazy Ol was covered in a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he broke out of the cocoon? Where did he go? Yi Fan really wanted to know. "I am very interested in your physique. I really want to study it." At this point, the Peacock King paused for a moment and said, "However, since that crazy old man passed down the technique to you, I will not make things difficult for you." At the side, Xianxia's eyes flickered. What kind of person was Crazy Ol? 6,000 years ago, it was already difficult to meet a worthy opponent. She was very surprised that Yi Fan actually had some relationship with him. "However, since we have met, it would be a pity if we miss this chance." The Peacock King waved his hand, and the sky immediately darkened. Originally, the sun was in the sky, and it was bright. With a flip of his hand, he made night fall. Such a method made people's hearts tremble. In the pitch-black night sky, stars filled the sky. They were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, shining unceasingly. It can't be considered making things difficult for you. Whether or not you can pass through this curtain of night, I will let you go. I just want to see how strong your physique is. This is the Sea of Reincarnation phenomenon. Stars illuminating the clear sky. Xianxia was very shocked. The Peacock King waved his hand casually. This was a legendary phenomenon. It was extremely powerful and he didn't need to use it through the Sea of Reincarnation. There are only a few dim stars. I said I won't make things difficult for you. This is not a complete phenomenon. The Peacock King's tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be under the starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and then they enlarged and actually pressed down on him. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Every star was enlarging rapidly, and they were as heavy as mountains. They were dazzling and bright, and the entire sky was illuminated. They were no longer like stars, but more like scorching suns. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of phenomenon was this? Every star was so terrifying. It was as if they could completely destroy the earth and possessed an incomparably majestic pressure. His mind was shaken, and his body was emitting crackling sounds. All the joints in his body were trembling as he endured the great pressure. These stars were separated by an infinite distance and had yet to truly press down, yet they were already so terrifying. It was truly unimaginable how powerful they were. When people discuss phenomena, they would always mention how powerful the phenomena created by the ancient powerhouses were. The Peacock King before me is a powerhouse in name and in reality. His phenomenon is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan was deeply shaken. The other party was obviously suppressing the power limitlessly. He clearly said that it was only a few dim stars, and he didn't even display the so-called clear sky, yet it was already so terrifying. Just how terrifying was the true stars illuminating the clear sky phenomenon? The stars in the sky trembled as Yifan walked on the ground with difficulty. His body rumbled like a tsunami, as if he was unwilling to be suppressed. Thunder and lightning interweaved, as if he had arrived at the beginning of the world. His sea of reincarnation flowed with a strange power. Yifan's heart throbbed. He finally understood that the sacred body of the ancients was extremely resistant to phenomena, and it would react when it was oppressed. Whether it was the previous rising moon from the sea or the current stars illuminating the clear sky, both made his body react and vibrate with an inexplicable force. Yifan moved forward under the starry sky. He walked forward step by step, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. The stars had yet to sink. Their brilliance flowed above them like the source of all things, or like the nebula of the universe. They surged towards Yifan. Crack! Yifan felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. His head was facing the clear sky, and the ground beneath his feet was cracking. The bones in his body kept trembling like a sonorous symphony. Boom! With a violent tremor, Yifan found light in front of him as he walked out of the night. Looking back, the starry sky had disappeared. Only large cracks appeared on the ground, all of which were spread out from the footprints. Not bad. This physique lives up to its name. The Peacock King nodded. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he smiled approvingly. He has passed the test. You can let him go. As for me, kill me if you want. I'm not afraid. Jizue raised her head and stood tall. She had calmed down and no longer had any fear. Little girl, you do have some backbone. The Peacock King put his hands behind his back, and no expression could be seen on his delicate face. He said, it would be a pity to kill you. It's rare for a physique like yours to appear. Killing you now is equivalent to exterminating you. Will you let me go if that's the case? Jizue's big eyes flashed with a frightening light. She said, the Peacock King is indeed broad-minded. As expected of a legendary senior. Ziyue expresses her gratitude here. Little girl, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. When did I say I would let you go? The Peacock King revealed a faint smile. You said it yourself that it would be a pity to kill me. Jizue muttered, but she didn't dare to grind her teeth. Senior, it's not her fault. If you want to kill the Ji clan's supreme elder. What does a little girl like her know? There's no need to drag her into this. Yifan pleaded from the side. Do you think you're big? The Peacock King looked back at him, then looked at Jizue and said, I will let you live. But you have to leave with me. Don't return to the Ji clan. You can compliment the great emperor's descendant. Jizue was frightened. She had never thought of leaving with a monster. She said pitifully, no, I've never killed anyone, nor have I done anything bad. I haven't even stepped on an ant, your Ji clan is too much. You killed my clansmen and chased after the great emperor's descendant. I have to teach them a lesson. If I take you away, I think they will definitely regret what they did. How is my brother Haoyue? You didn't kill him, right? Jizue asked nervously. His divine body is indeed extraordinary, but he can't escape. Don't kill brother Haoyue. He has a divine body. It would be a pity to kill him. Jizue begged. So what if he has a divine body? I heard that the old crazy man personally killed the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success. My lifespan can't wait until then. I can only kill a divine body that hasn't fully grown to fulfill my wish. The Peacock King said indifferently. At the side, Yifan and Jizue were incomparably shocked. The old crazy man was too heaven-defying. Even the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success was killed by him. This was really shocking. What happened to my brother? Jizue was very uneasy. My eldest disciple has already gone to capture him. I will wait for your Ji clan leader to save me. The Peacock King's tone was calm, but it shocked everyone. As expected from a monster race expert, he had such boldness. 800 years ago, he fought with the Alcade Saint Lord and now he was going to fight the G-Clan Saint Lord head-on. Just at that moment, the Peacock King looked towards the sky and said, "Nangongxing, since you are here, why don't you show yourself?" Flower petals danced in the sky, sparkling and translucent. A path made of fresh flowers rushed down from the sky, giving off a refreshing fragrance. The flower path blossomed and quickly arrived in front of him. There was a green-robed man standing on it. His eyes were like stars and his hair was as white as snow. He stood proudly and looked really handsome. The legendary human race expert, Nangongxing, cultivated the longevity technique. He lived in plants and ate fresh flowers to satisfy his hunger. He never left plants by his side. 800 years have passed and the Peacock King is still as elegant as ever. Back then, you fought against the heroes of the southern region and fought against the Alcade Saint Lord. Those shocking scenes are still in front of me. Nangongxing looked like he was in his 20s. He was tall and had a handsome appearance. His hair was as white as snow and he had a very special aura. "What are you talking about? Nangongxing, do you want to interfere?" The Peacock King stood with his hands behind his back. "Peacock King, you are such a transcendent existence. Why don't you put it down and join hands with me to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? There is no justice in this world." Jiziua muttered softly, "The Peacock King's magic power is monstrous and his roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Nangongxing treats plants as his friends and flowers as his companions, but he is so heroic. We should really capture them and make them sweep the floor, plant flowers, wash vegetables, and cook. What kind of thoughts are in your head?" Yifan stood beside her and couldn't help but knock her when he heard that. Peacock King's eyes were clear like water, his hair soft, every strand light and agile. He was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, handsome and elegant. "Joining hands to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? Are we going to throw our lives away? I haven't lived long enough." Nangongxing's silver hair danced in the wind. He was tall and imposing as he stood in midair, enveloped by the rain of flowers. The plants around him were verdant and glistening, full of vitality. He said, "Don't tell me you don't want to catch a glimpse of the opportunity to become an immortal? You've been in seclusion for 800 years. Don't tell me you didn't come out this time for it?" The Peacock King sneered, "Since ancient times, the Copper Palace has taken the lives of many peerless experts. I have never heard of anyone becoming an immortal through it. Rather than calling it an immortal palace, it's more like a tomb, a graveyard for the Eastern Baron experts. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have a slim chance of surviving. Otherwise, why would the ancient sages sigh?" Nangongxing said solemnly, "You and I will work together and enter the Bronze Immortal Palace. We will fight for a moment of life and death and fight for a lifetime of immortality. It is better than dying alone." The Peacock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I roamed the world and pointed my sword at the Saint Master. I lived a happy life, so how could I be lonely? It doesn't matter even if I die. You had the spirit of a time when you were at the peak of your power, but you also have the sigh of the water flowing east. In the end, it's just a dream. Who will remember you after thousands of years? You're just a passing cloud and dust. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing. What others think. What will happen 1,000 years from now? What does that have to do with me? I only know that what's in front of me is what's real. Seeking immortality is a lifetime of obsession, but in the end, it's all for naught. That's even more tragic." Nangongxing shook his head and said sternly, "Breaking away from the mortal body and living freely for eternity is our great wish. Why do you have to deceive yourself and others?" The Peacock King let out a long laugh that shook the heavens. "Let me ask you. Since the ancient times, has there ever been an immortal in the Eastern Barren Land? Don't tell me that the whereabouts of the people recorded in the ancient books are too strange. Naturally, there are people who become immortals. Are the immortals that died in the ancient desolate tower not considered immortals?" Nangongxing's hair was as white as snow. He looked very handsome as he stood in the air. "Have you ever seen it with your own eyes?" the Peacock King asked. "No." The Peacock King replied, "If one isn't an immortal, one can't be empty. All the same, I am a hero. I soar above the world, why would I deceive myself? Beside him, Yifan felt that the Peacock King was very carefree and did not care much about becoming an immortal. On the other hand, Nangongzheng's every word was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person, as expected of a great being of the human race. Jiziyue rolled her eyes and muttered softly, "There's really no justice in this world. He's already a legendary figure with 100 years as a fraction and 1,000 years as a whole number. He's still so young and even more handsome than my brother, Nangongzheng. You've said so much, but it's all empty words. Are you trying to interfere and stop me from doing things?" The Peacock King asked in a deep voice. "The master of the Ji clan once told me that if I met you by chance, no matter which of the siblings I saved, he or she would be sent to me as a disciple to inherit my legacy. I am about to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, but I still don't have an inheritor. That is why I want to fulfill a cherished wish." Around Nangongzheng, flowers bloomed one after another, making him look otherworldly. "Nangongzheng, do you really want to make a move? You have to think carefully." The Peacock King's eyes turned sharp. A powerful aura surged up like a volcano, surging into the clouds. "Peacock King, as an old friend, I advise you to stop and search for the opportunity to become an immortal with me. Otherwise, you might end up in a dark state." Nangongzheng persuaded. How arrogant. Could it be that the Ji clan's holy leader is not far away and wants to suppress me with you? The divine light in the Peacock King's eyes was oppressive. "He doesn't know you are here." Nangongzheng paused for a moment and said, "Not only is the Ji clan's holy leader looking for you, the Alcade holy leader has also come out of seclusion. I expected it. Let's see what they can do to me. As a great being, if I don't stand up for them, I will be letting down the monster race." The Peacock King sneered, 800 years ago, I dominated the southern region. 800 years later, they still can't suppress me. A power that has been passed down from the primordial era has an unfathomable foundation. Someone might really jump out and suppress you personally, unless we dig up their ancestral graves and revive their deceased divine king." The Peacock King's eyes were as sharp as lightning. His temperament changed greatly. He said, "If you want to stop me, then speak with your strength." A rich and fragrant flower fragrance continuously wafted over. The entire sky was filled with fluttering flower petals, dazzling and dazzling. Nangongzheng's appearance was dignified, as if he was a transcendent deity holding a flower. A towering ancient tree grew behind him, towering into the sky. "If that's the case, then sorry. We should have had a battle like this long ago." Although the Peacock King looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, he was like an unsheathed sword at this moment. His aura was oppressive, causing people's skin to hurt. His battle intent soared into the sky. Swoosh, the Peacock King suddenly opened his heaven eye. A ray of divine light shot out from his forehead and rushed into Jiziyue's body. "Ayaya, Peacock King, what are you doing?" Jiziyue screamed. "It's fine. He just left an imprint so that he can find you in the future. Now, leave quickly." Nangongzheng transmitted his voice to the two of them. "Let's go." Yifan pulled Jiziyue and rushed into the sky. The battle between the two almighties would definitely cause the heavens and earth to shatter. Yifan and Jiziyue flew very far away, but they could still feel the surging waves behind them. It was like a surging ocean, causing them to be deeply shocked. Looking back, Jiziyue opened her mouth in shock and said, "Heavens, there are so many suns there." In the distant sky, there were many blazing suns hanging in the sky. They were extremely glaring. It was impossible to determine which was the real sun and which was created by the Almighties. "There's another layer of blue sky." Right there, the sky was divided into two layers, similarly blue as if it was washed. "This is stars illuminating the blue sky." The phenomenon of the Almighties, stars illuminating the blue sky, was actually like this. Every star was as blazing as the sun. It was truly shocking. Under the blue sky, the stars were as large as mountains. They were dazzling and the stars shook the sky. Suddenly, a huge ancient tree rose from the ground and towered into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. It was unknown how huge the tree crown was, but it covered the sky and covered the earth. That's the legendary creation tree. Nangongzheng actually manifested it. Jiziyue was very shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The creation tree, whether it was on the other side of the starry sky or in this world, had endless legends. According to the ancient records, it was a kind of sacred tree worshipped by the ancient people. It was located at the center of the world and was the bridge that connected heaven, earth, and man. Manifesting such a phenomenon and using it to split the sky was naturally possible. Beside the ancient tree, there were many divine herbs and strange trees. They were all trembling, green and glistening. They manifested endless vitality like a painting of rivers and mountains. This was an unknown phenomenon. As a human almighty, Nangongxing truly lived up to his reputation. It was shocking. Buzz. Yifan and Jiziyue felt a wave of dizziness. They were actually sent flying by a terrifying roar. The sky in the distance was hazy, and a different phenomenon appeared. Moreover, the two almighties rushed together and displayed their supreme secret arts. The real battle had begun. There are other phenomena. Jiziyue's eyes lit up. She wanted to continue watching, but she knew that escaping was the most important thing now. A battle between almighties was an incomparable battle. It was extremely rare to see. Yifan felt very regretful. He used a mysterious movement technique and did not look back. He pulled her and rushed down with all his might, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They did not stop for even a moment. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they were hundreds of miles away. However, they still did not stop. They chose a direction and continued to escape. I really want to see the supreme divine might of the Peacock King's roar that moves rivers and mountains and plucks the stars and moon. Yifan muttered to himself. From Jiziyue's words, he could already feel the strength of this almighty. He really wanted to see that domineering style. Forget it. Jiziyue had a lingering fear in her heart. Even the legendary figures of the Ji clan were shattered by his roar. The might of the Peacock King still made her feel a chill when she thought about it. She said, I would like to see how heroic that white-haired man is, how lucky. The Peacock King appeared in this area and we even escaped, a cold voice came from ahead. On the mountain peak, a man in hemp clothes rushed up, holding a 5-story silver pagoda in his hand, blocking their path. At the same time, figures rose into the sky from all directions and appeared in all directions, blocking the two's path. Hiss. Yifan and Jiziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. There were a total of 6 extraordinary cultivators surrounding them. They were the people who had crossed the realm gate to kill them not long ago. Although their faces were shrouded in mist and they could not see their true appearances, they should be middle-aged men from their voices. They were all very difficult to deal with. The Phoenix Crown Lightning Bird did not take your lives. You are really lucky. Jiziyue mocked. Apart from the man in hemp clothes who held the silver pagoda, the other 5 were dressed in rags and their skin was burnt. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss. Kill them. The man in hemp clothes waved his hand and did not say anything else. He was very decisive. He wanted to get rid of the two here. Powerful ripples came from all directions as those people took out their weapons and unleashed secret arts to attack the two of them. Jiziyue's injuries had not recovered and she was still very weak. It was difficult for her to fight. Yifan relied on his speed to dodge left and right, quickly descending to the ground. The people in front of him were definitely beyond the Nirvana realm. He could not fight them head-on, so he could only choose to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Next year, I will burn some paper money for you, the man in hemp clothes attacked personally. The silver pagoda in his hand quickly enlarged and became misty. The 5-story ancient pagoda was comparable to a small mountain. Its power was terrifying as it pressed down. Jiziyue whispered in Yifan's ear, quickly transfer the divine power to me. I have a secret treasure in my body that can break out. Yifan did not say anything and directly transferred the divine power into her body. Jiziyue immediately became extremely holy and released a strange colorful light, actually resisting the pressure of the 5-story ancient pagoda. Swoosh, the next moment, the two of them were like floating light, like leaping shadows, constantly flashing, avoiding all kinds of secret techniques and rushing out. They were like a thread of lightning swimming in a thunderstorm, passing through the dark clouds. After a few flashes, they were about to break out of the encirclement. Buzz. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The man in hemp clothes spread his 5 fingers, which were as big as a small mountain. In an instant, he reached out, distorting the void. Yi Fan's expression changed. This person was extremely terrifying. Jiziyue's expression also changed. This man in hemp clothes was extremely terrifying and it seemed difficult to get rid of. She was a little anxious and transmitted her voice, "Listen up, brat. I will teach you the complete chant of the Great Void technique. Hide in the void." The hand was like a prison, locking down the space. This was a secret art. When the 5 fingers were opened, everything inside would be sealed. Dazzling light shone from Jiziyue's body once again. Her secret treasure was unfathomable, blocking the hand. The void trembled and the 5 fingers were unable to land. However, the other 5 surrounded them again, trapping them inside and suppressing them with all kinds of weapons. "Little brat, listen carefully," Jiziyue said telepathically, to the extreme of the void. "Keep quiet." The Great Void technique's incantation was not long. This was a supreme secret art, one of the essential arts recorded in the void ancient scripture. Jiziyue's voice was very gentle, like a clear spring flowing into Yi Fan's heart. He listened attentively and studied it carefully, combining it with the previous incomplete incantation. The void ancient scripture was an immortal book created by ancient sages who observed all things and captured the eternal and unchanging laws. Yi Fan was no stranger to its main idea. Reaching the extreme of the void and maintaining a deep tranquility was the foundation of the void ancient scripture. He already knew a little about it. The Great Void technique was unfathomable and extremely profound. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void. Of course, the so-called traveling through the void had a limited distance. It could not truly travel infinitely through the void. Otherwise, what was the use of the domain gate? Even those who stood at the pinnacle and cultivated the void ancient scripture could only travel a limited distance. However, in close combat, it was a trump card. When the Great Void technique was cultivated to the extreme, one would not be able to capture one's figure. Under normal circumstances, one would be able to take the initiative. Under such circumstances, Yi Fan had obtained the Great Void technique's incantation. It could be said to be a great harvest. Although he was talented, he was definitely not a genius who could look down on the past and present. It was impossible for him to comprehend it at a glance. After all, this was one of the most ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness. There were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness known as immortal books. They were naturally incomparably profound and unfathomable. Even if a powerful person cultivated them, they would not be able to master it immediately. There's no need to grasp it. You just need to turn into smoke and return to the void. I'll take control later and avoid their suppression, Jiziyue said telepathically. Jiziyue's secret treasure was indeed powerful, blocking all kinds of attacks. However, the hemp-clothed man was too terrifying. Every time he attacked, the space around him would become blurry, as if he had the ability to tear space apart. The situation was extremely bad. Yi Fan combined the incomplete Great Void method that he had cultivated before and displayed the secret method. His body suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and blurred, as if he was really going to merge with the void. "Pass me some divine power. Let's cast the Great Void technique together," Jiziyue said softly. In the blink of an eye, the fingers of the two joined together to display the Great Void technique. Like black clouds, they became more and more indistinct. "I'm going to activate the secret treasure. With its power, we'll hide in the void. Don't get distracted. You must constantly use the secret of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, you might die a horrible death," Jiziyue warned. Buzz. Space trembled and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan was shocked. Jiziyue's secret treasure was too mysterious. It could actually push the Great Void technique to the limit and hide in the void. At this moment, he felt very strange. Around him was eternal darkness, boundless. Time seemed to have stopped. There was not a trace of sound. It was absolute emptiness and nothingness. Don't get distracted. You must use the secret of the Great Void technique. If something happens here, not even immortals can save you. Even without Jiziyue's reminder, Yi Fan felt a terrible tearing sensation when he was slightly distracted. His body was about to break. He quickly calmed his mind and silently used the Great Void technique. After the two disappeared, except for the man in linen, the other 5 were all shocked. They escaped through the void. What do we do? The G family's Great Void technique is indeed mysterious. It's indeed a supreme secret technique. Only the man in linen said calmly, "It's fine. They haven't cultivated it yet. They're just relying on the treasure to temporarily hide in the void. If they don't come out, there's nothing we can do." The man in linen said coldly, "They won't last long. We just need to wait patiently. Now spread out and surround the 4 sides. The Great Void technique can only travel a limited distance. They can't escape." In reality, it was just as he expected. The void was very dangerous. No one could stay here forever. Charge out. Then we'll keep going. As long as we can escape the encirclement, use the supreme secret technique that crazy old man taught you and escape. The next moment, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue appeared in the world of light. However, the 4 sides were still sealed. They were still surrounded. "We're in big trouble." Ji Ziyue frowned and mumbled, "That man in linen understands the Great Void technique very well. He's definitely not an ordinary person." They hid in the void again. After doing this several times, they had used up a lot of divine power. "We can't go on like this. Otherwise, we'll become the beautiful Ji Ziyue in a jar," she muttered softly. If it was any other cultivator in this realm, they would have run out of divine power after using the Great Void technique like this. Only Yi Fan's physique was fine. His body was like a bottomless pit, but it could also gush out an endless source. "Why don't you keep going through the void?" The man in linen was cold. Even though he was mocking them, he gave off a stiff feeling. "Since you're not going to escape, I'll send you to heaven." Boom. Between heaven and earth, a silver pagoda shook. It was simple and grand, and there was actually a bit of Xianxia aura seeping out. It was obviously different from last time. At this moment, there was myriad source chi flowing. "This?" Ji Ziyue was shocked. "This is a great treasure." Yi Fan's expression changed too. A person who could use Xianxia to refine a weapon was definitely not an ordinary person. The silver ancient pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down. The sky was sealed and the ground was about to collapse. A huge devouring power circulated, trying to pull Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue into the pagoda. Ji Ziyue hurriedly transmitted her voice, "You have a large amount of myriad source chi in your body. Let it vibrate and disturb this refined silver pagoda. This might be our chance." "Okay." Yi Fan agreed and silently activated the mantra recorded in the Tao scripture. He couldn't control the myriad source chi and couldn't mobilize it, but he could still make it vibrate in his body. He had given some to Ji Ziyue before, but a large amount of myriad source chi lingered around the green copper piece, growing endlessly as if it could regenerate. In the sea of reincarnation, the cauldron hadn't truly formed yet. The myriad source chi was hazy, swirling around the green copper piece. Boom. Yi Fan used all his strength and finally made the myriad source chi vibrate. The aura of creation circulated, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Dong. As expected, the silver pagoda in the sky shook, as if it had fallen into a swamp. It paused for a moment and froze there. "Go." Ji Ziyue erupted with a dazzling light. She activated her secret treasure and charged out like a beam of light. She completely broke free of the hemp-clothed man's restraints and the silver pagoda's shackles. The other 5 people's weapons also paused. They couldn't stop them in time and could only let them break out. "Chase, don't let them go. They have treasures that cultivators dream of." The hemp-clothed man not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he was also very knowledgeable. He deduced that it was the myriad source chi that affected the silver pagoda. Moreover, there was a lot of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cause such a terrifying outcome and cause his silver pagoda to temporarily lose control. Of course, he wouldn't think that it was the source of the myriad source chi. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy. Even so, he was extremely shocked. The myriad source chi was a legendary treasure and the two in front actually had a large amount of it. After breaking out of the encirclement, Yi Fan used his footwork and moved far away like a rainbow. Once Yi Fan was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to trap him again. The supreme secret technique passed down by Crazy Ol represented the pinnacle of speed. With a few flashes, the mountains and rivers moved backward continuously. After fleeing for 2 hours, they finally stopped and rested for a short while. Who wants to kill you? That hemp-clothed man with the silver pagoda obviously has a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he refine a weapon with Shen Huang? How would I know? Everyone is suspicious now. Even the Yaoguang sacred ground might make a move. I can't trust any sect now. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Her eyes darted around in thought. Yi Fan said solemnly, the hemp-clothed man isn't easy to deal with. It's hard to get rid of him completely. I'm guessing that they have a tracking technique. The one I'm most worried about is that hemp-clothed man. He's like a cold wooden man. I suspect that he's a puppet and someone left a mark on him. Ji Ziyue frowned and said, as for that silver pagoda, there's only a small amount of Shen Huang. It might have been temporarily created by someone. Doesn't that mean that there's an extraordinary person leading it? That's the worst-case scenario. If that's the case, when that person really appears, we won't have any chance at all. Even though Ji family was powerful and was the uncrowned king of this area, Ji Ziyue didn't dare to trust any of the surrounding sections. She could only rely on herself and escape towards Ji family. Little brat, are you thinking of abandoning me and running away by yourself? I will send you to a safe place and then leave. Go to my family. No one will make things difficult for you. I've even imparted the Great Void technique to you. If you sneak away, you'll know the consequences. She grinded her shiny canine teeth. After resting for a long time and recovering his energy, Yi Fan stood up and said, isn't your Ji family one of the strongest forces in Eastern Wilderness? Why haven't those legendary figures found you yet? The southern region is boundless. There are dozens of countries in this area alone. No matter how powerful our Ji family is, it's impossible to search every inch of land in each country. Moreover, no one knows where I escaped to. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan brought Ji Ziyue, who had yet to recover from her injuries, to move stealthily. They passed through several countries, hiding and moving in a roundabout manner. There were several times when people caught up to them and they narrowly escaped death. Clearly, there was a powerful force in the dark that wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to chase them all the way. They were constantly attacked along the way, but those people could always find them. Kid, run away by yourself. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Yi Fan was also seriously injured, Ji Ziyue tried to persuade him. You taught me the Great Void technique. If you just leave like this, I won't be able to rest easy. You've already saved my life with the mysterious spring water. We don't owe each other anything. Hurry up and leave. Ji Ziyue urged. I suspect that someone from the family is colluding with the outside. Otherwise, Old Su would have found me. On the 3rd day, Yi Fan had already traveled thousands of miles with Ji Ziyue. Even though Yi Fan's physique was extremely strong, he couldn't hold on any longer. They were chased again. There's a powerful force leading them. The people chasing us have average cultivation levels. They won't feel it's too much of a pity if they're silenced afterwards, Ji Ziyue speculated. That's too sinister. That's nothing. Ji Ziyue curled her lips and didn't say much. At noon on the 3rd day, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were chased again. They used the Great Void technique, Crazy Ol's footwork, and the secret treasures on them to escape with difficulty. Great Void technique. In the distance, a figure flashed and someone exclaimed. The people of Ji family finally appeared. Although they weren't famous, they were just a group of young people. But they shocked the pursuers, making them feel fear and quickly retreat. Who's the young man with Miss Ziyue? How can he know the Great Void technique? Even we can't learn this supreme secret technique. Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and save Miss Ziyue. These young people rushed over and protected the pale Ji Ziyue in the center. Greetings, Miss Ziyue. These people bowed together. Ji Ziyue finally smiled. She knew she was safe and didn't have to risk her life to escape. Who are you? Why do you know the Great Void technique? At the side, a few young people stared at Yi Fan with unfriendly expressions. This was the highest secret inheritance of Ji family. Even elite disciples like them didn't have the chance to learn it. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a look of displeasure. Don't be rude. He traveled thousands of miles to escort me back. If not for him, I would have died outside. These people didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't you see his blood staining his clothes? Hurry up and get the medicine. Ji Ziyue's eyes shone. At this moment, Yi Fan was indeed heavily injured. He escorted Ji Ziyue for thousands of miles and was constantly chased. His body was covered in blood and half of his body was dyed red. I'm fine. There's no need to get the medicine. I've already escorted you here. Farewell. Yi Fan turned to leave. Don't go. Ji Ziyue stopped him. At the side, the young people immediately stepped forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. Ji Ziyue revealed a look of anger. What are you doing? She glanced at those people and stepped forward. She said softly to Yi Fan, you're heavily injured. It's dangerous to leave like this. Those people are nearby. Follow me. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. He definitely couldn't go to Ji family, but it was indeed dangerous to leave alone. He could only nod his head and heal his injuries before leaving. Miss Ziyue, old ancestor Ji Hui is ahead. A young man reported. Okay, I'll go see her. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan walked side by side. Just 10 miles away, there was a small city. A very powerful expert of Ji family, Ji Hui, was in charge. She brought many people to this place and booked an entire inn. After Ji Hui received the news, she personally came out to welcome them. She was a white-haired old woman with a sharp gaze. Seeing that Ji Ziyue was safe and sound, she revealed a smile. She dotingly pulled Ji Ziyue and looked at her left and right. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. With that said, she pulled Ji Ziyue and walked into the inn, ignoring Yi Fan. Grandaunt, he saved me. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly and gestured for Yi Fan to step forward. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan bowed. Ji Hui nodded and put away her kind smile. Thank you for escorting Ziyue back. I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'll give you enough compensation. Yi Fan felt that although this old woman seemed to be thanking him, it was somewhat businesslike. There was no expression of gratitude to speak of. He suddenly thought that it was most likely those young disciples who reported him using the Great Void technique. Grandaunt, don't pull a long face. He traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort me back. Look, he's covered in blood and is seriously injured. Ji Ziyue was very sharp and naturally saw through Ji Hui's perfunctory words. It's not easy. This young hero, please come in. A smile appeared on Ji Hui's face as she said indifferently. Ji Ziyue sent a voice transmission to Yi Fan, don't mind it. It is indeed a serious matter for me to impart the Great Void technique to you. I believe she will understand after I explain it to her. Yi Fan nodded and did not say anything. Ji Ziyue personally went forward and held Yi Fan's hand, leading him into the inn. At that moment, Yi Fan felt Ji Hui's expression darken. Following that, he heard a voice transmission, young man, don't be so close to Ziyue. You have to understand that the daughter of Ji family is like the divine moon that hangs high in the sky. I will compensate you for saving her and give you a generous reward. As for the rest, you know what to do. Don't worry. There is nothing between me and her. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and only said that. It's best if there is nothing. Ji Hui did not say anything more and walked in first. After they sat down in the room, Ji Hui was very concerned about Ji Ziyue's encounters. She asked her about every detail seriously. The Peacock King is too arrogant. He wants to kill Haiyue and even kidnap you. Seriously. Ji Hui's white hair fluttered as she said, the clan head and the Wavering Light Holy Master have come out of closed-door cultivation to deal with him. Even if we cannot kill him this time, we will make him pay a huge price. The Peacock King had offended the Wavering Light Holy Land 800 years ago. Now, he made a move against the Ji clan. These two ancient factions were truly enraged. It was rare for the Holy Masters to work together. After that, Ji Ziyue went to wash up. She had been fleeing for her life, and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state and needed to tidy up. This young hero, what do you want? My Ji clan can compensate you. Ji Hui turned to look at Yi Fan. She had a calm expression and did not show any emotions. There was no so-called warmth or gratitude. This was just to tell him that the Ji clan was too high for him to reach. Even if he owed them a favor, he could use other methods to repay it. Yi Fan wished for this. He had never thought of entering the Ji clan. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately leave. The Ji clan never owes anyone anything. No matter what kind of favor it is, we have the ability to repay it. Ji Hui was afraid that Yi Fan could not tell what she was implying. She continued, what do you want? In this world, aside from the sun and moon, there is nothing that my Ji clan cannot take out. We will completely repay the favor. Thinking back to the warning not long ago, her meaning was very clear. She wanted Yi Fan to understand the difference between them and to leave as soon as possible after obtaining the item. Yi Fan felt somewhat disgusted. He had traveled for thousands of kilometers and was heavily injured. He had escorted Ji Ziyue back, yet the other party had such an attitude. He immediately said unkindly, actually, I have always wanted to see the legendary ancient desolate tower. Didn't you say that aside from the sun and moon, you can take out anything? In that case, take out the ancient desolate tower and let me see it, Yi Fan thought to himself. Ji Hui's expression froze. Then, she revealed a faint smile, tell me, what do you want? I don't need anything. At most, I'll leave after a day. Don't worry. Ji Hui's face sank, and she said, young man, don't waste your time. We will repay kindness with kindness, and we will not owe favors. At this point, the old woman didn't have anything to hide. She was more or less a bit proud. She absolutely couldn't tolerate the pearl of the Ji family being too close to this young man. You'd better make your choice as soon as possible, and then I'll send someone to send you away. Ji Hui seemed to have lost her patience. Yi Fan nodded and said, all right. Ji Hui went straight to the point and said, I'll give you a spiritual weapon from the demonic emperor's tomb. I think it should be enough to repay your kindness. Ji Hui's arrogance made it seem like Yi Fan had gained a great advantage by giving away the spiritual weapon. Yi Fan felt even more disgusted. He had once obtained 3 spiritual weapons. Although the heartless Taoist snatched them away, he had still obtained them. Since Senior insists on giving me something, then give me 80 to 100 origin stones or a few carts of spirit herbs. Since the other party was so cold, there was no need for Yi Fan to stand on ceremony. Talking about favors now would be a waste of money. He would have to face his own conscience and let down the kind intentions of others. You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price? Ji Hui's expression froze. Then, she nodded and said, since you don't want a spiritual weapon, then I'll give you an origin stone. Just 1 origin stone? Yi Fan cursed in his heart. She's too stingy. Ji Ren, bring him to collect the origin stone, Ji Hui instructed. An old steward in his 60s replied respectfully. He gestured to Yi Fan and led the way outside. They came to a courtyard where there was a sparkling jade carriage. It looked no more than 5 to 6 meters long, but it gave off a feeling of vastness. Yi Fan followed the old steward named Ji Ren and boarded the carriage. The moment he entered, he was a little surprised. The interior was extremely spacious and didn't look like a carriage at all. Instead, it looked more like a giant cave residence. The interior was warm and moist, flowing with brilliant colors, giving one a dreamlike feeling. This was a cave that was carved out of jade and refined into a carriage. It was extremely miraculous. Just this jade carriage alone is priceless. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ordinary sects can't take out such wealth, Ji Ren said. Yi Fan understood now. Ji Hui asked the old steward to bring him here to warn him that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth and that he shouldn't have any thoughts about it. Ji Ren brought Yi Fan to a treasury. Inside, there were many colorful weapons. Some were filled with murderous intent, some were dazzling, and some were simple and old. Right now, this is the only origin stone, but it's enough to repay your kindness. Ji Ren's voice was calm and emotionless. He took out a jade box and handed it to Yi Fan. How was this repaying kindness? This was clearly a transaction. Even a steward acted like this. Yi Fan was unhappy, but he didn't want it right now. Otherwise, he might find trouble for himself. The moment he opened the jade box, a wave of pure life energy rushed out. An origin stone the size of a fist shone brightly and emitted colorful lights. There was a colorful mist flowing inside. Such a large origin stone was indeed very precious. It was also very pure without any impurities. It was definitely formed before the primordial era and contained a large amount of life energy. Even this cold old steward's eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment, as if he was somewhat moved. When Xiaochen returned to the hall, Ji Ziyue had already washed up and was chatting with Ji Hui. Ji Hui nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. Just at this moment, someone reported that Hua Yunfei of the Grand Xian sect was requesting an audience. "It's this child. Quickly, invite him in." Ji Hui revealed a smile. After a while, Hua Yunfei, dressed in blue, walked into the hall like a flowing cloud. He gave off a noble and otherworldly feeling as he bowed to Ji Hui. "Good child, quickly get up. There is no need to do this." Ji Hui went forward with a smile and personally pulled him up. Yi Fan was speechless. Earlier, this old woman was expressionless to him, but after seeing Hua Yunfei, she was so warm. The difference between before and after was really huge. Ji Ziyue also revealed a strange expression and said, "Grandaunt, you know him?" Ji Hui smiled and said, "How can I not know him? My mother's surname is Hua. She is from the Grand Xian sect. Speaking of which, Yunfei is not an outsider. You should call him cousin." "To hell with cousin," Ji Ziyue muttered softly. It was hard for others to hear her clearly. "I was the one who arranged the match between your brother Haoyue and Yunfei 2 years ago." At this point, Ji Hui seemed to be very happy and said, "Both of them are absolute geniuses. Haoyue has a divine body and Yunfei is very talented. He only lost in one move." Ji Ziyue muttered softly again. "Child, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Hui glared at her and then looked at Hua Yunfei and said, "Yunfei, why are you here?" The Peacock King made a move and shocked the southern region. Brother Haoyue's fate is unknown. Miss Ziyue's whereabouts are also unknown. I wanted to do my part. After bringing people to this region, I heard that Senior was here, so I came to pay my respects. Hua Yunfei replied very calmly and said, "Congratulations on escaping danger, Miss Ziyue. Unfortunately, I still don't know who the real culprit is." Ji Ziyue muttered to herself. "Good child, this intention is really valuable." Ji Hui was full of smiles. She pulled Hua Yunfei's hand and said, "You can also call me Grandaunt like Ziyue. Don't be a stranger. It must have been hard on you. You came tens of thousands of miles to rescue me. It is really rare." "Grandaunt." Ji Ziyue was a little dissatisfied. Yi Fan had traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort her back. He was heavily injured but he was ignored. And Hua Yunfei had only rushed here and did not make a move. Yet Ji Hui was so friendly. She could not stand it anymore. "Don't worry. Our Ji family does not owe others favors. I have already given him sufficient compensation." Ji Hui turned around and replied with a calm expression. "Little brother Yi." Hua Yunfei revealed a look of surprise and said, "Why are you here too?" "I am going on a long journey and happened to pass by this place." Yi Fan replied. Hua Yunfei secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Little brother Yi, you left secretly. Are you trying to leave Taishan?" "No such thing. Your constitution is very special. If you stay in Taishan, you will definitely shine in the future. I believe the patriarch will do his best to nurture you." Hua Yunfei seemed to be trying to keep him. "I am just going out to train. Who knows, I might return to my peak one day." Yi Fan did not expect to meet the most outstanding disciple of Taishan here. Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything more. "Jiren, treat this young hero well. Do not neglect him." Ji Hui instructed the steward beside her. Then, she pulled Ji Ziyue and Hua Yunfei up with a face full of smiles. "Let's go to the backyard. I have something to say to you." "Grandaunt." Ji Ziyue called out in dissatisfaction. But she could not struggle and was brought to the backyard by Ji Hui. "Damn you. Yifan only had these 4 words in his heart. Little brother Yi, this way please. The old steward, Ji Ren, was expressionless. He made a welcoming gesture and said, I have prepared a room for you. If you need anything, just let me know. I don't need anything. After Yifan entered the room, he took out the holy jade bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Then, he started to activate his Xian technique. His body was special and his life force was strong. His body recovered very quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover tomorrow, he could go on his way alone. Ji family experts rushed over from all over and gathered together. Ji Hui was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. On the second day, Yifan felt refreshed. As expected, he had mostly recovered and was about to leave. At this time, the people of Ji family were about to leave this place and head back. This time, Ji Ziyue did not stop him and sent him off personally. She sent him a voice transmission, this matter is too big. Even the family head was alerted. You have too many secrets on you. If you return to Ji family with me, he will most likely see through you. You saved my life, so I can't let you suffer. After thinking about it, I can only let you go. As she said this, Ji Ziyue secretly passed a jade pendant to Yifan and said, this is a psychic jade. It can erase the marks left by others on your body. Little kid, you have to be careful. Okay, we will meet again if fate allows it. Yifan waved his hand and rushed into the distance. Let's go. Don't look anymore. He has already disappeared. Ji Hui walked forward and pulled Ji Ziyue's hand, urging her to board the carriage. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. He disappeared in an instant like a flash of light. He was prepared and didn't stop. He used Crazy Ole's footwork to the extreme. Only after 2 days did he relax. No one was following him. However, on the 5th day, trouble finally found him. He felt a strong killing intent. An old voice sounded in his ear, young man, you took away one more thing. Leave it here. In front of him, a familiar old man stood there, blocking his way. It was Ji Hui's old butler, Ji Ren. What do you mean? The Great Void technique is not something you can learn. Ji Ren's body was hunched and his expression was cold. He stood there quietly with killing intent. I saved your Ji family's pearl and you actually came to kill me. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Yifan's expression was cold. The Great Void technique is a supreme secret, one of the essence techniques of the Void ancient scripture. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Miss Ziyue is young and insensible. She passed it to you. I can only take it back. Ji Ren's killing intent was as cold as ice. Even if Alcade Saint got it, we would find a way to take it back. Not to mention you. You're really biting the hand that feeds you. Accept your fate. Ji Ren walked forward. End of chapter 154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.